because of my uncontentious and ungrasping nature. Therefore, during the 5 years of my relationship with the campus beauty, I maintained a remarkably zen demeanor. Qian did this to make me feel jealous. I ordered a custom cake leaf for her. In her pursuit of affection, she braved the torrential rain to hold an umbrella for her junior. Just when she believed she had concealed herself perfectly, the videos and photographs of her embracing her junior in the rain circulated throughout the entirety of Peking University. The following morning, she was bombarded with calls from her friends. "Lu Ruyan, you absolute scoundrel." Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. On the other end of the line, Tang Yuyu scolded vehemently. "How could you not cherish such a wonderful person like Mu Gu, yet entangle yourself with other men? Have you lost your senses?" Lu Ruyan was bombarded by Tang Yuyu's relentless tirade, and as she grasped the crux of the conversation, a wave of unease surged within her. She suddenly stood up. "What does it mean? Please clarify." Tang Yuyu let out a cold snort. "May I inquire where you are at this moment?" Lu Ruyan was about to respond when she suddenly remembered that she was still accompanying Bai Chuan in the hospital. Qian's words lingered on the tip of her tongue, but she refrained from speaking. Tang Yuyu was evidently aware of the reason behind her silence. Witnessing this only fueled her anger further. "Are you still at the hospital, keeping company with that person named Bai Chuan? Are you familiar with the campus network? Have you noticed that the photos and videos of the two of you have become ubiquitous?" With a resounding boom, Lu Ruyan felt as though her head had been struck by a heavy hammer. In this grand realization, she remembered that she had promised to come and fetch me. After delivering Bai Chuan to the hospital, she became somewhat preoccupied and forgetful. In her flustered state, she hastily dialed Tang Yaoyao's number. Once she unlocked her phone, a multitude of missed calls appeared on the screen, the majority of which were from Mu Ge. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ruyan felt as though her heart was ensnared by something elusive. She hurriedly opened the chat window with me, just about to call and explain, when her hand was seized by Bai Chuan beside her. "Yan." Tang Yuyu's words were somewhat grasped by him. He was also aware of the events from yesterday. Those who needed to know were already informed. What is wrong with having affection for someone? Even if he employs some subtle tactics, what does it matter? He grasped Lu Ruyan's hand tightly, with a plea in his eyes. "Do not leave. Do not let me face this solitude in the hospital." "Bai Chuan." Lu Ruyan gently shook her head, her eyes filled with a sweet, anxious bewilderment. "After a brief period of companionship, it is time to depart. Take good care of yourself." Lu Ruyan turned and walked away. Bai Chuan, heedless of the circumstances, chased down from the sickbed. His foot caught on the chair, and he fell to the ground. As Lu Ruyan stepped out of the hospital room, she paused momentarily. Behind her, Bai Chuan erupted into tears. "Yan, I am in so much pain. I beseech you, do not leave. Do not abandon me here alone. My mother passed away in a hospital. I'm truly terrified." His voice was imbued with a profound sense of helplessness and trepidation, as if only Lu Ruyan could provide him with a semblance of solace in his tumultuous world. Rationality, however, urged Lu Ruyan at this moment that if she did not arrive at the location I'd sent her by the time designated by Mu Ge, he would undoubtedly be quite displeased. Yet a fleeting vision of the pastoral song from years gone by danced through my mind. The image of carrying her away from the inferno. Lu Ruyan's restless heart gradually settled into tranquility. It is inconceivable that a Go who loves himself so dearly would leave no opportunity at all over such trivial matters. Ultimately, the pastoral melody will surge into the flames for her. Time passes gradually, moment by moment. I gaze at the empty seat before me. 10 minutes, multiplied by 10 minutes. 10 minutes once more, yet Lu Ruyan remains absent. An hour has elapsed since the time we had agreed upon. Are you disappointed? Perhaps to some extent, yet not overwhelmingly so. It is akin to a multiple-choice question where the answer is already known. Thus, the outcome holds no surprises for me. I had originally intended to part ways in person, yet I find myself unable to even witness this unblemished facade. I lower my head and share the edited content on my moments. Not long after, the campus network of Peking University erupted in a frenzy. The reason was that someone had taken a screenshot of my social media post, proclaiming my happiness in being single, accompanied by a vibrant and radiant image of my smile. The comment section is bustling with activity. Some have remarked, "My idol has finally returned to the realm of singlehood. The visage of the male deity, my esteemed senior." The comment section of the campus network has erupted, Yet my circle of friends remains impeccably tidy. The most frequent remark is simply, "Young master, I have awaited this opportunity for a long time." Regardless of the nature of our relationship, it is imperative to express one's stance unequivocally. I casually glanced at the messages in my friend's circle, a knowing smile creeping onto my lips. No one mentioned Lu Ruyan. My world does not crumble with her absence. I exhaled deeply and strode out of this coffee shop, a place I knew all too well. I then made a phone call to my cousin who resides abroad. "Xiaoge, what brings you to call me?" As soon as Mu Jixia answered my call, he halted the ongoing meeting. The individuals in the office have long been accustomed to such interruptions. After all, he is the sole male heir of the Mu family, and his uniqueness has become a norm for everyone. Even to safeguard me, the Mu family sent me back to the most secure region of Huagua. In recent years, the Mu family has begun transferring their assets domestically. While the suspension of meetings is not a common occurrence for them, it is by no means a rarity. As I drive towards the sun, I slowly exhale a breath. In response to Mu Jixia, I have ended my relationship. As soon as I opened my mouth, it was a floodgate of words. Mu Jixia's expression changed dramatically, her previously gentle countenance darkening in an instant. The office personnel exchanged glances, quickly lowering their heads, too timid to breathe audibly. The fundamental requirement for employees at the Mu family firm is proficiency in Chinese. Thus, everyone present could comprehend the dialogue between the siblings. Mu Jixia, filled with fury, arose from the conference room and stormed back to the office, where in a fit of rage, he kicked over his desk. She muttered softly, inquiring with genuine concern, "Is it difficult to endure?" I naturally uttered a sound of acknowledgement, for after all, having been together for 7 years, it would be abnormal not to feel sorrow. Mu Jixia felt a pang of anguish in her heart. This matter would undoubtedly be discovered by her uncle and aunt. I had no intention of deceiving them. Mu Jixia sighed, realizing that with his father's temperament, knowing that his little ancestor had endured such grievances and lost weight, he would probably be unable to endure a single day abroad. She rubbed her forehead and said, "What else do you need me to do if you're calling me, sister?" I chuckled softly. I have 1 month left until graduation. After graduation, I do not wish to remain in the capital city. It is not solely due to Lu Ruyan, but rather a weariness of remaining in the bustling capital that compels me to seek a change of scenery. Mu Jixia inquired, "Where would you like to go?" I chuckled softly. "In the harbor city. Isn't there a branch office over there? It just so happens that I have matters to attend to as well. What do you think? That place?" Mu Jixia furrowed her brow. The security in the port city has improved compared to previous years, yet remains unwelcoming. You may not find comfort over there. No worries. Allow me to give it a try. Ponder for a moment. Mu Jixia nodded. I have arranged accommodations for you. As for your uncle, you may speak to him yourself. The Mu couple has long desired for me to settle in the capital city. Now I must head to the port city. Mu Jixia dares not take on the responsibility. I possess an unwavering confidence within me. Upon answering, I shall promptly terminate the call and head directly towards the airport. Although there is still a month until graduation, I have already completed all matters related to the finance department. Now, I merely await the graduation ceremony and the receipt of my diploma. The entire month has been languid for me. Instead of remaining idle, I might as well venture to the harbor city to experience a change of scenery. As for dry clothes and luggage, I can purchase them upon arrival. I sent a message to Uncle Zhao, asking him to arrange for someone to drive back to the villa, while also conveying the whereabouts of Seven. After that, I casually took Seven's phone and boarded the plane with ease. It was only at this moment that Lu Ruyan, feeling the heat, arrived at the CF. Throughout my journey, I seldom thought of her. Even when she occasionally crossed my mind, I swiftly dismissed her from my thoughts. Just as I settled into my seat on the plane, Lu Ruyan had just left the hospital after ensuring Baichuan was comfortable. She had not anticipated that the news awaiting her was my announcement of being single. With a mix of disbelief, she opened my social media, only to find a solitary horizontal line. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Did I block her or delete her? This fleeting thought caused her heart to race, nearly stopping it. She frantically dialed my number, yet the cold, mechanical voice echoed repeatedly. "The number you have dialed is not reachable." Lu Ruyan found herself at a loss, uncertain of her emotional state at that moment. It felt as if the world had turned upside down the instant she failed to connect with the collective procurement. Before her, there was nothing but a void of beauty, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of panic gripping her heart. Clinging to her last shred of hope, she hurried to the address I had sent her, scanning her surroundings in search of me. Yet, there was nothing to be found. The ebb and flow of people. This EAF was specially opened for me by Lu Ruyan. It is also our most frequented rendezvous spot. She gazed upon this familiar place before her, as if every table held the echoes of our conversations, the silhouettes of our laughter. Yet, all of this has vanished. Lu Ruyan sought out a member of the staff, attempting to maintain her composure as she inquired, "Where's it go?" The staff responded promptly and efficiently. Mr. Mu sat here for 2 hours before departing without acquiring anything. Lu Ruyan felt a pang in her heart and inquired once more about when I would depart. I pondered for a moment. The staff furrows their brow in recollection, estimating that it was around 10 o'clock. At 10:30, Lu Ruyan lowered her gaze to her phone. Mu Ge had sent her a message at 9:30, indicating that he had waited for her for an hour after his arrival. What could possibly occupy Mu Ge's thoughts during that hour? What immense resolution must he possess? He didn't attempt to contact her again when she was an hour late, though reluctant to admit it. In this moment, Lu Ruoyan's self-assuredness shattered into fragments. She finally began to comprehend that Mu Ge was genuinely upset. Over the years they had spent together, despite Mu Ge's pride, he always addressed matters face to face. He had never gone radio silent before. Might he truly be considering distancing himself from her? A sharp pain gripped her heart. The moment this thought emerged, it began to twist her heart with anguish. Her eye sockets ached, and her hands trembled involuntarily. Lu Ruoyan returned to the car, like a mere shell of her former self, unsteadily dialing my number again and again. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the phone of the passenger seat vibrated, likely a call from Baichuan failing to reach her primary phone, resulting in the attempt on her backup device. However, Lu Ruyan had no inclination to answer the call. She gazed vacantly at the dimly lit parking lot, her heart ensnared by an invisible hand that twisted mercilessly. Though sorrow enveloped her, her mind remained a blank slate. Lu Ruyan yearned to drive to my home to seek my company, yet she discovered that her hands gripping the steering wheel trembled with a hint of trepidation. It turned out that her affection for Mu Ge surpassed even her own realizations. Lu Ruyan was momentarily lost in thought when a call from Tang Yu suddenly came through. Lu Ruyan quickly answered, and the first words she heard were, "Help me." On the other end of the line, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then let out a sigh. "Where are you?" In the 7th position, Lu Ruyan seemed to have found an outlet for her pent-up emotions, softly murmuring her pain. "I can no longer reach Ge. I am at a loss as to how this could have happened. He must be struggling greatly, hence his reluctance to engage with me." Tang Yu hurried towards Lu Ruyan, a cold smile playing on her lips. "You must be aware," she remarked, "yet your greed blinds you. What faults does he possess that justify such treachery against him? Were it not for the bond forged from our childhood together, I would have relished the opportunity to trample upon you solely based on your actions." Tang Yu could not comprehend why Lu Ruoyan chose to leave. In terms of appearance, although Mug and Baichuan are not of the same handsome type, he is certainly not inferior to him. On the subject of lineage, in recent years, although the Mu family may not be the most powerful, it has experienced commendable growth. The Baichuan family is in no position to compare with us. Although Baichuan is an academic achiever, no amount of effort can compare him to someone like me, who consistently ranks among the top 3 in competitions. Thus, what precisely led Lu Ruyan to betray Mu Ge? After much contemplation, Tang Yu could only arrive at the conclusion that Lu Ruyan had erred. Although the words were harsh, Lu Ruyan chose not to retort. Instead, she bowed her head in introspection, pondering the reasons behind her actions that had betrayed Mu Ge. She contemplated when it all began. Even those who appear most radiant in the eyes of the world harbor a uniqueness within their hearts. No matter where one might be, as long as I am present, their inner brilliance shines solely upon me. The dawn breaks with a faint light. The torrential rain of midsummer. The sweltering autumn heat. Frigid and arid winter. Even in the deep of night, when the moon hangs high in the sky. As long as one has a need, the pastoral song will undoubtedly manifest itself beside them without hesitation. Who could have imagined that Mu Ge, such a young master, could cook so exquisitely? Lu Ruyan is aware that Mu Ge not only possesses culinary skills, but also knows how to prepare every dish that she delights in. In the passage of time, the pastoral song, once sharp and revealing before others, has lost all its edges in her presence. When the completely different Bai Chuan appeared, Lu Ruyan began to waver. Bai Chuan appears gentle, yet possesses a temperament that is quite formidable. Even after being gently rebuffed multiple times, they still resort to coaxing during moments of vulnerability, repeatedly seeking her acknowledgement. Even a mere morsel of attention can bring satisfaction akin to that of a child savoring a piece of candy. A pastoral song devoid of any profound sentiment, where countless rivers find solace in their untroubled flow. Unbeknownst to her, this newfound sense of achievement rendered her no longer averse to Bai Er's presence. She became restless and began to weave lies, gradually investing her time in Bai Chuan. What has the pastoral song aired in? It is merely that it is before her. A mere 7 missteps. Lu Ruyan had never been so acutely aware of her own baseness and embarrassment. She slumped helplessly in the driver's seat, scarcely daring to confront the reflection of her own countenance. Upon arrival, Tang Yu beheld Lu Ru, seated motionless, her demeanor vacant and infused with a faint scent of alcohol. Tang Yu furrowed her brow, instinctively shielding her nose in distaste. Then he questioned, "Do not tell me you intend to meet the shepherd in those soiled garments?" Hearing Tang Yu's voice, Lu Ruyan instinctively shifted her gaze, momentarily lost in thought. With a bittersweet tug at the corners of her mouth, she resolved to gather herself before seeking him out once more. Seeing her in such a state, Tang Yu could not bring herself to say anything. She took the person to a nearby shop, allowing her to change into a fresh outfit and wash her face. Then they set off towards my home, a journey of 11 blocks. However, the two waited at the entrance of the pastoral residence for half an hour, yet no one ever answered the door. Lu Ruyan, with delicate nerves, meticulously employed her fingerprint to unlock the door. Lu Ruyan delicately placed her finger on the fingerprint scanner, only to be met with an immediate notification of recognition failure. Lu Ruyan felt a heaviness in her heart. Just as she contemplated attempting once more, a voice emerged from behind her, calling out, "Miss Lu." The two individuals promptly turned around to see Uncle Zhao gathering his belongings. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, cautiously regarding Uncle Zhao. "I have come in search of a Ge." Uncle Zhao replied softly, "The gentleman has gone on a trip and is not at home during this period. I am unaware of when he shall return. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey abroad for a while. Henceforth, you need not return to this place." I did not disclose to Uncle Zhao what transpired between Lu Ruyan and myself. However, my decisive nature clearly indicates that the transgressions committed by Lu Ruyan are utterly unforgivable. In that case, even if Uncle Zhao once held a fondness for the child Lu Ruyan, he would not contravene my wishes to speak on her behalf. Upon hearing Uncle Zhao's words, he was about to enter the house. Lu Ruyan hurriedly stopped him, her heart heavy with emotion as she pleaded, "Could you possibly make a phone call to a Ge for me? There are matters I wish to discuss with him. I implore you." Uncle Zhao observed her sorrowful expression and, with a resigned shake of his head, remarked, "I cannot assist you. If I were to anger the gentleman, the Mu family would dismiss me." Although Uncle Zhao was reluctant to interfere in my affairs with Lu Ruyan, he could not help but speak up. Chapter 6. Arrival at Port City. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The time is exactly 16:20, and our aircraft is about to land at Port City International Airport. The ground temperature in Port City is as the plane touched down. The announcement echoed through the cabin in Mandarin, Cantonese, and English, played twice. Wen Jiu stretched her stiff back from the prolonged seating, donned her sunglasses, and exited the aircraft. Upon disembarking, she was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere distinctly different from that of the capital. The breeze carried a hint of the sea. Politely declining the flight attendant's offer for assistance, Wen Jiu made her way towards the exit alone. The aircraft had been bustling with passengers, and although she did not take the VIP passage, the crowd in the corridor did not bother her. At times, such lively surroundings could be quite comforting. However, as she walked, the crowd ahead suddenly erupted into commotion, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the tranquility. Startled, Wen Jiu adjusted her sunglasses and furrowed her brow as she looked ahead. There, a young woman in her 20s clasped her chest, her eyes brimming with tears and panic. Opposite her stood a man in a well-tailored suit, appearing to be in his 30s, holding a briefcase, exuding an air of composure. Noticing the attention directed towards him, the man remained unperturbed, calmly smirking as he explained. "I apologize. Amidst this throng, I accidentally brushed against this miss. I did not anticipate such an exaggerated reaction. My apologies for the disturbance." He emphasized the word miss, drawing curious glances from the bystanders. Yet, observing the man as seemingly courteous demeanor, passers-by did not dwell on the incident, assuming it was indeed an accident. However, the distressed girl spoke up. "This is not the first time he has touched me. He deliberately made physical contact with me on the plane. He is a pervert." Though shaken, she endeavored to articulate her thoughts coherently. To her astonishment, the previously polite man burst into a mocking laugh upon hearing her words. "Young lady, some statements ought not to be made recklessly. What kind of woman do you believe I am unaccustomed to?" With your appearance, his lewd gaze roamed over her, finally resting on her flushed face. "Am I truly the one with ulterior motives, or are you deliberately seeking my attention? On the plane, you subtly solicited my contact information, which I declined. I never expected you, appearing so innocent, would resort to such retaliation. The world has truly become depraved. One cannot judge a book by its cover." The last sentence was delivered in Cantonese, yet the audience, influenced by short videos, could grasp its meaning. Shun could hardly believe she encountered such a shameless individual. It was evident that he had been the one persistently flirting with her on the plane. Initially, she had responded politely but ceased her engagement upon realizing his intentions. Who knew that after the plane took off, this man repeatedly took advantage of his feigned slumber to lean against her. Shun endured it once or twice, not wishing to stir up trouble, but eventually decided to request a seat change from the flight attendant. However, she did not anticipate that, even after disembarking, this man would continue to harass her. Not only did he deliberately grope her breast amidst the crowded throng, but he also uttered disparaging remarks about her character. Although Shun was reluctant to cause a scene, she was not one to shy away from confrontation. With a choked voice, she retorted, "It is you who has taken advantage of me. The flight attendants can attest to the fact that I changed my seat after being harassed by you. How can you be so shameless?" Despite her fervent rebuttal, her eyes were red and swollen like a rabbit's, and her voice, laced with a soft, pitiful tremor, lacked any real intimidation. Wen Jiu took a photograph with his phone and sent it to the staff member who had offered to escort him earlier, then approached the two in confrontation, lightly shaking his wrist as he walked. "Young lady, one may indulge in a variety of foods, but one should never speak carelessly." The man, emboldened by his impunity, felt secure in the knowledge that no one could provide evidence against him, especially with the onlookers seemingly uninterested in defending the young woman. "How about this? If you truly wish to exchange contact information, I shall grant you that opportunity. However, a woman like you, who seeks to climb the social ladder by latching onto a successful man, is not someone I could ever be fond of. I advise you to pursue a more righteous path." Suddenly, a powerful voice interrupted the man's tirade. "You, a tadpole, are adorned with the markings of a frog. Are you flaunting your insignificance?" Wen Jiu emerged from the crowd, standing before the tearful girl. The man squinted in displeasure at the unexpected interruption, but upon realizing that his opponent was merely a young girl, he relaxed somewhat. "Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in this matter." Wen Jiu removed his sunglasses and handed them back to her. Shun instinctively accepted them with both hands, unsure of why. Without turning back, Wen Jiu scrutinized the man with a disdainful glare, echoing the same judgmental gaze he had cast upon Shun earlier, before scoffing. "Old man, if you have the urge to relieve yourself, take a look in the mirror. With your unattractive demeanor, even a blind girl passing by would be haunted by nightmares for 3 days. What makes you think you could attract anyone's attention? You ought to consider whether you are worthy." "How can I not be?" the man quickly countered, taken aback by the girl's fierce retort. "I am dressed in designer labels. Isn't it normal for her to entice me with her attire? Today's girls are so materialistic. Is her outfit an invitation for you? By that logic, are the dogs on the street, leaving their droppings, doing so to whet your appetite?" The man's face contorted in disgust at Wen Jiu's words. yet he found himself unable to refute her logic effectively. The onlookers, who had previously been mere spectators, now regarded him with mocking expressions. For Wen Jiu's remark was strikingly vivid. Under the scrutinizing gaze of others, he instinctively recoiled, yet he refused to concede defeat. With a fierce glare directed at Wen Jiu, he sneered, "Little girl, this is the port city, not the mainland. I advise you to be cautious and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Or else." The implication of his threat was unmistakable. However, Wen Jiu paid no heed to his words. She huffed dismissively, "Or else what? I'm waiting right here. You can either kill me now or apologize and leave." Her provocation and demeanor incited the man's fury. He was all too aware that even if the situation escalated, no one would dare confront him. He unleashed a string of curses, exclaiming, "I curse your mother! You meddlesome wretch! Aren't you all cut from the same cloth? What makes you think you're any better?" As he spoke, his mouth spewed forth a barrage of vile insults. He even raised a finger, gesturing menacingly towards Wen Jiu's forehead, taunting, "What will you do if I refuse to apologize? Go ahead, strike me down." Wen Jiu's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Initially intent on avoiding physical confrontation, she abruptly lifted her foot. With a piercing scream, the man's foul language was silenced. She let out a cold snort, but had no intention of stopping there. She approached him from behind and delivered a kick to the back of his knee. With a resounding thud, his knee struck the ground, eliciting another cry of agony. You wretched woman." The man, drenched in sweat from the pain, felt an overwhelming urge to collapse and writhe on the ground. How dare this woman truly lay hands on him? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he attempted to rise, but just then, airport security personnel, alerted to the commotion, arrived and swiftly surrounded them. "Sir, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 7. She needs not. Upon witnessing the arriving security personnel, Shun Chun's anxious heart remained suspended. She anxiously tugged at Wen Jiu's sleeve. "Thank you, but I can handle the ensuing matters myself. After all, it was I who initiated the altercation. You may leave now." With that, Shun Chun returned the sunglasses to Wen Jiu. It was at this moment that Shun Chun realized the beautiful girl before her had removed her sunglasses, perhaps to facilitate her ability to strike effectively, and she found herself in utmost admiration of her. As someone prone to emotional outbursts, Shun Chun was unable to restrain her tears whenever her emotions surged, regardless of time or place. Thus, she held a deep admiration for Wen Jiu, who could calmly berate others without leaving them unscathed. Yet, it was merely admiration. Wen Jiu was acting heroically, and Shun Chun had no intention of dragging her into her troubles, fearing that it might hinder Wen Jiu's important affairs, which would only burden her with guilt. Meanwhile, not far away in the VIP lounge, several pairs of eyes observed the unfolding situation. A young man with striking wine-red hair closed his mouth, which had fallen agape in astonishment, and remarked in fluent Cantonese to those beside him, "That girl has quite the sharp tongue." Indeed, her words were formidable, yet trouble awaited them ahead. Another young man, seated on the sofa, glanced at Wen Jiu, then nodded in agreement. Engaging in a confrontation at the airport in Hong Kong was neither trivial nor insignificant. If the man who had been struck persisted in his grievances, it was likely he would find himself spending several days in custody. Jiang Yan, the boy with the wine-red hair, turned to the man seated alone at the center of the sofa, grinning in a somewhat juvenile manner. "Are you going to swoop in to save the damsel?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yanci's slender, clear eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement before he shook his head. "She needs no saving." "Huh?" Chi-Chin furrowed his brow, intending to voice further inquiry, when he noticed the girl making a phone call. Subsequently, the head of the security personnel picked up a walkie-talkie and communicated something before respectfully gesturing for the girl to proceed. After Wen Jiu and her companions departed, they dragged away the man who had been kneeling in pain, unable to rise. Jiang Yan. Chi-Chin could not conceal his surprise. How did Yin know that the striking girl would come in no harm? Ning Wang cast a sidelong glance at Chi-Chin's foolish expression, contemplating before replying. That girl was escorted off the plane by the staff. From our vantage point, we could clearly see her disembark. The staff's attentiveness signifies that she is not only wealthy, but likely possesses another significant identity. However, their failure to recognize such a prominent figure arriving in Hong Kong was perplexing. Ning Wang inquired of Jiang Yanci. Yango, should we send someone to investigate? Upon addressing serious matters, Ning Wang's tone grew earnest. Jiang Yanci shook his head. There is no need. Since we were unaware beforehand, she may simply be here for leisure. If we probe further, we risk offending her. Thus, it was deemed unnecessary. As time drew near, Qin and the others made their way toward the boarding gate. Outside the airport, Wen Jiu helplessly regarded the girl trailing closely beside her. Is there something else you need? Shen Chun shook her head, and upon noticing Wen Jiu's frown, promptly nodded, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration and adoration. May I treat you to a meal? Certainly. As Wen Jiu felt a pang of hunger, she noticed that the accent of the person before her was not that of a local from the harbor city, prompting her to inquire, Are you familiar with the harbor city? Shen Chun replied, Somewhat. I study here and have visited quite a few places. I see, Wen Jiu said, feeling relieved. Let's find a place to eat. I'm quite hungry. All right, I'll hail a cab right away. Shen Chun eagerly nodded. Approaching the roadside, she introduced herself. My surname is Shen Chun, with Chun meaning profound. Wen Jiu nodded in response. Hello, I'm Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu. It was indeed rare for a girl to have a name containing the character for wine, yet it felt quite enchanting. She smiled. You are quite impressive. I've never won an argument in my life, always on the verge of tears. Thankfully, you're here today. What a coincidence, Wen Jiu replied with a smirk. I've never lost an argument. Wen Jiu had a fiery temperament since childhood, and although she had mellowed over the years, she remained far from submissive. Shen Chun's admiration deepened, and she asked, Are you still studying? Wen Jiu answered, I graduate from university in June. Then you're a bit older than I am. Shen Chun chuckled, and when the taxi came to a halt, she opened the door for Wen Jiu, saying, After you, Sister Wen Jiu. Thank you, Wen Jiu replied. Shen Chun's demeanor was not unappealing to Wen Jiu, and given that she had just assisted her, she felt a bit more patient. Inside the car, Shen Chun took the initiative to add Wen Jiu's contact information. Noticing the numerous incoming calls on Wen Jiu's phone, which she chose to ignore, Shen Chun felt curious but refrained from asking anything. Instead, she engaged Wen Jiu in conversation about the intriguing aspects of the harbor city. As they discussed their interests, Shen Chun became animated. Sister Wen Jiu, aside from watching the sunset at the harbor, you absolutely must visit the stone-paved street. It's a favorite spot among locals, brimming with countless eateries, bars, and entertainment options, especially the bar at the end of the street, which is teeming with handsome men. Wen Jiu listened intently to Shen Chun's enthusiastic description, mentally noting the places that piqued her interest, occasionally chiming in with agreement. The driver in the front seat would also interject with a comment now and then. Outside, the sun was setting, casting a warm, golden light that enveloped them in a gentle warmth. After they exited the vehicle and entered the dining establishment, Shen Chun looked around before lowering her voice to say to Wen Jiu, In the harbor city, Sister Wen Jiu, you only need to be mindful of one thing. Her tone was serious, which piqued Wen Jiu's curiosity further. What is it? She asked. Whenever you're out and about, if you encounter wealthy individuals with the surname Jiang, it's best to avoid provoking them. Shen Chun had discerned that Wen Jiu's background was not ordinary. Yet even the mightiest dragon must respect the local serpents. Discretion was paramount. The surname Jiang often represented the prominent Jiang family, the true owners of the Shijing group, which currently dominated the harbor city. Although Wen Jiu was not well versed in the affairs of the harbor city, she understood this much. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll be cautious. Upon hearing this, Shen Chun felt reassured. The two enjoyed a delightful meal together, and as Shen Chun hurried to settle the bill, she bid farewell to Wen Jiu. Mindful of the approaching curfew at the school, bathed in the glow of retro neon streets, Wen Jiu stood amidst the bustling atmosphere, feeling a shiver as a cool breeze swept through the alley. At the end of April in the harbor city, the temperature difference between day and night remained quite pronounced. Clad in a long-sleeved, thin t-shirt, Wen Jiu was instantly invigorated by the gust of wind. After scanning the vicinity for a suitable hotel and finding none, she reluctantly hailed a taxi to take her to her destination. By the time she completed her check-in at the hotel, the clock had struck 8 in the evening. Glancing at her phone, which was rapidly draining due to incessant notifications, Wen Jiu grimaced in annoyance before plugging it into charge and returning a call to Wen Sheng. Given the late hour abroad, she was uncertain if Wen Sheng and the others had retired for the night. As the call connected, a refined and resonant voice emerged on the other end. Jiu, have you arrived? Chapter 8. Memories prior to boarding the flight to Hong Kong. Wen Jiu had informed the Wen Sheng couple about the trip, so they were well aware of her plans. Flopping onto the bed in her hotel room, Wen Jiu sighed. Dad, I'm so tired. I miss you and Mom. Wen Sheng, embracing his wife with a weary face that bore no trace of irritation from being disturbed during rest, only displayed concern for their beloved daughter. If your mother and I delegate our affairs, we can return to accompany you tomorrow. How does that sound? Although Wen Jiu had grown up amidst the affection of the Wen family, she possessed an independent and resilient spirit. It was rare for her to openly express her vulnerability unless she felt truly wronged. Mom thinks it's a splendid idea, Muon agreed. And after planting a gentle kiss through the phone, she coaxed softly, Darling, if there is anything you wish to discuss, you can always tell us. With us by your side, no one can harm you, understand? Your father and I work so hard to provide you with support, so cast aside your worries. As long as you abide by the law, you can pursue whatever you desire and engage with whomever you wish. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to date as well. Wen Sheng added, albeit meekly, your father will support you for a lifetime. Had it not been for the good reputation of Jian Yu's father in the capital, Wen Sheng would have never consented to the relationship between Wen Jiu and Jian Yu. After all, Jian Yu's father was devoted to his wife. Unfortunately, Jian Yu had failed to inherit even a fraction of his father's loyalty. Although they had not directly inquired about the happenings back home, it was evident from their subtle remarks that Wen Sheng and Mu Wan were already aware of Jian Yu's infidelity. Nevertheless, Wen Jiu chose not to elaborate, casually responding, I will still date. I won't let a single snake bite make me fear the ropes for a decade. Moreover, with so many handsome men in the world, it was impossible for her to remain entirely indifferent. In the past, she had remained unmoved by suitors because of her feelings for Jian Yu, as she was his girlfriend. Now, with that identity stripped away, it would be foolish for Wen Jiu not to relish her singlehood, whether deemed heartless or carefree. Her sole desire was to pursue her own happiness. You're absolutely right, darling, Muon concurred. With your qualities, you have no shortage of excellent men. Wen Jiu nodded like a chick pecking at grains, engaging in a leisurely conversation with her parents until she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Listening to the gradually rhythmic breathing from the other end of the line, Wen Sheng quietly turned off the microphone and gently kissed Mu Wan on the forehead. Let us not keep the call going tonight. We'll wait for Jiu to hang up when she wakes. Mu Wan, who had been frowning since learning of Jian Yu's betrayal, finally relaxed a bit upon receiving Wen Jiu's call. She lay down, pondering. I wish the transfer of assets to the country would proceed a bit faster. I want to be by her side sooner. The Wen family's enterprise was vast, and relocating it to the domestic sphere was no simple task. Although Wen Sheng had begun preparations for this matter long ago, since Wen Jiu returned to study, he had only managed to transfer nearly half of his holdings amidst various obstacles. Since Mu Wan has expressed herself in such a manner, it seems that a firmer approach is now required. Wen Sheng is not intimidated by the prospect of confronting those obstacles. After all, Wen Xingyu's faction is meant to remain overseas. With him present, even if discontent brews among the others, it will not escalate significantly. A fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness passed through Wen Sheng's profound gaze. Yet as he lowered his eyes to his childhood sweetheart, his wife, that intensity gradually softened. Sleep now. Mu Wan nestled comfortably in Wen Sheng's embrace and slowly drifted into slumber. The following day, Wen Jiu awoke naturally, her senses hazy as she reached for her phone. A warmth enveloped her heart upon discovering the call still connected. Mama, Papa. She has always addressed them in the most comfortable manner possible. Hearing her still hoarse voice, Wen Sheng, who was already busy in the office, signaled for everyone to step out while softening his tone. My dear, are you awake? Wen Jiu rose from her bed, drew the curtains aside, and gazed at the waves dancing upon the sea, stirred by the wind. Pushing open the glass door, she stretched languidly. Are you at the office? Wen Jiu had slept until nearly noon, and at this hour in another country, Wen Sheng should be occupied at work. Yes. Your mother went to pick out some jewelry for you. Someone will bring it to you soon. So, Would you like it delivered to Jing City or Hong City? Hong City, please. I've informed my brother that I will be staying there for the time being. All right. Just send me your address when you can, and I will have someone bring it to you. Good. Wen Jiu wrinkled her nose in distaste as she caught a whiff of her own attire. I need to take a shower. I accidentally fell asleep last night without changing my clothes. I feel like I might smell. All right, just keep your phone off silent. If anything comes up, call home. We will always love you. Wen Xing never hesitated to express his affection for his sole treasure. Okay. Wen Jiu smiled and exaggeratedly kissed her phone several times. Mwah. Thank you, Dad. I'm hanging up now, bye-bye. After ending the call, she noticed another number attempting to reach her and frowned. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Wen Jiu instinctively recognized who was calling. With a tap of her finger on the screen, the call connected just as Jiang Yan, on the other end, presumed she would not answer. Gazing at the call interface, Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Jiu. His throat felt parched as he struggled to find the right words, daring only to call her name softly. Less than a day had passed, and already Jiang Yan's chin was covered in stubble, his eyes reddened and shadowed, his entire demeanor resembling that of a specter drained of vitality. Yet Wen Jiu remained oblivious to his condition, and even if she were to notice, it would not concern her. She let out a light scoff. Aren't you tired, young Master Jian? With 99 missed calls, Wen Jiu thought that if not for the quality of her phone, it might have malfunctioned from the overload. Where are you? I will come find you. Can we discuss everything face to face? Jiang Yan endeavored to disregard the chill in Wen Jiu's words, cautiously attempting to appease her. Such a tone reminded Wen Jiu of the time she was hospitalized after carrying Jiang Yan out of the fire, her arms severely burned. Feeling that her injured skin was too unsightly and unable to bathe, the beauty-conscious Wen Jiu could hardly bear the thought of appearing before others in such a state. Consequently, she repeatedly turned Jiang Yan away when he came to visit. During that period, Jiang Yan would stand at the door of her hospital room, speaking to her in a gentle tone. He sent her photos of the graduation ceremony she had missed, sharing with her, through the door of the hospital, the events she had been absent from. Whenever he recounted something amusing, their laughter would echo simultaneously in the ward and the corridor. Wen Jiu was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Once her inner discomfort was soothed, she took the initiative to open the door and see Jiang Yan. What was Jiang Yan's reaction at that moment? Chapter 9. Do not render me a death sentence, as Wen Jiu reminisced, the image of the boy's face, once radiant with laughter, abruptly transformed into one of shock upon noticing the bandages encircling his arm and back. The moment he beheld the faintly reddish fluid seeping from the bandages, the once imperious school bully's eyes brimmed with tears without warning. His emotions surged, causing his lips to tremble. Several times he raised his hand to reach out to Wen Jiu, yet recoiled in fear of causing her pain. Why did you rush in? He lamented. Amidst such a fierce blaze, you dashed in without hesitation. His words were heavy with sorrow and guilt, and as he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. In contrast, Wen Jiu offered him a reassuring smile. Come on, we've been childhood friends. I couldn't just watch you perish, could I? At that moment, Wen Jiu herself was unaware of the immense courage and strength that propelled her into the inferno of the Jian family's home, carrying him to safety. Even as the falling curtains billowed towards them, she instinctively shifted Jiang Yan to the side. Consequently, the flames ignited the sleeve of her garment. Logically, she should have immediately discarded her clothing to protect herself. However, as the flames intensified, she feared that should she lay Jiang Yan down, she would lack the fortitude to lift him again. With scarcely a moment for contemplation, Wen Jiu chose to endure the searing pain in her arm and, in one breath, carried Jiang Yan out of the fire. The instant they escaped the conflagration, she relinquished Jiang Yan to the adults who had arrived and hastily stripped off her charred clothing. Yet the entirety of her arm, extending to her shoulder and neck, sustained grievous injuries. In contrast, Jiang Yan, clad in a sleeveless athletic t-shirt, suffered only a small burn on the arm that had rested upon Wen Jiu's shoulder. Even that minor injury proved excruciating enough to disturb his sleep throughout the night, thus intensifying his guilt and concern when he saw the severity of Wen Jiu's wounds. Time has passed, and the once vibrant and self-assured youth had undeniably changed. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, Wen Jiu sighed with an air of maturity. What do you wish to say? Shall you recount your flirtations with Lin Anlin? Will you wax poetic about the thrill of your illicit romance? Or perhaps you'll claim that even in your infidelity, I remain your dearest? As she uttered these words, a wave of nausea washed over her. Jiang Yu, your apologies mean nothing to me. It is not as it seems, Jiang Yu hastily clarified. Wen Jiu, nothing substantial occurred between Lin Anlin and me. At most, there was that embrace and nothing more. Choking back emotion, he implored, do not condemn me outright. Grant me a chance, will you? Since the moment he learned of the loss of Wen Jiu, Jiang Yu felt as though his world had been rendered void. A singular thought consumed him. The person he could not bear to lose was her. Only by finding Wen Jiu could everything around him regain its significance. Thus, he desperately reached out to her, only to be met with her dismissive retort, you mean nothing to me. Jiang Yu clenched his phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Countless words remained unspoken, as the only sound echoing in his ears was the mocking tone of the busy signal. He instinctively redialed, only to discover that Wen Jiu had blocked this number. Reluctantly, he switched to another phone to call. Wen Jiu furrowed her brows as she glanced at the phone ringing again, remembering her promise to Wen Sheng and the others. She refrained from turning her phone off. Activating flight mode, she purchased some clothes and shoes from a shopping platform in the port city, filled in the hotel address, and then retreated to the bathroom for a shower. An hour later, Wen Jiu emerged, adorned in a Klein blue camisole with an asymmetrical triangular hem and a back tie, paired with vintage blue flared jeans and complemented by black stiletto heels with red soles. Donning sunglasses, she exited the hotel. The first order of business upon leaving was to acquire a new SIM card at a service center. She promptly sent her new number to Wen Sheng and the others. Suspending the old card, with her spirits lifted, she sought a place to dine. As night fell, Wen Jiu, who had spent the afternoon lounging at the hotel post-lunch, stepped out into the fading sunlight. The slightly salty sea breeze added a touch of tranquility to the romantic ambience of the city. She took a taxi to the cobblestone street recommended by Shun Chun, leisurely strolling towards the end of the thoroughfare. The darkness had enveloped the sky completely. The lights on either side of the street shimmered in a vibrant display, a different kind of prosperity from Jing City. Standing at the entrance of a bar at the street's end, Wen Jiu tilted her head to take in the vintage door paved with blue stones, her gaze sweeping over the faade. She had once wondered why Shin-Chun hadn't mentioned the bar's name. It turned out that the establishment didn't even have a sign. Had it not been for Shun-Chun's introduction, she likely would have walked past without a second thought. Wen Jiu smirked slightly as she stepped inside the bar. Upon entering, she was greeted by an expansive hall that seemed to stretch endlessly before her. In stark contrast to the bar's simple vintage entrance, the interior boasted exquisite and luxurious decor, with the floors made of the finest white cloud marble. A magnificent cascading crystal chandelier in the center of the bar cast a soft glow, illuminating the entire hall and evoking a sense of comfort akin to being in a forest at dawn. The surrounding dark-patterned leather booths appeared casually arranged, yet were meticulously placed, creating an exquisite contrast between a sense of relaxation and subtle constraint. As Wen Jiu stood at the entrance, surveying her surroundings, she quickly became the center of attention. Stunning lady, someone at the bar whispered in a low voice. It was peak hour for patrons at the bar, and the influx of guests was significant. However, when her strikingly radiant face appeared at the entrance, the bustling staff at the bar momentarily turned their heads in unison. Her lazily cascading wavy hair framed her porcelain shoulders, and her sharply defined features, illuminated by the overhead light, held an undeniably captivating allure. Her curled lashes fluttered slightly, her gaze sweeping across the hall as if searching for something. In those fleeting seconds, someone approached her. "Hi, do you need any assistance?" Wen Jiu looked up at the man standing before her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Hello, I'm looking for the person in charge of this bar." The man pondered internally, muttering a curse under his breath. "Damn, she's not here for Yen, is she?" The other party spoke in Cantonese, and when Wen Jiu did not catch it clearly, she merely responded with an The local, chuckling, replied in Mandarin, "How many bar managers are there? Which one are you looking for?" "Any of them will do, as long as they can make a decision." Wen Jiu replied, "Oh, I see. The newcomer scrutinized Wen Jiu, noticing her composed demeanor and relaxed posture, in stark contrast to the anxious expressions of those who typically sought Jiang Yanci. It seemed this young lady was not here for Yen Ge. His previously disheartened spirit was instantly rekindled, and as he led the way, he inquired, "Are you visiting Hongshen?" Wen Jiu nodded, her gentle and sweet smile tinged with just the right amount of aloofness. "Yes." "How long do you plan to stay?" he continued, pondering that if her visit were prolonged, perhaps he could experience a poignant romance with this young lady. However, Wen Jiu did not intend to take the question seriously, simply stating, as fate would have it. In that case, the man elongated his words, pulling out his phone. "Could I have your contact information? If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out." Wen Jiu observed as he displayed a QR code, calmly switching to her secondary account to scan and add him. She then adeptly switched back to her primary account. Chapter 10. I fear her wrath. As she executed her actions in the presence of the man, his lips quivered slightly. Did this young lady perceive herself as blind? Yet, it was a question too impolite to voice, for it would reveal a lack of decorum on his part. Nevertheless, the man discerned that Wen Jiu's demeanor likely indicated her disinterest in him. Thus he led her to the bar and departed. Left behind, Wen Jiu harbored no objections. She flashed a smile at the bar staff, requesting, "I would like to speak with your manager, if you please." "Just a moment." The bartender, with a polite smile, did not question the appropriateness of her request, but promptly turned to find someone. A few minutes later, a flamboyant youth with striking red hair sauntered over, following the bartender toward Wen Jiu. At that moment, she idly toyed with a wine glass while seated on a rotating bar stool. Upon seeing the relaxed and alluring figure before him, Qin paused mid-yawn, his steps faltering momentarily, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. Could this be mere coincidence? However, as he took in Wen Jiu's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was uncanny. Leaning against the bar, he inquired, "What brings you here, lovely lady?" "I have reserved that booth by the coast." It was only after entering the bar that Wen Jiu realized the cobblestone street culminated at the coastline. Sitting in that particular spot would afford her a breathtaking view of the entire shoreline. Wen Jiu possessed a peculiar inclination. She relished seeking tranquility amidst chaos. Qin followed her gaze towards the western side of the bar and chuckled lazily. "You're being rather domineering. That section is the prime location in the bar, and you intend to monopolize it all alone. If it weren't for your captivating looks, I would have considered ejecting you." Wen Jiu cast him a sidelong glance, her fingers producing a card as if by magic. With a playful flick of her wrist, she teased, "Is it profitable?" Qin's eyes narrowed as he focused on the card in her hand, an amused grin spreading across his face. Indeed. He accepted the card and handed it to the attendant behind him, then asked Wen Jiu, "How many spots do you require?" "Within 10 meters, she replied. "Agreed." Qin responded decisively, signaling for the table to be cleared. Before long, someone arrived to escort Wen Jiu to a table by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Once seated, the attention of the bar's patrons once again converged upon her. The soft light illuminated her fair skin, dazzling onlookers. Yet, she seemed blissfully unaware of their gazes, leisurely admiring the scenery outside, as the sea breeze playfully tousled her hair, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. In an instant, the news of an exceptionally attractive woman gracing the bar spread through the port city like wildfire. "Qi, why did you acquiesce to her request? The bar is hardly in need of money." Qin shot a glance at him, recalling the scene of Wen Jiu reprimanding individuals at the airport, sending a shiver down his spine. With a hint of implication, he replied, "I fear her wrath." "Huh? What?" It was only after he had walked away that the bartender processed what Qin had just said. In Port City, who had the audacity to scold the illustrious Qi? Ignoring the opinions of the bar patrons, Qin swiftly entered the elevator and ascended to the second floor, then hurried into a private room where several familiar faces congregated. Unconcerned by the startled glances cast his way, he inquired mysteriously, "Can you guess who I encountered downstairs?" Startled by his sudden entrance, Ning Wang flung an apple from the table at him, irritably exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Why the theatrics?" Qin adeptly caught the apple, took a bite, and continued with a muffled voice, "Go on, take a guess. You absolutely won't figure it out. Not a chance." Ning Wang replied, unwilling to engage in such a trivial game. Reluctantly, Qin leaned towards Jiang Yanci, who was engrossed in his tablet. Brother Yin, what about you? Jiang Yanci did not even spare him a glance, curtly responding, get lost. Qin felt a pang of disappointment. Gritting his teeth, he took another bite of the apple and collapsed onto the sofa, sprawling out with a heavy sigh. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and noticing that neither of them acknowledged him, Qin muttered aloud, there's a stunning beauty lingering on the first floor that's certainly drawing in customers for the bar. His words failed to capture Jiang Yanci's attention, prompting Ning Wang to cast him an exasperated look. Speak up if you have something to say, or let it go. With a cold snort, Qin held back his frustration. Although he was troubled by the situation, he refrained from venting. Thus, he suppressed the urge to share his tantalizing discovery and rested back on the sofa. The trio had returned to the harbor city overnight and had scarcely rested before diving back into their busy lives. Initially, he had chosen to follow Jiang Yanci to indulge in a leisurely lifestyle, yet surprisingly, life had become more demanding than before. After a languid yawn, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The room fell silent once more until Ning Wang roused him roughly half an hour later. Time to head downstairs and grab something to eat. Groggily, Qin followed the two out, still stifling yawns. Just as they exited the private room, he suddenly snapped to attention, intending to speak when he noticed Jiang Yanci standing before him, one hand in his pocket, his gaze fixed intently downstairs. There was a flicker of contemplation in his eyes, leaving Qin curious. Realizing where Jiang's attention lay, he smacked his forehead. Brother Yin, I forgot to mention that area is all taken up by that girl. The bar counter where they often dined was within a mere 10 meters of her. Ning Wang raised an eyebrow. So your mysterious demeanor was all about that girl? Indeed. Qin beamed, his eyes crinkling with delight. She looks even more stunning today than yesterday. Ning Wang let out a derisive laugh. She is indeed beautiful. Currently, a third of the patrons in the lobby are queuing up in front of her, while those who aren't queued seem equally captivated by her presence. Even a number of girls had come over to join the excitement. She welcomed all, provided they queued up and possessed good looks. Anyone could sit opposite her and engage in a game. The winners could exchange contact information, while the losers would have to remove their shirts and run a lap along the coastline. In the brief moment they stood there, two more men dashed out, shirts discarded. Suddenly, the coastline was filled with men flaunting their physiques. Upon realizing what was transpiring, Qin exaggeratedly covered his eyes, exclaiming, this girl certainly knows how to have fun. His words were purely complimentary. Ning Wang chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanci, with an indifferent expression, averted his gaze and strode towards the elevator. For some inexplicable reason, Qin felt a chill. He deliberately bumped into Ning Wang, asking, don't you feel something is amiss? Ning Wang distanced himself, retorting, you're the one who's not right in the head. If they can sell their dining spots, they might as well donate their brains. Jiang Yanci despised the scent of food in private rooms, which was why they opted to dine on the first floor. Don't be angry. Qin clearly understood the reason for Ning Wang's irritation and quickly followed, pleading, I'll go negotiate with her for a table for us. Get lost. Ning Wang dismissed the foolish boy, unwilling to engage further. Chapter 11. He does not wish to play with me. Qin remained unfazed by Ning Wang's indifference. Upon reaching the ground floor, he hastened towards Wen Jiu. Beautiful lady, he greeted, settling himself at the table opposite her. Today, drinks are complimentary. May we borrow a table for our meal? Wen Jiu's slender fingers caressed the smooth surface of the dice cup. Her cunning and affectionate phoenix, eyes curving like a pool brimming with clear spring water. Upon hearing Qin's request, she nonchalantly nodded, help yourself. A mere meal held little consequence for her. With the desired response secured, Qin promptly beckoned Jiang Yanci and Ning Wang from the booth adjacent to Wen Jiu's. What a disgrace. Ning Wang muttered under his breath, his voice laced with disdain. After all, he is the owner of this establishment, yet he has to borrow space from the patrons just to dine. This is all the folly of that foolish Qin. In contrast, Jiang Yanci appeared wholly unaffected. He diverted his gaze from Wen Jiu's direction and leisurely made his way to sit beside Qin. During the brief interlude, while awaiting their meal, Jiqin lounged on the sofa closer to Wen Jiu, observing her engage with the patrons eager to challenge her in dice. As moments ticked by, the number of challengers dwindled before Wen Jiu, yet she only occasionally conceded a loss, exchanging contact details with those who managed to win, while enjoying a streak of victories. After the man seated across from her rolled a 1-1-2, a confident smile graced his face as he gazed at Wen Jiu, convinced of his impending triumph. This round hinged on whose score would be lower, and he could hardly believe that this woman possessed such extraordinary luck. However, his smile faltered upon witnessing Wen Jiu leisurely lift the dice cup to reveal 3 ones. In disbelief, he retorted, "In this place, the most skilled at dice are not us." Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. "So, if you can defeat him," he asserted, "I will concede to you." "Concede to me?" Wen Jiu shot him a glance, her impatience palpable. "Strip, and then you may leave." What was merely a pastime for her was met with his futile attempts at provocation. The onlookers erupted into laughter, mocking his lack of awareness. The man, stifled by his pride, continued, "Surely you noticed those few who just exited the elevator?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. She had indeed observed them. Their striking appearances had caused quite a stir upon their entrance, and to claim ignorance would be disingenuous. Noticing her acknowledgement, the man grinned with ill intent. "The one in the middle possesses unparalleled dice-rolling skills in this establishment. If you can best him, I shall wholeheartedly acknowledge your superiority." Wen Jiu scoffed lightly, "I care not for your approval." The man, taken aback by her dismissive demeanor, opened his mouth to retort, but Wen Jiu interjected, "Next." Seeing that Wen Jiu was not swayed, the man clenched his fists, seething with indignation. Yet, the next challenger promptly pulled him aside, taking his place before Wen Jiu for the subsequent round. Coincidentally, this newcomer bore an identity that the man dared not provoke, leaving him with no choice but to depart in frustration. Another few rounds passed, and Wen Jiu, feeling utterly bored, tossed the dice onto the table. "I'm done playing." The diverse physiques of the individuals around her were nothing extraordinary after prolonged observation. "Don't go. We haven't even started." Her abrupt declaration drew discontent from those waiting in line behind her. Yet, Wen Jiu paid them no heed, rising to leave. "Are you leaving?" Jiqin, taken aback by her movement, quickly added, "You might want to consider that guy's suggestion. My brother Yan Go is quite skilled at rolling dice." He was still captivated by the girl's beauty and was reluctant to see her depart. Wen Jiu slowed her exit, casting a sidelong glance at the man engrossed in his phone. Truth be told, he was the most aesthetically pleasing individual she had encountered among all the men. At that moment, the bar's dim, ambient lighting cascaded softly, illuminating the man's downturned, curled eyelashes that cast delicate shadows upon his face. His prominent, sculpted nose exhibited a seamless elegance, and even his lips bore a naturally vibrant red hue, exuding a hint of allure. As if sensing her gaze, the man looked up. Their eyes met, and Wen Jiu silently sighed. So handsome, when he glanced downward, he radiated an air of cultured mystery that beckoned one closer, inviting exploration. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, the sharpness in his dark brows conveyed an undeniable edge, making it clear he was not to be trifled with. Wen Jiu smiled graciously at him before stepping forward. At that moment, as the music transitioned, the sound of her heels echoed crisply against the floor, aligning perfectly with the music's resurgence. Jiang Yanci set his phone aside, casually leaning back, his long legs bent, his inscrutable eyes fixed on Wen Jiu as she approached, unwavering until she stood before him. Amidst the cacophony of music, she inquired, "Care to play?" Jiang Yanci let out a light laugh, feigning ignorance. "Play what?" Wen Jiu furrowed her brow. "The dice." Did he truly not notice the commotion on her side? Perhaps so, considering he had been preoccupied with his phone. After pondering, she lost all interest. After all, it was only because he had glanced her way that she had approached him in the first place. Since he showed no interest, she decided against playing. With that thought, her enthusiasm waned, and she offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry for the interruption." With those words, Wen Jiu turned to leave. "Play." Jiang Yanci observed her retreating figure, an inexplicable tightness gripping his heart as the words slipped from his lips. Wen Jiu heard him, but chose to pretend she hadn't. However, Qin was unwilling to let her simply walk away and hurriedly rushed to block her path, exclaiming, "Play! Play! The girl, my brother Yin says to play." He nearly stumbled as he abruptly halted. And Wen Jiu couldn't help but be amused by the red tuft of hair bobbing atop his head. Her smile blossomed radiantly. "I won't play with him. How about with you instead?" "Huh." Qin was left dumbfounded. However, the sudden chill that enveloped him brought him back to reality, and he hastily shook his head, his words tumbling over one another. "I cannot. You should play with my brother Yan. He is quite remarkable." Though he uttered words of praise, his eyes betrayed a silent plea. Heaven knows it is a rare occurrence for Jiang Yanci to cast even a fleeting glance at a girl. Should he ruin this opportunity, the esteemed figures of the Jiang family would surely flay him alive. Though it was their first encounter, Wen Jiu quickly grasped the unspoken sentiment reflected in the red-haired boy's gaze. She furrowed her brows. He was not inclined to engage with her. This was the truth. "How could that be?" Qin interjected dismissively. "He is merely putting on airs, you understand?" Ning Wang, who absorbed every word with rapt attention, silently gave Qin a thumbs up from the corner. Unable to suppress her amusement, Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled as she turned back to Jiang Yanci, only to find him awkwardly stiff, his expression a strained facade attempting to mask his discomfort. This made her laughter erupt even more freely. Settling back in front of him, Wen Jiu shook the dice cup on the table. "How shall we play?" Chapter 12. Wait for my invitation with an expression devoid of any discernible abnormality. Jiang Yanci leaned slightly forward to converse with Wen Jiu. "Best of 3, as per your rules. The loser must remove their shirt and run a lap, while the victor gains your contact information." "Agreed," Wen Jiu responded readily. Yet, Jiang Yanci interjected, "The contact I wish to acquire is your primary one, not that lifeless number you use to dismiss others." Wen Jiu did not immediately acquiesce, countering with a question, "Large or small?" Jiang Yanci, not wishing to quibble, replied, "You decide." "Then small," Wen Jiu concluded, gesturing for him to proceed. Jiang Yanci, having no further objections, casually shook the dice cup on the table a couple of times before it came to a halt, then gracefully gestured to Wen Jiu to take her turn. Wen Jiu, familiar with the process, picked up the dice cup, giving it a few shakes before setting it down. Qin glanced around, noting the nonchalant demeanor of both players, their expressions strikingly calm, leaving him unable to ascertain who held the greater chance of victory. He decisively suggested, "Shall we reveal together?" Wen Jiu nodded, exchanging a glance with Jiang Yanci before they simultaneously lifted the dice cup. The onlookers leaned in with anticipation. Qin first examined the dice before Wen Jiu, exclaiming, "3 once again. Your skills are impressive." He had observed her for a while and noted her apparent ease in rolling identical numbers. However, upon receiving the compliment, Wen Jiu's face betrayed little joy. Her gaze fixated on the dice before Jiang Yanci, stacked in a manner that revealed only one red dot on top, indicating her imminent loss. Confident in her ability to handle defeat, Wen Jiu promptly displayed her QR code. "Go ahead, scan it." Yet, Jiang Yanci merely cast a tranquil glance and shook his head. "That's not what I wish to add." Wen Jiu's offering was not her usual green bubble, devoid of the account-switching process, and Jiang Yanci was perceptive enough to notice. Having been caught in the act, Wen Jiu remained unfazed, smiling at Jiang Yanci. "Then, teach me how to roll the dice." Noting her eager expression, Jiang Yanci was puzzled by her fascination with the game and inquired. Without hesitation, Wen Jiu replied, "It's cool." An odd silence ensued, and in the next moment, Jiang Yanci chuckled. When he smiled, the curve of his lips rose, and his clear eyes sparkled like spring blossoms swaying in a gentle breeze, an exceptionally captivating sight. Wen Jiu gazed at him for a moment before reluctantly diverting her gaze. Qin, astonished, remarked, "Your reason for learning to roll dice is the same as my brother Yan's." The art of rolling dice was not essential for either of them. It was a pastime embraced by their circle. Only Jiang Yanci had mastered the skill to an extraordinary degree, often summoned to maintain order in gatherings. Initially, he had devoted time to learning it for a single reason, because it looked impressive. Wen Jiu, her eyes gleaming, retrieved her familiar green bubble, awaiting Jiang Yanci to scan it. "Shall I leave a note?" Jiang Yanci inquired, seemingly casual. Thus, it can be considered an agreement to teach her. Wen Jiu, with the warmth of water, swiftly responded without waiting for her to inquire, sending her name directly, Jiang Yanci. Upon seeing these three characters, Wen Jiu's gaze momentarily faltered before returning to normal. Noticing that the two had exchanged contact information, Qin chimed in, saying, "I wish to add you as well. However, my dice skills are certainly not as impressive as yours. Perhaps you could enjoy complimentary meals here in the future?" He proposed. Wen Jiu, however, shook her head. "How about treating me to dinner instead?" Qin's personality suggested he was quite fond of food, and Wen Jiu felt no apprehension about following his lead. "It's a deal," Qin promptly added Wen Jiu, then continued with his self-introduction. "I am Qin. Nice to meet you." Wen Jiu smiled at him, nearly dazzling Qin with her radiant expression. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, "You are truly the most striking girl I have ever encountered, graceful, vibrant, and so captivating that it is impossible to look away." Qin's flattery was far from exaggerated, even though Wen Jiu's antics with the dice, involving clothing removal, might seem ostentatious. Upon seeing her, one would find it entirely forgivable. Her flamboyance evoked no feelings of disdain. Her arched brows and sparkling eyes rendered her actions wholly understandable and endearing. "Thank you. You're not so bad yourself," Wen Jiu replied sincerely. Although Qin's hairstyle was somewhat disheveled, his appearance was certainly appealing. Particularly, his large, round eyes, which seemed to contain a galaxy within their inky depths, radiated warmth and enthusiasm that easily fostered a sense of closeness. It was not just him, even the third individual among them, who had scarcely conversed with Wen Jiu, though bearing a hint of coldness in his demeanor, was undeniably handsome and possessed an admirable presence. "Are you visiting Hong Kong?" Qin inquired curiously. Given the influx of mainland tourists to Hong Kong in recent years, his question was hardly surprising. Wen Jiu pondered briefly before replying, "For now, yes." "How long will you stay?" Qin, clearly taken by her engaging personality, displayed enthusiasm. "Approximately a month," Wen Jiu stated, though she intended to let her mood dictate the duration of her stay. "That's quite a while," Qin muttered, then asked, "Where are you staying?" "Yuanzai." Before Qin could finish his statement, Jiang Yanci interjected with a warning tone. Realizing his question was somewhat intrusive, Qin quickly clarified, "My apologies. I merely wished to invite you out, with no ill intentions." "It's all right," Wen Jiu replied. Whether Qin had any ulterior motives was unclear to her, but she was unwilling to disclose her accommodation freely. She glanced at her phone. "If you need anything, just message me." "It's settled then. Remember to grant me some face when I invite you out," he said. "Sure," Wen Jiu nodded, checking the time before rising to say, "I must return to rest now. Until next time." "All right," Qin responded, but Jiang Yanci interjected, "Tomorrow, I will come to pick you up?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, questioning the necessity of his offer. Jiang Yanci retorted, "Isn't it about learning to roll the dice?" Wen Jiu chuckled lightly, realizing it was about this matter, and waved her hand, saying, "I'll arrange a meeting with you." With that, she strode away, indifferent to the reactions of those around her. This girl certainly possesses a spirited nature. Once she had walked far enough, Ning Wang finally voiced his thoughts. Noticing Jiang Yanci's contemplative expression, he inquired, "Are you interested?" Jiang Yanci rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. Having been busy without respite these past few days, he indeed had not rested well. "She holds no interest in me," he replied, his voice tinged with unmistakable fatigue. Ning Wang remained noncommittal, casting a sidelong glance at Qin. "It appears she shows more enthusiasm towards Qin than towards you." "What?" Qin, engrossed in scrolling through Wen Jiu's social media, widened his eyes in disbelief at the remark. How could that be? Yet, upon reflecting on the earlier scene, he chuckled. It seems to be the case after all. Wen Jiu certainly exhibited a more favorable demeanor towards him than towards Jiang Yanci. Scram! Jiang Yanci, unable to tolerate Qin's self-satisfied expression, delivered a light kick to his knee. Qin feigned severe injury, limping over to sit beside Jiang Yanci, and presented the social media post he had just seen from Wen Jiu, stating cryptically, "She just broke up?" Chapter 13. Polite blessings, it was merely a couple of days ago that I glanced at my social media feed. Is it possible? Could there truly be such a foolish man? Ningguang also came over to take a look. Although the temperament and appearance of Wen Jiu were not to his liking, he could not in good conscience claim that she was unattractive. However, upon seeing the content of Wen Jiu's posts, he found himself momentarily speechless. It was indeed astonishingly foolish. Thus, Qin furrowed his brow. Wen Jiu has come to Hong Kong to mend a broken heart? Ningguang concurred. It seems so. Yang Yi, just a moment ago, the one seemingly weighed down by unexplainable emotions became animated once more, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yanci. Seized the opportunity, Yen Ge. Jiang Yanci could not help but question himself. Was my demeanor so transparent? Not all. Ningguang patted his shoulder. Yet, from the very first moment you beheld Wen Jiu yesterday, you couldn't tear your gaze away. Furthermore, Qin, with a twinkle in his eye, added, yesterday at the airport, you claimed she needed no assistance from us, yet you still contacted the airport's director to facilitate her. When Jiang Yanci made that remark, he had evidently just sent a message. Qin's keen eyes instantly caught sight of the message he had dispatched. If yesterday's actions could be construed as a fleeting act of kindness, then today's behavior truly took both of them by surprise. For the carefree, flirtatious nature of Wen Jiu, as observed today, would normally not warrant a second glance from Jiang Yanci. Yet, upon her arrival, regardless of the multitude of suitors queuing around her, Jiang Yanci's attention remained steadfastly fixed upon her. Thus, Qin proposed borrowing a spot from Wen Jiu and encouraged her to engage in a game of dice with Jiang Yanci. The moment Jiang Yanci did not decline this suggestion, it confirmed their suspicions. At least for him, Wen Jiu's presence was distinctly special. Observing the two mischievous individuals before him, Jiang Yanci shook his head in resignation, neither confirming nor denying their assumptions. Though he had never been in a romantic relationship, he was acutely aware that his feelings for Wen Jiu transcended the desire for mere friendship. The disarray within his racing heart and the surging warmth served as reminders of experiences he had never encountered before. Wen Jiu, he whispered her name in the depths of his mind, his ears turning crimson under the teasing gazes of Qin and Ningguang. Do not disturb her, he said, his voice somewhat hoarse yet tinged with good spirits. Qin and Ningguang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ningguang understood that matters of the heart should unfold naturally, as excessive interference from outsiders often yields counterproductive results. Meanwhile, Qin believed that as long as Jiang Yanci was not mentioned, his invitation for Wen Jiu to join him for an outing would not violate Jiang Yanci's suggestion. On the other side, Wen Jiu, after leaving the bar, noticed a number of eyes covertly following her movements. Strangely enough, before she could take any action, those gazes vanished entirely. After circling the vicinity a few times and confirming that the prying eyes had indeed disappeared, Wen Jiu finally hailed a cab back to the hotel. After a simple freshening up, Wen Jiu stepped onto the hotel balcony with her phone in hand. The humid sea breeze caressed her, causing the silk nightgown she wore to sway gently, entwining around her perfectly proportioned, fair legs. Wending her way in the rocking chair, Wen Jiu began to respond to messages amidst the bubbles of green light. Upon receiving a message, Gu Xiao abruptly sat up in bed. Wen Jiu, are you done with your work? Wen Jiu replied, yes, what is the matter? Gu Xiao pondered the events of the day and recounted. The photos and videos of Jian Yu and Lin Anlin have vanished from the campus network. It must have been Jian Yu who arranged for it. Besides that, Gu Xiao sent a picture and continued. Jian Yu stated on the campus network that the situation with Lin Anlin was merely a misunderstanding, claiming that your relationship is quite stable and that you haven't broken up. I see many people believe it. Having grown up together, the two were childhood sweethearts who had been in a relationship for several years. Their appearances, backgrounds, and capabilities all remarkably matched, leading the people at Jing University to view them as a destined pair. Following the explosion of Wen Jiu's photos on social media, many were skeptical, suspecting foul play and the intent to incite discord. However, with Jian Yu's recent declaration, a greater number of people were convinced that Wen Jiu and Jian Yu had not parted ways. Opening the picture sent by Gu Xiao, she found a screenshot of Jian Yu's statement. Thank you all for your concern, but my relationship with Wen Jiu remains stable. Regarding the photos from the past few days, they were merely a good Samaritan act. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from maliciously disseminating related images and videos. Otherwise, I will seek legal counsel to protect my personal rights. The brief statement was so resolute that it left no room for critique. Wen Jiu smirked, thanked Gu Xiao, and then navigated to the campus forum. Due to the buzz, Jiang Yu's post still topped the list, and Wen Jiu found it without needing to search. She entered the comment section and typed a response. I am currently single, and the assertion of my stable relationship with Jiang Yu is entirely a fabrication by him. Moreover, the photos and videos of Jiang Yu and Lin Anlin embracing romantically in the rain were initially disclosed by me. I politely wished the two of them well and hoped they remained together. After sending this message, Wen Jiu copied it to her homepage and tagged Jiang Yu and Lin Anlin. Having completed her task, she felt invigorated and played with her phone for a while before returning to her room for sleep. Since Jiang Yu intended to provoke her, there was no need for her to be overly courteous. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, upon seeing Wen Jiu's response, felt his face darken with frustration. He immediately opened Wen Jiu's private messaging page on the campus network. Wen Jiu, where are you? Must you be so ruthless? He pleaded. Given our years of affection, could you grant me a chance to explain? After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a reply, Jiang Yu, heart aching and feeling powerless, leaned against the sofa and downed a drink from the table before messaging Wen Jiu again. It doesn't matter if we don't meet. Can I explain everything to you right now? The only reason Lin Anlin exists is to make you jealous, to prompt you to care for me a little more. The closest I've been to Lin Anlin recently was that embrace the other day. Wen Jiu, I only love you. Truly only you. Wen Jiu, I merely wanted to provoke a little reaction from you. I never intended to part ways. Please don't be so heartless as to cast me aside. After sending this message, Jiang Yu weakly collapsed onto the carpet, his bloodshot eyes glistening with tears. He was utterly perplexed by the intervention of unknown forces. He could not trace Wen Jiu's whereabouts at all. She offered him no respite, vanishing completely from his life. Jiang Yu admitted to himself that he was in profound anguish. His heart felt as though a piece had been hollowed out, rendering every action devoid of vitality. The only solace he found was in perusing his conversations with Wen Jiu, clinging to a flicker of hope in this desolate wait, yearning for even a mere message from her. He would have preferred her scolding or striking him over this suffocating silence. Yet, when he finally received her cold and indifferent words, it felt like a dagger piercing his heart. With his eyes shut, tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking into the carpet beneath him. He truly recognized his mistakes. Why could she not show him even a modicum of tenderness? After all, Wen Jiu had once loved him so deeply. Chapter 14. A reunion since the day she unleashed chaos on the campus by throwing a bomb. Wen Jiu had paid little heed to the happenings in the capital. During her days in Harbor City, she indulged in leisurely strolls, basking in the morning sun and embracing the evening glow, allowing her spirit to unwind completely. One rainy afternoon, after a rejuvenating nap, she lay in bed in a state of tranquility when she received a message from Qi. Surprised to see a message from someone she had only met once, she opened the chat. Qi, Wen Jiu, do you care to join me for some fun? I'm hosting a gathering at my estate, and the scenery is quite splendid. Interested? As Wen Jiu opened the chat, Qi noticed her typing indicator and quickly sent another message. Come on. It's a group of amiable folks from our circle. I assure you, they won't dampen your spirits. The words that had initially been meant as a decline were silently erased upon reading Qi-Qin's message. She replied, all right. Given that he had taken such consideration and she had no pressing obligations, an outing seemed quite agreeable. She then inquired, what time and where? Upon receiving her affirmative response, Qi-Qin's delight was palpable. We'll set off in an hour. The location is private property, so outside vehicles can't enter. Shall I pick you up? Of course. If you prefer, I could wait at the intersection. However, she realized that finding transportation might pose a bit of a challenge, since she had already agreed to join him. Revealing her address seemed inconsequential. With the Qi family status in Harbor City, they could easily uncover her whereabouts if they wished. She sent her location and added, I'll tidy up a bit. Call me when you arrive. Qi-Chun, Oh, okay. An hour passed swiftly, and just as Wen Jiu finished drying her hair, she received a photo from Qi with the caption, "I'm downstairs." Glancing at the image, she recognized it as the hotel she was staying in. After informing Wen Xingyu of her plans, she descended the elevator. Having grown bored in the car, Qi eagerly lowered the window upon seeing Wen Jiu emerge. "Wen Jiu, over here," she waved back. In truth, Qi flamboyant red modified SUV was hard to miss. As she approached the vehicle, Wen Jiu hesitated between the front and back seat, but Qi swiftly exited and opened the rear door for her. Someone else claimed the front seat. "I apologize for making you sit in the back." Wen Jiu nodded, unperturbed. "Thank you," she replied, ready to enter when her gaze fell upon a pair of long, slender hands, the prominent veins stark against the pale skin. Her eyes traveled upward, meeting the gaze of the occupant inside the car. There was no hint of surprise in his expression. He clearly anticipated her arrival. Wen Jiu smiled, here we meet again. Once more in his presence, she found herself captivated by Jiang Yanci's striking visage. His beauty was truly extraordinary. Jiang Yanci gently nodded, his gaze softening imperceptibly. He spoke, "Do you require assistance?" Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand to facilitate Wen Jiu in grasping the warmth of the wine resting on his arm. Wen Jiu, not one to decline, acknowledged the height of Qi off-road vehicle, which, despite the presence of step, necessitated some support for easier entry. With her hand resting on Jiang Yanci's forearm, Wen Jiu deftly ascended into the vehicle. "Thank you," she said, securing herself as she bent down to fasten her seatbelt. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanci's gaze lingered on the spot where her hand had just rested. Wen Jiu's hand was soft, imbued with a gentle warmth. The moment it touched him, it felt as if a swarm of tiny insects had scurried along his arm, igniting an unusual warmth within him. He pressed his lips together, acutely aware of the heat rising to his ears, and quickly turned to gaze out of the window in an attempt to conceal his discomfort. Qi observed the scene in the rearview mirror, raising an eyebrow with a smile, and soon hummed a tune as he set the vehicle in motion. The deep roar of the accelerator was impressive, yet Wen Jiu's grip on her seatbelt remained somewhat tense. Having calmed his emotions, Jiang Yanci noticed her unease. Furrowing his brow in contemplation before gently nudging the front seat with his foot. "Drive slower," Qi replied. "I'm not driving fast. Isn't this the usual speed?" Despite his words, upon seeing Wen Jiu's anxious expression in the mirror, Qi moderated his speed. "Wen Jiu, are you afraid?" While Jiang Yanci typically remained unfazed by Qi rapid driving, today he inexplicably requested a slower pace, and with Wen Jiu's demeanor, Qi quickly deduced the reason for his request. "Huh?" Wen Jiu looked up at him, somewhat helplessly responding, "No, it's just motion sickness." Wen Jiu rarely became nauseous from motion sickness. Rather, it manifested as dizziness and discomfort, compounded by a lack of lunch, rendering her even more miserable than usual today. "You suffer from motion sickness?" Qi immediately reduced the speed further upon hearing this. Wen Jiu hastily interjected, "Just drive at your usual speed. A short pain is better than a long one. I can endure it." "Are you certain?" Qi retorted. Wen Jiu nodded, offering him a reassuring look. Qi signaled an okay and then accelerated towards their destination. Although the speed remained unchanged, it was significantly steadier than before. After a few minutes, Jiang Yanci suddenly called for a stop. "Pull over ahead." Qi inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "I need to grab something," Jiang Yanci replied. Qi, not overthinking it, halted at the designated spot. Soon, a person waiting by the roadside handed over a tote bag. Jiang Yanci accepted it, opened it to confirm it contained what he needed, and then retrieved the item inside to offer it to Wen Jiu. "Honey grapefruit lemon tea. It should alleviate some discomfort." "For me?" Wen Jiu paused, and Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. "Who else would it be for?" In this vehicle, only Wen Jiu required it. "Thank you." Wen Jiu expressed her gratitude with a broad smile, then took the cup without hesitation and began to drink. It seemed that she was thoroughly delighted by the flavor of the lemonade, as her entire demeanor appeared to be uplifted in an instant, her sparkling eyes curving into beautiful crescents. The post-rain breeze playfully tousled her hair that cascaded over her shoulders, while ethereal rays of light pierced through the clouds. casting a gentle glow upon her hair, as if she were draped in a veil of warmth. Jiang Yanci was entranced as he gazed at her. Noticing Wen Jiu moving the straw away from her lips, Jiang Yanci retrieved an unopened box of motion sickness medication from his bag and offered it to her. Jiang Yanci? Wen Jiu mused on his name, glancing at him sideways. Are you always this considerate? In the front row, Qin couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Jiang Yanci, considerate? That was undoubtedly the most absurd joke he had ever heard. Nevertheless, Jiang Yanci in the back row showed no signs of guilt or embarrassment. Instead, he smiled and replied, there is still an hour's drive to our destination. Taking the medicine will ensure the second half of the journey is not too uncomfortable. Chapter 15. Does Miss Wen often give gifts? Wen Jiu pressed a pill into her mouth and swallowed it with a tilt of her head, then leaned back against the armchair to rest. As for whether Jiang Yanci was a meticulous person, it was of little consequence to her, given their fleeting acquaintance. Time passed slowly, and Qin, listening to the soothing melodies surrounding him, felt an inexplicable discomfort enveloping his entire being. The heavy metal bass was overwhelming. At such a moment, gentle melodies were utterly unbefitting his adventurous spirit. However, when he tentatively reached out to change the music, a pair of cold, scrutinizing eyes from the back seat bore down on him. After several attempts, Qin resigned himself to his fate. The vehicle departed from the bustling city, and the road widened on either side. Wen Jiu's breathing became increasingly steady. Her head swayed with the motion of the car, inching perilously close to the window. Jiang Yanci instinctively turned to the side, reaching out his hand. His large hand interposed itself between Wen Jiu's head and the glass, and in the next moment, her forehead rested gently in his palm. As he looked down and noticed the fine fuzz on her fair face, Jiang Yanci realized the abruptness of his actions. He involuntarily held his breath, fearful of disturbing the slumbering figure beside him. Yet, the faint woody fragrance emanating from Wen Jiu infiltrated his senses, causing his heartbeat to quicken, betraying his nervousness. When Wen Jiu opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Jiang Yanci's tense expression. The distance between them was minuscule. Not only did Jiang Yanci catch the scent of her, but Wen Jiu, too, discerned the crisp aroma of cedar that clung to him. His arm rested across her path, the spot where her forehead rested radiating warmth. She shifted slightly, moving her head away and liberating Jiang Yanci's hand. Apologies, he murmured, retracting his hand, a hint of inexplicable anxiety flickering in his eyes. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. His action surprised even himself, for they were not the wisest choice. No, Wen Jiu shook her head, her eyes still bearing traces of sleep as they settled on him, her gaze tracing the contours of his brow and eyes before she smiled softly. I quite enjoy the scent of cedar. Most of the perfumes Wen Jiu used contained a hint of cedar, and she had a particular obsession with its aroma. Consequently, she would often gift Jian with perfumes infused with this note, though he had never used them. Yet the presence of Jiang Yanci confirmed her aesthetic sensibilities. Indeed, men suited woody fragrances. They exuded a mysterious calmness, a subtle allure amidst their coolness that captivated all. She flared her nostrils slightly, a dimple appearing at the corner of her lips, her expression a blend of joy and a hint of vexation. I possess a bottle of perfume that would suit you perfectly, but I did not bring it. I shall have someone send it to you another day, may I? Wen Jiu's voice held a softness characteristic of southern women. Yet perhaps due to her prolonged stay in the capital, it also carried a casual nonchalance. Jiang Yanci fixed his gaze upon her eyes, and it was at this moment that he discerned the reason behind the exquisite beauty of Wen Jiu's gaze. Her pupils were, astonishingly, the color of amber, reminiscent of the Milky Way unfurling within her eyes, sparkling and captivating to the extent that one could hardly avert their gaze. After a pause, he forcibly retracted his gaze. Miss Wen, do you often bestow gifts upon others? He inquired, though the motive behind his question eluded him. Regret washed over him as the words escaped his lips, yet he betrayed none of his inner turmoil upon his countenance. Wen Jiu tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over his reddened earlobes before she leaned closer, saying no, but Mr. Jiang's looks and demeanor are truly a perfect match for the unique perfume I commissioned. One of a kind. Would you like it? Having received no definitive answer from Jiang Yanci earlier, she posed the question again. As time ticked away, Qin, who was driving in the front seat, sensed an inexplicable tension in the air. Nevertheless, he remained wisely silent, refraining from interrupting. After a considerable interval, Jiang Yanci, suppressing the urge to smile, nodded affirmatively. Then it settled. Wen Jiu, her eyes arched, reclined in her seat and pressed the car window open to admire the scenery outside. Perhaps due to the medication she had taken, her discomfort had lessened significantly. Qin drove a little further before reminding the two, "Our esteemed guest has arrived." Upon uttering this, he brought the car to a halt at a fork in the road, where two vehicles were already parked. Spotting them, a girl clad in denim overalls dashed over and leapt to embrace Qin. "How did not come to fetch me?" Qin, under the pressure of her exuberance. Qin exaggeratedly called out, "Yanci, save me." Upon hearing the term Yanci, the girl immediately stood at attention, and upon realizing that the person emerging from the vehicle was indeed the formidable heir of the Jiang family, she quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "Yanci, it's been a while." Jiang Yanci cast her a fleeting glance, remaining silent, yet that mere look sent a shiver down Mu Ling's spine. From childhood, Mu Ling had feared nothing and could even hold her own against her father, but she held a deep-seated dread of Jiang Yanci. Had she known he would attend the gathering, she would have certainly concocted an excuse to decline. Yet, wasn't he had said that Jiang Yanci would not be coming today? Why had he suddenly appeared? She recoiled slightly, wishing to retreat behind others. But as she shifted her stance, she caught sight of another individual alighting from the car. Curiously, Mu Ling turned to Qin and asked, "Who is that?" Qin nodded. "She is not from the port city." "Oh." Mu Ling elongated her tone and then pressed further. "Then why is she here?" Normally, gatherings were attended by their childhood friends. So what was the meaning of a stranger's presence? Mu Ling's dissatisfaction was palpable, and Qin shot her a glance before explaining, "Her temperament suits my taste. She will likely frequent our gatherings in the future." "Suits your taste?" Mu Ling clasped her hands, scrutinizing Wen Jiu from head to toe before breaking into a smile. "Your looks are certainly to my liking, but are you certain that it is your temperament rather than your appearance that appeals to you?" She teased. Qin grinned widely. "Both indeed." "How unambitious." Mu Ling scoffed lightly, yet she refrained from saying anything further. As Wen Jiu approached, Mu Ling was the first to extend her hand. "Hello, I'm Mu Ling." The girl before her sported a cascade of thick hair elegantly styled into a bun at the back of her head, her doe-like eyes wide and vibrant. She donned denim overalls, with a quirky crossbody bag featuring a knitted sad expression slung over her waist, radiating an infectious energy. Wen Jiu gazed at the outstretched hand and smiled gently as she grasped it. "Hello, I'm Wen Jiu." "Wow," Mu Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had stumbled upon a new world. "You actually have dimples. Does everyone in your family have them? Is it hereditary?" "They're simply delightful." Her excitement was palpable as she gripped Wen Jiu's hand with enthusiasm. Yet Wen Jiu's expression remained unchanged, sensing no malice in Mu Ling's exuberance. "My mother has dimples, as does my grandmother, so there must be some hereditary factors at play," she replied patiently to Mu Ling's inquiries, her soothing tone akin to a gentle breeze, bringing a sense of comfort. Chapter 16. If Mu Ling had felt a twinge of annoyance at the unexpected presence of Wen Jiu at today's gathering, she now found herself rather fond of this stranger. With her characteristic boldness, she wrapped her arms around Wen Jiu's, inquiring, "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" The ambiguous tone of her question elicited a blink from Wen Jiu, who was about to respond when an icy voice interrupted from behind them. "What are you talking about?" The chill in the voice sent shivers down Wen Jiu's spine. Meanwhile, Mu Ling, who had been playfully winking at Wen Jiu just moments ago, now seemed as if someone had tightened a noose around her throat, the breath caught in her chest. Turning to face the newcomer with a feigned smile, she said, "Oh, it's nothing much. But, are you particularly interested in our conversation?" As she spoke, she effortlessly withdrew her arms from Wen Jiu and instead clung to the newcomer's arm. Wen Jiu glanced down at her now empty arms and let out a soft laugh. "Let go," came the cold command from Chi Su, who had glanced at Mu Ling's grip with detached indifference. When he noticed she didn't release him, he simply withdrew his arm. Mind your boundaries. With a scoff, Mu Ling replied, I want to mind my boundaries. Chi Su frowned, but he had no effective retort against her. Wen Jiu, not far away, Jiang Yanci called out to her, noticing her isolation. Wen Jiu turned to see him leaning against an off-road vehicle, beckoning her over with a gesture. Come here. Wen Jiu hesitated. While she admitted the sight was appealing, she couldn't shake the feeling of being treated like a pet. Muttering to herself, she walked over at a leisurely pace. Jiang Yanci focused on her lips as they moved, and once she was near, he inquired, What were you just talking about? Wen Jiu stiffened. How could Jiang Yanci overhear her? It seemed she hadn't voiced her thoughts aloud. Reading her conflicted expression, Jiang Yanci couldn't help but smirk as he clarified, I saw it, not heard it. Wen Jiu felt a wave of realization wash over her. She had indeed been silent. Finding a spot beside Jiang Yanci, she leaned against him, tilting her head to gaze at the sun peeking through the clouds, its brightness somewhat blinding. After a moment, she lowered her gaze to gather her thoughts before replying, I didn't say anything. If Jiang Yanci discovered her earlier musings, he might very well think of her as a mere pet, and what would become of her pride then? Jiang Yanci, perceiving the insincerity in her words, merely listened as he asked, Are you feeling better after getting out of the car for a while? Yes, it's not too uncomfortable anymore. In truth, after sipping honey water and resting for a bit, Wen Jiu felt significantly improved, with the medication taking effect and the fresh air revitalizing her. The motion sickness had all but vanished. Hearing her reply, Jiang Yanci's smile deepened. They fell into a comfortable silence, both gazing up at the sky above. In the distance, Mu Ling appeared to be in a heated exchange with Chi Su, her eyes red as she hurried off to complain to Chi Qin. As she passed by Jiang Yanci and Wen Jiu, she quickened her pace, as if pursued by a ghost. Wen Jiu observed her rapidly crossing short legs and could not help but chuckle softly. Mu Ling was not particularly tall, standing at approximately 1.6 meters. Her petite legs were endearingly lively. Jiang Yanci, catching a glimpse of Wen Jiu's smiling face from the corner of his eye, inquired, Do you have a fondness for Mu Ling? It seemed that Wen Jiu had an irresistible attraction to individuals with extroverted and spirited personalities, from Chi Qin to Mu Ling. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. How did you discern that? By observing with my eyes. Your eyes are remarkably perceptive, Wen Jiu replied, although it was a rather sarcastic remark. She delivered it with utmost sincerity, which amused Jiang Yanci. Instead of looking at him, Wen Jiu focused on Chi Qin, who was making a fuss to cheer up the sulking Mu Ling, and responded, because people with such personalities are very warm. When Wen Jiu first arrived in the country, she felt utterly out of place. Though she understood Chinese, her ability to utilize context and her speaking pace lagged significantly behind her peers. Perhaps due to her pride, she was reluctant to speak in front of others, fearing they might uncover her shortcomings. Nevertheless, there were always a few children who persistently urged her to play with them. Perhaps drawn to her beauty, they remained patient even after being repeatedly rejected by Wen Jiu. Initially, they did not mock her slow speech, but instead waited patiently for her to finish, later accompanying her to practice her speaking pace. Over time, as Wen Jiu became more familiar with her surroundings, she fully integrated into the environment. Though they lost touch after graduation, she developed an innate fondness for individuals with such warm dispositions. Is it warm? Jiang Yanci pondered, reflecting inwardly. Would Wen Jiu find warmth in his character? The answer was negative. Aside from Chi Qin and a few others, nearly everyone in the harbor city feared him. He certainly did not possess the kind of persona that inspired warmth. As the wind blew gently, the remaining members of the group arrived, and preparations for departure commenced. While assigning vehicles, Jiang Yanci asked Wen Jiu, Would you mind sharing a car with me? Of course not. Given Jiang Yanci's presence, Wen Jiu could hardly object to having such a handsome driver. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Yanci felt relieved and explained, Mu Ling must sit in the passenger seat of Chi Qin's car, and Chi Su will accompany him. If we add the two of us, it would be rather cramped, so I will drive another vehicle for you. There are plenty of cars available, so there's no need to squeeze into one. Wen Jiu nodded but still found it somewhat peculiar. Are Mu Ling and Qi Qin merely ordinary friends? She inquired. Jiang Yanci shook his head no. He stood behind Wen Jiu, watching her comfortably settle into the car before closing the passenger door and returning to his own vehicle. He continued, Qi Qin and Mu Ling are betrothed. Ah, Wen Jiu exclaimed in shock. Then what about Qi Su? Mu Ling has feelings for Qi Su. Jiang Yanci calmly revealed, dropping a bombshell that left Wen Jiu in astonishment. The complexity of their relationships appeared to be even more intricate than she had initially imagined. As Jiang Yanci drove, he noticed Wen Jiu hesitating several times, clearly curious yet restrained from asking further. He took the initiative to explain, Qi Qin regards Mu Ling merely as a sister. He has cherished her since childhood. Qi Su, on the other hand, is the illegitimate son of Qi Qin's father, making him Qi Qin's half-brother. No wonder I found their resemblance somewhat striking earlier. When Jiu pondered this and inquired, is Qi Qin aware of Mu Ling's affections for Qi Su? He is, Jiang Yanci affirmed with a nod. Without Qi Qin's intervention, Qi Su, given his status as an illegitimate child, would never have been in Mu Ling's orbit. I see, Wen Jiu mused, having pieced together the complicated relationships among them. However, she was taken aback by Qi Qin's remarkable clarity of thought, allowing his fiancé to pursue his half-brother. If she were in that position, she certainly could not exhibit such magnanimity. Even if she harbored no feelings, she would never permit someone bearing her fiancé's title to engage in betrayal. Chapter 17. The Fear of Death After Driving for a little over half an hour. Jiang Yanci noticed that Wen Jiu in the passenger seat was staring blankly out of the window in boredom. He inquired, can you drive? Wen Jiu turned to look at him, somewhat puzzled as to why Jiang Yanci would ask such a question, but she answered honestly, I have a driver's license, but I've rarely driven myself. After a pause, she seemed to recall something and questioned, you're not planning to let me drive, are you? Jiang Yanci remained silent, merely pulling the car to the side. As Qi Qin and the others drove past and witnessed the scene, they rolled down their windows and asked, Yanci, what's going on? Jiang Yanci gestured with his chin, indicating, you all go ahead. For some reason, Qi Qin instinctively glanced at Wen Jiu, who appeared innocent and revealed nothing. Reluctantly, Qi Qin and the others could only continue on their way. Once their vehicle had distanced itself, Jiang Yanci removed the car key and approached the passenger side, waving the key in front of Wen Jiu. You drive. What? Are you serious? Wen Jiu asked incredulously. Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Wen Jiu chuckled. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? She herself had little faith in her driving skills. However, Jiang Yanci appeared quite relaxed. It's fine. This road has no sharp turns, and with me here, what is there to fear? Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu stared at him intently for a long while. Just when Jiang Yanci thought she would not respond, she effortlessly uttered two words that could leave one breathless. Afraid of dying. Jiang Yanci. He lowered his gaze, observing Wen Jiu as she took the key and began to examine it. A feeling of unprecedented joy swelling within him. Every movement she made brought him delight. Don't worry, with me around, you won't die. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about myself, Wen Jiu replied, yet she had already opened the car door and jumped out, her eager expression indicating she had no real objections to this endeavor. The Wen family placed great importance on her safety, so she typically relied on a skilled family driver for transportation. Wen Jiu had once bravely attempted to drive herself, but her first outing had resulted in a battered front end, leading her family to discourage her from driving again. Later, she had asked Jiang Yan for lessons, but he believed that with a driver at her disposal, and himself available if needed, there was no need for her to learn. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. Now, Wen Jiu nervously gripped the steering wheel, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Her expression successfully elicited laughter from Jiang Yanci. Left foot on the brake, right foot on the accelerator, and both feet work together to control the car, understood? This is merely an abstract jest. Dear readers, do not emulate this. Always heed the instructions of your driving school instructors. Adhere to traffic regulations, drive with civility, and prioritize safety for all. The laughter was unmistakable in the man's voice. Wen Jiu shot him a sidelong glance. Are you being polite? She was not lacking in common sense. Then let us set off, Jiang Yanci said casually. Wen Jiu. The car Wen Jiu was driving was a manual, so after starting, she dared only to keep it in first gear, cautiously inching forward. Fortunately, this road, as Jiang Yanci had described, does not possess many sharp turns, nor is it burdened by an excess of vehicles. Along the way, Jiang Yanci quietly accompanied Wen Jiu, gently grasping the steering wheel to assist her in making adjustments whenever her direction wavered. Once she stabilized her control, he relinquished the steering wheel entirely to her, elucidated the nuances of steering. His voice was calm and deep, laced with a subtle mirth, as if he found it endearing that Wen Jiu struggled with driving, and a smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Time passed slowly until Wen Jiu, dissatisfied with the speed in first gear, pressed the accelerator to shift up. Only then did he speak again. Once you find your rhythm, it will become second nature. Wen Jiu exhaled, inexplicably feeling a sense of pride. It's quite simple. Without familiar faces anxiously watching from the roadside or a barrage of unexpected commands. Although her nerves were taut, her spirit was relaxed. Jiang Yanci's gaze fell upon the dimple at the corner of her lips before he averted his gaze, generously complimenting her, because you are quite clever. Wen Jiu turned her head to glance at him, momentarily taken aback by the unmasked tenderness in his deep, profound eyes. In the next instant, she decisively averted her gaze, as if she had noticed nothing. Thank you for the compliment. With Jiang Yanci's guidance, Wen Jiu's driving skills improved significantly. When they encountered a car ahead of them, Jiang Yanci prompted her, honked the horn. She complied. He continued, signal, accelerate to overtake, then signal again. The instructions resonated in her ears, and her hands moved swiftly. After a series of maneuvers, the car they had encountered was left far behind. Just as I expected, she thought, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Jiang Yanci did not immediately temper her enthusiasm. Instead, he waited until the thrill of her first overtaking subsided before gently advising, not everyone on the road will yield to you. At such times, you must observe the traffic conditions carefully before making your move. Understood, Wen Jiu readily acknowledged. Although her driving became significantly more adept by the time they arrived, others had already reached their destination half an hour earlier. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she exited the vehicle and noticed the onlookers, she was about to apologize when Jiang Yanci stood beside her. Let us go, he uttered casually, and the group that had arrived earlier rose in unison. Among their circle, friendship was cherished, yet ignorance of basic etiquette was an entirely different matter. Witnessing this scene, Wen Jiu realized that Jiang Yanci's standing in the port city surpassed her initial assumptions. On her second day in the port city, when Xingyu sent her a compiled dossier of the various factions within the city, just as ordinary individuals like Shun Chun perceived, the Jiang family reigned supreme in the port city, a presence that ordinary people could not easily confront. However, beyond Shun Chun's understanding, the stature of Jiang Yanci himself eclipsed that of the Jiang family name. Jiang Yanci was the one whose presence demanded respect, and it was undeniable that his contributions were instrumental in elevating the Jiang family to its current prominence. Yet, Jiang Yanci remains Jiang Yanci, and Wen Jiu is simply Wen Jiu. Upon approaching Qi and the others, Wen Jiu offered them a contrite smile, apologizing, "I'm sorry for the delay. My driving skills are somewhat lacking, which caused some inconvenience. Thank you for your patience." Qi waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that even a half-hour delay would not provoke any discontent. After all, with Jiang Yanci in attendance, who would dare to voice complaints? Although Qi did not articulate it directly, Wen Jiu understood that this leniency was afforded due to Jiang Yanci's presence. After expressing his apologies once more, Wen Jiu was gently pulled aside by Mu Ling. As she drew him away, Mu Ling felt an unexpected chill creeping along the nape of her neck, prompting her to quicken their pace. Once they reached the swing set, situated more than 10 meters away, Mu Ling finally released her grip. "Please take a seat." She gestured to Wen Jiu, and with a slight lift of her foot, the swing began to sway gently. Chapter 18 Perhaps, during the last game of dice, he should have deliberately lost. Seeing Wen Jiu still gazing at the pink dragon sapphire, entwined with vines, Mu Ling inquired, "Do you have a fondness for roses?" Wen Jiu nodded. "I admire all that is beautiful, regardless of the variety." However, I hold a particular affection for roses. Mu Ling emphasized, especially red roses. I believe you resemble a red rose. She paused her swing, turning her head to study Wen Jiu earnestly, particularly the wine-red roses. Their silken, noble texture and inherent elegance are quite similar to you. Thus, Mu Ling concluded, in light of my generous compliments, could you enlighten me about your relationship with Yinge? As the swing Wen Jiu had just set in motion came to a halt, she resumed her nonchalant demeanor. Why do you ask? Mu Ling scrutinized Wen Jiu's reaction. Because you're the first person of the opposite sex whom Yinge has favored. The first? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. With a face like Jiang Yanci's. She had assumed he was not lacking in romantic interests. Mu Ling continued, are you surprised? I was equally astonished. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Wen Jiu. How exactly did you win over Yinge? Her inquiry clearly indicated that she believed Wen Jiu's relationship with Jiang Yanci was extraordinary. After all, in Mu Ling's mind, Jiang Yanci was known for his cold demeanor, slow to warm, and rather unapproachable. They, the others, had only managed to gain his attention through the influence of their elders and had to resort to considerable efforts to become his acquaintances. Yet, according to information Mu Ling had gathered from Qin, Wen Jiu had only met Jiang Yanci once before today, making this their second encounter. Remarkably, during the second meeting, he attended a gathering he had initially intended to avoid and even acted as a driver for Wen Jiu. Not to mention, even Qin and the others had likely never been in a vehicle driven by Jiang Yanci. Although Wen Jiu was undeniably beautiful, mere beauty was insufficient to captivate Jiang Yanci. It was well known that he was surrounded by individuals far more stunning than Wen Jiu. Win him over? Wen Jiu turned her head in confusion towards Jiang Yanci, whose chiseled profile was striking enough to incite envy. Seemingly aware of her gaze, he turned to meet her eyes. Their glances intertwined. Wen Jiu showed no signs of shyness and instead raised an eyebrow, offering him a playful smile while addressing Mu Ling. Why should I be the one to win him over? Could it not be that he wishes to win me? Considering the reactions of Qin and the others, Wen Jiu was far from oblivious to Jiang Yanci's interest in her. Mu Ling exclaimed, what boldness! Are you serious? Her tone was so earnest that Wen Jiu burst into laughter. I was merely teasing you. As of now, I have no intention of pursuing a relationship with your Yinge, so there is no need for overthinking. Upon seeing the excessively calm gaze of Wen Jiu, Mu Ling grew somewhat anxious. You can have that. My question stemmed purely from curiosity, without ulterior motives. I have someone I admire, and that is Chi Su. Isu, do you know him? The one who just interrupted our conversation. Fearing that Wen Jiu might misconstrue her inquiries as a sign of interest in Jiang Yanci, thus jeopardizing his prospects, Mu Ling hastily laid bare her own affections. I understand. There's no need for anxiety, Wen Jiu reassured her. What could Jiang Yanci have done to instill such trepidation? Based on her understanding of him, Wen Jiu found herself at a loss. Observing that Wen Jiu genuinely believed her words, Mu Ling finally felt at ease. She recalled Wen Jiu's charming dimples and, filled with enthusiasm, inquired, you still haven't disclosed your answer to my previous question. Do you have any brothers? Wen Jiu shook her head. I only have a few cousins. Do they have dimples? Mu Ling pressed on, considering that if Wen Jiu's cousins possessed such charms, she might reconsider her disinterest in Chi Su, who always maintained a frosty demeanor towards her. This thought left Mu Ling feeling somewhat dejected. No, Wen Jiu replied, shaking her head, but they are quite handsome, especially one Xingyu, of Franco-Chinese descent. His looks are as captivating as a siren's. How handsome are we talking? Is he more so than Yinge? Upon hearing this, Mu Ling ceased her swinging, fixating her expectant gaze upon Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu pondered, not exactly. They possess different types of charm. Do you have any photos? Mu Ling was already poised to rise. I do. Wen Jiu produced her phone, graciously extending an invitation. Would you like to see? Absolutely. Who would pass up the chance to gaze upon handsome men unless they were out of their minds? Mu Ling promptly abandonnait her seat, crowding onto the same seat with Wen Jiu. As Wen Jiu revealed the images, Mu Ling's gasps of admiration grew louder, drawing curious glances from Qin and the others. Oh my goodness! How can your brother be so stunning? Though he's a bit overdressed. This one. Huh? Jiu. Your photography skills are exceptional. This shot is simply breathtaking. Those well-defined pectorals beneath that white shirt. Oh dear, I might faint. And this one, the tantalizing hint of his V-line. Goodness. Can Franco-Chinese heritage be this breathtaking? To behold such a magnificent visage is truly a privilege. Mu Ling's exuberance was so pronounced that, even from a slight distance, her voice resonated clearly in the ears of several others. Qin stood, adjusting his ears, curious about what Wen Jiu and Mu Ling were viewing. The discourse had become increasingly unbearable. I don't know, someone beside Qin interjected. Qin turned to Qi Su. Are you going to take a look? Qi Su's already aloof demeanor turned icily frigid upon hearing Qin's remark. He scoffed lightly. What does it matter to me? Qin, hearing this, smirked with a mocking grin before shouldering past Qi Su towards the two girls. You'd best remain this obstinate for life. Anyone with a modicum of insight could discern that Qi Su harbored feelings for Mu Ling, yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge them. Only Mu Ling possessed the patience and willingness to indulge him. As Qin took a couple of steps toward Wen Jiu and the others, he noticed someone trailing behind him. Turning back, he met Jiang Yanci's profound, dark gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine. He chuckled awkwardly. Are you curious too, Yinga? Jiang Yanci replied with a soft hum, lifting his foot to approach Wen Jiu and the others. With a physique adorned with defined abs and a chiseled V-line, such attributes were not foreign to him. It was merely that his loose-fitting attire obscured their visibility. They often said that the proximity to water grants one the first opportunity to bask in the moonlight. Yet, why was he analyzing others' physiques while seemingly indifferent to his own? Was it possible that his attire was too constrictive to reveal his form? Contemplating this, Jiang Yanci cast a glance at his relatively loose sportswear, pondering whether he should invite Wen Jiu for a swim at the beach next time. Perhaps he could showcase his abs and V-line to her. Maybe he should have intentionally lost during their last dice game. Lost in thought, he and Wen Jiu had unknowingly drawn closer to the group. A shadow fell over them, and Mu Ling, in a fit of excitement, trembled as she flipped through photos. The next image displayed a man in swimwear, his face adorned with an elegant and warm smile, appearing on Wen Jiu's phone. It was over. Without needing to look up, Mu Ling instinctively sensed who had arrived. The chilling gaze above her sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 19. The joy of playfulness, she curled her errant finger, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yan Gu, Qin Gu. In this moment, Mu Ling wished she could bury herself in the ground. Observing her as she resembled a quail, desperate to hide her head, Qin couldn't help but chuckle, though he was reluctant to see her in such distress. He initiated the conversation. What are you looking at? Mu Ling was about to respond honestly when Wen Jiu calmly interjected. Nothing. With that, she exited the album right before them and tucked her phone away. Mu Ling swore that from this moment on, Wen Jiu would be her idol, her one and only deity. Who on earth had given her the audacity to lie in front of Jiang Yanci without batting an eye? Silently retreating behind Wen Jiu, Mu Ling felt reassured. Surely, Yingge wouldn't bully her in front of someone he held in such high regard. She truly believed she had found an exceptionally reliable ally. Just as she nestled behind Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci, indeed, diverted his gaze from her. I'm looking for Qi Su, he stated. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling felt as if she had been granted a pardon and hurriedly sprang to her feet, dashing away. I'll go find him. Before the last syllable had escaped her lips, she was already a distance away. Wen Jiu smirked, leaning against the swing while gazing at Jiang Yanci. You scared Mu Ling away. Who will keep me company on the swing now? I will, Qin chimed in. Yingge enjoys sitting on swings. Oh. Wen Jiu winked at Jiang Yanci, her amber eyes sparkling with mischief. Jiang Yanci felt a sense of helplessness. It was clear she was deliberately teasing him. Her playful thoughts were laid bare upon her face, revealing her confidence that he would fall for her antics. He bent down, aligning his gaze with Wen Jiu's, yet maintaining a distance that satisfied her, and asked pointedly, Is this how much you enjoy playing? Wen Jiu grinned wickedly, her eyes wide open indeed. Both exchanged double entendres, fully aware of the flirtation embedded in their words while feigning ignorance. Qin, with a smile plastered on his face, looked at the two. You two enjoy yourselves. I'll check on the dishes. To ensure the dishes were visually appealing and aromatic, the chefs waited until everyone had arrived before commencing their culinary endeavors. Moreover, Qi-Qin's statement merely provided the two with a moment of privacy. As Qi-Qin walked away, Jiang Yanci straightened his posture, the shadows that had enveloped him dissipating. Wen Jiu remained languidly reclined on the swing, making no move to change her position. Jiang Yanci was in no hurry either, simply standing quietly beside her. Occasionally, his gaze would wander to Wen Jiu, but seeing her lost in thought as she admired the scenery, he chose not to intrude. The fragrant aromas of various flowers wafted through the air after the rain, and Wen Jiu gradually lost her focus, savoring the tranquility of the moment. It was only when Qi-Qin called him for dinner that she reluctantly walked over with Jiang Yanci. Jiu, Mu Ling waved at her. Fresh seafood, just off the stove, come quickly. All right. Wen Jiu gracefully settled beside her, as Mu Ling presented the meticulously prepared seafood before him. Please tell me what you enjoy, and I shall fetch it for you. Following their earlier interaction, Mu Ling had resolved to forge a friendship with Wen Jiu. Very well, Wen Jiu replied with a slight smile, filling a plate with her favorite lobsters and crabs before passing it to the chef across the table. Thank you for your assistance. Please hold on a moment. The chef accepted the plate and promptly began to shell and prepare the seafood for Wen Jiu. At that moment, Qi-Qin handed freshly grilled skewers of meat to Jiang Yanci, still steaming from the grill. Jiang Yanci accepted them, but did not eat. Instead, he walked over to sit beside Wen Jiu. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Not exactly restrictions, but I find it difficult to tolerate the gamey taste of meat. May I try a skewer first? Wen Jiu loved meat, but could not bear even a hint of its raw scent. The dishes prepared at home effectively masked any gaminess. Yet, dining out often posed a risk of disappointment. Thus, she typically refrained from consuming meat from external sources. However, the skewers in Jiang Yanci's hand were irresistibly enticing, their aroma mingling with the smoky essence of the grill, setting her mouth watering. As she gazed longingly at the skewer in his hand, Jiang Yanci silently chuckled and offered her one skewer from each of the three varieties. As she prepared to take a bite, he cautioned, "Be careful, it's hot." "All right," Wen Jiu nodded, unable to contain her eagerness. She blew on the meat briefly before taking a bite. In that moment, she braced herself for the anticipated gamey flavor, ready to wash it down with water if necessary. However, as she bit into the golden brown meat, she found not the dreaded gaminess, but an explosion of savory juices that filled her mouth with warmth. The exterior was crisp, while the interior was tender and juicy. An exquisite delight that was simply divine. Phew. The heat of the juices made Wen Jiu gasp, and she chewed the meat again in her mouth until Jiang Yanci handed her water, helping her regain composure. She gave a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with delight. Delicious. She had just savored lamb, which still retained a slight gamey note, but it was easily overshadowed by the exquisite seasoning. Since it's so delightful, I'll have more, she declared, prompting Jiang Yanci to serve her 3 more skewers. Enjoy these. Freshly made is always best. He was tempted to offer her all that he had, yet he worried she might take too long and let them cool. Wen Jiu's mouth was too occupied to respond, and with the seafood now ready as well, she became even busier. Throughout the meal, she spoke little, focusing solely on eating. Qi-Qin glanced several times at the bamboo sticks in the wooden bucket before hesitating to speak, worried that mentioning it might embarrass Wen Jiu. He quietly inquired of Jiang Yanci, "Is she truly all right with consuming all that? Has she had nearly 20 skewers? Each skewer holds chunks of meat the size of half a thumb, and there are so many. Can her stomach truly handle this?" Jiang Yanci shared his concern, but, noticing no signs of discomfort on Wen Jiu's face, chose not to intervene. Finally, amidst the astonished and worried gazes of the others, Wen Jiu elegantly began to wipe the grease from her hands. Once she had cleaned up, she raised her gaze to meet Qi-Qin's astonished eyes and arched an eyebrow. "What's the matter? You are the most gluttonous girl I have ever encountered." Mu Ling promptly chimed in, "I can barely manage 10 skewers of meat." Jiu, you truly have an insatiable appetite." This statement bore no hint of disdain. Rather, Mu Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if her capacity for consumption was a remarkable feat. Wen Jiu sighed, "I didn't eat anything for lunch, and tonight's dinner is truly to my liking. During my few days in the harbor city, I have struggled to find delicious eateries. With a pitiful blink, she added, "You all have eaten enough, haven't you?" No, Mu Ling shook her head. "We are absolutely satisfied. In fact, we are quite stuffed." Perhaps it was the sight of Wen Jiu devouring her meal that spurred the group to indulge more than usual this evening, especially Mu Ling, who felt on the verge of bursting. Jiu, shall we take a walk? I need to digest. I am too full." Of course, Wen Jiu nodded. But as they departed, she took with her the unfinished cherries from her plate to cleanse her palate. Observing the two walking side by side, Qin could not help but inquire, "With Wen Jiu eating so much, where does all that meat go?" Jiang Yanci shot him a glance. "Speak less. Does Wen Jiu eat a lot?" "Not particularly. She merely indulges a bit more than the girls in their circle who strive to maintain their figures." Chapter 20. Jiang Yanci wants to pursue me. As the night descended, a few twinkling stars flickered in the sky. A line of vehicles entered the urban area of Port City, gradually dispersing. In the end, only the SUV driven by Jiang Yanci remained on the road. In the passenger seat, Wen Jiu rested her head, peacefully asleep, occasionally mumbling as she adjusted her position due to discomfort. Her disheveled hair obscuring her face but failing to block Jiang Yanci's view. He reduced the speed of the car repeatedly, yearning for the road to stretch on just a little longer. Wen Jiu, drowsily opening her eyes, said, "Drive faster. I want to go back to sleep. If it gets unbearable, I'll take over." Amused by the unabashed disdain in her voice, Jiang Yanci promptly accelerated toward the hotel. 10 minutes later, the car came to a halt. Wen Jiu stretched and yawned, regaining her senses before opening the car door to step out. "Someone prepared a cup of hawthorn juice for you," Jiang Yanci said as he approached her, handing over the tote bag that a waiting person had given him. "Just drink half. Too much might upset your stomach." "All right, young Master Jiang." Wen Jiu nodded while holding the tote bag. "I'll head up first. Send me a message when you get home to let me know you're safe." By with that, she waved and confidently entered the hotel. It was only after her figure had completely vanished from sight that Jiang Yanci turned and drove away. A few days later, in a dim and eerie basement somewhere in Port City, a series of hoarse and feeble pleas echoed. The iron door at the entrance of the basement was pushed open from the outside, and those waiting inside handed over prepared gloves to the newcomer. "Brother Yin, we've clarified all the necessary questions, and the materials they captured have been dealt with." "How many did they capture?" Jiang Yanci's half-closed eyes glimmered with a faint red hue, his tousled hair obscuring the coldness in his gaze, yet his indifferent voice still tightened the atmosphere. Chun Xiao offered his phone. "These are just some photos of Miss when during her daily outings. The hotel she is staying at is relatively safe, so they haven't managed to infiltrate it yet." Jiang Yanci took the phone and flipped through the images, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips upon seeing Wen Jiu's delighted expression while savoring delicious food. However, the thought that these images had been obtained through such sordid means gradually overshadowed the warmth in his eyes with resentment. With patience, he meticulously deleted each photo, ensuring that no future repercussions would arise before asking Chen Xiao, who is the mastermind behind this. Chen Xiao replied, "It's the eldest grandson of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhixin." That day when Miss Wen visited the bar, Zhao Zhixin happened to be there. He is notoriously lecherous, and given Miss Wen's beauty, it's not surprising that he set his sights on her. "It has nothing to do with Jiu's looks," Jiang Yanci said, striding toward the room at the end of the corridor, his expression as dark as ice. He followed and secretly photographed her purely because he is a vile person. Chun Xiao fell silent, then realized the truth in Jiang Yanci's words. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yanci meticulously reviewed the several individuals submerged in water, ensuring that no crucial information had been overlooked. Only after confirming this did he remove his gloves and discard them onto the floor. With a faint sound of impact, a droplet of blood slid from the glove. Ignoring the anguished screams behind him, Jiang Yanci turned and departed, intending to submit the actions they had taken along with the evidence. In a society governed by law, matters must, of course, be handled in accordance with legal protocols. The remaining issues could be entrusted to the authorities. Chun Xiao followed closely behind him, affirming, "Understood. By the way, arrange for the elder of the Zhao family to meet with me at his convenience. I shall assist him in managing those he cannot control. The stillness of the night was rife with undercurrents, yet Wen Jiu, on this particular evening, slept remarkably soundly. The following day, half awake and half asleep, Wen Jiu cocooned herself in her blankets, reluctant to open her eyes. It was only when her phone vibrated that she was compelled to rouse herself. After a prolonged search, she finally located her phone, which had been tossed somewhere unknown, and squinted as she answered the call. "Hello," came her drowsy and feeble voice. Wen Jiu expressed surprise. "Are you still asleep? It should already be noon back home." Wen Jiu yawned. I slept wonderfully last night and have no desire to rise." "Lazy pig." He teased lightly before continuing. "My contacts in Port City have observed that someone has been following you these past few days. Upon receiving this information, I had them investigate the identities of these individuals." Wen Jiu acknowledged, indicating she was listening. Her continued safety signified that Wen Jiu had managed the situation adeptly. However, in the next moment, he added, "A couple of days ago, all those who were following you vanished. Just now, my people received word that they have been taken into custody." Wen Jiu's eyes flew open. "Was it not your people who did this?" When Xingyu's tone turned serious, it was not. Wen Jiu furrowed her brow. If it was not someone under Wen Xingyu's command, then who could it be? As she pondered, familiar shadows flitted through her mind. Could it be him? After a moment of silence, noticing Wen Jiu's hesitation, Wen Xingyu directly inquired, "Do you know who it is?" "I have my suspicions," Wen Jiu replied candidly. "Jiang Yanci, along with Qi Qin, are acquaintances of mine. Just a few days ago, I dined with them. However, I cannot be certain if they were involved." "Why would they assist you? Is it because you are from the Wen family of the capital?" "I'm not sure." Wen Jiu contemplated before adding, somewhat self-indulgently, "Perhaps Jiang Yanci is interested in pursuing me?" After a peculiar silence, Wen Xingyu thoughtfully considered the matter and deemed it not entirely impossible. Yet he wondered aloud, but why Jiang Yanci and not Qi Qin? This time, it was Wen Jiu who fell silent. After a brief pause, she responded, "Perhaps it is because Jiang Yanci is more handsome." One cannot possibly recount every detail of the events that transpired over the past couple of days to Wen Xingyu, as it might imply a sense of boasting. Jiang Yanci is a person of intricate and enigmatic character, and as the current head of the Jiang family, he is not someone that an ordinary individual could easily provoke. Wen Xingyu let out a deep sigh. Jiu, are you truly certain about engaging with him? And what of Jianyu? Have you truly moved on from him?" Chapter 21. The Jiang family ancestral home. When Xingyu believed that with Wen Jiu's character, she would not so readily let go of Jianyu. Otherwise, there would have been no need for her to leave the capital for Port City. The reason behind her departure could be distilled into a single word: escape. An escape until she had entirely relinquished her feelings for Jianyu, so that she would not be swayed by his moment of vulnerability. However, such a resolution should not involve another person or a different relationship as a means to an end. In an instant, Wen Jiu comprehended the essence of Wen Xingyu's words and displayed a look of exasperation. "I have ended a relationship, not lost a husband. Am I to remain in mourning for him? Moreover, since Jianyu had wronged her, why should she grieve for his absence or harm an innocent person for his sake? The education I received did not compel me to linger over a faithless scoundrel. Therefore," Wen Jiu emphasized, "I truly harbor no feelings for him whatsoever. Leaving the capital was merely a desire for a change of scenery. If it must be related to Jianyu, it is simply that I wish to deny him the chance to entangle me further. Can you understand this?" While Wen Jiu had indeed devoted all her emotions and trust to Jianyu during their time together, once she resolved to part ways, she could effortlessly reclaim those feelings she had so generously bestowed. Indecision was not her modus operandi. "All right, I understand." Upon hearing this, Wen Xingyu should have felt a sense of relief, for Wen Jiu would not deceive them. However, thoughts of Jiang Yanci, who had been in contact with Wen Jiu, weighed heavily on him. Compared to Jianyu, Jiang Yanci posed a far greater danger. In fact, Jianyu's methods did not even merit comparison with Jiang Yanci's. The flowers nurtured in a greenhouse differ vastly from those that struggle for sustenance in the flesh of reality. After offering some comfort to his concerned brother, Wen Jiu found an excuse related to hunger to end the call. As Wen Xingyu's voice faded, the empty room was left with only the sound of Wen Jiu's own breathing. She exhaled softly, pondering whether she should inquire with Jiang Yanci and Qi. Would it be too abrupt to ask? As she contemplated, her hand instinctively opened the chat window with Qi. "Hey, what you up to?" With his hair resembling a bird's nest, Qi stared in confusion at the message from Wen Jiu, wondering what this stunning beauty wanted. Curiosity piqued. He replied, "Just woke up." Wen Jiu responded, "I have something to ask you." Qi replied, "Ask away. I will share everything I know. Has anyone been following me lately? They seem to have disappeared today. I want to know if you helped resolve this issue." "What?" Qi sat upright in shock. Someone had been following Wen Jiu? Frowning, he quickly began to formulate a hypothesis. After all, Jiang Yanci was the only one who would care for Wen Jiu in such a manner. He replied, "It wasn't me, but I suspect it might be Yanci. Even if it's not him, he could help you uncover the truth. Why not ask him?" Wen Jiu paused, contemplating whether to directly inquire with Jiang Yanci. It was certainly a possibility. She had this intention in mind anyway. But first, she decided to consult the seemingly more enthusiastic Qi. Just as she was about to send a message to Jiang Yanci, Qi called her directly. "Hello." Wen Jiu answered the call, and Qi's voice came through. "It's like this. Yingo might be a bit busy today and may not have the time to reply to your message. Since I'm heading to see him, why not let me take you along?" Was this statement reasonable? If Jiang Yanci was busy, would he still have time to attend to her? She thought this and directly posed the question. Qi smacked his forehead, realizing that his freshly activated brain was not functioning well. He cleared his throat. "No matter how busy Yingu is, he'll still have time to see you." After saying this, he weakly confirmed, "Shall we go?" The implication was glaringly obvious. However, Wen Jiu pretended not to understand, replying, "All right then, please come pick me up." With his objective achieved, Qi hurriedly dressed and dashed out. "I'm on my way now." With that, he hung up the phone. Wen Jiu stretched and opened the curtains, taking a moment to savor the fresh air outside before retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. Considering that Qi might arrive swiftly, she did not tidy up too meticulously. Sure enough, just as she finished changing her clothes, Qi arrived. Not one to keep people waiting, Wen Jiu quickly slipped on her shoes and hurried downstairs. Once she got into the car, Qi noticed that Wen Jiu had not applied any makeup today. He unabashedly expressed his astonishment. "You look so beautiful even without makeup." Wen Jiu smiled. "It's all natural beauty." She felt no need to be overly modest about her own attributes. Qi nodded, left speechless by her self-awareness. Half an hour later, Qi's car pulled into the Jiang family's old residence. The ancient, grand gates slowly swung open, revealing a bluestone path wide enough for 3 cars to travel side by side, stretching out before Wen Jiu. Her gaze wandered to either side, where a series of winding corridors and pavilions unfolded, and a pebbled pathway extended alongside the corridors toward the end, where the Jiang family residence was situated. The expansive, standalone villa, steeped in antique charm, faced the direction of the rising sun, exuding understated luxury. After parking, the two had a short distance to walk, during which Wen Jiu caught a whiff of a faint sandalwood fragrance several times. The Jiang family, as a century-old lineage, was indeed formidable. Neither the Wen family in the capital nor Wen Jiu's true home abroad could stand in comparison to the Jiang family's rich historical legacy. Wealth and power might allow for newcomers to surpass the old, but the deep-rooted heritage passed down through generations was not easily eclipsed. As they approached the villa, they saw an elderly man in a Tang suit embroidered with the characters for fortune and prosperity, bent slightly at the waist at the entrance, beside whom knelt a man in his 30s. Wen Jiu's gaze skimmed over the two, filled with curiosity, yet lacking the inclination to inquire further. Qi, however, paused before the elderly man, nodding respectfully. "Old Jiao." "Ah, little Qi." Old Jiao managed a faint smile. "Here to see Yin?" "Yes. I have something to discuss with Yingu," Qi casually explained, his eyes sweeping over Old Jiao's pale lips and the beads of sweat dotting his nose. "The younger generation may enter first." "Go ahead." Old Jiao nodded, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a girl standing alongside Qi, which took him by surprise. He recalled that aside from his close association with Mu Ling, Qi rarely had any female companions. Who could this young lady be? To have been brought to meet Jiang Yanci by Qi Qin, her background must be quite remarkable. As he pondered the identity of Wen Jiu, he failed to notice the rigid expression on his grandson's face upon seeing her appearance. Zhao Zhixin finally understood why Jiang Yanci had suddenly turned against the Zhao family. It was indeed because of her. But had she only met Jiang Yanci once? Why would she stand up for her? Could it be that Qi Qin had taken a liking to her? Or perhaps it was Jiang Yanci who was truly enamored. The possibility struck Zhao Zhixin, causing him to silently gulp. He then reached out to tug at the hem of old Zhao's garment. Grandfather, I might have discovered the reason behind Jiang Yanci's actions against our family. Old Zhao, in a state of urgency, urged, speak quickly. Chapter 22. My esteemed guest on the other side. Qi Qin brought Wen Jiu to the entrance of the living room and softly said, "Please wait here for a moment while I check on Yinge." Qi Qin had no intention of unilaterally leading Wen Jiu into the villa, for many individuals sought to discuss matters with Jiang Yanci therein, and he feared that Wen Jiu might inadvertently stumble upon secrets that were not meant for public knowledge. Yan Yi, upon entering the living room and seeing the distinguished guests seated within, Qi Qin felt an immense relief for his earlier decision. He greeted the prominent figures before approaching Jiang Yanci and lowering his voice to remind him, "Wen Jiu wishes to see you. I have brought her here. She is currently at the entrance. Would you like to meet her?" Initially indifferent to Qi Qin's arrival, Jiang Yanci, engrossed in his documents, slowly raised his gaze upon hearing this. His eyes traversed the room and settled on the jade screen at the entrance. The graceful silhouette of the girl was illuminated against the screen, harmonizing beautifully with the ancient bamboo carvings, creating a new portrait of a lady. Jiang Yanci handed the documents to Chen Xiao and spoke, "Let us conclude for today. We shall disperse." Understood. In the Jiang household, Jiang Yanci's word was law. Regardless of how the discussions had progressed or whether any issues remained unresolved, once he declared the meeting adjourned, none dared linger for a moment longer. The guests in the living room gradually exited, and as Wen Jiu maintained her poised smile and attempted to step aside, Jiang Yanci's figure emerged before her. Today, he wore a deep blue shirt, its collar slightly open, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, exuding an indescribable air of casual elegance. He toyed with a red string, from which hung a half-broken white jade ring. As he stepped out of the living room, the sunlight illuminated the jade, enhancing its already exquisite translucence. Yet, regrettably, the ring remained only a shattered remnant. "Miss One." Jiang Yanci halted a couple of steps away from Wen Jiu, suppressing the impulse to approach her, and softly remarked, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all." Wen Jiu shook her head, feeling the inquisitive gazes of others occasionally resting upon her as she calmly continued her conversation with Jiang Yanci. "I have come to inquire about something." Jiang Yanci gestured for her to enter. "Please come in." Wen Jiu stepped forward, one foot after the other, until she passed Jiang Yanci and entered the living room. Observing that Jiang Yanci followed her in, one of the departing individuals, unable to contain his curiosity, quietly inquired, "Who is this?" "I do not know her." Jiang Yanci replied curtly, indicating that matters outside his professional purview were not to be probed. "Do not ask questions that do not concern you. I was merely curious." The questioner attempted to retort, but as the sharp gazes around him intensified, he quickly resolved to leave. The group at the entrance dispersed swiftly, leaving the spacious living room occupied only by Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci, and Qi Qin, who had been lounging nonchalantly in a side seat. Seeing Jiang Yanci follow behind Wen Jiu, Qi Qin cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, before lazily declaring, "I'm still feeling tired. I shall return to continue my slumber." With that, he yawned and ambled out. As Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci observed him depart without obstruction, Wen Jiu retracted her gaze. "Follow me," Jiang Yanci intoned, turning toward another door. The living room served as a space for receiving guests. "I shall escort you to the tea room." Wen Jiu walked alongside him, stating, "I merely wish to confirm something with you. There is no need for such formality." Her intention was to inquire and depart. Yet it appeared Jiang Yanci had no intention of allowing her to leave so soon. Indeed, the next moment, she heard him declare, "Not a bother. I must ensure my esteemed guest is well accommodated." He paused for emphasis on the word my. leaving one to wonder if it was intentional. In silence, they traversed a quaint garden before entering the adjacent tea room. Jiang Yanci gestured for Wen Jiu to take a seat, and then inquired, "What tea would you like?" "Anything will do," Wen Jiu replied. Sitting opposite him, she observed his practiced movements as he began the ritual of warming the cups and brewing the tea, indicating that he was no novice in this art. Jiang Yanci's hands were exquisite, with long, slender fingers that were pale and elegantly defined. The veins on the back of his hand subtly visible, exuding an inexplicable allure. The blue and white porcelain teacup danced delicately at his fingertips, presenting an aesthetically pleasing tableau. Wen Jiu, captivated by the scene, propped her head on her hand, eagerly watching him as he methodically prepared the tea, ultimately savoring the finished product. "How fragrant," she remarked, lifting the cup to her lips, the enticing aroma enveloping her senses, reminiscent of the invigorating vitality of a mountain stream at dawn. She took a small sip and then gave Jiang Yanci a thumbs up. "This is the best tea I have ever tasted." Though she often frequented tea rooms, none could compare to the cup Jiang Yanci presented her. "I am glad you enjoy it," he replied with a smile. Once she finished, he refilled her cup and then asked, "What is it that you sought me for?" When the topic turned serious, Wen Jiu's demeanor shifted. "I wish to inquire whether you were the one who dealt with those following me." "Of course, I am merely asking," she continued. "As among the acquaintances I have in Port City, you and Qin are the only ones I trust to have such capability. I have already inquired with Qin. He denied any involvement. Hence, I came to you." Wen Jiu had not intended to divulge so much, but under Jiang Yanci's smiling gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. It was as if questioning Qin before him was a matter worthy of her own reflection. "It was me," Jiang Yanci replied, still smiling as he asked, "Did you notice the person kneeling at the entrance when you arrived?" Wen Jiu nodded. "That individual was responsible for following and taking clandestine photographs of you. I have already sent those who were involved to the police." Seeing Wen Jiu's expression darken at the mention of clandestine photographs, Jiang Yanci added, "They were merely images from your daily outings, and I have ensured they have been thoroughly dealt with, so there is no need for concern." "Thank you," Wen Jiu replied, realizing her gratitude felt somewhat inadequate. After a moment's thought, she added, "If there is anything you require my assistance with, I will do my utmost." "Very well," Jiang Yanci responded, not perceiving her words as mere bravado. Glancing at the time, Jiang Yanci inquired, "Have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet," Wen Jiu replied without a hint of embarrassment. "In fact, I just awoke an hour and a half ago. The meal at home is just ready." Jiang Yanci raised his head and gestured to Wen Jiu. "Shall we go, Miss Wen?" The three words, Miss Wen, seemed to be savored by him, imbued with an indescribable, lingering intimacy. As Wen Jiu kept pace with him, she instinctively touched her flushed ears and then remarked, "Jiang Yanci, you can actually just call me by my name, or Jiu or Jiu. My family and friends all address me that way. Is that so?" Jiang Yanci paused mid-step, then decisively halted, lowering his gaze to fixate intently on her. Chapter 23. Every day, 23, it seems that he has now become her friend. His elongated eyes brimmed with warmth. Yet they fixated on her like a hunter locking on a prey ensnared in a trap. Moments later, a voice, more tender and lingering, reached Wen Jiu's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. She then struggled to suppress the urge to smile, admonishing herself, "Keep a straight face, don't embarrass yourself." After exhaling softly, Wen Jiu patted her flushed cheeks. This invisible allure was truly disarming. Jiang Yanci was nothing like Mu Ling had described. He had clearly engaged with girls before, his demeanor akin to that of a seasoned rogue. In her mind, Wen Jiu mused, diverting her attention as the embarrassment she felt began to subside. Upon entering the dining room, she found 4 or 5 dishes already laid out on the table. Jiang Yanci pulled out a chair for Wen Jiu and remarked, "Aunt Li is a true native of Hong Kong. These dishes are her specialties. Why not give them a try?" With that, Jiang Yanci took a seat, and noticing Wen Jiu was still waiting, he encouraged, "Please, help yourself." With his words, Jiang Yanci picked up his chopsticks first, prompting Wen Jiu to follow suit. Throughout the meal, they exchanged few words, but the contentment reflected in Wen Jiu's relaxed expression spoke volumes about her satisfaction with the feast. It was impossible not to be delighted. The translucent shrimp dumplings burst with flavor. The sweet and tender shrimp, so delectable it felt as if she might mistake her own tongue for food. The sweet and sour pork, with its crispy exterior, revealed succulent and tender meat within, utterly tantalizing. Seeing that Jiang Yanci's guest had savored nearly all the dishes, Aunt Li, when clearing the table, took a moment to compliment Wen Jiu. "You, my dear, have quite the appetite." Although spoken in the local dialect, Wen Jiu managed to understand. Her eyes curved into a smile, her unadorned skin glowing with a healthy hue from her satisfied meal, radiating sweetness that warmed the heart. "Thank you, Aunt Li. It was delicious, just as good as what my mother makes." Since discovering her beloved daughter's penchant for good food, Mu Wan had taken to cooking herself, hoping to witness Wen Jiu's adorable squinting eyes and gentle swaying during their rare family gatherings when she enjoyed a meal. Aunt Li felt her heart swell at Wen Jiu's words, as the comparison to her mother's cooking was the highest praise in her eyes. Unable to resist, she pinched Wen Jiu's cheek, delighted to see her shy yet pleased demeanor. "Next time you come, tell Ayin in advance what you like to eat, and I'll make it for you." Wen Jiu nodded obediently. "Okay, thank you, Annie." "Good girl," Aunt Li replied, leaving with a satisfied smile. "Have you thought about when you'll come next?" "Huh?" Wen Jiu looked up in surprise, meeting Jiang Yanci's teasing gaze. She rested her chin on her hand. "Why? Afraid Aunt Li will be disappointed in you?" Jiang Yanci's expression was calm, making it difficult to discern whether his words stemmed from a genuine fear of disappointing Aunt Li or held a deeper significance. Wen Jiu fell into a momentary silence, her thoughts shifting, and suddenly remarked, "Whether or not I disappoint Aunt Li may not hinge on me, but rather on you. If President Jiang invites me, I shall come." Her smile was radiant and captivating, unaware of the allure she exuded. Jiang Yanci's gaze dimmed slightly. "Every day?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, then shook her head. "I must decline. Every day? Such a fantasy." Jiang Yanci truly knew how to take advantage of circumstances, but Wen Jiu was resolute in denying him this opportunity. Ignoring the disappointment that washed over him, Wen Jiu elegantly wiped her mouth. "I am full now. I shall head back. Farewell, President Jiang." "Very well, goodbye." Although Jiang Yanci recognized he had been played, he had no intention of holding a grudge against Wen Jiu. Simultaneously, while uttering goodbye, he instinctively matched her pace. "I shall escort you home. Aren't you busy?" Wen Jiu glanced at him. "If you have a driver, let him take me. I am busy." Jiang Yanci positioned himself in front of her, slightly bending forward. "Yet I am eager to accompany you. It would be quite embarrassing to be rejected for not making an effort." "Ah." Wen Jiu smirked, patting Jiang Yanci on the shoulder. "Then do your best." "Do my best? How does one do that?" He pondered how he might win her favor, hoping she would desire to dine with him daily, or even more greedily, to be by his side every moment. As they made their way back, Jiang Yanci contemplated this dilemma. Upon returning to the Jiang family estate, he was surprised to find Aunt Li, who should have been resting, still seated on the sofa. "Aunt Li, Jiang Yanci apruchitev. Why aren't you resting? I was waiting for you." Aunt Li rose, looking at him with affection. "Is that girl you were with today the one you fancy?" The image of Wen Jiu surfaced in his mind, and Jiang Yanci's typically cool demeanor softened as he nodded. "She is the girl I like. And does she like you?" Aunt Li inquired eagerly, and before Jiang Yanci could respond, she continued, "With your temperament, no girl has ever liked you. The few brave enough to approach you eventually get frightened away. Since you like her, you must treat her well. When you go to propose, remember to bring the things your mother left for her daughter-in-law." Seeing Aunt Li's increasingly absurd musings, Jiang Yanci quickly interjected. "Aunt Li, I still do not know if she likes me. It is too early to discuss such matters." With his heart full of hope shattered in an instant, Aunt Li shot him a disdainful look. "You are utterly useless." Jiang Yanci sighed deeply. "She is simply visiting Hong Kong as a tourist. She may leave soon. So what? You should pursue her. If you succeed, she could settle in Hong Kong. With you here, there is no way she would suffer." "It's not that simple." Jiang Yanci rubbed his temples, recalling similar sentiments expressed by Qi previously. "It seems that everyone has tacitly accepted that once they are together, Wen Jiu must sacrifice her former life to remain in the harbor city. Yet, This expectation is decidedly unfair to Wen Jiu. She is not an accessory, but a free spirit, capable of choosing her own path. Wen Jiu is free. Her choice of where to reside should hinge solely on her desires. What if she does not wish to stay in the harbor city in the future? Furrowed her brow, somewhat surprised that the typically domineering Jiang Yanci appeared to have adopted a different demeanor when it came to Wen Jiu. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Yanci declared, "Wherever she is, I shall go to meet her." He stood at the pinnacle of power, not to constrain the freedom of his beloved. "Foolish boy," Antley gently tapped his forehead, "then strive to make that girl fall for you sooner. Otherwise, when you seek her out, she may not even wish to see you." "All right, I will," Jiang Yanci promised, knowing full well that had he not been aware of Wen Jiu recently ending a relationship, he would never resort to such gradual means to win her heart. In all his life, Jiang Yanci felt he was facing the most challenging situation. Fortunately, it seemed that Wen Jiu did not harbor any ill feelings towards him at present. Chapter 24. Shunqi. The following day, Wen Jiu returned to the hotel, clutching a bag of delicacies procured from a sweet shop. Upon arriving at her room, she was greeted by the sight of her door wide open, surrounded by a cluster of unfamiliar individuals, both men and women, whom she did not recognize. "Hurry, clean up inside. My friend is about to arrive," a haughty female voice echoed from within the room, grating on Wen Jiu's ears. However, she refrained from confronting them immediately, opting instead to call Wen Jiu. Once the call connected, she lowered her voice to seek assistance. "Brother, check your messages." Wen Jiu promptly opened the green bubble, revealing a pinned message from Wen Jiu. "Someone has broken into my hotel room. Please send your people to help swiftly." Outnumbered, Wen Jiu was not foolish enough to face them alone. After receiving a reassuring response from Wen Jiu, she ended the call, preparing to leave. At that moment, a staff member emerged from the room and spotted Wen Jiu. "Miss Wen, you're back." The instant those words escaped her lips, all eyes, inside and out, turned toward Wen Jiu, who was just about to step away. In that moment, instead of slowing her pace, Wen Jiu hastened her steps. Yet, it was evident that her departure was not intended to be so simple. The individual stationed outside swiftly approached, blocking her path with fierce expressions that instilled unease in her. "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, a woman adorned in luxurious attire sauntered out of the room. Upon laying her gaze on Wen Jiu, who was encircled by her entourage, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickered in her eyes. "A mainlander? Not bad-looking," she mused. Wen Jiu met her gaze with an indifferent reply. "Yes, is there a problem?" "No problem at all," she declared, raising her hand to admire her exquisite manicure, continuing leisurely. "However, this room is required by me, so you must take your trash and leave." This particular room boasted the finest location within the hotel, frequently utilized by she to host guests. Few could afford to occupy it long-term, resulting in its general vacancy. Yet for she, the presence of an occupant was inconsequential, merely a petty individual with a modicum of wealth, unworthy of her attention. She would simply have them removed. "Trash?" Wen Jiu scoffed, her eyes drifting to the exquisite pink diamond necklace adorning she's neck, a look of disdain washing over her. "What then does this necklace signify, if not that the trash you speak of is gracing you with its presence?" Taken aback by Wen Jiu's audacity, she's haughty smile faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a dismissive smirk as a thought crossed her mind. "What are you saying? I don't understand." "Not comprehending human speech is of no concern. I can elucidate," Wen Jiu replied, methodically placing her sweet soup in a nearby trash bin while unhurriedly articulating. "The diamond around your neck, known as the Heart of the Queen, was auctioned for 150 million at a high-profile event in country F a year ago. The buyer was a businessman from Huagua, whose surname is Wen." With that, Wen Jiu fixed her gaze intently on she's eyes, awaiting her reaction. In that moment, even lacking certainty regarding the truth of the words spoken, she felt not caution or fear upon hearing the price of the necklace, but rather an overwhelming sense of greed. A necklace valued at 150 million. It was no wonder that she was captivated at first glance. She raised her hand to caress the pink diamonds, her thoughts swirling, and swiftly reached a decision. "I do not know what you are talking about, but this necklace rightfully belongs to me." With unwavering composure, Shunshi commanded those surrounding Wen Jiu, dispose of her and her worthless trash. In the bustling city, her word was law. Now that the necklace graced her neck, it was indisputably hers, and anyone who dared to question it would be met with her resolve. Upon receiving the order, the group encircling Wen Jiu prepared to act. Feeling their clammy hands inching closer, Wen Jiu furrowed her brow in disgust. Yet, it was merely a feeling of distaste. She grasped the short knife concealed within her sleeve, contemplating how to protect herself and buy time. However, before she could make a move, the elevator doors behind them chimed open with a soft ding. The group's attention momentarily shifted towards Wen Jiu. In the next instant, a woman clad in a white suit emerged briskly, flanked by more than 10 bodyguards. Wen Jiu glanced back and immediately recognized her. Shen Qi, the head of the Wen family's branch in the city, and also the representative of Wen Xingyu. Upon learning of Wen Jiu's arrival, Wen Xingyu had sent her photograph and information to facilitate her actions. Nonetheless, Wen Jiu had not anticipated that their first meeting would occur under such circumstances. Sister Qi, Wen Jiu waved her hand energetically. I'm here. Wen Jiu. Shen Qi was once again taken aback by the striking beauty of the girl before her, just as she appeared in the photographs. She hurried to Wen Jiu's side, examining her from head to toe, and only relaxed upon confirming that she was unharmed. Rest assured, I'm unscathed, Wen Jiu reassured her, tugging at her sleeve. We almost didn't get the chance to fight. With a playful wink, she added lightheartedly. Shen Qi gazed at the lively girl before her, her heart melting at the sight. So this was the beloved younger sister that Wen Xingyu had spoken of, a delightful little cake, and she was instantly enamored. She affectionately ruffled Wen Jiu's hair. With me here, you needn't worry. Wen Jiu nodded, her anxious heart finally at ease. Just moments ago, she had feared she might spill blood in the city. Shen Qi, what brings you here? Shen Qi's gaze had been fixed on Shen Qi since her arrival. The moment she noticed Shen Qi's concern for the girl from the mainland, her heart plummeted. Clenching her sleeve, she demanded, what is your relationship with her? It's you. Shen Qi had never anticipated that Wen Jiu's peril was linked to Shen Qi. It was only upon hearing her voice that she became aware of Shen Qi's presence. And if it is? Shen Qi crossed her arms, disdainfully regarding Shen Qi. You are merely the discarded daughter of the Shen family. Do not presume your presence can alter anything. Shen Qi, let me make it clear, whether it is you or this person from the mainland, with just a word from me, you shall scurry away in disgrace. In the past, you behaved this way in the Shen family, and now you do the same here. To be honest, it has been quite a long time since Shen Qi and Shen Qi last saw each other. Yet, regardless of the passage of time, her half-sister remains foolish enough to evoke a sense of darkness before her eyes. She stepped before Shen Qi, and amidst the astonished gaze of her counterpart, raised her hand and brought it down forcefully. With a resounding slap, Shen Qi's face turned to the side, and soon, a series of finger marks appeared on her cheek. Shen Qi shook her hand, which had grown numb from the exertion. This slap was merely the interest that had been collected. Shen Qi, you cannot offend just anyone. Brace yourself for the consequences of the foolish actions that the Shen family will soon undertake on your behalf. Chapter 25. You're finished suddenly realizing that she had just received a slap from Shen Qi. Shen Qi let out a piercing scream. How dare you strike me? Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on me? I will make you pay. Unlike before, Shen Qi did not shy away this time. While she could endure humiliation, Wen Jiu could not. She lifted her chin, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Qi, who was restrained by her bodyguards. I await your efforts. Wen Jiu, could you please step aside for a moment? Wen Jiu's voice abruptly interrupted their altercation. Shen Qi turned around to see her holding her phone, seemingly recording something. Upon noticing this, Shen Qi instinctively raised her hand to shield the necklace around her neck. Wen Jiu offered her an innocuous smile. There is no need for you to cover up, madam. I've already recorded everything. Moreover, I have captured the faces of each one of you. After speaking, Wen Jiu lowered her head to send the video to Wen Xingyu, ensuring that no one would tamper with her phone and compromise the evidence. She continued nonchalantly. The valuable items in my room are not limited to that queen's heart necklace worth 15 million. There are numerous items of equal worth. Should even one be missing or damaged, you will be liable for compensation. Earlier, in the face of fewer people, Wen Jiu had displayed a semblance of timidity. But now she boldly bypassed Shun Shi and entered her room. Despite her preparations, the sight of her belongings strewn chaotically across the floor, along with shattered pieces of a jade bracelet, made her heart ache. This was indeed a piece of Xinjiang green glass jade. Continuing to record the video, she pressed her lips tightly together until she confirmed that only the bracelet was damaged, at which point the tension in her expression eased slightly. She turned to Shun Shi, who was blocked at the doorway by Shun Shi's associates, and declared, "You are finished." Wen Jiu, are there many damaged items? Shun Shi's expression was equally grim. She had never anticipated Shun Shi could be so foolish. Wen Jiu sighed, quite a few, perhaps worth several billion. What? Shun Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Shun Shi, taken aback for a moment, joined in the uproar. What nonsense are you spouting? How could someone from the mainland carry such valuable items? Though she voiced her skepticism, deep down she felt an overwhelming sense of unease. After all, the necklace around her neck was worth 15 million, even if she was uncertain of its authenticity. Regrettably, this time, Wen Jiu did not even spare her a glance, but instead turned to sit on the sofa in her room. When the police arrive, you can yell at me then. What do you mean? Have you called the police? Upon hearing this, Shun Shi attempted to barge into the room, only to be restrained by Shun Shi. Let go of me. She struggled fiercely, but Shun Shi did not relent, instead offering a cold warning. You would do well not to act foolishly. Has Shun Shi touched her throbbing, painful face in Hong Kong? Not everyone can simply call the police. Miss Wen, even if you're a dragon, you must still bow to me. Though Shun Shi had brought more people than Shun Shi, that did not imply that Shun Shi was intimidated by them. Oh, Wen Jiu cast a fleeting glance at her, responding with a single word, her demeanor nonchalant. A punch landed softly, akin to striking cotton, leaving Shun Shi feeling exceedingly frustrated. She yearned to utter more, yet noticed Wen Jiu stepping aside to continue her phone call, denying her any opportunity to speak. Hello? Upon hearing her relatively composed voice, Jiang Yanci's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. The police have already arrived. I will be there shortly, so do not worry. Although the voice on the other end was carefully modulated, the underlying tremor was perceptibly detected by Wen Jiu. Reclining in a rocking chair on the balcony, the tension within her seemed to dissipate somewhat, prompting her to engage in playful banter with Jiang Yanci. So concerned about me? Wen Jiu was unconcerned about how Jiang Yanci had learned of her predicament. She simply acknowledged his relentless haste to come to her side upon receiving the news. This sentiment, she felt, was something she must cherish. Noticing her light-heartedness, Jiang Yanci was assured of Wen Jiu's safety. The previous call he received, informing him that someone had reported Wen Jiu to the police, had made his heart skip a beat, but he quickly regained his composure and rushed to the hotel. Fortunately, Wen Jiu's call had gone through, and thankfully, she was unharmed. He felt grateful, thinking, "You're my only esteemed guest. Who else would I concern myself with? Just me?" Wen Jiu echoed, inquiring. A brief silence enveloped the line before Jiang Yanci resolutely replied, "Yes, just you." "And what about afterward?" She pressed further. Wen Jiu herself could not fathom why she was asking. She was not one to anticipate the future. Yet in that moment, the question slipped out involuntarily. Jiang Yanci paused at the hotel entrance, gazing up at the imposing structure, each step forward imbued with unwavering determination as he provided Wen Jiu with an answer. With you, it becomes necessary to envision the future. Wen Jiu, I have arrived. Then, Wen Jiu chuckled softly, inviting him as she strolled to the balcony to gaze upon the tumultuous waves by the shore, then paused to gently call out to him over the phone. I await you, Jiang Yanci. Shun Shi, why do you assist her so fervently? At the entrance, Shun Shi shouted in exasperation, and seeing Shun Shi remain unfazed, she lowered her voice. What good does escalating the situation do for you? Furthermore, are you not afraid I will inform father of your support for an outsider? Upon hearing this, Shun Shi's indifferent gaze flickered for a brief moment, but it was merely a fleeting change. She maintained her composure. The course of events is no longer mine to dictate. So who decides? Shen Shi felt driven to madness by Shen Qi's apathetic demeanor, which she found most intolerable. Taking a deep breath, she asserted, "Is it that mainlander?" Shen Shi glanced at her, but refrained from responding. Once again, a punch landed softly, and Shen Shi felt as if she might suffocate from her frustration. She pulled out her phone, threatening Shen Shi, "I will call father right now." This was Shen Qi's greatest fear in the past. However, at this moment, she observed Shen Shi dialing with an unshaken heart. "Hello, father." Shen Shi dialed the phone, immediately expressing her grievances with a tone laced with self-pity. "My sister and a mainlander are bullying me." On the other end, Shen Huaisheng maintained a stoic demeanor. "That scoundrel." Have her answer the phone. Without a single inquiry, he assumed that the fault lay with Shen Shi simply because Shen Shi had complained. Upon hearing this, Shen Shi couldn't help but smile smugly at Shen Shi. "Dad wants you to take the call." With that, she switched to speaker mode and handed the phone over. Shen Shi lowered her gaze at the phone before her, feeling a familiar pang of sorrow, even though she had long known she was the one being cast aside. The pain of repeated hurt still stung. As her fingers hesitated, contemplating whether to lift her hand, a delicate, pale hand reached over and took the phone away. "Hello. Who is this?" Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Shen Huaisheng furrowed his brow in irritation, commanding, "Let Shen Qi answer the phone." "No," Wen Jiu decisively refused. The door to the room was ajar. Although Wen Jiu was not outside, she had overheard Shen Qi's threats toward Shen Qi. Chapter 26. The unwanted filth. To her astonishment, Shen Qi turned out to be the sister of that woman. Even more surprising was the revelation that such an exceptional person was not favored within the Shen family. "What do you think you are?" Shen Huaisheng bellowed, clearly dismissing the young girl before him. However, if one were to inquire about Wen Jiu's worth, she pondered for a moment and then mischievously smiled. "As for me, I shall henceforth be considered the creditor of your Shen family." "What do you mean?" Shen Huaisheng was taken aback. Wen Jiu, with a tone dripping in sarcasm, replied, "Guess." With that, she hung up the phone without granting Shen Huaisheng another chance to speak and tossed the device to Shen Shi. Watching her flustered attempt to catch it, Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, her smile both eccentric and mischievous. At the precise moment the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yanci beheld this version of Wen Jiu. It felt as though his heart had been struck heavily, akin to the awakening of an ancient temple bell after centuries of silence. Jiang Yanci's gaze fixated on her figure, his mind empty of thoughts as he instinctively moved closer with deliberate steps until she noticed him. "Jiang Yanci." Wen Jiu's smile softened slightly. She beckoned him closer, reminiscent of a master calling a wayward hound, her tone imbued with a gentle yet undeniable authority. Jiang Yanci's lips curled upward. This peculiar notion crossed his mind. It did not deter his advance. However, in stark contrast to Wen Jiu's joy, the group witnessing Jiang Yanci's arrival collectively paled. President Jiang, Shen Qi's expression grew complex. Previously, she had only speculated about the identity of those who had been trailing Wen Jiu, but upon seeing Jiang Yanci, the answer became evident. Yet, Jiang Yanci was known for his aloofness, often acting on his whims. What could be his purpose in assisting Wen Jiu? "Miss Shen." Jiang Yanci offered a slight nod to Shen Qi as a form of greeting, then shifted his attention back to Wen Jiu. The traditionally icy depths of his gaze now held a hint of gentle warmth. "What outcome do you desire from this matter?" "Compensation and an apology," Wen Jiu replied, pulling Jiang Yanci closer to her side. "However, you need not intervene. I will handle it myself." If Jiang Yanci, a local powerhouse, were to take action, it would render the situation far too mundane. Very well, he acquiesced without a moment's hesitation, accepting her terms. Perhaps accustomed to Jiang Yanci's decisive and cold demeanor, Shen Qi found this unfamiliar man before her deeply unsettling. Not only her, even Shen Qi, who had nearly buckled at the knees the moment Jiang Yanci appeared, wore an expression akin to that of a ghost. Had she known about Wen Jiu's connection to Jiang Yanci, not even 1,000 lifetimes would have emboldened her to provoke Wen Jiu. But now, it was far too late for such considerations. Vous êtes mis. She struggled to steady her trembling voice, her hands shaking as she removed the necklace from her neck and offered it to Wen Jiu. Your necklace. I return it to you. I hope you might consider not holding today's events against me. Not hold it against you? Wen Jiu curled her lips in disdain, expressing her reluctance. It's rather difficult. Perhaps you, hailing from his harbor city, do not know me, but those acquainted with my character are well aware of my capacity for grudges. She took the necklace from Shi's hand, disdainfully pinched it between her fingers, gave it a shake, and tossed it back at Shi. Moreover, I have no use for filthy items. Perhaps unaccustomed to such humiliation, Shi's face flushed crimson. But as the gravity of her impending situation dawned on her, she became pale with fear. Although Shang cherished her, it did not imply that he would dare offend Jiang Yanci on her behalf, let alone an enigmatic figure like Wen Jiu. Her lips quivered, tears welling in her eyes, yet the individuals before her remained unmoved. Before long, the police arrived. Wen Jiu promptly handed over the video on her phone to the officer in charge. Illegal entry into someone else's residence, resulting in substantial economic damage. Officer, we have both witnesses and evidence. The police official was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yanci present, but recognizing his disinterest in intervening, he composed himself and attentively examined the video Wen Jiu presented. After the team had completed their investigation and reviewed the hotel surveillance footage, the police chief took a deep breath and directed, Miss Shun, please accompany us for further inquiries. Shi, accustomed to wielding her influence over others, likely never anticipated she would encounter such an ironclad obstacle. With a pale visage, Shi hesitated, clutching her phone for what felt like an eternity, before ultimately deciding to call Shang. After cooperating with the police to provide her statement, Wen Jiu departed alongside Shi, who would arrange for a lawyer to handle the subsequent matters. Miss Wen, Shi began, only to be interrupted by Wen Jiu. You may simply call me Jiu, just as my brother does. Wen Jiu had often heard Wen Xingyu mention Shi, speaking of her resolute and admirable character with great respect. Consequently, Wen Jiu held a favorable impression of Shi. Very well, Shi replied, not dwelling on it. With a smile, she inquired, where would you like to stay next, Jiu? Hotels offer a semblance of safety. Yet it is a truth that individuals of certain status can always find a way to infiltrate. Hence, Shi hoped Wen Jiu could reside in the place arranged by Wen Xingyu. Clearly, Wen Jiu understood Shi's concerns. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, has the house my brother mentioned been prepared? It has been prepared, Shi responded. Ever since she received news from Wen Xingyu, she had ensured the house was renovated promptly, with daily cleaning taking place. Wen Jiu could move in at her convenience. Then I shall move in directly, Wen Jiu declared, glancing at Jiang Yanci. Do you have matters to attend to? No, I'll stay with you, Jiang Yanci replied, although he had other engagements. Accompanying Wen Jiu and ensuring her comfort was his priority. Shi, having hastily left a meeting with a business partner, felt reassured upon seeing Jiang Yanci with Wen Jiu and, after bidding them farewell, hurriedly departed. Wen Jiu watched Shi's retreating figure, admiring her poise. Shi was currently employed at Rongsheng Group. Jiang Yanci suddenly uttered a cryptic remark. Wen Jiu turned her gaze toward him and nodded. Acknowledging his words, I am aware. With that brief exchange, and seeing that Wen Jiu had no intention of elaborating, Jiang Yanci chose not to pursue the matter further. Let us go. I shall assist you with your belongings. Are you truly going to lend a hand? Is there an issue with that? She replied, feigning astonishment. After all, you are the esteemed President Jiang. It seems rather excessive for you to help a mere girl with her things. Wen Jiu exaggeratedly squinted her eyes. Jiang Yanci could hardly contain his amusement as he gently poked her forehead. Speak properly. What kind of antics are you displaying? Is it not endearing? To his surprise, Wen Jiu did not take offense. Instead, she boldly leaned closer to Jiang Yanci, her head inching toward him. Chapter 27. The stakes, the delicate features of the girl loomed before him, so meticulously detailed that he could discern the fine hairs on her face. Jiang Yanci prided himself on his self-control, Yet in that moment, he realized that his restraint was utterly futile in the presence of Wen Jiu. Flustered, he averted his gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing as time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At last, Wen Jiu heard his dry yet endearing remark. She smiled, her brows arching in satisfaction, and stood obediently. I believe I am quite adorable as well. Mr. Jiang has a keen eye. She concluded with a compliment for Jiang Yanci. Observing her joyful steps forward, he quickly grasped that Wen Jiu was playfully teasing him. He shook his head and managed a helpless smile. The magnificent Shengshiji is the largest and most opulent villa district in the port city, and it was here that Wen Xingyu had arranged for Wen Jiu's residence. Upon finding the building number sent by Shun Qi, Jiang Yanci's eyes flickered with surprise for a brief moment. Noticing this, Wen Jiu casually inquired, "What's the matter? If I were to say that my home is next door, would you believe it? What a coincidence." Wen Jiu had no doubt about his words. She immediately extended her hand toward Jiang Yanci. "Then please take good care of me, dear new neighbor." Her pale, slender hand lingered before him, and Jiang Yanci grasped the tips of her fingers, their contact fleeting. "And I hope Miss Wen will also look after me." Although Jiang Yanci had not resided here for long, he anticipated that would soon change. After assisting Wen Jiu in moving her luggage into the room, he proceeded directly next door. Wen Jiu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, watching him enter, her eyes shimmering with intrigue and a smile that remained inscrutable. Shun Qi's self-assured composure shattered upon encountering Shun Huaixing. She never anticipated that despite his connections with the police department, Shun Huaixing would be unwilling to let her go. Moreover, upon learning the circumstances surrounding the situation, the lawyer concluded that the only viable resolution was for Wen Jiu to agree to mediation. Naturally, this was contingent upon Wen Jiu's willingness. After declining multiple meeting requests from the Shun family's lawyer, Wen Jiu received a call from her own attorney 3 days later. "Miss Wen, Mr. Shin wishes to see you." At that moment, Wen Jiu was deeply engrossed in an exhilarating 5v5 game. Upon hearing this, she replied, "Tell him to wait. I'll come once I finish." Quadrikill. The triumphant announcement echoed in the background. Wu Lu, observing the rigid expressions of those around him, calmly ended the call with a polite smile. "Please hold on. Miss Wen is busy." Shen Huaixing, wearing a forced smile, remarked, quite busy indeed." Ugh, this teammate is quite abstract." When Jiu frowned at the screen, witnessing her own impressive 4 kills while her teammates faltered, resulting in their demise. With a deep breath, she hastily completed the game before departing in the vehicle arranged by Shenqi. Upon her arrival, the group inside the room was already on the verge of impatience. Yet they restrained themselves at the thought of Jiang Yanci's presence. Finally, as when Jiu stepped into the private room, Shun Huaixing realized why Jiang Yanci had chosen to intervene in a matter involving someone from the mainland. He sat motionless in his chair, his murky eyes betraying no semblance of concealment for his disdain. Before Wen Jiu could take a seat, he spoke. "Speak. How much would it take for you to let my daughter go?" With Jiang Yanci absent, Shun Huaixing felt no obligation to extend any courtesy to Wen Jiu. Unperturbed, Wen Jiu bypassed Shun Huaixing and took her place at the center, leisurely sipping a cup of tea before responding. 1 billion. "Miss Wen, that is quite an exorbitant sum." Shun Huaixing scoffed, dismissing her words as a jest. It seems that the old Shun is merely making a grand noise. Leaning back, Wen Jiu crossed her arms and disdainfully retorted, "If you cannot even muster 10 billion, what pretense do you have to act like a wealthy magnate in my presence?" She seized the photographs handed to her by her lawyer and tossed them before Shen Huaixing. "Do you know how much the necklace your daughter stole is worth? Are you aware of the value of the jade bracelet she shattered? Do you comprehend the worth of the jewelry I have lost? 10 billion is a reduced figure I offer out of respect for your connection to Sister Qi." Though Shun Huaixing had previously seen these photographs, he had not given them much thought. Now, however, he felt compelled to examine the appraisal documents on the table, growing increasingly pallid with each glance. Ultimately, he crumpled the stack of reports in his grasp. Remembering Shun Qi's words, he suppressed his ire and countered, "The jewelry you claim to have lost cannot possibly be worth that much. She only took a necklace, and the only item damaged was the jade bracelet." "Who says so?" Wen Jiu blinked innocently. "As for my belongings, I shall declare their worth as I see fit." You must understand my items have entry records at the airport. If they cannot be found now, I can only blame the trespassing Miss Shun. Naturally, if Miss Shun can provide evidence of her innocence, I will accept my misfortune. Evidence? How would one prove that? The fact that Shun she had trespassed was undeniable, as was the reality of her rummaging through and even pilfering Wen Jiu's possessions. Who would believe that she did not touch those items? Shun Huaixing had never felt such disdain for Shun Shi's foolishness as he did now. Yet even if he could procure 10 billion, he could not squander it on Shun Shi. After several deep breaths, he donned a conciliatory smile. Perhaps Miss Wen would share her thoughts on how to resolve this matter? Regarding this situation, Wen Jiu pondered while observing Shun Huaixing and suddenly inquired, "Is Shun Qi also your daughter?" A jolt of apprehension surged through Shun Huaixing. How had this matter turned to that troublesome child? An ominous thought arose, and with a stiffened expression, he replied, "Yes. I have heard that you and Miss Qi share good rapport." Ultimately, the Shun family was unaware of the true reason that Shun Qi had come to assist Wen Jiu. Naturally, Wen Jiu would not divulge this. She merely smiled and said, "Indeed, I hold Sister Qi in high regard." With that, Shun Huaixing inexplicably exhaled in relief and quickly proposed, "Since we are all family, why not, in light of Sister Qi's connection, release a she?" "Very well," Wen Jiu responded decisively, even her lawyer Wu, momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, Wen Jiu's smile widened exponentially. She tapped the tabletop lightly, and with regard for Sister Qi's influence, she proposed, "If you transfer the shares that Sister Qi's mother bequeathed to her, I shall have the amount owed, and, in return, I will withdraw the lawsuit against your precious daughter. How's that sound?" "Impossible." Shun Huaixing rejected Wen Jiu's proposition without a moment's hesitation. The shares left to Shun Qi by her mother constituted 10% of the Shun family's holdings. Returning them would effectively allow that disobedient creature to break free entirely from its restraints. Wen Jiu's gaze turned icy in an instant. Leaning forward, her smile failed to reach her eyes, sending a chill through the air. "Old Shun, I believe you have misunderstood. I'm not negotiating with you. I am issuing a notification. You can either comply with my demands and reach a settlement, or Shun, she will obediently serve time in prison." With a smirk, Wen Jiu added, "Of course, I am aware that Shun she lacks sufficient leverage. However, I wonder how things would change if we included Rongsheng and all of your family's collaborations." Chapter 28. The deep concern for Miss Qi, your words struck Shun Huaixing like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily disoriented. After a lengthy pause, he managed to regain some semblance of composure and tremulously inquired, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Old Shun had undoubtedly pressured Miss Qi into collaborating with the Shun family, without foreseeing this predicament. Had he? Wen Jiu regarded him with a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. "As it stands, over half of your family's projects are financed by Rongsheng investments. Have you ever contemplated what would transpire if Rongsheng were to withdraw its funding? All the resources your family has invested would amount to naught." "No, Old Shun, you must have considered this. You simply don't believe that Miss Qi would treat the Shun family in such a manner, as it is the culmination of her mother's efforts. Furthermore, to you, she is merely a woman working for Rongsheng, unable to represent its interests. No matter how capable she is, what significant upheaval could she possibly instigate?" Wen Jiu paused for a moment, then continued with a tone of admiration, "Actually, you are not entirely mistaken. Miss Qi indeed would not jeopardize her mother's legacy." She shifted her tone, a cold smile gracing her lips, a glint of reckless abandon in her eyes. "But I am different. The Shun family holds no significance for me. If your family were to fall, Rongsheng could simply support another Shun family, for after all, Shun Qi shares the same surname." Upon finishing her statement, she calmly sipped her tea, oblivious to the intense glare from Shun Huaixing, who seemed ready to pounce on her in fury. "Who on earth are you?" he managed to utter through gritted teeth, sensing that her words were not merely a threat. If she wished it, Rongsheng would indeed withdraw its investment. "I have already stated it," Wen Jiu replied innocently. "I am your family's largest creditor." At this revelation, Shun Huaixing felt as though the world was spinning around him. He stammered, "Are you not afraid that the Shun family will drag Rongsheng down with them?" Why should I be afraid? Wen Jiu laughed lightly. Rongsheng is merely playing with your family. It would be nothing more than a severed finger. Do you think I care? Does Rongsheng care? Ha! What a delightful notion of severed fingers. Shen Huaixing erupted into laughter, nearly toppling from his chair. Wen Jiu was correct. Rongsheng's enterprises spanned much of Europe and Asia, and dealing with the Shen family was merely a trivial affair. But would the Shen family dare to engage with Rongsheng? No, they lacked the qualifications and the audacity. Previously, he had pressured Shen Qi into collaboration, wagering that the headquarters of Rongsheng was far removed, believing that as long as the issues were minor, they would remain unnoticed. He had never anticipated Wen Jiu's appearance, nor that she would advocate for Shen Qi. It was he who had lost the gamble. Shen Huaixing leaned against the table, struggling to stand, feeling as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He could forsake his daughter, Shen Qi, but he absolutely could not abandon the Shen family. Miss Wen, Shen Huaixing lowered his head, adopting the demeanor of a defeated man. Once I return, I shall have Qi come and sign the share transfer agreement. I implore you, show mercy and spare Axi and the Shen family. Wen Jiu nodded subtly, her demeanor far removed from the earlier arrogance, as if she were merely an innocent girl unfamiliar with the ways of the world. She softly remarked, one matter is distinct from another. My compensation must not be lacking. Shen Huaixing nearly choked on his own blood, but could only force a smile and nod in agreement. After performing a gesture of farewell, Wen Jiu watched Shen Huaixing's rigid figure retreat into the distance, then let out a cold laugh. Old fool, do you truly believe that Shen Qi is but a dog of the Shen family? She retrieved her phone. Hello. On the other end, Wen Xingyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his voice devoid of surprise. Is it resolved? Yes, Wen Jiu replied, and then suddenly recalled something, asking, are you particularly concerned about Qi? Brother, are you hiding something from me? Wen Xingyu pondered over the first time he encountered Shen Qi at school. She, a Chinese face among a sea of foreigners, exhibited no trepidation, eloquently engaging even when faced with the professor's challenges until she garnered his respect. Yet, this resilient individual was also capable of bursting into tears in the rain, caught unawares. Truth be told, Wen Xingyu had never witnessed any girl weep with such abandon. Tears and snot mingling, her hair clinging to her face, utterly ridiculous. Later, he arranged for his umbrella to be delivered to her. Even during her internship, he ensured she remained at the company, even promoting her to the position of his secretary. Wen Xingyu had wished for Shen Qi to stay abroad, but upon the conclusion of her internship, she expressed her desire to transfer to the branch in Hong Kong. At that moment, his sole internal thought was that she truly lacked awareness of the situation. Yet, he did not obstruct her. She indeed left, progressively ascending from the grassroots to the position of general manager at the Hong Kong branch, becoming someone who could regularly call him to report on her work. Years later, the instant he received Shen Qi's call, Wen Xingyu instantly recognized her voice. Boss, long time no see, she said. His response was a heartfelt congratulations. However, the words he refrained from uttering were, Shen Qi, it has been a long time. Brother? After a prolonged silence, without a reply from Wen Xingyu, Wen Jiu called out again. He snapped back to reality, feigning nonchalance with a light cough. Shen Qi previously worked in my secretarial department. She is, after all, a favored subject of the emperor and deserves the privileges accorded to her. Oh, Wen Jiu elongated the syllable, then burst into laughter. All right, I understand. No, what do you understand? Wen Xingyu rolled his eyes dramatically. Wen Jiu playfully shook her head. What I comprehend is my business. I understand, that is all. Despite having been in 2 relationships before, her brother had never shown such concern for anyone. It should be noted that, given his stature, it was always others who endeavored to discern his thoughts and placate him. His meticulous consideration for others was indeed a first, aside from his family. Thus, Wen Jiu's fate was to receive the dial tone after Wen Xingyu abruptly ended the call. She pouted, can't play this game. Having murmured this phrase, Wen Jiu was about to leave the private room. However, as she reached the doorway, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Before she could evade the situation, the individual approached her directly, seemingly having been deliberately waiting for her. Jiu, is that truly you? Wen Jiu's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, "It is I. You are actually in Port City. No wonder Jiang Yan's been unable to locate you," Luo Qi remarked, confidently reaching for Wen Jiu's hand. "I am here to enjoy Port City as well. Why don't we explore together?" "No, thank you." Wen Jiu subtly withdrew her hand. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Wait." Upon hearing that she intended to depart, Luo Qi hastily grasped her hand and shook it gently. "Even if you have had a quarrel with Jiang Yan, we are still friends, aren't we?" "Friends?" Wen Jiu pondered over the term, then ambiguously nodded, "Indeed." In the next moment, as Luo Qi relaxed, Wen Jiu inquired, "So, when you just revealed my address to Jiang Yan, was that also because we are friends?" Wen Jiu had clearly noticed Luo Qi typing away earlier. With just a modicum of thought, she deduced whom Luo Qi had been messaging. Chapter 29, Don't Get Involved, Luo Qi was somewhat taken aback that Wen Jiu was aware of her recent actions, and I hurriedly explained. "I merely thought there might be some misunderstanding between you and Jiang Yan, and I wanted to facilitate a clear conversation between the two of you. Jiu, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Who in our circle is truly untainted? Jiang Yan has remained loyal to you for so many years. That alone speaks volumes. Moreover, he and Lin Amlin have not truly crossed any lines. Why must you vanish and leave Jiang Yan in distress? Do you have any idea how much he is worried about you these days? I have watched him grow thinner, and it pains me to see it. I believe there's a limit to your temper tantrums. If you truly break Jiang Yan's heart, and he decides he no longer wants you, it would be a loss beyond measure." The more Luo Qi spoke, the more assertive she became. Her earlier demeanor of seeking favor with Wen Jiu now entirely justified in her eyes. Wen Jiu chuckled, shaking off Luo Qi's hand. "Are you his mother, defending him so fervently? Will he have to kneel at your bedside to attend to your needs when you are incapacitated? Why must your words be so harsh?" Luo Qi's face flushed with indignation from Wen Jiu's stinging retort, though she bore no ill will. "Do you think your words are any kinder?" Wen Jiu shot back, giving her a disdainful glance. "At least I speak plainly, while your words come out like foul gas, making one want to retch. You repeat, who in our circle is untainted? That is your circle, not mine. You wallow in your own filth, yet expect others to join you? Trash belongs in the garbage heap. Keep your distance from my nobility, and do not attempt to associate with me." With that, Wen Jiu pulled out a wet wipe to clean the area where Luo Qi had touched and tossed a wipe on her. "Never let me see you again. Jiang Yan's nameless housekeeper." Without a backward glance, Wen Jiu departed. "What nonsense!" she scoffed inwardly. You. Luo Qi pointed at Wen Jiu's retreating figure, a torrent of curses welling up within her. Yet Wen Jiu offered no opportunity for retaliation. This left Luo Qi seething with anger. However, upon glancing down at the message Jiang Yan had sent her, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. If Wen Jiu did not wish to see Jiang Yan, then she would ensure Jiang Yan found her. On one hand, Luo Qi maliciously revealed Wen Jiu's whereabouts, while on the other, Qi Qin, tasked with monitoring Wen Jiu's safety, found himself thoroughly entertained by Wen Jiu's sharp tongue. He recorded snippets of the corridor surveillance audio and shared them in their group chat, followed by a flurry of thumbs-up emojis, before typing. "To be honest, I have never yielded to anyone in my life, but I truly respect Wen Jiu's verbal prowess." With well-founded reasoning, her attacks ranged from personal to profoundly penetrating, wielding a devastating impact. Ning Wang, hastily opening the file, commented, "I feel too immersed in this. It's absurd, as if I were the one being berated." Qi Qin laughed heartily. "If Wen Jiu knew of your misdeeds, I guarantee her insults will be far more scathing." Ning Wang's expression darkened. "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." If Fong Li had been more obedient, he would not have had to resort to such harsh measures. For this matter, Jiang Yanci had issued both overt and subtle warnings to him on numerous occasions. Yet, Ning Wang remained unable to let go. The sole woman he cherished was Fong Li, the nominal adopted daughter of the Ning family and his so-called sister. What of it? As long as she was the one he desired, he felt compelled to possess her, regardless of the scorn he might face. The reckless antics of Ning Wang were well known among their circle. Recognizing the folly was one thing, but approval was another. Nevertheless, Ning Wang was impervious to reason. Amidst this, Mu Ling, who had always been reticent in the group, dared to speak up. Is it true that such a gentle girl like Wen Jiu can be so fierce? From their previous encounter, Mu Ling had not perceived this side of Wen Jiu. She had assumed her to be the epitome of cool elegance, only to discover a fierceness she had not anticipated. The contrast was utterly captivating. Qin chuckled at the mention of gentle. You have yet to witness Wen Jiu's more audacious side. That kick of hers could make even a man wince in pain. Qi Su, however, astutely seized upon a name mentioned in the recording. So, who is Jian Yu? Qin felt a chill race down his spine. Quick, retract that. Why must this conversation delve into such sensitive territory? Although Qi Su was oblivious, he promptly retracted the message. Just then, Jiang Yanci, having opened the group chat, caught sight of the unfolding drama. I saw that, he stated, and a heavy silence ensued. Qin, attempting to lighten the mood, remarked, Brother Yan, I was just observing. Wen Jiu was not wronged. It was not merely a matter of her being unscathed. Qin had witnessed the stark pallor of Shun Huaixing when he exited the private room, his legs trembling. In all the years he had known Shun, he had never encountered such a sight. To deflect attention from Qi Su's blunder, Mu Ling added, Indeed, I don't see Wen Jiu as someone who would allow herself to be wronged. Jiang Yanci tagged Mu Ling. You are absolutely correct. My Wen Jiu would never allow herself to be slighted, unlike you. With those words, Mu Ling instantly grasped the meaning of a decisive blow. What was she cried? Before hastily exiting the chat, blaming Qi Su for her distress and vowing to confront him. In the wake of Jiang Yanci's dual strike, the group fell into a hush. Ning Wang could not suppress a chuckle. Brother Yin, there's no need to tease that girl. She means no harm. Perhaps she had simply lost herself in her feelings regarding Qi Su. Indeed, Jiang Yanci replied languidly, reclining on the sofa, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the screen. She certainly differs from you. At least her malicious intent is directed toward her adopted sister. Damn! Upon reading this message, Ning Wang wished to slap himself for meddling in Mu Ling's affairs. Now, he too had become entangled, with only 5 members in the chat, for had inadvertently taken collateral damage from Jiang Yanci's remark, while Qin, like a quail, curled protectively around himself in an attempt to evade the fallout. Yet, in the next moment, the storm struck him as well. Jiang Yanci addressed Qin. Recently, the elder Qi mentioned the idea of you going abroad for training. I see no issue with it, so I have agreed to keep an eye on you on his behalf. Upon reading this message, Qin immediately sent a meme depicting a dramatic kneel, followed by a plea. Please, I was wrong, Yanci. He added, I promise I won't dare again. I beg you. However, Jiang Yanci's notion of going abroad for training did not entail a lavish lifestyle abroad, but rather a complete severance from all bank cards, essentially casting him into a foreign land. The thought of foreign cuisine made Qin's scalp tingle with dread. As a native of Huagua, he simply could not endure a prolonged diet of international fare. It would surely be detrimental to his health. Yet, Qin's messages sank into silence, receiving no response from Jiang Yanci. The individual seated in the monitoring room wore a sallow expression, wishing fervently to slap himself. He had acted impulsively, sharing the audio clip regarding Wen Jiu in the group chat, knowing full well how Jiang Yanci cherished her as if she were a precious gem. He nonetheless allowed her to be a topic of discussion among the group. Was this not a reckless act? Chapter 30. Compensation following the events that transpired. An eerie silence enveloped the group. Jiang Yanci opened the document, listening intently to the name mentioned repeatedly by Wen Jiu, his gaze inscrutable, betraying no hint of his emotions. Jiang Yanci softly repeated the name, Jian Yu. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Beyond this familiarity, what troubled Jiang Yanci most was the identity of this individual, Wen Jiu's ex-boyfriend. The mere notion of the ex was enough to provoke his displeasure to the utmost. Yet, what irked him even more was the realization that he lacked the qualification to feel jealous of this former flame. Gazing at Wen Jiu's tranquil chat window, Jiang Yanci sighed, reminiscent of a resentful figure in a royal court, and fiercely poked Wen Jiu's avatar. Have you forgotten about me now that your errands are done? He muttered under his breath, only to see a new message pop up in their chat. You tapped Wen Jiu's clever head Intimacy 1 Jiang Yanci. He stared at the notification, hurriedly attempting to retract it, but Wen Jiu's response had already arrived. Is there something? Now, even if there was nothing, there had to be something. Jiang Yanci exhaled softly. I wanted to ask if you were done. Antly wishes to invite you for dinner. With no other excuse at hand, Jiang Yanci resorted to mentioning Antly. Wen Jiu read the message, playfully teasing him. Is it just Antly who wants to invite me? Upon reading this, Jiang Yanci's mind involuntarily conjured an image of Wen Jiu's mischievous expression. A smile crept upon his lips as he willingly took the bait. All right, that was merely an excuse I concocted. Jiang Yanci. Wen Jiu. I genuinely wish to see you. In a rare moment of directness, Wen Jiu could easily envision the serious demeanor Jiang Yanci adopted when uttering those words. He always possessed a certain earnestness when flirting, as if he felt the weight of responsibility for each word spoken. Unexplainably endearing. She glanced at the time and inquired, How much do you want to see me? Jiang Yanci furrowed his brow in contemplation, so absorbed in thought that he failed to notice Chen Xiao knocking at the door for quite some time. Coming to his senses, he finally spoke. Come in. Chen Xiao, prepared to report on the remaining itinerary for the day, was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yanci, who said, Let us discuss that later. Seated with an unprecedented seriousness, Jiang Yanci frightened Chen Xiao into believing that some grave matter had occurred. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Yanci stated, Hypothetically speaking, if you were to express to a girl you like that you wish to see her, and she were to ask how much you desire it, how should one respond to avoid seeming greasy or insincere? Chen Xiao, already bracing for the potential collapse of the Shiji group. Is this about Miss Wen asking you? He replied incredulously, thinking the gravity of the situation was exaggerated. Jiang Yanci. Chen Xiao chuckled. Who knew our esteemed Jiang Yanci also had someone he wished to see? As the only one bold enough to jest with Jiang Yanci, Chen Xiao showed no restraint in his playful banter during informal settings. Jiang Yanci seized a document from the table and hurled it at him. If you can't speak wisely, then be gone. Ha! Chen Xiao laughed heartily, disregarding Jiang Yanci's murderous gaze, deftly catching the documents and stepping forward to neatly arrange them before Jiang Yanci. He couldn't help but chuckle. I can certainly produce this ivory today. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Yanci's eyes, he continued, Mr. Jiang, I believe Miss Wen. I never mentioned it was Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci interjected, reluctant to acknowledge that he would pose such trivial inquiries to his subordinate. Chen Xiao calmly replied, Nor did I specify it was Miss Wen Jiu. There are many individuals with the surname Wen. After a moment of silence, realizing his attempts at concealment were in vain, Jiang Yanci decided to abandon pretense. Proceed. Chen Xiao cleared his throat, stifling the laughter that threatened to escape, and earnestly analyzed, based on my extensive experience. I believe Miss Wen's question indicates she is aware of your reluctance to respond and is deliberately teasing you. Is that so? Jiang Yanci lowered his gaze, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washing over him. He had assumed Wen Jiu was genuinely probing his feelings. So, it was merely a jest. Chen Xiao, oblivious to his expression, continued, according to my conjecture, it is quite likely. However, he proposed, if Mr. Jiang harbors any doubts, why not directly ask Miss Wen? In matters of romance, the worst transgression is to engage in guessing games. It is far better to express concerns openly. Once the issue is laid bare, discussions can ensue, and if consensus cannot be reached, parting ways would leave no regrets. The latter part of Chen Xiao's statement was originally a casual remark. Yet, Jiang Yanci took it to heart. He pondered deeply, unaware of when Chen Xiao had taken his leave. Meanwhile, Wen Jiu initially felt puzzled waiting for news from Jiang Yanci. Upon returning home and checking her phone, she discovered a message from him. I miss you dearly. A simple 4-character phrase. Wen Jiu, while typing, settled cross-legged on the sofa. Mr. Jiang has pondered for so long, and all I receive are 4 words? This feels quite one-sided. Quite one-sided, Jiang Yanci entered the garage, driving while contemplating whether there was a deeper meaning behind Wen Jiu's words. Moments later, he replied, I will make it up to you. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow at the message, curious how Jiang Yanci intended to compensate her. She speculated internally, but refrained from asking further. At times, a subtle retreat can yield a more enticing catch. After a refreshing shower, she donned her newly purchased rabbit ear pajamas and grabbed her phone, preparing to head downstairs for a snack when she received a call from Jiang Yanci. "Hello," she answered, placing the phone to her ear. "I'm outside your door." Jiang Yanci's voice on the line was low and husky, tinged with an unusual breathiness that was inexplicably alluring. Wen Jiu hurried downstairs and opened the door, finding him standing at the threshold. He appeared to have just come from the office. His gold-rimmed glasses still perched on his nose, the corners of his slender eyes tinged with a faint red, lending an otherworldly quality to his already exquisite features. Yet, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his upright posture subdued the allure in his gaze, introducing a touch of refined mischief to his demeanor. Wen Jiu leaned against the threshold, casually whistling, unabashedly captivated by Jiang Yanci's striking visage. "Did you just come over from the company, Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Yanci, caught under her unabashed gaze, felt an involuntary tightness in his throat. In the next moment, he noticed her half-dry, casually tousled hair cascading over her shoulders and the playful, pale pink nightgown adorning her figure, and it dawned on him that she must have just emerged from a bath. He stepped closer to Wen Jiu, shielding her from the gusting wind. As a gesture of compensation, he had procured an assortment of authentic snacks from the harbor city. With that, Jiang Yanci shook the bags in his hand, subtly reminding her of the delectable treats he had brought along. Thus, there was no need for such ravenous glances directed at him. "Let me see what you've got." Wen Jiu leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse, but was swiftly halted by Jiang Yanci's firm hand pressing down on her head. "Step inside first. The wind is rather strong." Reluctantly, Wen Jiu relented, stepping aside to allow Jiang Yanci entry, before casually shutting the door behind them. Chapter 31. I like this at home. There were only disposable slippers, so they would have to suffice for now. With that, Wen Jiu tiptoed to retrieve a pair of disposable slippers from the upper cabinet, unpacked them, and placed them beside Jiang Yanci. Noticing that she did not seem displeased by his unexpected visit, Jiang Yanci's eyes sparkled with increased amusement. Wen Jiu, feeling a sense of familiarity, brought the snacks to the dining table. As she was about to take them out, Jiang Yanci gently stopped her, saying, "Allow me." Wen Jiu acquiesced with a soft not resisting. Propping her head on her hand, she observed Jiang Yanci as he removed his suit jacket. Without waiting for him to speak, she extended her hand in front of him, saying, "Hand it over." "Very well, thank you," Jiang Yanci replied, handing his jacket to Wen Jiu before leisurely unfastening the cufflinks of his shirt and rolling up his sleeves. Wen Jiu's gaze lingered on the subtle contours of his muscular forearms, and she discerned that Jiang Yanci must frequently work out. Otherwise, such lines would not be so aesthetically pleasing. She stood up to hang his jacket properly, then returned to her seat, the sound of her slippers echoing softly against the floor. By this time, Jiang Yanci had already unwrapped most of the snacks. "Shall we eat first?" he asked, pushing a still-warm egg waffle toward Wen Jiu. This egg waffle is from a well-established shop in Hong Kong, sweet yet not cloying, with a delightful crispness. "Why not give it a try? We can eat together shortly." "Almost done," he added, noticing that she had yet to pick up her chopsticks, prompting him to work a little faster. Despite his carefulness, some grease inevitably stained his hands. Wen Jiu offered him a disinfecting wet wipe from the table, inquiring, "Is alcohol okay for you?" Jiang Yanci shook his head, wiping his hands clean before taking a seat. "Please, go ahead," he encouraged. "One moment," Wen Jiu replied, instead asking, "Would you like to drink?" "Drink?" Jiang Yanci paused, hesitating as he asked, "What kind of drink?" Wen Jiu smiled mysteriously, "Fruit wine, which I brought from the capital." This was the first time she mentioned her origins, causing Jiang Yanci's heart to stir as he wondered if she was preparing to open up to him. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from probing further and simply nodded, "That sounds good." Soon enough, Wen Jiu brought a jar of sealed wine to the table. Though she referred to it as a jar, it was only as tall as her forearm. Yet, her eyes sparkled with delight. "This is mulberry wine that I learned to brew from an old woman during my recent visit to the countryside. It's exceptionally delicious." She cast a proud glance at Jiang Yanci. "You are in for a treat." With that, she expertly uncorked the jar, and with a soft pop, the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. Using a ladle, she stirred the wine, filling 2 glasses, one for Jiang Yanci and one for herself. This wine. Jiang Yanci hesitated, wondering about Wen Jiu's capacity for alcohol. Noticing his uncertainty, Wen Jiu quickly reassured him, I have no intention of getting you drunk. I simply want you to enjoy this delightful drink. Back at home, Aunt Zhao always kept an eye on me, allowing me only a small cup each time. But now, just the 2 of us, I intend to indulge. I am merely concerned about your inebriation. Jiang Yanci possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Hence he harbored no fears that Wen Jiu would become intoxicated. Fear not, I cannot be drunk, Wen Jiu ardently assured, raising her glass first. Cheers. The single exclamation of cheers resounded with exuberance, and Jiang Yanci, with a tender indulgence, clinked his glass with hers. Captivated by the warmth blossoming within his chest as he watched her revel in the feast. Approximately an hour passed, and Wen Jiu's second glass was nearing its end, while the array of snacks on the table remained largely untouched. Noticing her eager hand gravitating towards the wine jar once more, Jiang Yanci resignedly interposed his hand. Another drink, and you shall surely be intoxicated. Absolutely not, Wen Jiu retorted, her cheeks flushed and her misty eyes brimming with sincerity, emphasizing each word. Jiang Yanci, I will not get drunk. With that, she firmly grasped his hand, attempting to push it away. Yet it remained steadfast. Wen Jiu gazed silently at Jiang Yanci's hand, seemingly perplexed as to why her strength had failed to dislodge it, despite her considerable effort. What a splendid hand it is. Perhaps due to the exertion, the veins on the back of Jiang Yanci's hand appeared more pronounced than usual. As she continued to observe, she unexpectedly extended her index finger, delicately tracing the contours of his veins, much to his astonishment. The warmth of her soft fingertip was astonishing, causing a tremor in his heart and a flush in his throat. Wen Jiu, are you intoxicated? He inquired softly, intending to retract his hand while she was distracted, only to find it swiftly captured by her grip. Do not move, she chided playfully, casting an impatient glance at Jiang Yanci. I'm just feeling. Her demeanor was remarkably earnest. Jiang Yanci inhaled deeply, observing her hand clasped around his, a sense of pressure forming between his brows. There was no longer any doubt. This person was undoubtedly inebriated. Did she not claim to have a great tolerance? Just 2 glasses. He sighed helplessly, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet it remained ensnared. Clearly, the tipsy Wen Jiu was still wary of him. Fool, she teased, pulling his hand to her cheek and nuzzling against it. I like this. A crescent moon-shaped smile graced her face as her flushed cheeks pressed against his hand, her long, curled lashes fluttering with an enchanting vitality. Had Jiang Yanci considered reclaiming his hand moments ago, witnessing her joyous demeanor now rendered him reluctant. He took a shallow breath, shifting his other hand to move the wine glass aside. Engaging with her hand was decidedly preferable to her insistence on further libations. Switch hands, Wen Jiu suddenly commanded, reminiscent of a fickle-hearted woman dismissing the hand she had just enjoyed, fixating on Jiang Yanci as she repeated, switch hands. The previous one is too warm. I do not like it. Jiang Yanci, exhaling a resigned sigh, extended his hand. After a thorough examination, she smiled contentedly, assured that this one was to her liking. Jiang Yanci, this is not hot. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the face of the person who had been barely maintaining their composure instantly flushed a deep crimson. The other hand, which she was playfully caressing, naturally warmed under her touch due to his shyness. Yet, that hand was not in much better condition, having yet to absorb the warmth of her palm. He exhaled slowly, watching Wen Jiu as she toyed with his knuckles, feeling a surge of relief that her attention was not focused on him, otherwise contemplating the heat radiating from his face, ears, and even his breath. Jiang Yanci could hardly fathom how embarrassing his current appearance must be, just as he felt a flicker of gratitude for this diversion. Wen Jiu's gaze, which had been tenderly lingering on his hand, suddenly shifted. Jiang Yanci, she spoke with gravity, her eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. Your face is quite red. You must be intoxicated. The clarity of her enunciation belied the notion that these were the words of a drunken individual. Jiang Yanci slapped his forehead in exasperation, a wry smile creeping across his face. When Xiaojiu, do you even want to see who is truly drunk? Let her take a look? What a delightful prospect. Chapter 32. How to sleep when Jiu's eyes brightened as she stood up, leaving Jiang Yanci in a state of bewilderment. Wen Jiu? He gazed at her in confusion. But in the next moment, she boldly strode to his front, pressing his shoulders and pushing him back, then swiftly leaned closer. Let me see. The sweet aroma of her shower gel blended with the rich scent of alcohol, enveloping him like a whirlwind. Before Jiang Yanci could fully comprehend the situation, Wen Jiu's nose was mere inches from his. If he leaned in just a little, he could brush against her nose. He stiffened, anxious that any misstep might lead to an irreparable mistake. Yet, Wen Jiu, the instigator, grew increasingly audacious. Her warm hand grasped his earlobe, as if it were a cherished toy, gently caressing it. Jiang Yanci, you have earlobes. His heart raced violently, nearly spiraling out of control. She even recognized it as an earlobe. When Xiao Jiu, he gritted his teeth, turning his head to evade her breath, awkwardly pleading, stop playing. What? Wen Jiu blinked, feigning innocence. Why can't I play? The sensation is delightful. I can't hear you, she declared playfully. You heard me, he retorted mercilessly. Wen Jiu feigned dissatisfaction, narrowing her eyes at him with mock ferocity. Just when Jiang Yanci thought she might be angry, he noticed her gaze trailing from his nose to his lips. And then further down, gradually, it seemed she was trying to see something beyond the layer of his shirt. Finally, her gaze settled there. Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci was startled by the intensity of her stare, and in a flash, he sprang to his feet, standing opposite her. Don't act recklessly. His voice trembled, reminiscent of a bashful youth being teased. Wen Jiu looked at his flustered expression in confusion, attempting to comprehend. What are you afraid of? Jiang Yanci felt he might lose his mind. Although Wen Jiu appeared lucid, her actions were anything but characteristic of a sober individual. He took a deep breath to steady himself. I'm not afraid. Obvious denial. She shot him a glance, indignantly accusing him. I wouldn't take advantage of you. And didn't you just ask me to look? When did I? Mid-sentence. Jiang Yanci suddenly realized he had indeed mentioned the word look, but did he mean it in the way she understood? He helplessly clarified. You misunderstood. That is not what I meant. Oh. When Jiu cast him a dismissive glance, the joyful smile that had adorned her face vanished, replaced by a look that reproached him with her beautiful eyes, as if chastising him for not keeping his word. Seeing her like this, Jiang Yanci felt a sudden tightness in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he relented, stepping closer to her and bending down. Resigned, he murmured, go ahead, but there are places you mustn't touch. It was his fault. What reason was there to reason with someone inebriated? As long as she was happy. Before her stood a figure nearing 6 feet tall, whose head bowed and waistband still failed to cast a reflection in the expansive window behind them. Only Jiang Yanci's image graced the glass. With a tilt of her head, Wen Jiu finally caught sight of her own silhouette, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She then raised her hand to pat Jiang Yanci on the shoulder and declared, I wish to sleep. Sleep? Sleep? Jiang Yanci choked on the words, inadvertently posing the most foolish question he had ever asked. How does one sleep? Upon hearing this, he noticed a flicker of surprise in Wen Jiu's eyes, the gaze of a little drunkard. She parted her lips slightly, yet earnestly began to educate him. Wash your face, brush your teeth, close your eyes, and sleep. Moments later, Jiang Yanci found himself dutifully following Wen Jiu upstairs. Just as she was about to enter her room, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, only for her to pivot and head directly into the side room. Jiang Yanci, she called out, and when he hurried after her, he found Wen Jiu grinning at him, brandishing a new toothbrush. This is for you. And this and this. One by one, she produced towels and bath linens, handing them to him with great satisfaction before departing. Jiang Yanci stood there, arms laden with unopened gifts, unable to articulate his emotions. Even in her inebriated state, Wen Jiu still thought of him. A sudden realization struck him. He might forever be ensnared by her charm. Jiang Yanci, came Wen Jiu's playful call from outside, prompting him to rush out and discover her already brushing her teeth, toothpaste foaming in her mouth. Good night, she said, tilting her head, a bubble forming in the process, exuding an inexplicable charm. Unable to contain his laughter, Jiang Yanci gazed deeply at her and replied, good night. A few minutes later, he stood at the edge of her bed, watching as Wen Jiu, cocooned in her blankets, succumbed to slumber. He reached up to extinguish the light in her room before quietly leaving. Yet, instead of returning home, he chose to retire in the guest room next door. He left both their doors ajar, mindful of the potential dangers posed to someone intoxicated during the night. Until the next morning, he remained uneasy about Wen Jiu's well-being. Fortunately, she slept soundly through the night. He placed the congee and hangover soup, sent by someone, on the table in plain sight for her, leaving a note before heading to the office. As noon approached, Wen Jiu awoke parched. She descended the stairs with drooping eyelids, and upon fetching water from the kitchen, her gaze fell upon 2 thermos containers on the table. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she wondered where they had come from. Setting her cup down, she cautiously inspected the containers, ensuring they were not ticking time bombs before lifting the lid. The enticing aroma of rice wafted up to greet her, and with a swallow, she felt her stomach stir with hunger. Yet, she refrained from immediately picking up her chopsticks, instead surveying her surroundings. She recalled dining with Jiang Yanci the previous night, but what had transpired thereafter? As she strained to remember, fragments of last night's events began to materialize in her mind. She possesses a particular trait. No matter how inebriated she becomes, the following day, with a mere moment of earnest reflection, or even without any intentional recollection, simply by passing the place where her drunken escapades transpired, her mind will replay the events that unfolded during her intoxication. Thus, upon the stark realization of how she had taken advantage of Jiang Yanci the previous day, Wen Jiu found herself frozen in place, her eyes wide and round, brimming with astonishment. Was that truly me? The one who audaciously exploited another's vulnerability? My heavens! Covering her face, Wen Jiu fell back onto the sofa, allowing her body to bounce slightly against the cushions as she silently screamed. Let it be obliterated. Has her desire for Jiang Yanci escalated to the point where her subconscious is taking action on her behalf? How will she ever face Jiang Yanci again? Should she pretend to remember nothing? Would Jiang Yanci believe her? In that moment, Wen Jiu wished she could dig a hole and bury herself alive. Chapter 33. My thoughts align with yours, however. The stark reality is that her notion is utterly impractical. Upon hearing the doorbell, Wen Jiu reluctantly shifted from the sofa and floated towards the door. Mere moments later, upon seeing Jiang Yanci standing outside, she instinctively closed the door without a second thought. Realizing what she had done, Wen Jiu thought to herself, this is precisely what is meant by a cover-up that draws more attention. Through the barrier of the door, she could almost hear the laughter emanating from the man outside, resonating within his chest. Taking a deep breath, she resigned herself and opened the door once more. I know I was excessive last night. Feel free to scold me. She lowered her head, displaying a demeanor that suggested she was entirely at his mercy, ready to accept any reprimand without retort. Jiang Yanci observed the way her hair bobbed atop her head, the playful tufts standing upright, and the mirth in his eyes only intensified. With a hand lifted as if to pet a small dog, he affectionately ruffled her hair. When she looked up in surprise, he smirked and retorted, quite adorable indeed. And how do you know I wasn't willing? Has this individual truly descended to such depths? Wen Jiu pondered in disbelief, feeling the warmth of his hand still resting atop her head. Just as she was about to pull away, she found Jiang Yanci's face looming closer. In his deep-set eyes, she could distinctly see her own astonished expression reflected back at her. Wen Jiu, he began, his languid voice dripping with allure. Do you know what I wished to do when you were so close to me last night? For reasons unknown, her gaze involuntarily fell upon his luscious lips. His mouth was relatively thin, with the upper lip curving in a distinctly seductive manner. Particularly when he smiled, an air of roguish charm enveloped him. Reminiscent of a mischievous boy next door, dangerous yet irresistibly enticing to a girl awakening to love. When Jiu pressed her lips together, she might not know what Jiang Yanci intended, but she was acutely aware of her own desires. Seemingly attuned to her thoughts, a teasing chuckle escaped him. Straightening his posture, he withdrew his hand and, as he sauntered past her, remarked, my thoughts align with yours. Wen Jiu. Not so. She hurried after him. What thoughts do you refer to? Were your thoughts? It didn't add up. How could he possibly know what she had just been thinking? Regrettably, Jiang Yanci offered no response to her inquiries. His gaze fell upon the untouched hangover remedy tea and porridge on the table. Just waking up? Wen Jiu contemplated pressing further, but reconsidered, realizing that such curiosity might reveal her excessive concern. Suppressing her modesty, she haughtily offered him a single word, observing Jiang Yanci as he busied himself in the kitchen. Effortlessly retrieving utensils to serve the porridge and tea, Wen Jiu felt a sudden pang of guilt. The familiarity with which he performed these tasks was striking. Instantly recalling the pristine state of the dining table upon her awakening, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Last night, did you clean the dining area all by yourself? Yes. I tidied up as I went, he replied casually. Jiang Yanci placed the porridge on the dining table, inviting her to partake. This individual, in both actions and considerations, was rather comprehensive. This gave Wen Jiu the peculiar impression that he was not pursuing her, but rather nurturing a daughter. Noticing that Jiang Yanci had already pulled out a chair, Wen Jiu approached and sat down. After savoring a spoonful of the delicate and creamy yam porridge, she inquired, "Aren't you going to drink?" The person who had just taken out his phone glanced at her and replied, "I've already eaten at the company cafeteria." Wen Jiu contemplated asking Jiang Yanci why he had come over if he had already eaten, but midway through her sentence, she quickly realized the futility of her question and fell silent. Jiang Yanci, however, seized the opportunity to tease her. "Let's see if our Miss One has gotten out of bed." Wen Jiu took a fierce sip of the porridge, justifying her recent laziness by the absence of pressing matters. It wasn't as if she slept until noon every day. Her mannerism suggested that she was not merely chewing the melt-in-your-mouth yam porridge, but rather grappling with her own thoughts. Jiang Yanci couldn't help but chuckle softly. He felt that even if Wen Jiu did nothing at all, merely observing her would effortlessly elevate his mood. For instance, despite having been vexed by the foolishness of a group of shareholders that morning, witnessing her irritation dissipated his own discontent. Jiang Yanci's laughter was so exuberant that it radiated joy, prompting Wen Jiu to cast an annoyed glance in his direction. She jabbed her spoon forcefully into the bowl, feeling as though she had become his source of excitement. After hastily finishing her meal, she noticed Jiang Yanci preparing to clear the table and quickly raised her hand to stop him. "No, I'm not helpless. I can manage this myself. It's rather improper to have guests do chores." Wen Jiu took the thermos and bowl to the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves to begin washing. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Jiang Yanci silently watching her from the kitchen doorway, which made her inexplicably awkward. She cleared her throat. "Do you not believe I can handle household tasks?" "Not at all." It was evident from Wen Jiu's usual demeanor that she was no pampered lady untouched by domestic duties. Otherwise, her home would not be so well kept despite her living alone. "Then why are you staring at me?" Though she was conversing with Jiang Yanci, her hands continued their work. Jiang Yanci replied, "I was concerned you might be bored." "Oh, really?" Wen Jiu suddenly smirked mischievously. "When did our General Jiang transition into a companion for idle chat? Is it lucrative?" Seizing the moment, she delighted in teasing Jiang Yanci. He was unfazed and even played along, feigning deep contemplation. Upon seeing her place the bowl in the sterilizer and turn to retrieve the thermos, he responded, "It's not particularly profitable, but it primarily brings joy to the employer." Afterward, he handed her a paper towel, took the thermos from her, and with a smile, asked, "Isn't that right, Miss Wen?" Wen Jiu wiped her hands dry and, with an air of pride, walked past Jiang Yanci. "I think it's just average." "Average?" Upon receiving this assessment, Jiang Yanci found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He placed the thermos on the table and swiftly pursued the fleeing Miss One. "What do you have to say for yourself?" she inquired. The individual before her was a wall of shoulders, slim at the waist, and clad in a mint green suit that could hardly conceal the man's remarkably fine physique. Miss Wen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and upon realizing the situation, she feigned composure and retorted, "You are far too reserved." She emphasized, conversing should be a tad more engaging. What did engaging entail? Jiang Yanci, genuinely perplexed by the notion of conversation, humbly sought her guidance. Miss One, invigorated by the exchange, gestured for Jiang Yanci to take a seat. Moments later, she focused intently on Jiang Yanci, who was seated to her left, and began her lesson by counting on her fingers. Firstly, when it comes to conversation, one must exhibit politeness. But how does this politeness manifest? She turned slightly towards Jiang Yanci when faced with a lively, delightful, and beautifully gentle customer like myself, you ought to address me as sister. So, Miss Wen squinted playfully, lifting her chin as if teasing a pet. Let us hear you call me sister. Chapter 34. A marvel to behold initially. Jiang Yanci was aware that Wen Jiu would not be so benevolent as to teach him. Yet upon hearing her words, he realized he had underestimated her cunning. He looked at her helplessly and declined. I shall not learn any more. Wen Jiu was younger than him, and the term sister was utterly beyond his reach. He felt he could not be so shameless. Why? Wen Jiu expressed her disappointment. Mr. Jiang, your voice is so melodious. I believe you have great potential. She yearned to hear Jiang Yanci call her sister, and the mere thought brought her delight. However, Jiang Yanci was not one to fall into her trap. Her intentions were glaringly apparent. Yet, from another perspective, indulging her whims could prove entertaining. Suppressing a chuckle, he suddenly leaned closer to Wen Jiu, diminishing the scant distance between them once more. Wen Jiu's breath hitched, yet Jiang Yanci appeared oblivious to her unease. Do you enjoy my voice? He inquired, clearly diverting the topic, yet sounding like an enchanting siren, tempting her for the answer he desired. Wen Jiu was taken aback. Did she praise Jiang Yanci's voice because she liked it? It seemed to be the case. Perhaps due to his character, his voice possessed not only a clear timbre, but also a steady calmness. At times, when she had not seen his mischievous face, merely hearing his voice led her to believe its owner must be a gentleman of refined grace. However, Jiang Yanci's strikingly assertive appearance swiftly dismantled any preconceived notions derived from his voice. Yet, despite this contradiction, Wen Jiu found herself fond of Jiang Yanci's voice. There was no need for denial. Appreciating someone was never something to conceal. Indeed, I like it, she replied candidly, devoid of shyness, only pure admiration. Jiang Yanci observed the brief tightening of her eyes, subconsciously hoping that her affections extended beyond merely his voice. However, he was acutely aware that a skilled hunter must exercise patience. Containing his inner desires, Jiang Yanci flashed a mischievous grin. Thank you for your fondness, Miss Wen. Is that all? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, while Jiang Yanci remained noncommittal. Their gazes locked, and Wen Jiu discerned the pride gleaming in his eyes. He responded, that is indeed all. Displeased at not receiving the desired answer, Wen Jiu frowned and distanced herself, retorting, you are truly unprofessional. I am awaiting your continued instruction. Jiang Yanci, unfazed, complimented her. I believe, given your experience, teaching someone should pose no challenge for you, Miss Wen. Huh. Wen Jiu shot him an exasperated glance. Jiang Yanci was clearly not in earnest about learning. He was deliberately frolicking at the precipice of a trap, amusing himself as a hunter anticipating his prey's descent. Seeing through his intentions, Wen Jiu lost her inclination to play along and reclined lazily on the sofa. I'm done. This is so boring. It truly was dull. She had already visited every notable place in Port City. Each day, after waking naturally, Wen Jiu finds herself languidly staring into space, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. She even contemplates a return to the capital city. Observing her despondent demeanor, Jiang Yanci, though slightly concerned, understands that Wen Jiu's malaise is not solely due to the previous incident. He ponders, how about a trip to the sea? Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu's eyes light up, and she swiftly sits upright. To the sea? Yes, but we must submit a request first. If you wish to go, I can arrange it. Unlike in the past, even private vessels now require formal approval for such excursions. Absolutely. Wen Jiu nods eagerly, admitting that she has yet to experience a sea voyage. The earlier gloom dissipates as she shifts closer to Jiang Yanci. When can we go? The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow's forecast predicts heavy rain, which is unsuitable for sailing. Sound good, she replies promptly. Jiang Yanci notes how quickly Wen Jiu's moods shift, and glancing at the time, he states, I must return to the company. Aren't you taking a break? It's only 1 in the afternoon. The company has a lounge, and I have an important meeting this afternoon that requires my presence. He explains before rising. Wen Jiu accompanies him to the door, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. You're so busy, yet you still come to check on me. No need for thanks. Jiang Yanci waves off her appreciation, adding playfully, just try to drink less next time. He smiles, his eyes filled with affection. recalling how he worried about her safety the previous night, checking on her almost every half hour and barely sleeping at all. Understood, Wen Jiu replies obediently, clearly aware of the trouble she caused him. I promise to be more careful and not drink excessively again. Very well, then take care. With that, Jiang Yanci waves goodbye and strides away. Wen Jiu, puzzled, thinks take care? I'm not one of his concubines. Wait, why concubines? Couldn't I be a palace maid or a eunuch? She muses to herself, a relaxed smile adorning her face. Returning to her room, Wen Jiu fetches her phone, preparing to make her daily call to Wen Sheng and the others, when she notices a message from Gu Xiao. Jiu, are you in the port city? Wen Jiu furrows her brow. Question mark. Gu Xiao, upon receiving her reply, immediately sits up. You really are? Wen Jiu has no intention of deceiving Gu Xiao, so she responds, yes. What did you find out? Although she phrases it as a question, she already suspects the source. Sure enough, Gu Xiao's next message confirms her suspicion. That blabbermouth Luo Qi told me. Moreover, seemingly frustrated that words alone cannot convey her indignation, Gu Xiao sends a voice message. Luo Qi claimed you've latched onto the Jiang family patriarch in the port city, and that you've bullied her good friend into prison, spending billions and countless shares to secure their release. The absurdity is that some fools actually believe it. Listening to Gu Xiao's furious voice, Wen Jiu's expression gradually turned cold. She consoled Gu Xiao, saying, do not concern yourself with them. Simply ignore their words. Gu Xiao, upon receiving this message from Wen Jiu, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She understood Wen Jiu well. If something had not transpired, she would undoubtedly deny it. However, regarding the matter of the Jiang family's power holder, it appeared that Wen Jiu had no intention of providing any clarification. With trembling hands, she inquired, so, is the Jiang family's power holder handsome? While there was no shortage of news about Jiang Yanci online, the media could only release a vague silhouette at most. Relying on just a shadow made it exceedingly difficult to discern a person's true appearance. Wen Jiu was fully aware of Gu Xiao's motivations for asking, yet she had no intention of concealing the truth from her. After organizing her thoughts, she responded with 4 words, breathtakingly handsome. Upon reading this message, Gu Xiao let out a wail. Damn it, my precious cabbage is about to be ravaged by a pig again. Chapter 35 does not truly signify his obedience. As Wen Jiu remained oblivious to Gu Xiao's emotional turmoil, she eagerly shared her admiration for Jiang Yanci's looks. In the next moment, she received a message from Gu Xiao. Wen Jiu, please block me for a while. I need to gather my thoughts. As a devoted fan of Wen Jiu, Gu Xiao found it hard to accept that she had developed feelings for another man. Very well then, Wen Jiu, feeling a tinge of guilt, sent the message and promptly blocked her. After a few minutes, she unblocked Gu Xiao. Have you regained your composure? This was not the first time Gu Xiao had made such a request, and Wen Jiu had grown accustomed to it. Sort of. Gu Xiao replied weakly through a voice message before broaching the main topic. Since we are aware of your situation in Port City, Jian, you must also be informed. Wen Jiu, would you meet him if he sought you out? Let him find me first, Wen Jiu responded, her words not intended to grant Jian any opportunity. She was well aware that if Jian truly arrived in Port City, he would undoubtedly be unable to locate her. Unless Jiang Yanci was oblivious to Jian connection with her and refrained from intervening. But was that even plausible? Jiang Yanci merely behaved obediently in her presence. It did not imply his true nature was compliant. She held her phone, momentarily lost in thought, her mind inexplicably drifting towards Jiang Yanci. Even though he had departed not long ago, gazing out at the clear blue sky, it was hard to fathom that a torrential downpour was expected the following day. Otherwise, they might have met sooner. As Wen Jiu turned on the television, preparing to select a film, the doorbell rang. She cast a sideways glance, her expression tinged with curiosity. Could Jiang Yanci have returned? It was only natural for Wen Jiu to think so, as he was the only person she knew in Port City who was aware of her residence. Although suspicions arose in her mind, Wen Jiu cautiously checked the surveillance footage. Upon seeing an unfamiliar woman in the camera feed, her brow furrowed deeper. The woman outside appeared to be in her 20s, possessing a delicate and innocent oval face. Her watery autumn eyes veiled with a subtle mist, reminiscent of a Jiangnan beauty. Yet, it was precisely this reason that made Wen Jiu fail to recognize such a soft, ethereal visage, Otherwise, she would have certainly remembered it. Confirming that there were no anomalies in the other camera feeds, Wen Jiu finally opened the door. "Who are you?" Fong Li asked, astonished at the sight of the girl before her. Stepping back to check the door number, she soon realized she had arrived at the wrong location. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I must have come to the wrong place." Wen Jiu scrutinized her and noticed blood seeping from the girl's knee, likely a result of a fall, with dirt and grime adhering to the wound. As the girl lowered her head, seemingly preparing to leave, Wen Jiu suddenly inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Fong Li hesitated. She indeed required help, but did not wish to burden an innocent girl. Thus, she shook her head. "It's fine. The person I'm looking for should live next door. Once I find him, it will be all right." Though her words seemed to respond to Wen Jiu's inquiry, they appeared more as a form of self-comfort. Leaning against the doorframe, Wen Jiu inquired, "Are you looking for someone with the surname Jiang? Do you know him?" Fong Li, taken aback, quickly grasped who Wen Jiu was referring to, despite the mere mention of a surname. The expression on her face confirmed Wen Jiu's suspicion that this individual was indeed searching for Jiang Yanci. Their families resided on the same side, and the layout in front of the villas mirrored one another. It was understandable for an unfamiliar person to stumble upon the wrong house. Initially, upon realizing that the person before her was seeking Jiang Yanci, Wen Jiu intended to withdraw from the situation, but the glaring pain in her knee made it difficult for her to ignore. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Who sent you here to find him?" Based on her assumptions, Jiang Yanci seldom spent time here, and acquaintances would likely not come looking for him in this place. Strangely, had this person not contacted Jiang Yanci prior to arriving? Momentarily caught off guard by Wen Jiu's seemingly unrelated questions, Fong Li responded truthfully. "I went to his company, and Secretary Chun informed me that he had come to Shengshi Jiajing, so I came here." It seemed that Jiang Yanci's secretary indeed bore the surname Chun, as Wen Jiu had seen in the materials provided by Wen Xingyu. Observing the girl's distressed state due to her injury, Wen Jiu gently remarked, "You've arrived too late. He has already left." "Huh?" Fong Li exclaimed, shock quickly giving way to anxiety, her soft voice tinged with urgency. "Where has he gone?" "Nothing to disclose," Wen Jiu replied, unwilling to reveal Jiang Yanci's whereabouts. Her willingness to offer even this much information stemmed from a sense of camaraderie with another woman, reluctant to see her struggle in her injured state. Yet, upon hearing Wen Jiu's words, the girl's eyes filled with tears. To avoid crying in front of a stranger, she lifted her head and stifled her emotions. "I'm sorry for the intrusion," Fong Li choked out, bowing slightly to Wen Jiu before limping away. "Wait," Wen Jiu called after her. "Why not come in and tend to your wounds?" Finally understanding why such a minor scrape could lead to excessive bleeding, given her level of activity, Wen Jiu thought the girl's platelet count must be exhausted. Fong Li turned back, her misty eyes pleadingly fixed on Wen Jiu. "Is that all right?" "Of course," Wen Jiu nodded. Stepping aside, "Please, come in." However, after receiving this affirmative response, Fong Li hesitated, biting her lip before cautiously stating, "But if you help me, it might cause you trouble." "Do you believe I fear trouble?" Wen Jiu, slightly exasperated by the girl's timid disposition, found it difficult to ignore her pitiful appearance. "I believe you." To Wen Jiu's surprise, upon hearing her words, the tears in Fong Li's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a look of trust and admiration. "Thank you." Feeling as if she had unexpectedly gained a new admirer, Wen Jiu gestured for her to enter. "Come in, then." "All right," Fong Li replied obediently, limping into the house. Upon reaching the entrance, she gazed at Wen Jiu with eager eyes and inquired, "Do you have any slippers?" "I'm a bit dirty." Fong Li had tumbled down a slope while escaping the Ning family, her upper garments remaining relatively unscathed, but her lower half was marred with blood and mud. Faced with the immaculate room before her, she felt too embarrassed to step inside directly. "Please wait a moment," Wen Jiu said, retrieving a pair of her spare soft-soled slippers from the shoe cabinet and offering them to her. "Here, wear these." "Thank you," Fong Li replied softly, nodding as she changed her shoes and introduced herself. "My name is Fong Li, with Fong meaning square and Li meaning pair. I am 24 years old." Why did she feel the need to mention her age? Wen Jiu pondered internally, yet she responded honestly, "I am Wen Jiu, with one represented by 3 drops of water. Wen Jiu also by 3 drops of water. I am 22. You are younger than I am, fondly exclaimed as she propped herself up to look at Wen Jiu. Does that mean I can call you sister? Sister? Wen Jiu's sister? Jiu's sister? The thought of such titles sent a shiver down Wen Jiu's spine, prompting her to quickly shake her head in refusal. Chapter 36. The gossip of Jiang Yanci very well, fondly conceded, though a hint of regret lingered in her tone. She did not press Wen Jiu further. After changing her shoes, she fixed her sparkling, willow-like eyes filled with anticipation on Wen Jiu. All right. Although she uttered no words, Wen Jiu felt she comprehended the unspoken sentiment. Upon ascending the stairs, the second room on your right is yours. Please take a shower first, then change into some fresh clothes. I will attend to your wounds afterward. Wen Jiu's master bedroom lay to the left of the staircase, with Jiang Yanci's guest room adjacent to it. The first room on the right side of the staircase served as a study. Thus, Fong Li was left with the guest room beside the study. Guiding Fong Li to her designated room, Wen Jiu gathered all the toiletries from the guest room and advised, "Do not linger too long while washing your wounds. Be swift." "All right, thank you, Xiao Jiu." Wen Jiu's meticulous care moved Fong Li deeply, leaving her marveling at the fortune of encountering such a kind-hearted girl throughout her shower. Little did Fong Li know that the kind-hearted girl in her heart had already betrayed her. "A girl named Fong Li just came to find you. She has an injury on her knee, so I decided to keep her here." Understanding that Jiang Yanci might be occupied, Wen Jiu sent him the message and refrained from further engagement. By the time she received Jiang Yanci's reply, Fong Li had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa, clutching a pillow, having endured the pain of cleaning her wound to the point of tears and sniffles. "JYC, just finished a meeting. JYC, is Fong Li still with you? Is anyone looking for her?" Seated on the carpet, engrossed in her drama, Wen Jiu glanced at the chat window, then turned her gaze to Fong Li, who was frowning even in her sleep. Only then did she respond to Jiang Yanci. "I am somewhat perplexed by your words. JYC, Fong Li likely escaped from the Ning family. I am still unclear about the reasons for her escape, but I will inform you once I ascertain the details." After conveying this message to Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci instructed Chen Xiao to investigate the events that transpired at the Ning family that day. Given Ning Wang's possessiveness towards Fong Li, it was implausible for her to have been permitted to leave. At that moment, Wen Jiu's attention fixated on the term escape. Reflecting on the scene she encountered with Fong Li earlier, if her disheveled state was indeed a result of fleeing, then it all made sense. However, she wondered if Jiang Yanci's reference to the Ning family pertained to Ning Wang. As she pondered this, her peripheral vision caught Fong Li's head slipping, prompting her to gently support it with her hand. Xiao Jiu, Fong Li, having a light sleep, awoke with a start despite Wen Jiu's supportive gesture. Upon noticing Wen Jiu's hand propping her head, her heart softened instantly. Wen Jiu was the first person, aside from the Ning family, to extend kindness toward her. Feeling her cheeks flush under Fong Li's gaze, Wen Jiu feigned calmness and withdrew her hand. "Return to your room and rest." "What about you?" Fong Li inquired. Wen Jiu replied, "I still have a drama to catch up on. I will stay here with you." Fong Li quickly moved to Wen Jiu's side, weakly arguing, "I cannot sleep alone." It was not that she was worried about Wen Jiu being alone. Rather, what if, in the event that the scoundrel Ning Wang approaches and harms Wen Jiu while she is distracted, Fong Li must diligently watch over Wen Jiu to ensure her safety. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. Although Fong Li seemed restless in her slumber, the weariness in her eyes betrayed a lack of true sleeplessness. Nevertheless, observing her resolute demeanor, Wen Jiu refrained from further persuasion. Rising to prepare a cup of honey water for her, Wen Jiu resumed watching television. However, this inadvertently made it difficult for Fong Li to find rest. She stiffly held the honey water as she slid down to sit beside Wen Jiu, as if casually bringing up a conversation. "I heard from Ning Wang that Yan Ge has been spending a lot of time with a very attractive girl lately." Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu's gaze flickered. So the Ning family indeed referred to Ning Wang. Noticing Wen Jiu's silence, Fong Li took a tentative sip of her honey water and cautiously inquired, "I presume, Xiao Jiu, you must be that girl?" Previously, her visits to Zhang's residence were solely to the old family home, this being her first time at the Shengshi Jiajing. Initially, when Chen Xiao suggested she come here, Fong Li thought he was merely teasing her, and it was only after repeated requests that he provided the same answer, leading her to visit. Although she had not encountered Jiang Yanci, meeting Wen Jiu brought her considerable joy. Yet, she feared her return to the Ning family would soon sever their companionship. Contemplating this, Fong Li's expression dimmed once more. She genuinely cherished Wen Jiu, despite it being their first meeting. The comforting aura exuded by Wen Jiu was an experience Fong Li had never encountered with anyone else. In a matter of seconds, her emotions oscillated dramatically. Wen Jiu, originally poised to tease her, found her words stifled, fearing that she might inadvertently provoke tears. She rubbed her brow and remarked, "I am uncertain if I am the person you speak of, but it is indeed true that I am. Quite attractive." This was the first time when Jiu had described herself as such, and the words felt somewhat foreign as they escaped her lips. "Xiao Jiu, you are so adorable." Hearing Wen Jiu's stammering tone, Fong Li, who had been on the verge of tears just moments prior, burst into laughter. She affirmed, nonetheless, "You are undeniably the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered." Her beauty was all-encompassing, from her figure and visage to her poise, breathtakingly exquisite. "Thank you." Wen Jiu smiled at her, showing no humility. Fong Li found nothing amiss with Wen Jiu's candidness and lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Would you like to hear some gossip about Yinge? Can we discuss it? Who wouldn't want to hear some gossip, especially about Jiang Yanci?" After a moment's contemplation, Fong Li continued, her voice still hushed. "Yinge has yet to experience love, not even once." "Not even once?" Wen Jiu was taken aback. For Jiang Yanci's striking visage did not suggest a life of abstinence. Fong Li nodded affirmatively. Previously, there were whispers in the circle doubting his sexuality, prompting someone to introduce him to a strikingly handsome young man to win his favor. Wen Jiu was astonished, her eyes now ablaze with intrigue. "And then what happened?" Seeing her interest, Fong Li quickly continued, "The specifics elude me, but I know that the boy who was sent over was dismissed without even laying eyes on Yinge. As for the establishment that sent him, it suffered a significant loss of business due to Yanji's actions, rendering it nearly bankrupt. Ultimately, it was Ning Wang who intervened to mediate, allowing the matter to settle. Wen Jiu had initially anticipated some thrilling gossip, only to find it rather mundane. However, upon reflection, it is indeed something within Jiang Yanci's capabilities. Noticing Wen Jiu's expression of disappointment, Fong Li glanced around and quietly inquired, "Are you aware of what everyone has been saying since this incident?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. Fong Li cleared her throat. "They say Yinge is incapable. That is why both men and women are turned away from him. However, thus far, no one has been able to substantiate this claim." "Incapable?" Wen Jiu's eyes gradually widened, and Fong Li, assuming that Wen Jiu's youth rendered her unfamiliar with the term incapable, elucidated, "It refers to a physiological inability. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 37. "I am not Ning Wang's fiancé." Wen Jiu mused, "She is not foolish. How could she not comprehend this? Yet, dear Fong Li, such gossip is not meant for public dissemination." Hastily, Wen Jiu gestured for silence, pondering if Jiang Yanci was aware of this. Fong Li furoit herberoth. Deep in thought before shaking her head, "I am uncertain. However, I believe he is unaware. No one would dare speak so recklessly in front of him." Relieved, Wen Jiu exhaled softly, realizing that Fong Li was not truly naive. She playfully pinched Fong Li's cheek. "Remember, do not mention this in front of your Yinge." "Don't worry," Fong Li reassured, patting her chest. "This is a secret I share only with you." Had it not been for the pleasant impression Wen Jiu left on her, Fong Li would not have confided in someone she had just met. Ultimately, she feared that Wen Jiu might be oblivious to Jiang Yanci's true nature. That devil. Yinge hardly deserved a beauty like Wen Jiu. Perhaps due to their brief exchange of gossip, the bond between them grew significantly closer, resulting in Fong Li spending more time with Wen Jiu. As she stood up, a sharp pain shot through her knee, eliciting a gasp. Wen Jiu, concerned, inquired, "Does it hurt?" "It pulls when I move," Fong Li replied, letting out a slow breath. "Xiao Jiu, I need to use the restroom." "All right," Wen Jiu nodded, rising to fetch some ice for her knee, realizing that it would not do to endure the pain unrelieved. However, upon standing, she noticed that Fong Li was heading in the wrong direction. Frowning, she remarked, "The restroom is to the right." Fong Li, heading towards the exit, appeared taken aback by Wen Jiu's sudden observation. Embarrassed, she sheepishly admitted, "I took a wrong turn." Afterward, she redirected her steps toward the restroom, and it was evident to Wen Jiu that Fong Li had ulterior motives for leaving. Nevertheless, Wen Jiu refrained from probing further. After Fong Li entered the restroom, Wen Jiu went to the kitchen to wrap the ice in a cloth. Upon her return, Fong Li emerged from the restroom just in time. "Apply this for a while." She offered the ice to Fong Li, then comforted her, "Do not fret. Should you wish to stay, no one here will force you to leave." This sentiment struck a familiar chord with Fong Li, who stared at Wen Jiu, realizing that Jiang Yanci had expressed something akin to this before. The year she graduated from high school, the Ning family sought to send her abroad while Ning Wang was away. Having grown up in the harbor city with aspirations for a prestigious university in China, she had never contemplated studying overseas. Moreover, under the circumstances, the Ning family would not have sent her to a renowned institution. They would only consign her to an obscure university where Ning Wang could not find her. Thus, how could the academically gifted Fong Li consent to such a fate? After devising countless plans to escape the Ning family, she promptly sought out the Jiang family, imploring Jiang Yanci for assistance in locating Ning Wang. Only by finding Ning Wang could she evade the Ning family's coercion to study abroad. At that time, the Ning family's pursuers were stationed outside the Jiang residence, which had not yet become the dominant Jiang family ruled by Jiang Yanci alone. As Fong Li, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, prepared to leave to avoid implicating Jiang Yanci, the latter, whom she had not seen since her arrival at the Jiang residence, uttered a single phrase that resonated deeply. "Since I have allowed you into the Jiang family, no one but yourself possesses the power to make you leave." This statement granted Fong Li a sense of stability, allowing her to remain in the old Jiang estate for 3 days, awaiting Ning Wang's return, and ultimately, the freedom she desired, even if that freedom was but a fleeting 4 years. Now, upon hearing those reassuring words once more, Fong Li felt a pang of guilt. She wiped away her tears and remarked, "Xiao Jiu, you must have forgotten my earlier words about Yengo being unworthy. I believe he is exceedingly manly." Wen Jiu fell into silence, pondering how to respond to Fong Li, aware that forgetting such gossip was quite a challenge. At that moment, the ringing of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to glance towards the door. Fong Li, suddenly stricken by an unknown thought, turned pale, her hands nervously clutching the ice pack, torn between the urge to flee and the uncertainty of where to go. Fortunately, Wen Jiu noticed her distress and gently pinched her cheek, reassuring her, "Sit down and ice your knee. You just went to the bathroom and bled again." Fresh crimson seeped through the bandage on Fong Li's knee, where she bore multiple wounds of varying depths. Thankfully, the injuries were minor, allowing Wen Jiu to disinfect and bandage them herself. However, despite their size, the constant movement caused by Fong Li resulted in intermittent bleeding. "Xiao Jiu, it might be Ning Wang looking for me," Fong Li said, remaining still, her eyes cast downward in a guilty manner. "I snuck out of the Ning household. My presence here may cause you trouble." "It won't." Wen Jiu calmly shook her head. "Just sit." The simplicity of her words carried a reassuring weight. For the first time, Fong Li did not feel flustered at Ning Wang's arrival. She complied with Wen Jiu's request to sit. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Wen Jiu as she moved to open the door. "Miss Wen," a familiar voice echoed in the living room, and Fong Li's eyes, tinged with red, reflected a sense of resigned despair. Ning Wang had arrived sooner than she had anticipated. Wen Jiu stood at the center of the doorway, blocking Ning Wang's view of the room, and inquired, "Are you looking for Fong Li?" There was no need for Fong Li to deny the truth of her presence there. Ning Wang's arrival indicated that he was well aware of her whereabouts. "Yes," he replied, somewhat surprised by Wen Jiu's straightforwardness, yet this did not alleviate his concern. Wen Jiu's position in the doorway suggested her alignment with Fong Li. With this thought, Ning Wang managed a gentler smile than usual. "Fong Li is my fiancée. I would appreciate it if you could take care of her. I shall take her home now." "Fiancé?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, turning directly to Fong Li with a pointed question. "Is that true?" Inside the dimly lit room, the television flickered, while outside, the sun blazed brightly, casting a warm light that illuminated Wen Jiu's profile, making it almost blinding. Fong Li gazed intently into Wen Jiu's comforting eyes, understanding the reason behind her inquiry. If she were to answer no, it would certainly prompt her to assist herself. However, this is Hong Kong. Can Wen Jiu truly achieve that? Would helping herself bring her trouble? She tightened her grip on the ice cubes, her mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts, while her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Ning Wang outside the door. He wore a smile, yet the insincerity of it filled Fong Li with trepidation. Ning Wang was precisely like this. The gentler his demeanor in public, the more terrifying his wrath behind closed doors. Though he would never truly harm her, he would obstruct her yearning for the outside world, confining her and preventing her from seeing anyone she wished. In that villa, she was surrounded only by puppets he had arranged to supervise her life. Fong Li was utterly weary of such an existence. Upon sensing her gaze, Ning Wang's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, reminiscent of a reproachful girlfriend, and he gently urged, "Ali, stop being difficult. Come here, we're going home." Habitually, after Ning Wang uttered these words, Fong Li slowly rose to her feet. The wound on her knee throbbed painfully with the movement. She fixed her eyes on Ning Wang's face, yet her feet, which should have moved toward him, remained rooted in place. Noticing her stagnant posture, Ning Wang's tone shifted, an inexplicable unease washing over him, and he spoke with heightened gravity. "Ali, behave." Throughout this exchange, Wen Jiu had not uttered a word, but Fong Li understood she was waiting for her to make a decision. Meeting Wen Jiu's gentle gaze, Fong Li's resolve gradually solidified. She did not wish to disappoint her, this girl who had repeatedly shown her kindness. "No," Fong Li suddenly declared, her gaze seemingly landing on both Ning Wang and Wen Jiu, each word resonating with conviction. "I am not Ning Wang's fiancée. I was not before, and I will not be in the future." Her relentless dedication to her studies stemmed from her desire to be Fong Li, not someone else's appendage, nor anyone else's fiancée. The expected response caused Wen Jiu's lips to curve into a smile, her enchanting dimples captivating all. As she received Fong Li's answer, Wen Jiu repositioned herself in the doorway, effectively shielding Fong Li from Ning Wang's sinister gaze. "Young Master Ning," Wen Jiu's tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction. "Do not be so fierce. You are frightening my guest." "Miss Wen." Ning Wang's displeasure was palpable as he averted his gaze. "I am aware that Yin Gu treats you with distinction, but this matter does not concern you." "Ah?" Wen Jiu shook her demeanor calm as she extended her right hand. "While you are aware of Jiang Yanci's regard for me, there may be something you are unaware of." She paused briefly before articulating with clarity, "I am Wen Jiu from Gangcheng Group. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Gangcheng Group?" Upon hearing these 4 words, Ning Wang's gaze flickered. Wen Jiu remained unhurried, merely smiling at him. "What is your relationship with Rex?" Ning Wang glanced at Wen Jiu's outstretched hand, but did not reciprocate. If she were merely a person of little consequence from Gangcheng Group, she would not warrant his attention. Chapter 38. I only fear rain the day after tomorrow. Unfazed by Ning Wang's indifference to her outstretched hand, Wen Jiu calmly shrugged and withdrew it. Most individuals familiar with Wen Xingyu were only aware of his other name, Vincent Rex. Thus, Ning Wang's inquiry towards Wen Jiu was hardly surprising. She raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. "If you are asking from a corporate perspective, my shares in Gangcheng are equal to Rex's. However, if you are inquiring about blood relations," observing the increasingly unpleasant expression on Ning Wang's face, a deeper amusement glimmered in Wen Jiu's eyes, and she continued in a languid tone, "Rex is my elder brother." The term brother required no elaboration, for the bond between them was undoubtedly deeper than that of mere siblings. This revelation compelled Ning Wang to regard the woman before him with newfound seriousness as he asked, "Does Yinga know?" What was Wen Jiu's true purpose for appearing in Port City? If previously he had assumed that Wen Jiu's visit was merely for tourism, now he could no longer regard her intentions as simplistic upon discovering her other identity. Perhaps Wen Jiu had not deliberately concealed this from Jiang Yanci. If he wished to investigate, he might very well uncover the truth. Ning Wang fell silent, instead gazing through the emptiness beside Wen Jiu to observe Fong Li. The flickering light from the television illuminated her face in a dance of shadows, yet Ning Wang discerned the resolve in her eyes. Fong Li was someone who abhorred causing trouble for others, yet today she cast aside that apprehension. Wen Jiu inspired her trust, a trust that had eluded Ning Wang despite his years of effort. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sharp ache suddenly pierced Ning Wang's heart. Suppressing the anguish and resentment within, he slowly took 2 steps back. Since Miss Wen wishes to host my fiancé, I shall not intrude, he forced a smile. I merely hope Miss Wen will take good care of my dearly. Of course, who could resist such an endearing Fong Li? Wen Jiu's seemingly nonchalant reply, however, conveyed to Ning Wang that her care for Fong Li was not merely for his sake. It stemmed from her genuine affection for Fong Li. Once again, Ning Wang felt his heart plummet. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to offend Wen Jiu, and even Jiang Yanci would hesitate to cross her. Despite being in their homeland, Wen Jiu's status rendered her beyond reproach. Moreover, Jiang Yanci held her in high esteem. This time, Ning Wang was destined to return empty-handed. After his departure, Fong Li limped over to Wen Jiu, her face a canvas of shock, bewilderment, and confusion. Did a Wang just leave like that? Wen Jiu proudly acknowledged with a soft then frowned. I told you to sit still. Why are you moving about? You're bleeding again. Oh, Fong Li, dazed, shuffled back to her seat, her entire demeanor vacant. Who is this Rex they speak of? Is he someone even more formidable than Yan Ge? Even Ning Wang dares not provoke him. How impressive. Meanwhile, as Ning Wang stepped out of the bustling Shengshe Jiajing, he promptly dialed Jiang Yanci's number. The moment the call connected, he inquired with urgency, Is Wen Jiu the enigmatic young lady of the Vincent family? Are you aware of this matter? Yan? Given Jiang Yanci's capabilities, he could undoubtedly uncover traces of the truth. However, Ning Wang feared that Jiang Yanci might be reluctant to delve into the secrets surrounding Wen Jiu. As anticipated, after a brief silence, Jiang Yanci's nonchalant laughter echoed in Ning Wang's ear. It seemed he did not fare well with Wen Jiu. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to expose her shortcomings to me. Ning Wang, feeling somewhat vexed, retorted, Yan, do you not comprehend the implications of Wen Jiu's identity? Such a perilous individual residing in Gangcheng, and you choose to remain passive? To which Jiang Yanci replied, quite unfazed, Wen Jiu is simply Wen Jiu. He understood the underlying reason for Ning Wang's concerns. After all, the expanding economic influence of Rongxing's subsidiaries posed an increasing threat to the Jiang family. Yet what of it? With a dismissive smile, Jiang Yanci continued, regardless of her identity, to me, she is merely Wen Jiu, even if she were indeed after the Jiang family's core secrets. So what? If she desires something, I would simply provide it. Ning Wang found it hard to fathom such an irrational sentiment emanating from the usually composed and rational Jiang Yanci. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Yan, are you not afraid she might undertake actions detrimental to the Jiang family and to you? He pressed. Jiang Yanci paused momentarily, his hand ceasing its motion with the pen, then gazed out at the spreading evening glow, letting out a soft sigh. I fear only the rain that may come the day after tomorrow. After all, I promised to accompany the young lady when on a sea outing. What would happen if it rains and angers our ancestors? Jiang Yanci mused that perhaps he should consider how to appease her should the heavens choose to frown upon them. He realized he lacked experience in such matters. Ning Wang, unwilling to relent, continued to analyze the pros and cons of the situation with Jiang Yanci for quite some time. However, upon finishing, he noticed Jiang Yanci had likely not been listening at all. A sense of despair washed over him as he understood that once Wen Jiu was involved, Jiang Yanci would not assist him. Thus, he resolved to approach Fong Li instead. With this in mind, Ning Wang inquired, Brother Yan, I heard you plan to set sail the day after tomorrow. As residents of Gangcheng, they had grown accustomed to sailing, and it had lost its novelty. Of course, while others ventured out for indulgent pleasures, they preferred a more restrained approach. Now, with Jiang Yanci suddenly intending to go out to sea, Ning Wang could only surmise that it was due to Wen Jiu, the lady from the mainland. Yes, Jiang Yanci confirmed, deeming it unnecessary to conceal this matter from them, especially since he would not be taking only Wen Jiu along. Are you going? Jiang Yanci asked. Ning Wang immediately pressed. Is that possible? Yes, it is indeed possible, Jiang Yanci replied, leaning back in a chair, but I cannot guarantee that Wen Jiu will bring Fong Li along. Yan, for the sake of our lifelong friendship, could you not lend me a hand? With Jiang Yanci's capabilities, if he were to speak on his behalf, perhaps Wen Jiu would consider returning Fong Li. Do you truly believe that Wen Jiu is the type who would heed my counsel? He fancies himself far too significant for that. As Jiang Yanci spoke, he relayed the reasons behind Fong Li's departure to Wen Jiu and continued to address Ning Wang. Moreover, I had long warned you not to go too far with Fong Li's situation. But you, in your wisdom, chose to confine her in a manner akin to imprisonment. The outcome we face now is, I must admit, a consequence of your own making. Fong Li is such a gentle soul, and now she is on the verge of being driven to madness by the Ning family and Ning Wang. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Qi Qin last time, we might very well be mourning a lifeless body guarded by Ning Wang at this moment. Yet, even in light of this, Ning Wang remains utterly unrepentant. I am aware of my missteps, but the thought of losing Ali is unbearable. At the mention of these matters, Ning Wang's heart twisted in agony. His eyes, tinged with crimson, fixated on Wen Jiu's residence in the distance, as if he could envision Fong Li within. Yin, now that you have someone you cherish, you should understand my plight. If the day ever comes when Wen Jiu departs from you or finds affection for another, will you be able to watch her leave with composure? Chapter 39. Other purposes, is it possible? The answer was undoubtedly negative the moment Ning Wang posed the question. However, in Jiang Yanci's world, Wen Jiu would always be free. She could go wherever she pleased and do anything she desired. As for whether Wen Jiu might develop feelings for someone else, Jiang Yanci was convinced that there was no one in this world more handsome, wealthier, or more powerful than herself. Most importantly, no one who could seduce her as effectively. If that day were to come, it would surely be due to her own shortcomings. He glanced at the phone on the table, fixating on the chat page that awaited a response from Wen Jiu. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly yearned to see her, even if it meant simply hearing her voice. It seemed that only in that moment could the anxiety he had been feigning be completely obliterated. Moments later, Jiang Yanci decisively ended the call with Ning Wang, and in the next instant, dialed Wen Jiu's number. The ringtone rang once before falling silent. No one answered. Jiang Yanci remained unperturbed, gazing at his phone as he patiently waited. Finally, after 2 minutes, the ringtone chimed again. He looked at the caller ID, raised an eyebrow, and, after a brief moment of restraint, answered the call. "Hello," came the voice, imbued with an inexplicable air of pride. Wen Jiu glanced at the call page to confirm that she had not dialed incorrectly before inquiring with a hint of suspicion. "Why are you in such a good mood? Your tone sounds as if you were about to ascend to the throne tomorrow." Jiang Yanci was momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat lightly. Alright. I was just washing some fruit, and didn't have my phone with me." Wen Jiu provided a brief explanation and then opened the message Jiang Yanci had sent. As she read, her pupils widened in shock. She cast a quick glance at Fong Li beside her and said, "You entertain yourself in the living room for a while. I need to make a call upstairs." Fong Li nodded, nibbling on the strawberries Wen Jiu had just washed, pausing the drama they were watching to resume once she returned. Meanwhile, Wen Jiu hurried upstairs, breathless, and immediately asked Jiang Yanci, "Is Fong Li Ning Wang's adopted sister?" Hearing her slightly labored breathing, Jiang Yanci couldn't help but chuckle. "Could you pace yourself? If only you could share some of that enthusiasm with me." "I can't slow down," Wen Jiu exhaled, collapsing onto a rocking chair, trying to steady her breath. She furrowed her brow and posed her most pressing question. "Does Ning Wang want to marry Fong Li out of pure affection, or is there another motive?" If it were merely affection, Fong Li's gentle nature shouldn't inspire such vehement resistance, unless there are underlying circumstances she cannot accept. Wen Jiu's perceptiveness regarding this matter far exceeded Jiang Yanci's expectations. In the message he had sent her, he had simply stated that Fong Li had fled from the Ning family due to dissatisfaction with her engagement to Ning Wang. A succinct sentence. But as someone to know, Jiang Yanci understood Fong Li's reluctance, while Wen Jiu, despite her ignorance of the details, had swiftly deduced that Ning Wang's intentions were not entirely pure. No, or rather, it was evident that Ning Wang's initial intentions were not sincere. Now, Wei claims that his desire to marry Fong Li stems from love. Who would genuinely believe him? Reflecting on the complexities between them, Jiang Yanci felt a headache coming on. He organized a timeline, preparing to recount the events to Wen Jiu from the very beginning. On the surface, Fong Li appeared to be an orphan adopted by the Ning family. Yet in truth, she was the daughter of Ning Wang's mother's first love. Wen Jiu was once again taken aback. What? Jiang Yanci was not surprised by Wen Jiu's reaction. He absent-mindedly twirled his fingers, his gaze drifting to the window, and continued, "Years ago, Fong Li's father and Ning Wang's mother were forced to part ways due to a disparity in their family standings. Following their separation, Ning Wang's mother was arranged to marry Ning Wang's father. Upon learning of this, Fong Li's father, disheartened, married a girl introduced by a colleague, Fong Li's mother. What a tale of despair." Wen Jiu scoffed coldly. What qualifications does someone who cannot cleanse their own heart have to harm others? Sensing her indignation, Jiang Yanci silently curved his lips into a smile. Her clear-cut sense of right and wrong intrigued him, and he nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way, right?" With her thoughts validated, it was as if Wen Jiu had discovered a kindred spirit. Even her previously aggrieved mood lightened a bit. The young lady, with her long legs crossed, commanded continue. Of course, Jiang Yanci responded affectionately, and, while reminiscing about the shocking events that had once stirred the entire port city, he narrated the story to Wen Jiu in a calm and soothing voice. Ning Wang was born in the first year of his parents' marriage, while Fong Li was born a year later. However, compared to Ning Wang, who was born with a silver spoon, Fong Li's background was rather tragic. As he recounted this, Jiang Yanci, who prided himself on being unemotional, could not help but express a hint of sorrow. Fong Li's mother passed away from illness when she was merely 3, leaving her alone with her father. Tragically, the year she graduated from middle school, her father also fell to his death at a construction site. Subsequently, this incident somehow reached Ning Wang's mother. After Fong Li's father's funeral, she was taken in by Ning Wang's mother to be raised as a daughter of the Ning family. Yet, Jiang Yanci furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by the intricacies. Ning Wang's mother harbored no affection for Fong Li. In fact, she despised her. Thus, even after arriving at the Ning household, Fong Li's life was far from pleasant. In just a few brief sentences, Wen Jiu felt her previously stable worldview shaken time and again. However, she quickly grasped the crux of the engagement between Ning Wang and Fong Li. In disbelief, she asked, "Don't tell me Ning Wang wants to marry Fong Li to defy his mother, just because he sensed that Madame Ning does not like Fong Li? Should I commend your intelligence?" Jiang Yanci rubbed his temples. Wen Jiu's ability to pinpoint key issues was indeed impressive. He sighed, although he did not intend to speak on Ning Wang's behalf. As they had grown up together, he could not entirely disregard the matter. Initially, Ning Wang had approached Fong Li as a means to retaliate against Madame Ning, the rebellious youth. Upon learning that his mother had brought back the daughter of her first love to raise, naturally found it difficult to understand or accept. Even though Lady Ning does not harbor affection for Fong Li, this does not hinder the young Ning Wang from doubting his mother's fidelity to his father's marriage. Thus, in an effort to convey his dissatisfaction to Lady Ning, Ning Wang deliberately feigns closeness to Fong Li, even going so far as to boldly confess his feelings to her just as they are about to take their college entrance examinations. As expected, upon learning of this event, Lady Ning promptly arranges for Fong Li to be sent abroad, fearing that any further delay might ruin the son she has meticulously nurtured. However, Ning Wang, who has long wished for Fong Li to sever ties with the Ning family, erupts in a fierce confrontation with Lady Ning upon discovering her plans. After Ning Wang threatens his own safety, Lady Ning finally concedes, allowing Fong Li to pursue her studies at her desired university within the country. Of course, Lady Ning's concession comes with conditions. During this period, Ning Wang and Fong Li are forbidden from meeting. Initially, Lady Ning believes that if the two do not see each other, Ning Wang might soon let go of his feelings. Yet, little did she realize that this 4-year separation would mark the beginning of a transformation in Ning Wang's feelings for Fong Li. Chapter 40. Not in your eyes? Jiang Yanci succinctly recounted the events of that year to Wen Jiu, carefully choosing his words. Ning Wang was indeed egregiously in the wrong, but he... Stop! Wen Jiu interrupted the unspoken thoughts of Jiang Yanci, asserting, "In my eyes, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Moreover, in this matter, the only truly innocent party is Fong Li." Wen Jiu scoffed, her voice tinged with a coldness she herself was unaware of. Let alone the past. I observe that Ning Wang currently harbors no intentions of letting Fong Li off the hook. Unable to refute her statement, Jiang Yanci wisely chose silence, lest the ire of the person on the other end of the line be redirected towards him. However, Wen Jiu was not unreasonable. Despite the adage that birds of feather flock together, Jiang Yanci was Jiang Yanci, and Ning Wang was Ning Wang. Wen Jiu would not misplace her anger. After regaining her composure, she promptly apologized. "I'm sorry. I wasn't directing my frustration at you." "I understand," Jiang Yanci replied, aware that Wen Jiu would not defend Ning Wang. He refrained from further advocating for him and redirected the conversation towards preparations for their upcoming voyage. They conversed for a considerable time before Wen Jiu decided to conclude the topic. "Fong Li is alone in the living room. I must go keep her company." Jiang Yanci felt reluctant to let her leave so easily and, with a hint of grievance, inquired, "What about me?" Upon hearing his pitiful tone, Wen Jiu couldn't help but smile, playfully teasing him. "Jiang Yanci, do you know how the materials I received describe you?" The man's voice was laced with confusion, and inexplicably, Jiang Yanci felt an unsettling premonition. In the next moment, he heard Wen Jiu, in her mellifluous and soothing voice, solemnly introduce him. Jiang Yanci, male, 26 years old, current chairman and CEO of Shijian Group, the contemporary power holder of the century-old Jiang family. Personality: rational, cold, reclusive, indifferent, devoid of romantic interests in women, and unenthusiastic towards men. With each word Wen Jiu uttered, Jiang Yanci's face grew increasingly flushed in the unseen shadows. His fingers curled in discomfort, wishing to etch out a 3-bedroom apartment on his phone. Finally, he could no longer endure Wen Jiu's relentless teasing. "Wen Jiu," he interrupted, his voice hoarse with embarrassment. "You should go accompany Fong Li. I haven't finished yet." Wen Jiu blinked innocently, then, unable to suppress her laughter, exclaimed, "My esteemed President Jiang, why do you differ so greatly from what is written in the materials?" Indeed, Jiang Yanci was composed. Yet the traits of being reclusive and indifferent were ones Wen Jiu had never witnessed in him. She was clearly teasing him, but after a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yanci responded with utmost seriousness, "Because I believe that version of myself would be quite unlikable." Thus, he endeavored to conceal all his shortcomings, hoping she might see a bit more, just a little more, of the better self he aspired to present. His mood had inexplicably darkened. "Wen Jiu, what you just mentioned, in my view, constitutes the flaws in my character. If he were less contemplative, more fearless, and more direct, would Wen Jiu not have sensed his intentions and paused for him for a moment? Yet he dare not take that chance. Wen Jiu had only recently ended a previous relationship, where she had not yet moved on from that person. What if she disapproved of his presumptuous affections? Jiang Yanci was unwilling to gamble. He harbored an uncontrollable fear of making a misstep that could lead to an irrevocable distance between them. Thus, he preferred to proceed slowly, cautiously. As long as Wen Jiu did not send him away, he still held a flicker of hope for her affection. No, at this moment, Wen Jiu could not articulate her feelings. She simply felt a sudden pang of sadness. Jiang Yanci should not be like this. He could be proud, arrogant, even audacious, but never should he be so humble. Yes, humble. When she recognized this, it felt as though a boulder had settled upon her heart. She shook her head, banishing the emotion that clouded her thoughts, and resolutely declared to Jiang Yanci, "The Jiang family requires a person who is sufficiently calm and strong to take charge." Jiang Yanci, how could what you possess be considered shortcomings? The name Jiang Yanci represented an insurmountable chasm for countless ambitious souls throughout their lives. Was it not the same in your eyes? Jiang Yanci, brimming with impatience, yearned to reveal his feelings for Wen Jiu, even to the point of recklessness. Yet, he restrained that impulse. Taking a deep breath, he said, "You need not respond." "No." Jiang Yanci's gaze flickered, momentarily shaken by the sound that had emanated from his phone, leaving him to doubt his own ears. Tentatively, he asked, "What did you say?" Wen Jiu chuckled softly, unreservedly reiterating, "I said no. The type of person I admire is one who meticulously plans each step before pursuing their goals. Even if it consumes time and energy, even if the odds are against them, they remain unwavering until the moment of achievement. To each their own preferences. Perhaps some are drawn to the reckless and unyielding pursuit of their desires. But Wen Jiu favored the quiet courage that emerges from rationality amidst chaos. Her voice was soft yet resolute, like a tangible breeze, allowing Jiang Yanci to genuinely feel that fervent admiration. Wen Jiu. Jiang Yanci repeated her name countless times in his heart, fully aware that he was irrevocably ensnared by her. Little Jiu, you're here. Hearing footsteps behind her, Fong Li immediately turned to Wen Jiu, flashing a sweet smile. I saved some strawberries for you. Great, Wen Jiu responded, hastening to sit beside Fong Li and promptly popping a strawberry into her mouth. Noticing her seemingly good mood, Fong Li nudged her shoulder. Did Yinge call you? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow and nodded, playfully asking, Did I seem that obvious? Not exactly, Fong Li replied, but it felt like there were pink bubbles swirling around you. Such feelings can only be understood, not articulated. However, Wen Jiu comprehended the meaning behind Fong Li's description, revealing a broad grin that showcased her pearly whites. Take your time, she said. Wen Jiu delighted in the gradual approach of two hearts testing the waters, rather than the abrupt collision that, after a fleeting moment of spark, would leave them bloodied and battered. Ah, right. Fong Li seemed to recall something, pulling up the green bubble page and presenting it to Wen Jiu. Xiaoling. It's Mu Ling who knows I've left the Ning family, and she invited me to go shopping. Xiao Jiu. She has also invited you. Will you go? To ensure Wen Jiu understood who Xiaoling was, Fong Li made it a point to mention her full name. During her years in the Ning family, Mu Ling had been one of the few individuals who, despite Fong Li's status, formed a closer bond with her. What happened to your leg? Wen Jiu's gaze fell upon Fong Li's knees, and before Fong Li could respond, Wen Jiu offered her an assuring look. Don't worry, I have a solution. The following day, Mu Ling stood at the entrance of the largest shopping mall in the harbor city. She spotted Wen Jiu pushing a wheelchair with Fong Li seated in it, and hurried over. Concern etched on her face, she glanced at Fong Li's bandaged legs. Sister Fong, what happened to your legs? I had a little fall, Fong Li replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had never anticipated that Wen Jiu would arrange a wheelchair for her before she stepped out. Chapter 41. Adieu. I have come to take you home. Startled, Mu Ling let out a sigh of relief, momentarily forgetting any concern regarding Fong Li's knee injury. She even, out of consideration for Fong Li's potential embarrassment, volunteered. Injuries on the knee are particularly prone to movement, especially in the creased areas. Simply standing or sitting can cause the scab to reopen. Recalling her own childhood experiences, Mu Ling shuddered slightly. When I was young, I scraped my knee all around. Yet I couldn't help but move about, which resulted in it bleeding every day. She pulled up her pant leg to reveal a scar. See? There's still a scar. It must be painful, right? Fong Li grimaced as she looked at the scar on Mu Ling's knee and promptly decided to obediently sit in the wheelchair. She did not wish to have a scar of her own. It hurts, Mu Ling nodded, thinking back to her childhood mischief, wishing she could have scolded her younger self. At that time, her family had access to the best scar removal methods, but she had perceived her scar as a badge of honor, stubbornly refusing to cooperate, which had resulted in such a conspicuous mark. As the conversation progressed, Mu Ling's gaze fell upon the left shoulder of Wen Jiu, where a ring of flesh-pink scars, darker than the surrounding skin, was visible. Previously, Mu Ling had been curious about the origin of the injury on Wen Jiu's shoulder, but it had felt inappropriate to inquire during their first meeting. Now that the topic had arisen, she could not resist asking, Jiu, how did you get that injury on your shoulder? Burn, Wen Jiu replied, glancing down at it herself before continuing. Actually, this is the result after many rounds of healing. Her delicate fingers traced the irregular outline of the scar, and she explained nonchalantly, once, the skin here had significant pigmentation, but after trying numerous treatments, the color gradually returned to normal. However, the transition between the burn site and the intact skin can't be completely restored. Noticing the furrowed brows of her companions, as if they were worried about upsetting her, she smiled reassuringly. Even though it's still visible, it doesn't seem matter to me. After all, it's not on my face. Indeed, Mu Ling agreed, nodding. As long as your face is fine, no one will pay attention to other areas. All right, enough of this chit-chat. Mu Ling clapped her hands, skillfully redirecting the topic. Let us go shopping. Today I intend to indulge. Upon hearing this, Fong Li clutched her pocket in distress. My savings are limited. But if I find something I truly adore, I will buy it. The shopping mall they visited had varying levels of expenditure on each floor. In the past, Mu Ling would have headed directly to the top tier. However, today the three of them started their exploration from the very first floor. Initially, Mu Ling pretended to be discerning, dismissing the affordable clothing, but as they progressed, she ended up making the most purchases. Even Fong Li selected a few items, while Wen Jiu, from beginning to end, found nothing to her liking. Mu Ling handed her bags to a nearby bodyguard before inquiring of Wen Jiu. "Did you find anything you like?" "Not earlier, but now I do." Wen Jiu cast a flirtatious glance at her, stepping forward to pick up a sleeveless, waist-cinching, pleated dress in a soft beige hue before entering the fitting room. "How lovely." Fong Li's eyes sparkled. The dress that Wen Jiu chose not only boasted an elegant and flowing fabric, but also featured a sleeveless design that added a touch of cool visual impact. With Wen Jiu's poise, it would undoubtedly look exquisite. "I believe it suits her perfectly," Mu Ling remarked, choosing not to try on any clothes herself and instead waiting at the door for Wen Jiu to emerge, eager for a visual feast. Before long, the fitting room door swung open. The first sight that greeted their eyes was Wen Jiu's long legs stepping out, accompanied by the swaying hem of the dress. Fong Li grasped Mu Ling's hand, her gaze fixated on Wen Jiu as she strolled forward, swallowing hard in admiration. "Oh my, why does she look so stunning?" Wen Jiu's waist was already slender, and this dress, designed to accentuate the waist, amplified her figure's advantages. "Mu Ling, vipet hermot, exclaiming. I suddenly understand what it means to be both pure and alluring. Though the dress was a sleeveless halter style, it revealed little apart from her shoulders, rendering it not overtly seductive. The allure stemmed entirely from Wen Jiu's figure. However, the inherent coolness and pride reflected in her features tempered the beguiling charm, creating an enticing distance that suggested she was to be admired from afar, not trifled with. Mu Ling hurriedly approached, brandishing her phone as she proposed, "Let us take selfies. I need your beauty to elevate my social media presence." "I want to join too," Fong Li chimed in softly, to which Mu Ling promptly replied, "I'll take one first. You can wait your turn." "All right." Fong Li nodded, unconcerned with the order of their turns. They disregarded Wen Jiu's potential objections and joyfully settled on their plan. "Wen Jiu, try not to smile so radiantly. Be a bit more aloof," Mu Ling suggested after snapping a few photos, eyeing Wen Jiu's bright smile. With a mischievous glint, she added, "We need to capture that feeling of being compelled to submit." After saying this, Mu Ling exaggeratedly gulped, staring at Wen Jiu, anxious for her agreement. Wen Jiu merely nodded. "Aloof and regal, you mean?" Mu Ling, with sparkling eyes and a nod reminiscent of a chick pecking a grain, affirmed eagerly. Instantly, Wen Jiu's smile faded, her demeanor shifting as though she had transformed into a different person. Her previously vibrant aura turned cool and aloof, and the disdain in her gaze made Mu Ling suppress several squeals of delight. "Absolutely breathtaking. Oh, Wen Jiu, shall we?" Mu Ling grasped Wen Jiu's hand, wishing to leap into her embrace, yet she restrained herself, fervently pressing the shutter button instead. Suddenly, Mu Ling paused mid-click, noticing a figure appearing in their frame. Arching an eyebrow in curiosity, "Is that a handsome guy?" As she turned to look, she failed to notice Wen Jiu's gaze freezing at the sight of the figure. "Hello, may I ask if you need something?" Typically, Mu Ling would have reacted with irritation at the interruption of her selfie session. But today was different. The individual was simply too handsome for her to muster any annoyance. "I'm here to find her." The young man smiled politely at Mu Ling, and then his enchanting peach blossom eyes fixated on Wen Jiu, filled with an uncontrollable longing and affection. He spoke, his voice tender as if it could drown one in its warmth. "Ah, Jiu, I have come to take you home." Chapter 42. I thought a Jew would care for me first upon hearing the affectionate title a Jew. Mu Ling and Fong Li exchanged a glance, simultaneously igniting the flames of gossip in each other's eyes. Mu Ling subtly distanced herself from Wen Jiu, maneuvering behind Fong Li to conceal her own covert actions. Meanwhile, Wen Jiu, upon hearing the utterance of a Jew, discreetly furrowed her brows. She suppressed the rising nausea within her and cast a cold glance at the person before her. What did Luo Qi trade for my position? The Jian family's foundation lies in the capital, their reach not extending to the harbor city. The only force capable of swiftly locating Jiang Yanci's whereabouts in the harbor city was undoubtedly the local powers. Clearly, Shun Shi, who maintained a cordial relationship with Luo Qi, was a hand reaching out to Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu's quick deduction of Jiang Yanci's motives did not surprise him the least. However, he refrained from immediately responding to her inquiry. Instead, he gazed sorrowfully at the face he had long yearned for, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I thought a Jew would care for me first." It was only after losing contact with Wen Jiu that Jiang Yan realized his affection for her surpassed his previous beliefs. Each day, without news of her, tormented him. He could neither eat nor sleep, pouring all his energy into the search for her. Now that he had found her, it was evident that he had visibly lost weight. In the past, even without his words, Wen Jiu could easily perceive his changes. Yet now, her concerns no longer revolved around him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if a part of him had been forcibly extracted, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, Wen Jiu remained unmoved, quietly observing him, as though the answer to her question held more significance than he did. A hint of red welled up in Jiang Yan's eyes, but he managed to force a smile towards Wen Jiu, hastily defending her before she could utter any cold remarks. "It's all right." A Jew must have been too tired from shopping to notice. He stepped forward, wishing to revert to their past dynamic of softness and charm, but halted in uncertainty upon witnessing Wen Jiu's furrowed brow. "Answer my question," she reminded him, indifferent to his disorientation, even though he had once been her singular exception. However, at this moment, she could not muster any warmth for this uninvited person. Jiang Yan's hands clenched tightly at his sides. He had grown accustomed to Wen Jiu's gentle tones, and her now rigid demeanor was unbearable. Nevertheless, he understood all too well that if he did not comply and provide her with the answer she sought, she would undoubtedly turn and leave without hesitation. After weighing his options, Jiang Yan finally spoke. "The project in the north is something the Luo family wishes to involve themselves in." Thus, it became clear that this was the condition under which Luo Qi had divulged his whereabouts to Jiang Yan. Wen Jiu scoffed. "How pathetic. If I were Luo Qi, I would demand much more. Does a mere project in the north truly warrant such a price?" "I agree," he replied. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes reflecting the proud demeanor of Wen Jiu, who resembled a fine wine. Upon witnessing such a sight, Jiang Yan felt a stirring within his soul. Ultimately, this incident revealed that Luo Qi and the others had underestimated Wen Jiu's significance in his life. Even though the project in Jingbei was worth billions, it paled in comparison to a single strand of Wen Jiu's hair in his heart. He would give anything just to see her. In the past, if Jiang Yan had echoed Wen Jiu's sentiments, she would have enthusiastically engaged him in a flurry of words, but now, Wen Jiu did not even cast him a glance. She entered the dressing room to change out of her dress, handing it over to the attendant for packaging. Observing this scene, Jiang Yan hurried forward, saying, "Charge it to my card." Hey. Mu Ling, who had been observing the entire situation, suddenly sprang into action, rushing over to present her own card to the attendant, exclaiming, Mine. God forbid if Yen Gu found out she was here and that someone else was spending money on Wen Jiu. She would certainly not see the light of day again." "Very well, Miss Mu." As a prominent young lady of Gangcheng, Mu Ling's influence undoubtedly surpassed that of Jiang Yan. The cashier took Mu Ling's card, but as she was about to process it, Wen Jiu intervened. "I'll handle it myself." With that, she proffered her own card. Today, everyone was responsible for their own purchases. Mu Ling had no obligation to cover her bill. The attendant glanced at Mu Ling, who nodded in agreement, before accepting Wen Jiu's card. As for Jiang Yan, he had already retreated, his face darkened, discreetly reclaiming his card when the cashier accepted Mu Ling's. After settling the bill, Wen Jiu nudged Feng Li, asking, "Shall we explore other floors?" Upon hearing this, Feng Li did not respond immediately. She subtly glanced at Jiang Yan, and then shook her head, saying, "I'm tired." "Tired?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, bemused that the one pushing a wheelchair did not feel fatigued, while the one merely sitting seemed to be exhausted. She chuckled helplessly. "All right then, if you're tired. We won't tea shop anymore." Turning to Mu Ling, she added, "Would you like to come over to my house?" Mu Ling stuck out her tongue. That might not work. Chi Su, that fool, is coming to join me for dinner. Oh, Fong Li elongated her tone, playfully winking at Mu Ling. After all these years, do you still only have eyes for Chi Su? Although Fong Li had not seen Chi Su often, she could tell that compared to Mu Ling's enthusiasm, Chi Su was like an unyielding block of ice. It was only Mu Ling's resilient attitude that allowed her to persistently follow him for all these years. What can I say? Mu Ling shrugged. Perhaps I am drawn to what is unattainable. Unattainable? Fong Li seemed to have an epiphany, smiling as she inquired. Then you definitely did not choose the one who is nearly impossible. Mu Ling was momentarily puzzled, but quickly grasped the implication. She hastily shook her head. No way. Yengu is not just difficult. He would send me straight to hell. Mu Ling feared Jiang Yanci more than she did her own parents. She would never entertain even the slightest inappropriate thought regarding him. Initially, Wen Jiu had not understood the riddle the two were engaged in, but upon hearing Mu Ling mention Yengu, she immediately caught on. She raised an eyebrow. Is Jiang Yanci really that terrifying? Haha. Mu Ling forced a couple of smiles, remarking, it seems our worlds are quite different. The day she first met Wen Jiu was also the day Mu Ling felt that the formidable childhood companion, who had grown up with her, seemed the most unfamiliar. Reflecting on the years of relentless suppression by Jiang Yanci, Mu Ling wiped away a tear of bitterness and, with eyes full of hope, patted Wen Jiu on the shoulder, saying, hang in there, Jiu. Once you manage to win over Yengu, I will be the one with connections. By the way, are you quite close to Jiang Yanci? Originally planning to wait until Wen Jiu finished shopping before inviting her out alone, Jinyu found it impossible to maintain her composure upon hearing the name slip from Wen Jiu's lips. Among the news that Luo Qi sent back from the capital, there was a note regarding Jiang Yanci, stating that Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci appear to be quite close. Chapter 43. Indeed, Jian Xiao and I are quite different. Jiang Yanci was a person that Jianyu knew all too well. His family background was intricate, his demeanor aloof and indifferent, and his methods were ruthless. Even the Jian family had suffered considerable losses at his hands. It could be said that the fear most held for Jiang Yanci far surpassed any admiration. Given Jianyu's understanding of Wen Jiu, it was evident that a person of Jiang Yanci's ilk would be utterly unappealing to her. She would find it bothersome. Consequently, he had previously dismissed Luo Qi's insinuations. But now he gazed at Wen Jiu with a wounded expression, seemingly perplexed as to why she would associate with someone she ought to dislike. In that moment, confronted by the hurt in his eyes, Wen Jiu felt a familiar pang of bitterness stir within her. She was acutely aware that this sensation stemmed from the muscle memory forged during their time spent together. Realizing this, she furrowed her brow even tighter. Just as she was about to respond to Jianyu's question, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside her. Rather than asking me, Jian Xiao might as well inquire of me directly. The man's voice revealed no discernible emotion, yet his warm tone carried a hint of chill. Wen Jiu was taken aback to see Jiang Yanci here. She lifted her gaze to meet his. The sharp contours of his profile came into view, and the silver half-rimmed glasses he wore at work rested upon his prominent nose. Perhaps due to urgency, his chest heaved with a quicker rhythm than usual. What brings you here? Wen Jiu arched an eyebrow at him, her eyes glimmering with playful mockery. She was fully aware of the reason for his hasty arrival, but feigned ignorance, knowing he could do little against her. Jiang Yanci silently ground his teeth, yet he found himself obliged to comply. Leaning closer to her, his lips curled into an enticing smile. Mu Ling mentioned that Miss Wen was fatigued from shopping, so I came to be your chauffeur. Oh. Wen Jiu cast a casual glance at Mu Ling, who was now retreating, having been sold out, and did not shy away from Jiang Yanci's deliberate proximity. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Jiang. With that, she took the solitary shopping bag from Mu Ling's bodyguard and handed it to Jiang Yanci. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended the hand that had just signed important documents to effortlessly accept the bag. The car is downstairs. Please wait for me there, all right? Very well, Wen Jiu nodded, not sparing a glance at Jianyu as she turned to leave. Seeing her intent to depart so readily sent Jianyu into a panic. The earlier inquiries were rendered unnecessary, for Jiang Yanci's presence signified the answer. Jiu, He reached out to grasp Wen Jiu as she passed by, but his hand was intercepted in midair. The silver watch on the man's wrist reflected a cold light, and the prominent veins on his hand were visibly strained. A single glance was enough for Jiang Yan to realize that these were the hands Wen Jiu adored. Unbeknownst to anyone but Jiang Yan, Wen Jiu had a penchant for hands. The pain in his heart intensified suddenly, as if being crushed by an invisible hand. "Mr. Jiang, why are you stopping me?" He endeavored to maintain his composure, striving not to lose his poise before a man who could potentially be his rival in love. Jiang Yan retracted his hand, raising his head with an air of haughtiness, his gaze sharp as it fixed upon the man before him. "A Jew is merely in a temper with me. It is rather inappropriate for you, Mr. Jiang, to meddle as an outsider. Wouldn't you agree? Merely in a temper?" Jiang Yanci repeated the phrase, savoring it, before letting out a soft chuckle, his eyes glimmering with affection. "It appears that I differ quite significantly from you, Jian Shao." With a smile, he declared, "I assure you, I will not allow Wen Jiu to sulk for nearly a month." Moreover, Jiang Yanci's gaze drifted beyond Jiang Yan, fixating on the gradually vanishing figure of Wen Jiu, his eyes betraying an unmasked possessiveness. "As far as I am aware, Wen Jiu had already ended her relationship with you prior to her arrival in Gangcheng." His eyes shimmered with a blend of mockery and jest. "That post still lingers in Wen Jiu's social media circle. Surely, Jian Shao is not oblivious to this fact?" Jiang Yan was indeed curious. Yet he found himself ensnared in Wen Jiu's blacklist. He could not deny that Jiang Yanci's word struck a nerve. His palm unconsciously clenched, the oppressive atmosphere around him drawing the attention of passers-by. Yet Jiang Yanci maintained a nonchalant smile, and upon witnessing Jiang Yan rendered speechless by his inquiry, he boastfully waved the shopping bag in his hand. "Miss Wen is awaiting my escort home, Jian Shao. I must take my leave." As Jiang Yanci prepared to depart, Jiang Yan, unwilling to concede, asserted, "Wen Jiu and I grew up together. Our bond is not something others can intrude upon. Is it not?" Jiang Yan chialted, a cold smile playing upon his lips. As the saying goes, with a good hoe, there are no corners that cannot be dug out. Furthermore, if it were the old Jiang Yan, he might have posed a challenge, but now, even if I were to intrude, what could you do about it? In response to Jiang Yan's provocation, he initially responded with a dismissive "oh," then lowered his voice, laced with malice, to remind him, "Did it ever occur to you, Jian Shao, that when you allowed others to intrude upon your relationship with Wen Jiu, you might someday utter those very words?" A sudden thrum surged through Jiang Yan's mind as if struck by a heavy blow. Observing his reaction, Jiang Yanci sneered and strode away. Having lingered for too long, he pondered whether that little ancestor was growing impatient. With that thought, Jiang Yanci quickened his pace. Left alone, Jiang Yan clenched his palm to the point of whiteness, his eyes reddening as he watched Jiang Yanci depart, feeling as though his feet were burdened by 1,000 pounds, leaving him paralyzed with indecision. "Jiang Yan, oh Jiang Yan." He tilted his head to gaze at the blinding overhead lights, tears cascading down as if he were oblivious to their presence. How had he arrived at this juncture? For someone who loved Wen Jiu so dearly, what had he truly done? Hiss! Mu Ling leaned against Fong Li's wheelchair, her arms crossed, a look of concern etched upon her face. "Why hasn't Yin Gu come down yet? Do you think there might come a blows?" "Huh?" Fong Li's eyes widened in shock at this remark, contemplating before hesitantly replying, surely they wouldn't actually kill one another? Wen Jiu. She was willing to bet that these two were intentionally speaking for her benefit. She cast a sidelong glance at both of them before replying, "No." The two of them turned in unison to look at her, who was leaning against the front of the car, and asked in chorus, "What do you mean by no?" Neither of them. Although Wen Jiu was reluctant to engage with these two childish spirits, she elaborated, "Jiang Yanci would not lay a hand on Jiang Yan." "Why not?" Mu Ling's mind sparked with insight. Could it be that I misunderstood? Is that handsome guy not Yanci's rival in love? That can't be right. She recalled the message Qi had sent in their group chat that day, and said, "I remember your ex was indeed named Jiang Yan. I meant that Jiang Yanci wouldn't take action against Jiang Yan. I never claimed he wasn't my ex." Wen Jiu could no longer hold back and lightly tapped Mu Ling's head before continuing, "An opponent lacking in threat is not worth Jiang Yanci's effort. Are you suggesting that you lack confidence in yourself, or that you hold too much confidence in me?" As Wen Jiu's words fell, Jiang Yanci's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, drifted over. Chapter 44. He truly thinks of himself as the driver. Wen Jiu immediately lifted her gaze, looking at him inquiringly. The man, Jiang Yanci, holding Wen Jiu's shopping bag, exuded an air of refined elegance, utterly oblivious to the incongruity of the bag in his grasp. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the scene radiated a peculiar harmony that caught the attention of passers-by. Meeting Wen Jiu's gaze, Jiang Yanci appeared contemplative, expressing, "I believe Jian Yu poses quite a significant threat to me. After all, I'm not Wen Jiu's childhood companion." Childhood companion. Merely uttering these words incited a fit of jealousy. President Jiang is indeed modest. Wen Jiu cast him a sidelong glance. The fact that Jian Yu had not pursued them indicated that Jiang Yanci had resolved the matter. Though he was the victor, he feigned a pitiful demeanor to deceive others. Nevertheless, since he had exerted effort, she too ought to offer a reward. With this thought in mind, Wen Jiu beckoned Jiang Yanci closer with a playful gesture. Jiang Yanci was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring the two onlookers, he strode toward Wen Jiu with long strides. As he came to a halt, Wen Jiu seized the collar of his shirt. His pupils dilated sharply, and in the next instant, he found himself being gently pulled downward by Wen Jiu. He instinctively bent, her luminous skin drawing nearer and nearer within his line of sight, until her breath enveloped him. The delicate scent of wood lingering tantalizingly in the air. His gaze drifted downwards, involuntarily resting on Wen Jiu's rosy lips. An inexplicable itch stirred in his throat, and just as he parted his lips to speak, Wen Jiu interrupted him. "Jiang Yanci," she addressed him, the corners of her lips curving into a beautiful arc. In the next moment, she raised her hand to adjust the frame of his glasses, which had tilted askew. Her demeanor was earnest, devoid of any suggestive intent. Indeed, after her words fell, she briskly lifted her foot, as if the prior intimacy had merely been a figment of his imagination. However, Jiang Yanci, feeling a sense of being toyed with, was not one to let her leave so easily. His fingers, defined and strong, encircled Wen Jiu's wrist, drawing her back toward him the instant she turned. Simultaneously, his other hand pressed against the hood of the car, effectively enclosing her within his embrace. The breadth of Jiang Yanci's shoulders rendered Wen Jiu completely hidden from the view of others. He lowered his head, his gaze dark and fixed on the seemingly innocent expression on her face. Teasing and then slipping away, "Who taught you that?" Though Jiang Yanci's form obscured Wen Jiu's line of sight, it did not prevent her from sensing the curious gazes of the two bystanders. An inexplicable warmth crept to her cheeks as she exhaled softly, meeting Jiang Yanci's dissatisfied stare. Her striking phoenix eyes brimmed with unyielding audacity. "Do you not like it?" she inquired, as if certain he would not deny her. Indeed, in the next moment, Jiang Yanci's voice, tinged with an unusual timbre, reached her ears. "I do." Before Wen Jiu could revel in her victory, Jiang Yanci, with a voice laced with desire, asked, "So, may Miss Wen tease me once more?" He lowered his head, resembling a large dog eagerly awaiting a pat from its owner. Wen Jiu was startled by the thought that suddenly emerged in her mind. Yet the obedient demeanor of the person before her reinforced her conviction. After pursing her lips, she gently poked Jiang Yanci's shoulder, signaling him to step back. "No. Why not?" He had clearly detected the stirring in her eyes. Wen Jiu replied with unyielding confidence, "I am shy." This reasoning, Jiang Yanci sighed in resignation. "All right, then remember to flirt with me when our Miss Wen is no longer shy." "Deal." Wen Jiu nodded, watching Jiang Yanci retreat to his original position. And without hesitation, she turned to flee. Anticipating her move, Jiang Yanci swiftly reached out to block her path. "What do you think you're running off to?" he inquired. Initially, Jiang Yanci had great faith in Wen Jiu, but her flustered demeanor made it difficult to trust her sincerity. Wen Jiu grasped the arm that was stretched out before her and retorted, "I'm not running away." "Not running?" Jiang Yanci narrowed his eyes. He wasn't blind. However, Wen Jiu would never admit that she had indeed contemplated fleeing moments ago. After all, she could never confess to the foolishness of trying to flirt with someone only to find herself blushing and flustered. especially not in front of Fong Li and Mu Ling, who thrived on drama. Clearing her throat, she declared, I want to go home. Not shopping anymore? Jiang Yanci, unbothered by Wen Jiu's attempt to escape, suggested, we could visit another mall. No, I'm genuinely a bit tired of shopping. Wen Jiu said earnestly, patting Jiang Yanci on the shoulder. Take me home, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Yanci. Is she really treating him like a chauffeur? He shook his head with a helpless smile, but said nothing, merely turning to help Wen Jiu load her and Fong Li's purchases into the trunk. Mu Ling, we're leaving now. Remember to let me know when you get home safely. Wen Jiu waved to Mu Ling from the passenger seat. Although she said this, she wasn't genuinely worried about Mu Ling's safety. With so many bodyguards accompanying her, they were not merely for show. Mu Ling nodded, okay, watching them depart. Mu Ling then lowered her head to message Chi Su about their date that evening. After a while, the car entered the flourishing Shengshi Jiaping, and upon moving the items into the living room, Wen Jiu waved at Jiang Yanci. Take care, President Jiang. Jiang Yanci felt a pang of humility in contrast to her nonchalance. He raised his hand and, with a mix of nervousness, gently ruffled Wen Jiu's hair. Noticing she bore no look of disdain, the corners of his lips finally curved into a smile. I'll have someone send you food tonight. All right. Wen Jiu's heart warmed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Yanci. How did you know I wouldn't want to go out or cook for myself later? Are you not tired? Jiang Yanci stated, if you're tired, you should rest well. He merely wished to spare her from exhaustion. He and T thought much beyond that. Okay. Wen Jiu flashed a bright smile, personally escorting Jiang Yanci to the door. Once he had departed, she turned back to the living room. Fong Li, seated on the sofa, remarked upon seeing Wen Jiu return, Yinggu is truly special to you. Today, upon witnessing Jiang Yanci's demeanor before Wen Jiu, Fong Li realized that Ning Wang's assertion about Yanci was devoid of any exaggeration. Since Fong Li's arrival at the Ning residence, in the scarce opportunities they had to meet, she had never seen Jiang Yanci display such patience and attentiveness towards anyone. Even Ning Wang and Qi Qin, the two rare confidants he trusted, seemed to receive no such treatment. Wen Jiu had heard similar sentiments from Jiang Yanci's acquaintances in the port city before. Reclining languidly against the sofa, her fingers twirled the strands of hair cascading over her shoulders as she contemplated the dimming twilight outside the window. She pondered whether the Jiang Yanci perceived by others was indeed so vastly different from the one she had come to know. It is often challenging to conceal one's true nature in the intimacy of daily interactions. Although Wen Jiu had not spent an inordinate amount of time with Jiang Yanci, she could sense an undeniable ease in his demeanor when he was in her presence. Such a relaxed disposition could not be feigned, leading her to subconsciously believe that the Jiang Yanci before her was the authentic version. Yet, the Jiang Yanci she had come to know stood in stark contrast to the one spoken of by others. Wen Jiu found herself reflecting on which of these two representations was the true essence of him. Chapter 45. Only stingy towards her. Hey, little wine, what are you pondering? Fong Li gently called out to Wen Jiu, who had been lost in thought while gazing outside. Coming back to her senses, Wen Jiu replied, I was contemplating what delectable dishes Jiang Yanci might arrange for me tonight. Fong Li couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation at the mention of food. During her confinement at the Ning family villa, her only means of resistance had been through fasting or self-harm. Over time, her enthusiasm for food and enjoyment had gradually waned. However, after dining with Wen Jiu the previous evening, she felt a renewed sense of hope. The two of them huddled together, watching television as they awaited the arrival of Jiang Yanci's delivery. At last, a knock echoed through the air, and Wen Jiu stopped the excited Fong Li. I'll go. You wait at the dining table. All right. Fong Li nodded vigorously, waddling towards the table like a crab. Wait, is that Mu Ling? Wen Jiu exclaimed in surprise as she saw someone appear at the door alongside the delivery person. What brings you here? Didn't you say you were going on a date with Chi Su? Woo-woo, Jiu, Chi Su is such a scoundrel. Mu Ling cried as she collapsed into Wen Jiu's embrace, her doe-like eyes red and pitiful. Wen Jiu could only extend one arm to comfort her while gesturing to the delivery person. Could you please place the food on the table? Of course, Miss Wen. The person nodded and carried the thermal container into the room. What happened? Once the delivery person left, Wen Jiu looked down at Mu Ling, whose wrinkled expression was simply adorable. I waited for Chi Su for half an hour. Mu Ling wiped her tears and sobbed. Yet that scoundrel claimed he never agreed to dine with me. He is such a jerk, deliberately messing with my feelings. Moreover, Mu Ling clenched her teeth and continued. I just learned from Chi Chin that Chi Su is lounging around at the Chi residence. Upon realizing this, Mu Ling cried even harder, her sorrow so palpable that even Wen Jiu could see the quivering of her uvula. Taking a deep breath, she cursed and cried, Chi Su, well, he is such a terrible person. He would rather relax at home than accompany me. Am I really that bothersome to him? Mu Ling nestled against Wen Jiu's shoulder, seeking comfort, and then asked Jiu, do you really? She hiccuped through her tears. Am I truly so unlikable? Not all. Wen Jiu, who initially found Mu Ling's tears adorable, felt only heartache at the sight of her distress. She gently wiped Mu Ling's tears away, saying, our Mu Ling is immensely likable. From the very first time we met, I thought you were delightful. After a brief pause, Wen Jiu earnestly added, incredibly adorable. Then why does Chi Su never show any affection towards me? Mu Ling, as the sole heiress of the Mu family, had always been showered with love. No matter who she encountered, they greeted her with a smile. Yet, Chi Su seemed to have never acknowledged her existence. Despite her years of effort to please him, Chi Su remained miserly with his smiles, particularly towards her. This thought pierced Mu Ling's heart with pain. She simply could not comprehend it. After all her sacrifices, even a stone should have warmed up. Perhaps it was the monotony of the people in her life. Wen Jiu gently patted her head and suggested entering the house to eat while conversing. Monotony? Mu Ling had never entertained such an idea, and curiosity bubbled within her as she eagerly followed Wen Jiu inside. Once the food was delivered, Wen Jiu snapped a picture and sent it to Jiang Yanci with a note. Grateful for your generous meal, Mr. Jiang. Only by consuming every morsel can I express my heartfelt thanks. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yanci enlarged the selfie Wen Jiu had sent, his finger inadvertently lingering on her smiling face. Why was a young lady of the Vincent family so delighted by a mere good meal? She seemed too easily satisfied. He saved the photo to her dedicated album before replying. What time would you like to set sail tomorrow? Wen Jiu glanced at the message and then at the sobbing Mu Ling and pondered before responding. Would 3 in the afternoon work? Given Mu Ling's current state, it seemed unlikely she would sleep early tonight. Of course, Jiang Yanci replied, as the outing had been arranged for her, so she could choose the time. Jiu, stop playing with your phone. Noticing Wen Jiu still grinning at her device, Mu Ling pounced over and asked pitifully, what did you mean by that? With Mu Ling's persistence, Wen Jiu had to put her phone down and explain, it means you should meet more men. Then you might realize that Chi Su, who currently shows you indifference, is not as exceptional as you believe. Is that so? Mu Ling queried, skepticism in her voice. Fong Li nodded in agreement. I think so. Most people around you pamper you, while Chi Su's coldness makes him stand out. Perhaps that is why you are drawn to him. Reflecting on Mu Ling's pursuit of Chi Su over the years, Fong Li suggested, you should heed Jiu's advice, step out of our familiar circle, and meet more people. But how do I meet more people? Mu Ling, overly protected by her family, found her social circle largely dictated by them. If she were to meet more individuals, she and Fong Li exchanged glances and then turned to Wen Jiu in unison. Jiu, when are you returning to the capital? I want to go too. Mu Ling inquired. Soon, Wen Jiu calculated the days and was astonished to realize she would be heading back in just 5 days. She looked at the two. I should be leaving in 5 days. 5 days. This time, it was Mu Ling and Fong Li who were taken aback. Mu Ling scratched her head. Then I'll discuss it with my parents. They should agree. To be honest, Mu Ling had never left Port City on her own, and just the thought of it made her feel a flutter of excitement. Fong Li, however, was somewhat apprehensive. She furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before summoning the courage to ask Wen Jiu, Xiao Jiu, could you take me away? Are you also leaving? Mu Ling asked in surprise. What about Wang Ge? It was not that Mu Ling did not wish for Fong Li to depart, but rather that Ning Wang was an unhinged individual. If you were to learn of Fong Li's intention to leave the harbor city, it was uncertain what reckless actions he might undertake. Chapter 46. No opportunity had it been in the past. The mere mention of Ning Wang's name would have caused Fong Li to retreat in trepidation. Yet now, as she gazed at the inviting warmth of the wine before her, how could she, a soul yearning for freedom, allow this singular glimmer of hope for liberation to slip through her fingers? With this thought, Fong Li suppressed her lingering hesitations and resolutely nodded at Wen Jiu. I wish to leave. Wen Jiu was not taken aback by Fong Li's decision. She was not one to remain willingly confined within a cage. From the moment Fong Li made her choice yesterday, Wen Jiu recognized that this seemingly demure girl was, in fact, a bold and audacious gambler. Since she had enabled her to win yesterday, how could she allow her to lose today? A twinkle of gentle amusement sparkled in Wen Jiu's eyes as she replied softly, "Very well. I shall provide compensation." With Wen Jiu's assurance, Fong Li's anxious heart began to ease. Although she was aware of Wen Jiu's formidable status, she was also cognizant that this was Hong Kong. She feared imposing upon Wen Jiu. Fortunately, Wen Jiu appeared at ease. Fong Li exhaled a breath of relief. Lowering her gaze to retrieve the card she had kept closely guarded, placing it before Wen Jiu, she met her inquisitive gaze and spoke slowly. "This is all the money I have earned from painting during my 4 years at university." Pausing momentarily, a hint of shyness washed over her as she continued. "In total, it amounts to 320,000. I realize this sum may not seem substantial to you, but it is all I can offer at present." "Painting?" Before Wen Jiu could respond, Mu Ling, who had been silently observing, interjected in surprise. "Ali, you can paint?" Fong Li nodded, aware that few knew of her artistic talent. Even her registered identity and bank card were under the name of her university roommate. She understood the risks involved, knowing that a single misstep could lead to the loss of her hard-earned income. Yet, in her quest to keep the Ning family from discovering her whereabouts and to shield Ning Wang from knowing, she had no alternative. Fortunately, her university roommate was a remarkably kind person. Wen Jiu refrained from questioning Fong Li about her artistic pursuits and instead secured the card on the table. "Apart from the gratitude fee, consider the remainder as your accommodation and dining expenses once you return to Beijing." "Thank you." Fong Li spoke earnestly, fully aware that without Wen Jiu's assistance, no amount of money would have compelled anyone else to help her. At that moment, Fong Li's delicate brows arched, and her clear, innocent eyes rendered her even more endearing. Seeing her at ease, Mu Ling exchanged a glance with Wen Jiu, and they both broke into smiles. Mu Ling, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ah, handsome men of Beijing, here I come." "Beijing," Fong Li echoed softly, "I am finally returning." The 4 years she spent studying in Beijing had been the most cherished period of her life following her parents' passing. Beijing had become her second home. Returning was the most fervent desire in her heart. After a night of peaceful, dreamless slumber, the faint chirping of birds outside roused Wen Jiu from her rest. She blinked at the ceiling, momentarily lost in thought, before suddenly recalling her plans to venture out with Jiang Yanci. Hastily, she retrieved her phone. Glancing at the time, she realized it had just passed 11 o'clock. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she prepared to set her phone down and rise, when suddenly a message popped up. It was from Jiang Yanci. "Let me know when you wake up, and I'll have someone bring you lunch." Wen Jiu's eyes, still tinged with lingering sleep, brightened at the sight of the chat window, and a gentle smile began to bloom. After a moment's contemplation, she opted not to reply with a text, instead choosing to call him directly. "Hello." The call connected immediately, but his voice was lower than usual, laced with a hint of breathlessness. When Jiu turned over, her mind still hazy, wondering what he could possibly be doing at this hour. "Exercising," Jiang Yanci replied, adjusting the speed of the treadmill, oblivious to the strange tone on the other end. He slowed his voice, asking, "Did my message wake you?" "Not really. My phone was on silent," Wen Jiu clarified, realizing how muddled her thoughts had been moments ago. She typically kept her phone on silent while sleeping. So you naturally woke up then," Jiang Yanci said, relieved. "Shall I have someone bring you food now?" "Sure," she replied, then teased, "It's so considerate of you, Mr. Jiang. It's hard not to like someone so thoughtful." His inquiry about her schedule, rather than taking liberties, was undeniably charming. Indeed, in a place unseen by others, The corners of Jiang Yanci's lips curled upward in response to her compliment, acknowledging that his efforts had not been in vain. Everything he did was indeed aimed at winning Wen Jiu's affection. Hence, he willingly embraced this truth. Perhaps due to his workout, Jiang Yanci's voice held a lazy rasp, reminiscent of a lover whispering sweet nothings at dawn. Each word tantalized Wen Jiu's ears, making them flush with warmth. She lay sprawled in a relaxed manner, allowing herself to revel in Jiang Yanci's tenderness, her mind drifting freely as she spoke whatever came to her. Jiang Yanci, the perfume I mentioned I would give you has arrived at the port city. I'll bring it when we meet later. All right, I'll bring a safe box. Though Jiang Yanci had no particular fondness for perfumes, he would surely cherish one gifted by Wen Jiu. That's quite exaggerated, Wen Jiu said, scrunching her nose playfully. It's not something precious. Besides, I had it nicely wrapped, so it won't be damaged. Stepping off the treadmill, Jiang Yanci contemplated Wen Jiu's delicate and noble demeanor, his eyes gleaming with affection. In truth, he teased with a smirk, if the gift were to be damaged, it wouldn't matter. What concerns me more is the prospect of angering the person delivering it. Why would that happen? Wen Jiu questioned. You've never had to appease me, right? I'm quite easy to please. Is that so? Jiang Yanci teased her deliberately. I've never had the chance. As he shifted towards the abdominal trainer, he casually initiated, Miss Wen, would you grant me the opportunity to charm you? Is charming someone something that ordinary friends do? After Jiang Yanci posed his question, Wen Jiu immediately found herself grappling with a sense of uncertainty. However, she swiftly discerned the underlying implications of his words. Nodding casually, she replied, All right, let us see how you perform. Wen Jiu was certainly not one to feign ignorance. The opportunity had been bestowed upon Jiang Yanci, and whether he could seize it depended solely on his capabilities. It was evident that Jiang Yanci understood her message as well. He nodded, his demeanor earnest, as if he were making a weighty promise. I will certainly do my best. At a 5-star hotel in the harbor city, Luo Qi strode into the appointed meeting room, her high heels clicking against the floor. Upon spotting the figure slumped by the window, she hesitated, almost failing to recognize him. Ye, she ventured tentatively. When the man by the window turned to face her, revealing a nearly perfect visage, she realized she had not erred in her arrival. Yet, the transformation in the person before her was so profound that Luo Qi could scarcely believe this was the same Jian Yu she had previously encountered. The once vibrant spark had vanished from his captivating peach blossom eyes, leaving only a heart-wrenching sorrow in their depths. The air around him was thick with an aura of melancholy, potent enough to envelop those nearby in its grip. Steeling herself, Luo Qi began to comprehend the reasons behind Jian Yu's drastic change. Wen Jiu, this name surfaced in her mind, and she mused on the remarkable influence Wen Jiu possessed, having not only drawn Jian Yu from the capital to the harbor city, but also leaving him unable to let go even after their encounter had ended. Chapter 47, Suppressing the Surge of Jealousy Within Her. Luo Qi nodded towards Jian Yu and invited Shen Shi, who was waiting outside the hall, to enter. Please come in. As her voice faded, Shen Shi, adorned in a delicate cream-colored short skirt, stepped into the reception room. Upon seeing Jian Yu seated by the window, her casual gaze lingered for a moment. The man's chestnut hair gracefully framed his chiseled brow, while his raven-like eyelashes, coupled with his slender eyelids, cast a shadow of melancholy across his features. The light from the ceiling illuminated his already exquisite contours, rendering them even more gentle. Could this individual truly be the future heir of the Jian family that Qi had spoken of? His appearance could easily place him among the top stars of the entertainment industry, without a hint of doubt. Luo Qi had not mentioned that he would possess such striking allure. Suppressing her astonishment, Shen Shi approached Jian Yu and extended her hand. Hello, I am Shen Shi. Jian Yu, having not spoken for a while, found his voice somewhat hoarse as he gestured for her to take a seat. Please sit. However, he did not even glance at the hand she offered. Ignored in her attempt at cordiality, Shen Shi managed a somewhat strained smile, quickly regaining her composure. It was evident that she understood this man before her was unlike those frivolous playthings who usually sought to please her. She settled across from Jian Yu, gathering her hair from her chest to reveal her fair neck, leaning slightly forward. Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Jian? Her gestures were overly deliberate, and it took but a moment for the two in the reception room to grasp her intentions. Jiang Yu remained relatively composed. After all, he had encountered many women who approached him in such a manner. In contrast, Luo Qi visibly darkened at the sight of Shun Shi's actions. Interjecting with a hint of warning, Shun Shi, Jian Yu called you here to inquire about Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci. Wen Jiu. The mere mention of a name that irked her broad Shun Shi's fluttering heart to a standstill. She straightened her posture and cast an accusatory glance at Luo Qi. Prior to this meeting, she had only been informed that Jian Yu had matters to discuss with her, but she hadn't been told it pertained to Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci. Had she known, she would have certainly declined the invitation. What's the matter? Noticing her reaction, Jian Yu swirled the wine glass on the table, his dim gaze resting on Shun Shi, his tone laced with a cold nonchalance. Do you not wish to assist me with this favor? Why should I help you? Although Shun Shi was not particularly astute, she was aware of whom she could afford to offend. Even if the man before her was Jian Yu, the future heir of the Jian family, she lacked the courage to antagonize Jiang Yanci on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Jian Yu's wine glass came crashing down onto the table with a resounding thud, startling Shun Shi to the point where her heartbeat momentarily ceased. Realizing that her refusal had displeased him, she could not help but curl her lips in a smirk. I have no qualms about Wen Jiu, but it is Jiang Yanci who stands behind her. Although you reside in the capital, I trust you are aware of how cold-blooded Jiang Yanci is and how ruthless his methods can be, correct? Although the roots of the Shun family lie in the harbor city, in comparison to the Jiang family, she tugged at the corner of her mouth. Though I am reluctant to admit it, the Shun family pales in significance before Jiang Yanci. Therefore, matters concerning Jiang Yanci are not to be spoken of. Cold-blooded? Ruthless? Jian Yu chuckled with a hint of amusement. I thought these were merely rumors? Rumors? Noticing Jian Yu's attention drawn to her, Shun Shi leaned back with a sense of pride, half jokingly, yet half seriously responding, perhaps to outsiders like you, these are mere whispers. But to us, the natives of this harbor city, they are truths more precious than pearls. As she began to recount the past, Shun Shi suddenly halted, acutely aware that she was on the verge of revealing too much. Clearing her throat nonchalantly, she graciously offered Jian Yu, since we share a connection, why don't you share what you wish to know? I shall speak candidly, withholding nothing within my knowledge. With the conversation having reached such a point, Jian Yu, curious about deeper secrets, hesitated to inquire further. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, did Jiang Yanci ever have a girlfriend? Or perhaps, does he have someone he favors? Such matters are not secrets in the harbor city, yet the answer would undoubtedly not align with Jian Yu's expectations. Shun Shi shook her head. No, not a single one. Jian Yu was somewhat taken aback. Logically, someone of Jiang Yanci's status would surely have had numerous women vying for his attention. No, Shun Shi reiterated firmly, adding, to my knowledge, the only woman Jiang Yanci has treated with any particular regard is Wen Jiu. Only her. Such enchanting words stirred emotions. Yet upon hearing this, Jian Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, under the scrutinizing gaze of Shun Shi and Luo Qi, the composed individual from moments ago found his eyes brimming with tears. Shun Shi, observing Jian Yu's distress, felt a mix of compassion and confusion. Why do you ask this? She inquired. Jian Yu remained silent, but Luo Qi indignantly interjected. Because Wen Jiu and Jian Yu are in a relationship. What? Shun Shi sprang to her feet, nearly overturning the table. She opened her mouth, wanting to question Jian Yu, but unsure where to begin, finally managing to utter, Wen Jiu is your girlfriend? We had a quarrel, Jian Yu murmured. So she came to the harbor city to clear her mind, but I had no idea she would grow so close to Jiang Yanci. Luo Qi sighed thus. I was so surprised when I first learned of Wen Jiu's closeness to Jiang Yanci. She shook her head, seemingly disapproving, but she has a boyfriend. How intriguing. Shun Shi's eyes sparkled with a thrill of discovery. Maintaining her dwindling composure, she scrutinized Jian Yu and asked, how can you prove it? If Wen Jiu truly has a boyfriend, then Jiang Yanci would be the other man. If you were to find out about this, Shun Shi's excitement grew. For it was through that wretched Wen Jiu aiding Shunqi that she could effortlessly secure the shares left to her by her late mother. Originally, had it not been for Wen Jiu's interference, those shares would have been mine in the future. Observing the subtle shifts in Shunqi's expression, Jiang Yan retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph of himself alongside Wen Jiu. Can this serve as evidence? In the image, the distasteful visage of Wen Jiu was juxtaposed with Jiang Yan's own countenance. Each of their cheeks bore a half-hearted imprint of a heart drawn in lipstick, clearly indicating that one had drawn it and the other had pressed their face against it. Upon seeing this photograph, Shunqi could not help but break into a triumphant grin. With this leverage in hand, Wen Jiu, how could I not bring you to ruin? Chapter 48. Where are you looking? After bidding farewell to Shunqi, Luo Qi turned her gaze towards Jiang Yan, who no longer bore the sorrowful expression from earlier. She inquired, aren't you afraid that Wen Jiu will dislike you even more? Afraid? Jiang Yan leaned back in his chair, languidly swirling the glass of red wine in his hand. Just as Luo Qi anticipated a denial, he asserted with certainty, of course, I am afraid. However, I would rather endure her hatred than be cast aside like refuse, ignored and treated coldly, ultimately forgotten like a stranger. Besides, how could one know that Wen Jiu might not eventually return to me? She has harbored love for herself for so many years. How could she easily relinquish it? Winning her back is merely a matter of time. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Luo Qi, who had long harbored affection for Jiang Yan, felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the maddening obsession reflected in his eyes. In the splendid ambience, a voice echoed from upstairs, I'm done. I'm done. Yet, the expressions of Wen Jiu and Fong Li, who had been waiting at the entrance for a considerable time, remained devoid of any ease. After all, Mu Ling had uttered these words far too many times. Their initial certainty had devolved into skepticism, and now they were simply numb to it all. A minute later, as Mu Ling descended the stairs, Fong Li anxiously scrutinized the panting girl. Are you really finished? She could hardly believe that Mu Ling had truly prepared herself. This time I'm really done. Mu Ling patted her chest and leaned into Wen Jiu's embrace, nearly breathless from the recent commotion. Wen Jiu, accustomed to indulging Mu Ling, gently patted her back to help her regain her breath. Once Mu Ling had composed herself, they finally set out. As soon as the door opened, Mu Ling called out to Qi Qin by the roadside, Brother Qi Qin, come help me carry my things. I'm exhausted. I'm coming. Qi Qin rolled his eyes at her, but did not delay his pace. Hand it over to me. Ning Wang approached Fong Li, a bit apprehensive. He had not anticipated that she would accompany them on the sea trip, assuming she would refuse upon realizing his plans. Could it be that she no longer harbored resentment towards him? Ning Wang's gaze softened, yet Fong Li did not move in response to his outstretched hand. It's not much. I can carry it myself. Thank you. Her somewhat aloof tone disregarded Ning Wang's displeased expression as she hastily followed after the departing Mu Ling Xiaoling. Wait for me. They had already agreed the previous night to share a vehicle. All right. Mu Ling promptly halted. Your foot isn't healed yet. Take your time. She reminded her, and once Fong Li caught up, she took her hand and led her towards the car parked by the roadside. Upon seeing them approach, Chi Su, who had unknowingly exited the vehicle, instinctively opened the door. However, Mu Ling did not even glance at him as she led Fong Li towards another car instead. Even as the two girls got into the vehicle, Chi Su's hand lingered on the door handle, taken aback that Mu Ling, who usually clung to him, would bypass the opportunity to share a ride alone with him. His already cold demeanor took on an even frostier countenance, rendering him frighteningly unsightly. This time, Mu Ling did not retreat and placate others as she had in the past. Feeling she had overstepped, she fastened her seatbelt and, rather than concern herself with Chi Su's emotions, she reminded Qi Qin, Brother Qi Qin, it's sufficient for me and Sister Fong Li to chat with you. Do not let anyone else into the car. The anyone else she referred to was merely Chi Su and Ning Wang. They had initially planned to split into 3 cars, Wen Jiu with Jiang Yanci, Ning Wang with Fong Li, and Qi Qin with Chi Su and Mu Ling. Now, as Mu Ling pulled Fong Li into Qi Qin's car, Chi Su and Ning Wang would have to share one vehicle. Naturally, Qi Qin, who was always obedient to Mu Ling, would not refuse her request. As for Fong Li, she dared to disregard Ning Wang, so he had nothing to fear. Qi started the vehicle and saluted Wen Jiu, who was still standing at the door, saying, "Wen Jiu, we shall take our leave first." Although Qi was not intimidated by Ning Wang, he was concerned that Ning Wang might insist on following them, making it difficult for him to decline. Therefore, it was best to depart promptly. Wen Jiu waved him off, watching their car drive away until, satisfied that there was no spectacle left to behold, her gaze lingered on Jiang Yanci, who stood by the car, arms crossed, observing her intently. Today, he donned an outfit strikingly different from his usual style, a blue and dark green floral shirt on top, paired with flamboyant light pink beach shorts below. Sensing her gaze, the man flashed a dazzling smile, his bright white teeth almost blinding. Wen Jiu couldn't help but tilt her head in amusement and beckon him closer. Jiang Yanci chuckled helplessly, indulging her, and strode toward her with long strides that gave the impression he was strutting down a runway. Wen Jiu's expression was peculiar as she regarded him, feeling that he resembled a peacock displaying its plumage. "Ms. Wen, are you satisfied with my attire today?" Jiang Yanci pulled down his sunglasses, narrowing his eyes at Wen Jiu, who was fixated on him. "Just barely." She feigned seriousness, coughing lightly, unwilling to admit that she was thoroughly captivated by his distinct style today. "Just barely?" Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. "Ms. Wen, is there truly no issue with your taste? With a face like this, who wouldn't say he's incredibly handsome?" Leaning closer, he earnestly remarked, "Take another look." His floral shirt hung casually, the collar and sleeves loosely undone. As he bent down, Wen Jiu's gaze was instantly drawn to the tantalizing hint of muscle beneath his shirt. There was scarcely an ounce of excess flesh in sight. It was as though every muscle on his body had been honed to perfection. The pale skin bore faint traces of prominent veins, rendering him irresistibly captivating. Her eyes traced his elegant collarbone down to his chest, lingering for a moment before continuing their journey to the chiseled abdominal muscles that piqued her utmost interest. However, glimpses of muscle contours barely caught her eye, and before she could focus her gaze, her chin was seized, compelling her to look up. "Wen Xiaojiu." Jiang Yanci's ears flushed a deep crimson as he ground his teeth and questioned, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Yanci was acutely aware of how to leverage his advantage, his face, which attracted countless admirers. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that Wen Jiu's gaze sought more than just his visage. Heaven knows, when he realized where Wen Jiu's true interest lay, he nearly ground his teeth to dust. At that moment, Wen Jiu's petite face rested within his palm, her soft skin brushing against his. But Jiang Yanci harbored no romantic thoughts. Instead, he reproached her with a tone of exasperation. "Do you not realize you are a girl?" "Of course I do," Wen Jiu replied innocently, her beautiful eyes blinking as they shimmered with fearless candor, reflecting Jiang Yanci's fury. She articulated each word with clarity and conviction, emphasizing, "Precisely because I am a girl, I deserve to indulge in something good." Chapter 49, What If? Wen Jiu hardly regarded the hand that gripped Jiang Yanci's face. Her delicate, pale fingers seized Jiang Yanci's hand. Despite her hand being merely 2/3 the size of his palm, it possessed an astonishing strength, effortlessly prying Jiang Yanci's hand away. Once her head regained its freedom, Wen Jiu not only refrained from retreating, but further teased Jiang Yanci, remarking on his commendable physique. With a playful whistle and a flirtatious wink, she encouraged him to maintain his form. Jiang Yanci, having just withdrawn his hand, felt a lingering warmth that ignited a subtle itch in his fingers. Curiosity piqued within him. How many abdominal muscles had Wen Jiu truly seen? Before he could voice his question, she strode away confidently. After a few strides, noticing Jiang Yanci had not followed, Wen Jiu paused, turning back in bewilderment. Was he upset? As she beheld his sunlit visage, her gaze involuntarily narrowed, halting her impending inquiry. Jiang Yanci possessed striking features, his sharp brow casting a shadow over eyes that glimmered with an icy coldness. His intense gaze often compelled others to instinctively avert their eyes. Yet his subtly crimson lips, which exuded a cool allure, tempered the formidable aura he projected, rendering him more roguish than menacing. Seemingly aware of her scrutiny, Jiang Yanci abruptly lifted his head, meeting her probing gaze. A nonchalant smile unfurled across his lips, radiating warmth. Why do you stare at me so? He inquired. You look somewhat familiar. Wen Jiu furrowed her brow in response. Just a moment ago, when Jiang Yanci had flashed that seemingly innocuous smile, her heart had skipped a beat, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Though she could not quite place it, this strange yet potent familiarity collided within her mind, deepening the crease in her forehead. Are you unwell? Observing her frown, Jiang Yanci's smile faded, and he quickly stepped closer, concern etched in his voice. What troubles you? The evident worry in his tone made Wen Jiu acutely aware of her own disquiet. She grasped the hand he had placed on her shoulder, shaking her head. Yet her unwavering gaze remained fixed on him. We've met before, she asserted with unwavering conviction. Jiang Yanci felt her grip tighten, and a vivid yet chaotic memory of a blood-soaked scene flashed before him. But he merely soothed her by gently ruffling her hair. Yes, we have indeed met. He reflected on the past. When I was a child, I visited the Vincent family estate in Country Y. As a child? Wen Jiu's perplexity remained unresolved as she inquired, Did you see me at the estate? A smile escaped Jiang Yanci's lips. As if recalling an amusing incident, he slowly remarked, When I first entered the manor, I saw you tumble out and fall. It was I who helped you up. What? Wen Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to recall such an event. She scrutinized Jiang Yanci with suspicion. What color was my hair at that time? Golden curls, he replied, pausing for a second before adding, delicate as a doll. Golden. Wen Jiu then realized the significance of the memory. When she was 10, her mother lost a bet with Wen Sheng and Wen Xingyu's mother and secretly took Wen Jiu to dye her hair golden. The intention was to make Wen Jiu appear as if she were her own daughter, to proudly showcase her. Seeing that Jiang Yanci had not erred in his recollection, Wen Jiu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes dangerously. I was only 10 at that time. How could you recognize me now? Both were quite young then, and the incident was trivial, yet Jiang Yanci remembered it so vividly, which was rather intriguing. I did not recognize you. Jiang Yanci shot her a glance, seemingly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Wen Jiu's mind, and disdainfully remarked, I already know your identity. If I couldn't recall our childhood encounter, then my mind must be rather dull. Wouldn't you agree? After all, within the younger generation of the Vincent family, she was the only little princess. Upon learning her identity, it was easy to connect the dots. Indeed, Wen Jiu found herself convinced, dispelling the lingering flutter of unease from her mind. She urged Jiang Yanci, get in the car. If Mu Ling and the others go too far ahead, we want to be able to catch up. All right. Noticing Wen Jiu's expression had returned to normal, Jiang Yanci discreetly exhaled in relief, opening the car door for her before proceeding to the driver's seat. Once Jiang Yanci settled into the car, Wen Jiu eagerly presented a small gift box she had been holding, declaring, perfume. Shall I try it now? Jiang Yanci reached to open the packaging, but Wen Jiu stopped him. Try it at home. For now, try this. With that, Wen Jiu opened her sunglasses and commanded, bow your head. A gift as well? Jiang Yanci felt an odd tickle of excitement in his heart, akin to the gentle brush of a fox's tail, an oddly addictive sensation. He half closed his eyes to prevent Wen Jiu from noticing the emotions swirling within, while also capturing the subtle rise of her lips. Seeing her smile, Jiang Yanci felt a wave of tranquility. As Wen Jiu adjusted the sunglasses, her cool hand brushed past his ear, as if by chance. Jiang Yanci's long lashes fluttered, and Wen Jiu, already attentive to his every move, couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Yanci. At the sound of her voice, Jiang Yanci instinctively lifted his gaze, only to be met with her eyes glimmering with cunning mischief. She smirked. Your ears are so red. Jiang Yanci remained silent, yet the suppressed emotions in his dark eyes grew increasingly intense. Wen Jiu did not shy away, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and even within the air-conditioned confines of the car, a palpable heat enveloped them. Moments later, it was Jiang Yanci who, in a flustered manner, averted his gaze first. The smile on Wen Jiu's face broadened. For a fleeting instant, she had believed that Jiang Yanci would lean in to kiss her. Wen Jiu, provoked by her laughter, elicited a response from Jiang Yanci that was both exasperated and awkward. Don't think I don't know. you wouldn't dare. He was aware she would not let him kiss her, although it appeared that Wen Jiu relished in teasing him. The tension in her body betrayed a sense of vigilance that Jiang Yanci could not ignore. After a brief moment of rigidity, Wen Jiu relaxed, leaning back in her seat. As she absorbed Jiang Yanci's near accusatory words and the roar of the car's engine, she lifted her eyelids to observe his strong hands gripping the steering wheel. What if? Chapter 50. Practice makes perfect. The newly ignited vehicle came to an abrupt halt as Jiang Yanci pressed the brake with force, causing Wen Jiu's body to sway uncontrollably. Once she regained her composure, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yanci and exclaimed, "Can you drive? Or should I take over?" Jiang Yanci appeared unfazed by her outburst, leaning in cautiously, his gaze fervently fixed on her. "What did you just say? Repeat it, His tone was laced with a playful allure, reminiscent of a hungry wolf coaxing a naive rabbit. Wen Jiu tilted her head, a proud feline asserting its independence. "I want to repeat sweet words," she declared, pressing her finger against Jiang Yanci's forehead, her commanding tone betraying a delightful charm. Jiang Yanci's eyes darkened slightly as he studied her enchanting features for a moment before averting his gaze. As the car resumed its journey, Wen Jiu discreetly exhaled, having been genuinely concerned that Jiang Yanci might lean in for a kiss. If he did, would she refuse? Her thoughts spiraled, and throughout the ride, she gazed out the window, contemplating this dilemma. She believed she was not the type of girl to kiss casually, yet with Jiang Yanci, she felt that a single indiscretion might not be such a loss. At last they arrived. The car came to a steady stop at the seaside harbor, and Jiang Yanci gently nudged Wen Jiu, who was still lost in thought, still pondering. His enigmatic query revealed his awareness of her inner turmoil. "What are you thinking about?" Wen Jiu feigned ignorance, her expression one of confusion as she retorted, "I'm merely admiring the scenery. I'm not thinking of anything." "Let us hope that's the case." Jiang Yanci chose not to press further, exiting the vehicle and opening the door for her. In the distance, Mu Ling excitedly waved at Wen Jiu, clearly having spotted them. The salty sea breeze tousled Wen Jiu's cascading curls, and she frowned as her vision was obstructed. However, before she could push her hair aside, Jiang Yanci's broad hand had already swept the strands behind her ear. "A hair tie," he stated succinctly, extending his hand towards her. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You can do that?" It was not that she doubted Jiang Yanci's capabilities, but rather, could a man who had never dated truly know how to tie hair? "Of course," Jiang Yanci replied confidently as he accepted the hair tie from Wen Jiu. "Just because I've never done it doesn't mean I haven't observed." A minute later, Jiang Yanci's arm, which was enveloping Wen Jiu's hair, began to ache. He carefully secured the hair tie around her locks, deep in thought about whether to twist it left or right. He attempted to maneuver the tie, managing to loop it around her hair, yet a rebellious strand had escaped, dancing in the wind as if mocking his clumsiness. Jiang Yanci's brows knitted in concentration. "Is it not finished yet?" Although Wen Jiu was reluctant to urge him, his slow progress was causing her neck to strain. "Just a moment," he replied, feigning calmness as he removed the hair tie, gently gathering Wen Jiu's hair in his palm and smoothing it down. Wen Jiu's hair flowed smoothly. With the slightest release of pressure from his grasp, the strand would slip through his fingers. To avoid causing her discomfort, Jiang Yanci had to exercise restraint. He carefully calibrated his grip and, with a serious expression, repeated the earlier motion. Fortunately, this time, the hair tie wrapped perfectly around her hair, encircling it completely. Observing his handiwork, Jiang Yanci let out a sigh of relief, satisfied, and declared, "It's done." "Thank you, Jiang Tony," Wen Jiu said, feeling liberated. She quickly moved her neck to loosen her stiff muscles, but as she turned, the hair tie gradually slipped from her hair, falling to the ground before either of them could react. A gust of sea breeze blew in, and Wen Jiu found herself with hair plastered across her face. Ugh. Jiang Yanci, who felt he had faced a personal setback, scoffed softly in disbelief at the result of his efforts. Bending down, he picked up the hair tie, deftly spinning it around his long, elegant fingers and stubbornly proclaimed, "Let's try again." Wen Jiu replied, "No need." She paused, placing her delicate palm in front of Jiang Yanci's face. "I can handle it myself. I truly can." Jiang Yanci hooked his finger around the hair tie, refusing to let her take it, and resolutely stared at her. You don't trust me? Do you think your technique is worthy of my trust? Wen Jiu retorted, her wide eyes filled with disdain, as if to say she had offered him an opportunity, but he had failed her. Seizing Jiang Yanci's hand, she snatched the hair tie back, placing her hands behind her head. With nimble fingers, she fashioned a messy bun, then triumphantly lifted her chin towards him, saying, You just need to practice more. The graceful lines of her neck were already exquisite, and with her hair gathered, her fair swan-like neck became even more striking. The way she raised her chin exuded a haughty elegance, reminiscent of a swan. Jiang Yanci couldn't help but chuckle at her antics, pressing his palm against her head to redirect her toward the yacht, unwilling to admit his lack of skill and casually changing the subject. Let us go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Wen Jiu pouted, but chose not to dwell on the matter, wary of provoking him further as they walked together towards the yacht. Upon reaching the boat, they found Qi, who had been waiting, leaning over the edge and playfully winking at Wen Jiu while lowering his voice. Is Yinga not human anymore? Has he taken so long? What? Wen Jiu feigned ignorance, deliberately raising her voice in response. Are you saying Jiang Yanci isn't human? Hey, no. A chilling glare shot toward him, making Qi shiver as he shot a resentful look at Wen Jiu. I didn't say that. Wen Jiu, don't twist my words. I heard you. Wen Jiu called out as she boarded the yacht, shaking her head at the flustered Qi, reveling in her small victory. I didn't say that, I didn't. Qi denied vehemently, watching Jiang Yanci approach with a look of betrayal, questioning him with an air of wounded innocence. Yingo, don't you believe me? His expression, if it weren't for the fact that Wen Jiu was the one being teased, would have made him seem utterly innocent. Fortunately, Jiang Yanci was not easily swayed by such antics. With a calm demeanor, he walked past Qi, leaving behind a remark that sent him into a spiral of despair. First, I heard it with my own ears. Second, an overseas experience. In the wake of his shock, upon hearing the phrase, overseas experience, Qi immediately fell apart, disregarding the opportunity to mock Wen Jiu as he hurried after Jiang Yanci, who had already moved to the other side. The sound of Qi's anguished cries intertwined with the roar of the yacht's engine, creating a uniquely melodious cacophony. Mu Ling popped a grape into her mouth, approached Wen Jiu with a fruit platter, and after extending it towards her, gleefully remarked, Brother Qi just has a loose tongue. Observing Wen Jiu casually plucking a grape and savoring it, Mu Ling continued, Fortunately, Yanci can handle him. This much was evident to Wen Jiu, yet she remained somewhat puzzled and inquired, Why are you all so afraid of Jiang Yanci? Chapter 51. The taboo. When this matter was broached, Mu Ling found herself with much to say. She cautiously cast a glance at Jiang Yanci, noticing he was preoccupied with Qi, who was pleading for leniency on someone else's behalf, leaving her an opportunity to pull Wen Jiu aside. In a conspiratorial whisper, she asserted, Firstly, we do not call it fear. Rather, it is timidity. The language of scholars must be precise. Secondly, our timidity stems from a rather straightforward reason, the dual pressure of Yanci's identity and strength. Reflecting on her own reckless provocation of Jiang Yanci, which led to her grandfather confining her to the ancestral hall for half a month, Mu Ling bit her lip and elaborated, On the surface, Yanci seems to belong to the same circle as us young scions, yet his status and power are on par with my father, or rather, my grandfather, if not superior. Should our actions offend him, we need not fear his direct intervention. The elders within our family would swiftly administer a few lashes to quell his displeasure. Thus, no one dares to provoke Yanci. With a hint of self-pity, Mu Ling added, No matter how arrogant I may be outside, I must retract into my shell like a turtle in front of Yanci. The pressure he exudes is indeed formidable. Wen Jiu, feeling sympathetic, poked Mu Ling's cheek stuffed with fruit, but remarked, It seems Qi does not particularly fear Jiang Yanci. He is not afraid, Mu Ling mumbled, pushing Wen Jiu's hand away and swallowing her mouthful before continuing. After all, Qi grew up alongside Yanci, and their bond is not something others can compare to. Moreover, when Yanci's family faced turmoil years ago, it was Qi who unhesitatingly stood by his side, providing Yanci with an additional bargaining chip. Otherwise, given Qin's father's lack of ambition, the Qi family would not enjoy their current esteemed position in Port City. Wen Jiu was taken aback to learn of such a backstory. She had assumed their camaraderie was solely due to their childhood friendship. Meanwhile, Fong Li, overhearing their conversation, hesitated before interjecting. Ningguang also mentioned the Jiang family's past turmoil. I recall him implying that Yanci's parents perished during that incident. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly gestured for Fong Li to be silent and, noticing that Jiang Yanci and the others seemed oblivious to their discussion, lowered her voice. Do not speak of this matter. It is a taboo for Yanci. Whoever mentions it shall face dire consequences. After saying this, Mu Ling exaggeratedly mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Nevertheless, this revelation heightened Wen Jiu and Fong Li's understanding of the issue's gravity. Jiu, Mu Ling gently nudged Wen Jiu. If you are curious about these matters, you may directly inquire with Yanci. Given his regard for you, he is likely to confide in you. I am not curious. Wen Jiu shook her head, uninterested in reopening old wounds merely to satisfy her curiosity. Instead, her thoughts drifted to a different matter, the vivid, radiant smile she remembered. She asked, has Jiang Yanci always had this temperament? Mu Ling paused momentarily, then pressed her lips together, abandoning the fruit and regarding Wen Jiu with seriousness. No. The Yanci of the past was somewhat akin to Qin, that passionate, youthful spirit, filled with fervor and a touch of youthful folly. As Wen Jiu nodded in understanding, Mu Ling continued. Yet, in comparison to the impulsive Qin, Yangu exhibits a greater intellect and a more mature approach to matters, albeit limited to logical reasoning. Reflecting upon the audacious and fearless youth from her memories, Mu Ling sighed. It was only after the incident I mentioned earlier that Yangu seemed to transform completely. His methods became increasingly ruthless, and his tactics against competitors grew ever more brutal, standing in stark contrast to the optimistic and uplifting persona he once embodied. Had he not inquired, I might have forgotten the passionate and kind-hearted Yangu altogether. However, a sudden shift overtook Mu Ling as she gazed at Wen Jiu with sparkling eyes, as if she had rediscovered the warm, vibrant Jiang Yanci, reminiscent of their past. Jiu, Yangu is not to be feared, she reassured, giving Wen Jiu a gentle pat on the shoulder. Wen Jiu, however, felt an innate trepidation in Jiang Yanci's imposing presence, as if fear was no longer an option. Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci called out, having broken free from Qin's clutches and spotting the trio of heads gathered nearby. Startled, Mu Ling looked up to see Jiang Yanci had not approached, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She nudged Wen Jiu. Yangu is calling for you. Go on. Displaying a decisive spirit akin to a dead comrade is preferable to a living one. Wen Jiu shook her fist in dissatisfaction before making her way toward Jiang Yanci. As she drew closer, she noticed Jiang Yanci's intense gaze fixed upon her as he inquired, "Were you so engrossed in discussing?" Despite his repeated glances, Wen Jiu remained oblivious to the scrutiny. What could she possibly divulge to Jiang Yanci? Certainly, that was out of the question. With a composed demeanor, she firmly declined. Please refrain from probing into girls' gossip. Jiang Yanci fell silent. Approximately half an hour later, as the yacht entered the fishing area, Wen Jiu stood beside Jiang Yanci. Watching him prepare the fishing line and bait, her brow furrowed in distaste. Ugh, how revolting. The bait they had prepared consisted of small octopuses and a type of long worm resembling an earthworm, writhing energetically, causing goosebumps to erupt on Wen Jiu's skin. Fishing can be quite enjoyable. Would you like to get a try? Jiang Yanci offered the fishing rod he had just cast into the sea. Is this for me? She asked, surprised. Jiang Yanci, with a smirk that danced between amusement and challenge, responded, Otherwise, do you intend to bait the hook yourself? Absolutely not. I am ill-prepared for that, Wen Jiu quickly replied, accepting the fishing rod and humming a tune as she awaited the moment a fish would bite. Before long, Jiang Yanci and Qin each had their rods cast into the ocean, intently gazing at the horizon. However, as moments ticked by, the sea remained eerily calm. showing no signs of fish. Adjusting her Bluetooth headset, Wen Jiu queried, "Are there even fish in this area?" Mu Ling, crossing her legs, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps." Having only fished from the island previously, she was inexperienced on the boat. Qichin shot them a disdainful glance. "You must possess patience, you know? Fishing is an activity that cultivates both body and mind, requiring patience. Is that truly the case? Yet, is it not excessive for 40 to 50 minutes to pass without a single bite? The sky is darkening." Wen Jiu, initially absorbed in Qichin's earnest ramblings, suddenly felt a strong tug on her fishing rod. Her instinctive reaction was to mimic what she had seen on television, sharply lifting the rod upwards. Upon feeling the weighty pull, she stood up in a flurry, calling out in a panic for Jiang Yanci. "Jiang Yanci, they're SA fish. I caught a fish." Chapter 52. The soft rice of warm wine. It is a rare sight to behold a typically calm and composed individual display such a demeanor. With a smile, Jiang Yanci set his fishing rod down and strode confidently to warm wine's side. "Does it feel heavy?" he inquired. "Very heavy. Hurry, I can't pull any longer." Warm wine replied, using the bow-shaped rod to brace against her abdominal muscles for leverage. Yet, despite her efforts, the powerful force continued to tug her towards the water. This was Warm Wine's first fishing experience. Alongside the thrill of catching a fish, she was apprehensive about the possibility of being dragged into the sea. Consequently, her demeanor was tinged with tension, her arm muscles taut with anxiety. Jiang Yanci wasted no time. Standing behind her, he adjusted his grip on the rod, one hand positioned above hers and the other below, initiating an impromptu lesson. "When I exert force, you must do the same. This fish is quite strong. It will be difficult to reel it in without tiring it out first." His steady voice resonated in Warm Wine's ears, sending a slight shiver down her spine. However, her mind was solely focused on the bobber in the water, fearing that the fish she had finally hooked might escape. Fortunately, Jiang Yanci's presence provided her with a profound sense of security. Despite it being their first collaboration, Warm Wine and Jiang Yanci exhibited remarkable synergy, avoiding any missteps that might have led to tangled lines. Mu Ling and the others, having gathered to witness the excitement after Warm Wine caught the fish, displayed eager expressions as they watched the creature struggle. It appeared as though the fish was toying with them, darting away with a flick of its tail. The group collectively held their breath. At this moment, Warm Wine and Jiang Yanci skillfully let the line out to allow the fish to tire itself, only to reel it in with renewed vigor once its strength waned. After countless rounds of this tug-of-war, the fish finally succumbed, prompting Jiang Yanci to release the rod and retrieve the landing net, while Warm Wine steadfastly maintained her grip on the rod. The instant the fish was netted, Warm Wine collapsed in her chair, utterly exhausted, and humorously complained, "Are we fishing or am I being walked?" Yet, no one paid her any mind. They all rushed over to inspect the fish. "Wow!" Mu Ling exclaimed, gazing at the lively creature flopping on the deck, drooling with anticipation. "It must be delicious." "Indeed, it is," Chi Su replied, casting a glance at Mu Ling. "This is a mouse grouper, a valuable variety of wild grouper." The fish, with its elongated head and pointed mouth, bore a striking resemblance to a mouse at first glance. Mu Ling pouted, unimpressed, even though Chi Su had made an effort to engage her in conversation. She turned to Warm Wine, who was still slumped in her chair, and waved. "Warm Wine, come see your catch." "I'm coming," Warm Wine sighed, reluctant to move. Yet, she felt a surge of enthusiasm for her prize catch. It was the first fish she had ever caught in her life. Passion triumphed over fatigue as Wen Jiu shook her aching arms, preparing to rise. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yanci had approached and placed his arm before her. Understanding his intention, Wen Jiu took hold of his arm for support and gracefully stood up, then dashed over to join Mu Ling and the others, squatting down to observe. Upon seeing the fish adorned with spots reminiscent of a leopard's coat, Wen Jiu furrowed her brow. Is it really that unattractive? Furthermore, it doesn't appear very large. The fish before her seemed to be about 50 centimeters in length. Why would she be walking like a dog? Sensing her indignation, Jiang Yanci explained, "Wild fish possess significantly greater strength, and, moreover, this grouper is quite substantial within its species. He couldn't help but admire Wen Jiu's fortune. The fish was indeed plump. Its belly and fins exhibited a thickness that was visibly substantial, making Wen Jiu hesitant to imagine how delectable it would taste once cooked. With eyes gleaming like a ravenous wolf, she fixated on the grouper and declared, "Let us stew it." No sooner had she uttered the words than the chef from the kitchen arrived to take the fish for preparation. As Wen Jiu watched her prize being whisked away, she was ready to engage in the battle once more when she noticed a fishing rod twitching out of the corner of her eye. She promptly alerted, "Whose fishing rod is that? It's moving." At her words, everyone turned in unison, and in the next moment, Qin let out a sharp cry. "Mine!" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he, who had been nonchalantly observing, leaped forward, grasping the rod and pulling upwards, only to find the hook devoid of both fish and bait. "Ah, my fish!" Qin lamented, gazing skyward in despair. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances in his direction before, almost as if choreographed, returning to their seats. They were unwilling to suffer the same fate as Qin, who had lost a catch due to his lack of focus. In contrast to Mu Ling and the others who had never fished before, Wen Jiu, as the reigning champion, appeared far more composed. The evening sea breeze oscillated between gentle and tempestuous, yet it did little to deter this enthusiastic group of anglers. It was only when the dishes from the kitchen began to emerge that Jiang Yanci suggested, "It's about time. Let us eat." Naturally, the feast consisted of an array of seafood. Observing Wen Jiu beginning to reel in her line, Jiang Yanci took the rod from her. "Allow me," he said. Given that it was her first fishing experience, Wen Jiu found the finer details somewhat daunting. Thus, when Jiang Yanci spoke, she willingly handed the rod to him, assisting with whatever tasks she could manage, such as placing the hooks he removed into a box. Once everything was tidied up, the group gathered around the table. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of an abundant spread of seafood. In that moment, nothing could rival the satisfaction of consuming fish that they had caught themselves. Almost in unison, they dropped their chopsticks, and, as the tender, succulent fish melted in their mouths, a collective sigh of delight escaped their lips. Though they were no strangers to fresh seafood, none could compare to the joy of savoring fish that had been earned through effort and anticipation. Soon, the dishes on the table began to show signs of depletion. Observing the contented demeanor of Wen Jiu as he savored his meal, Jiang Yanci leisurely commenced to extract the most succulent portions from each fish, placing half of them onto the empty plate before him. Witnessing this action, Qin felt a twinge of discontent. "Yingo," he exclaimed, fixating on the morsels in Jiang Yanci's plate. "Can you possibly consume all of that?" Qin was well aware that Jiang Yanci was not particularly fond of seafood, so he knew precisely for whom those delicacies were intended. However, understanding the situation was one thing. Indulging in a bit of playful banter was another. "I cannot finish it," Jiang Yanci calmly pushed the plate towards Wen Jiu. "But Wen Jiu can certainly eat." Wen Jiu's eyes lit up, showing no hint of embarrassment. "Thank you," observing this scene. Qin's lips twitched in exasperation. "If it weren't for the fact that most of the fish on this table were caught by Wen Jiu, I would never allow myself to watch my beloved fish being taken away." Upon finishing this statement, Qin seemed to have come to a realization and curiously inquired of Jiang Yanci, "By the way, Yinge, why didn't you fish today? You have no shame in living off Wen Jiu's generosity." Chapter 53. The status yet to be established, Jiang Yanci's fishing prowess is highly regarded by the elder members of the clan. Yet today, it appears that he has cast his line only once, after which he reeled in his rod without even catching a single fish. Is he relying on someone else's fortune? That phrase seems quite apartment. Jiang Yanci reclined lazily on the beach chair, a hint of pride glimmering in his smiling eyes. What can I say? It's inevitable when Wen Jiu possesses both luck and skill. I simply cannot resist such a fortunate circumstance. Upon hearing herself praised, Wen Jiu straightened her back. "Although I performed admirably today, it's largely thanks to General Zhang's assistance. Otherwise, I would have ended up feeding the fish." Wen Jiu is not the type of girl who is helpless, yet the struggle of battling with the fish in the sea is indeed quite daunting for her. After catching a few fish, her hands still trembled. Jiang Yanci refrained from casting the rod himself, wary of any unforeseen mishaps on Wen Jiu's part. Mu Ling chimed in. Indeed, if it weren't for my regular workouts, I wouldn't have been able to reel them in either. Fishing does require a certain amount of strength, but she seemed to have realized something significant and fixed her gaze on Wen Jiu. You can't possibly tell me that you consume so much without exercising regularly? Wen Jiu silently picked up another piece of fish, shaking her head at Mu Ling's skeptical expression. In her youth, she often trained under her coach to build strength. But since returning home, she had hardly been active. Mu Ling exhaled in relief. I knew it. If you weren't exercising and still didn't gain weight, that would truly be mysterious. Wen Jiu, she genuinely did not wish to dishearten Mu Ling, yet, observing Mu Ling's relieved demeanor, she couldn't help but tease her. Does a post-meal stroll count as exercise? Even Fong Li, who had been quietly eating, looked over in astonishment. Hearing the sound of Mu Ling's chopsticks snapping, Fong Li swiftly pressed down on Mu Ling's restless fist. Don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Ali, look at Jiu. She truly shows no regard for others. Mu Ling leaned against Fong Li's shoulder, feigning a sorrowful expression. Witnessing her antics, Wen Jiu quietly placed a piece of meat from her bowl into Mu Ling's. Fish is a source of high-quality protein. Eating more lead to weight gain. Is that sufficient? In the blink of an eye, the previously lamenting figure promptly shoved the meat into her mouth, exclaiming, so delicious. Fong Li. However, it's still not enough. You must divulge the reason behind your inability to gain weight. Mu Ling gazed at Wen Jiu, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. To maintain my figure, I have to exercise double the amount for everything I eat. It's truly a struggle. Wen Jiu, this time genuinely reluctant to dishearten Mu Ling, found herself at a loss for a suitable explanation and opted for honesty. It's due to my constitution. It's innate. Wen Jiu has always been slender, and even the energy acquired from binge eating during her teenage years was redirected towards her growth and height. Ali, don't hold me back. Mu Ling could no longer contain herself and lunged directly at Wen Jiu. Fong Li, obediently refraining from intervening, merely observed as Wen Jiu deftly evaded Mu Ling's grasp, instantly darting onto the deck to partake in a lively game of chase. Qin, languidly sprawled across a beach chair, watched the frolicking duo and mused. I always believed that Wen Jiu possessed a demeanor akin to yours, Yangu, mature and composed. I never anticipated that she could be so exuberant when engaged in play. Hearing this idle chatter, Jiang Yanci remarked. His gaze lingered on Wen Jiu, who skillfully avoided Mu Ling's attempts, her lips curling into a radiant smile, her eyes exuding a warmth that could almost drown a person in affection. Observing the subtle transformations in Jiang Yanci's expression, Qin shivered slightly. It has been nearly a month, he inquired. Have you expressed your feelings to Wen Jiu? There's no rush. No ruse. Qin, alarmed by this response, straightened up. How can there be no urgency? You must realize that Wen Jiu is only in Port City for a month. Once she returns to the capital, how will you pursue her? I am not without means of travel. Though Jiang Yanci conversed with Qin, his attention remained steadfastly on Wen Jiu. Port City and the capital are separated by considerable distance. Even if you have means, it would be a daunting journey, Qin thought to himself. I can take a plane, my legs give out. And what of that? Qin, clearly catching on to Jiang Yanci's implication, was taken aback. Are you contemplating a long-distance relationship with Wen Jiu? TSK. Jiang Yanci reluctantly averted his gaze from Wen Jiu and shot Qin a sidelong glance. I have yet to establish any formal bond. What relationship am I to pursue? Must we dwell on matters that are not yet pertinent? Well then, Qin slumped back into his chair, internally lamenting, you're finished. Without a defined status, your heart has already strayed. How can you expect to secure a place in her life? Indeed, Jiang Yanci observed Wen Jiu, who was now approaching with a light jog. They've concluded their playful antics. There's no saving you now. Qin accepted this fate, resigning himself to wishing Jiang Yanci success. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the once boisterous cruise ship settled into tranquility after the well-fed and well-watered patrons retreated for rest. Wen Jiu, still awake, stood on the deck, stretching her stiffened back from prolonged sitting. As she raised her arms, a brisk gust of wind swept over her. prompting her to quickly draw her hands back and embrace herself. The temperature of the sea at night was considerably cooler than during the day. She rubbed her goose-flesh-covered hands together, preparing to return for a jacket when a warm blanket unexpectedly draped over her shoulders. Instinctively grasping the part of the blanket that hung down, she remarked, "What a coincidence. I was just about to fetch my jacket when you arrived." Without needing to turn around, Wen Jiu knew who stood behind her. At that moment, he was the only one attuned to her whereabouts. The familiarity and trust that emanated from the individual before her softened Jiang Yanci's heart. He approached her side, leaning against the ship's railing with a lean, powerful frame, one leg casually bent, embodying a relaxed yet commanding presence. Taking the remaining earbud from Wen Jiu, he donned it, idly playing with the empty case as he asked, "We must rise early to witness the sunrise. Why not retire to rest sooner?" The soothing melody emanating from the earbuds harmonized beautifully with the serene night. "I cannot find sleep." Wen Jiu stepped forward, relaxing as she leaned against the ship's railing, gazing into the unfathomable depths of the sea beneath her feet, allowing the ocean breeze to caress her face. Had she eaten too much? Jiang Yanci pondered the reason for Wen Jiu's insomnia, and upon hearing his thoughts, she shot him a glance. Eating too much should make one feel drowsy. After all, energy is primarily directed to the stomach, and under such circumstances, one would naturally desire rest. Could it be that she was reluctant to leave the port city? Jiang Yanci casually broached the subject. "Then you toss and turn, unable to sleep?" While he spoke of departing from the port city, his heart truly yearned to inquire about leaving him. Wen Jiu saw through the subtle tension in his demeanor, and she decided not to indulge him. "Why don't you just ask me if I'm reluctant to part with you?" After a moment of silence, the nonchalance in Jiang Yanci's eyes receded like a receding tide. He fixed his gaze upon her, meticulously studying each expression on her face, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress the tumultuous unease within him that yearned for freedom from confinement, and in a voice barely audible to himself, he asked, "So, is it true?" Chapter 54. So simple as the fish in the sea surged and leapt to the surface for air, the sound of Wen Jiu's voice intertwined with the rhythmic undulation of the waves, reaching Jiang Yanci's ears. "Yes," Wen Jiu responded decisively, never one to withhold her feelings. How could one harbor affection for another without expressing it? What love remains unrecognized? Thus, in this moment, Wen Jiu clearly and unapologetically conveyed to Jiang Yanci, "Yes." At the instant he heard the answer he longed for, Jiang Yanci's eyelashes fluttered delicately. He stood tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, facing Wen Jiu, yet the angle from which he gazed could not capture the entirety of her emotions. He took a step back, bending slightly, his eyes imprinted with the image of her. "When is your flight? I shall see you off." Wen Jiu's gaze flickered with surprise, her eyes rising to meet his, only to be ensnared by the indulgent depths of his own. It was not a gesture of restraint, nor a plea to hold her back. "Wen Jiu." He sighed softly, a sound laced with both resignation and acquiescence. "You are certain you wish to return? I shall not impede your choice. My probing was merely a means to find a reason for myself, a justification for seeking you without the dread of possibly not encountering you. Is it truly that simple?" Wen Jiu pressed her lips together, the dimples at the corners of her mouth resembling cups brimming with intoxicating wine. Jiang Yan is fingertweets, unable to resist the urge to gently touch her, yet reluctant to withdraw his hand. His somewhat callous thumb tenderly brushed against the dimple at the corner of her lips, as if he wished to merge his breath with hers, to eternally drown in that moment. So simple. The initial goal of all his recent endeavors had been attained. As long as she hesitated, as long as she felt reluctant, as long as her heart stirred, that was sufficient. There was no urgency for what lay ahead. They could take their time. Perhaps it was the profound emotion reflected in Jiang Yanci's gaze, or perhaps his deliberate indulgence. Wen Jiu, who typically disliked others touching her dimples, took a few seconds before seizing Jiang Yanci's mischievous hand from her face. "No touching," she reprimanded. Her tone feigned fierce, yet lacking in intimidation. However, Jiang Yanci did not dare to overstep and provoke her further. After he withdrew his hand, Wen Jiu calmly tucked her own behind her back, her fingertips, which had brushed against Jiang Yanci's palm, lightly caressing themselves. His palm was warm, radiating a comforting heat that eased the chill in her wind-blown hands, evoking an inexplicable sense of yearning. Wen Jiu mused that it must be the cold wind that made her crave warmth. It was human instinct to seek solace. Convincing herself that she was not merely a flirt, she managed to suppress the flickers of desire within her heart. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Jiang Yanci's eyes, which sparkled with mirth. Wen Jiu believed her subtle gestures were adequately concealed, yet when caught in Jiang Yanci's seemingly all-seeing gaze, her face betrayed her, flushing uncontrollably. Why are you staring at me like that? In her fluster, Wen Jiu almost choked on her own breath. As I pondered, it was a rare sight to see her in such a state of embarrassment. Jiang Yanci maliciously repositioned his hand in front of Wen Jiu and teased, "If Miss Wen has yet to satiate her desires, I could reluctantly make a sacrifice." "No need to force it," Wen Jiu retorted, pushing Jiang Yanci's hand away. Little did he know the pain she felt in that moment. After all, she had a particular fondness for hands. Rejecting Jiang Yanci felt as cruel as denying a homebody the chance to return home or a food lover the pleasure of a meal. Not forcing it, Jiang Yanci lightly tapped the seam of his trousers with his fingers, the well-defined joints resembling fresh green shoots or elegant bamboo. Even such a casual gesture was exquisitely captivating, rendering her unable to look away. Wen Jiu felt her vision brighten repeatedly, yet she prided herself on her self-control. Shaking her head, she dared to ask, "May I touch it?" The moment those words escaped her lips, silence enveloped them. Wen Jiu bit her lip in frustration. What a troublesome mouth she had. Jiang Yanci could hardly contain his laughter, and just as Wen Jiu thought he would grant her this opportunity, he turned and walked away. Disliking to force it is one thing, she exclaimed, hastily following him. "I merely don't want to impose on myself. Imposing on others is still permissible." "Let go," Jiang Yanci replied, his voice laced with playful mockery. "Given my status, I cannot be coerced." "How could you say that, Jiang Yanci?" Wen Jiu exclaimed, quickening her pace to catch up with him. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yanci stopped and turned, only to witness Wen Jiu, unable to halt in time, collide directly into his embrace. Though he managed to steady her by grasping her arm, her forehead still met his chest with a resounding thud. "Ugh!" Wen Jiu cried out, startled by the muffled groan that followed. She quickly looked up, meeting Jiang Yanci's dark gaze. Taking a cautious step back, feeling insecure, she retreated another step and forced a demure smile as she asked, "I meant I couldn't stop in time. Not that it was intentional revenge. Do you believe me? Running away, are we?" Jiang Yanci sighed, pulling her back into his presence. "Does your forehead not hurt?" He was acutely aware of the ache in his own chest. He wondered if her little head would swell by morning. Noticing the unmistakable red mark forming, Jiang Yanci guided her to sit on a beach chair. "Stay put. I'll return shortly." Wen Jiu nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Once Jiang Yanci had departed, she drew a deep breath and began to rub the spot on her forehead that had collided. Ouch! Thankfully, Jiang Yanci had steadied me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been my forehead that suffered. My lovely nose would have been in jeopardy too. Imagining the agony of a nosebleed, Wen Jiu felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Jiang Yanci, wishing she could bow down to him on the spot. When she finally regained her composure, Jiang Yanci returned, holding something in his hand. "Apply this egg to the bruise, otherwise it will swell by morning." With that, he placed a soft cloth-wrapped egg against her forehead. "Is it hot?" Wen Jiu shook her head, dismissing the heat. Jiang Yanci's tone was no longer as carefree as before. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have teased you." Under the cold glow of the yacht's lights, Wen Jiu's fair skin appeared even more luminous, making the red mark on her porcelain complexion all the more glaring. "It's nothing serious." Wen Jiu waved her hand nonchalantly. Though it did hurt, as long as it didn't mar her beauty, it was of no concern. Jiang Yanci remained silent, gently rotating the egg to provide warmth for Wen Jiu's injury. The corner of his shirt fluttered in the breeze, creating a moment where even the air seemed to hold its breath in tranquil stillness. Chapter 55. You sent her to me. I wish to change my sitting position. My waist feels tense and somewhat fatigued. Without waiting for Jiang Yanci's response, Wen Jiu leaned back against the beach chair, allowing her entire being to relax. With the warmth of the egg rolling gently on her forehead, it wasn't long before her eyelids began to droop in comfort. As she observed Wen Jiu's head swaying ever so slightly, Jiang Yanci couldn't help but chuckle. He cradled her chin in his palm and, unable to resist, playfully pinched the soft flesh beneath her jaw. He then softened his voice to inquire, "Are you tired? Would you like to return to your room for some sleep?" "No." Clearly unaware that the hand she longed for was now supporting her chin, the weary Wen Jiu tilted her head, resting her cheek against Jiang Yanci's palm. Seemingly delighted to have found a comfortable position, her lips curling into a smile that radiated joy. Gazing at her unguarded slumber, Jiang Yanci finally comprehended why he had never connected her to the child he first met. In stark contrast to the 10-year-old Miss Vincent, who had remained unfazed while procuring weapons under the watchful eyes of her captors and managing to escape that hellish ordeal. The current Wen Jiu appeared to embody the essence of a typical girl raised in a normal environment. Time slipped away, and as the warmth of the egg in his hand faded, Jiang Yanci gently cradled Wen Jiu's face and settled beside her. His movements were light, yet she still sensed his presence. She lifted her head, forcing her eyes open just enough to glimpse the ink-black sky, where only the twinkling stars remained visible, before yawning and leaning back. "Wake me when the sun rises," she murmured. No sooner had the words left her lips than her breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. How deeply tired she must be, Jiang Yanci sighed, rising to fetch a thicker blanket to cover her, noting that with sunrise still 2 hours away, Wen Jiu clearly had no intention of returning to her room. He selfishly wished to linger a while longer by her side, even if it meant simply sitting quietly beside her. At 4:30 the following morning, Qin, roused by the alarm, emerged from his room, rubbing his eyes. Just as a yawn was about to escape his lips, he was halted by the sight before him, a scene so beautiful it took his breath away. Mu Ling, also awakened by the alarm, stepped outside and spotted Qin. She was about to greet him when she noticed him making a should gesture. Puzzled, she followed his gaze, and upon seeing the two intertwined figures on the deck, her mouth gradually formed an O shape. "How breathtaking!" Mu Ling whispered excitedly, stamping her foot in delight. In the next moment, she pulled out her phone to capture the moment. In the photograph, beneath the crimson clouds heralding the imminent sunrise, the girl rested her head against the boy's shoulder. With the gentle morning light and a soft breeze, it seemed the resolution of her phone could not do justice to the beauty before her. Mu Ling dashed back to her room to retrieve her camera. In perfect unison, neither of them approached to disturb the couple until the sun finally broke the horizon. When Xiaojiu, the sun has risen, Jiang Yanci gently roused the girl beside him. Awakened from her slumber, Wen Jiu blinked sleepily, her eyes drawn to the red sun rising just above the sea's edge, as countless golden-hued clouds began to disperse in its wake. As the temperature of the wine waned, a shroud of darkness descended. Jiang Yanci gently adjusted the sunglasses for her, cautioning her that prolonged exposure could be uncomfortable for the eyes. With a slight acknowledgement, Wen Jiu lifted her head from Jiang Yanci's shoulder, her arms resting idly as she gazed into the expanse before her. The world seemed to fall into a tranquil hush. The endless sea stretched out, punctuated only by the low hum of yachts swaying with the rhythm of the waves. By the ship's railing, Mu Ling quietly held Fong Li's arm, both of them savoring the serene view, golden sunlight draping over them and casting a soft glow on their hair. Qin casually draped his arm over Ning Wang's shoulder, inquiring whether he had once again vexed sisterly. Qin had discerned that Fong Li and Ning Wang were evidently in a silent standoff, having scarcely exchanged words since boarding the vessel the previous day. Initially, he had been curious about Fong Li's presence with Wen Jiu, but now it seemed likely that Ning Wang had provoked her, prompting Fong Li to escape from Ning Wang's villa. Yet, he pondered why she had ended up with Wen Jiu. Could it be that Yin Ge had intervened? When had she ever shown him kindness? Ning Wang swatted Qin's hand away, an aura of resentment emanating from him. Observing Ning Wang's disgruntlete manner, Qin grinned broadly, teasing, "I'm not afraid of inciting your jealousy. Fong Li seems quite fond of me. At least." She always greeted him with a smile and engaged him in conversation, Had Fong Li not been the object of Ning Wang's affections, Qin might have pursued her himself. Such a serene and gentle spirit was precisely the type that appealed to him. Shut it! Ning Wang ground his teeth, almost wishing to slap this gleeful rascal. However, he ultimately refrained. If he were to lay a hand on Qin, Fong Li's temperament would undoubtedly compel her to shield him, and Ning Wang was reluctant to inflict further harm upon himself. All right then, Qin shrugged. Noting the extreme displeasure etched on Ning Wang's face, he decided to relent. His gaze shifted to Qi Su, who stood alone, lost in thought, his expression rather sinister. The previous day, Mu Ling had mentioned to him her intentions to venture to the capital. After holding his little brother in such high regard for so long, he wondered whether his indifference was genuine or merely a fade. Soon enough, they would uncover the truth. Just as he prepared to approach Qi Su, Ning Wang called him back. "Do me a favor." Huh? For some reason, Qin's demeanor instantly shifted to one of suspicion, scrutinizing Ning Wang. What kind of favor? Ning Wang evaded the question. Just tell me, as a brother, will you help or not? Upon hearing this, Qin sensed trouble brewing. Narrowing his eyes, he replied, "You need to specify the favor first before I decide whether to consider you a brother." He was not the naive fool from television who would blindly stab a brother in the back. He adhered to his own principles. Ning Wang, this rascal is becoming increasingly astute. Ning Wang rolled his eyes in exasperation, disregarding Qin's willingness and pulling him closer, lowering his voice. "Soon, Ling will definitely drag Ali to your car. You need to take her with me. Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing these words, Qin immediately delivered an elbow strike to Ning Wang's abdomen. Although he did not exert much force, Ning Wang still furrowed his brow. "I indeed have a problem." His eyes were ablaze with a possessive fervor, and while he spoke to Qin, his gaze was fixated on the distant silhouette of Fong Li. "Without Ali, I would perish. Do you believe that?" "I believe you're utterly absurd." It was now Qin's turn to shake off Ning Wang's hand resting on his shoulder. Gritting his teeth as he was compelled to lower his voice and inquire, "We have long advised you not to be excessive regarding Fong Li. Did you heed our counsel? The current state of affairs between you and Fong Li is entirely of your own making. If I had not been somewhat excessive, I would not even have the chance to see her face. What else could I do?" Ning Wang bellowed, the veins on his neck standing out prominently. Chapter 56. It should be just like when we grew up together. You ought to be well aware of how much she despises me. Moreover, if I hadn't forcibly brought her back to Hong City during her graduation ceremony, do you truly believe I would have been able to find her after my mother's people took her away? Seeing a slight softening in Qin's expression, Ning Wang continued, "You know all too well how carefree she lived during those years away from Hong City. Having grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, her heart has long wandered. How could she possibly return to Hong City and be at the mercy of others?" Therefore, Fong Li's graduation ceremony was Ning Wang's only opportunity. Whether Fong Li was taken away by Madame Ning's people, or she anticipated Madame Ning's intentions and fled in advance, the outcome was one he could not accept. The world is vast. If Fong Li truly wished to conceal her whereabouts, he would have no hope of finding her. Since you are aware that she has fared better outside of Hong City, why must you insist on confining her here? Qin gazed at Ning Wang in confusion and remarked, "Wang Gu, don't you think your love is suffocating?" He rejected the notion, saying, "I cannot assist you with this matter." Although Qin was not Fong Li, the mere thought of living every single day under someone's watchful eye and control drove him to the brink of madness. Suffocating? Ning Wang's pupils trembled, and his complexion turned ashen. Qin's lips moved, as if realizing his words had crossed a line, and he awkwardly explained, "Fong Li has such a good nature. If you communicate with her kindly, she will listen. There is no need for such coercive measures." "She will listen?" Ning Wang felt as though Qin was jesting. Fong Li would heed everyone's words, yet she would never listen to him. Perhaps in the beginning, she might have been inclined to heed his advice. Ning Wang recalled that day when he returned home after playing basketball. As soon as he entered, he saw a girl in a plain white dress and a high ponytail standing beside Madame Ning. That was the first time he met Fong Li. She had a cherubic face, and, upon seeing him, She broke into a radiant yet somewhat shy smile. At that moment, Ning Wang thought to himself, which child is this? She appears so well-behaved. Before he could inquire, Madame Ning's voice called out, Wang, this is your sister, Ali. She will be living with us from now on, which only heightened Ning Wang's already joyful mood. After spending time with that mischievous little girl, Mu Ling, a girl as obedient and gentle as Fong Li was a refreshing change. Initially, Ning Wang assumed Fong Li was merely the child of one of Madame Ning's friends, taken in by his mother due to some family troubles, and thus he treated her with kindness. He brought her along to his usual activities, took her to savor all the delicious foods, and even fretted about whether she might be bullied at home when he was away. Hence, wherever he went, he made it a point to take her along. In the early days of their acquaintance, Fong Li would quietly follow behind him, occasionally sweetly calling out, Ning Wang Ge, whenever she needed his assistance. As they grew slightly more familiar, she began to suggest outings together. After more than half a month, Ning Wang had grown accustomed to having this little shadow by his side. However, at that moment, he returned home early in the car of the Qi family due to an ankle injury, only to witness a shocking scene. His usually amiable mother was making Fong Li kneel before all the household servants. Observing Fong Li's slender figure, her back straight and proud, Ning Wang experienced a pang of heartache for the first time. Just as he prepared to enter and lift Fong Li up, his mother's voice halted him in place. If it were not for the fact that you are the offspring of someone I deeply cherish, do you think I would bother with you? He was taken aback and bewildered. What did she mean by the offspring of someone I deeply cherish? Ning Wang had always been aware of his parents' discord, understanding that while other children had their parents' constant company, he rarely saw both of his together throughout the year. Yet, he had pretended not to care. Now, however, this scene suggested that their estrangement might have deeper roots. Moreover, what was Fong Li's relationship with the person his mother adored? Was she merely the child of that man, or was she also the product of an affair between his mother and that man? A multitude of thoughts raced through Ning Wang's mind. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door and stepped inside, fixing an accusatory gaze on his mother. So, who exactly is she? His mother seemed taken aback by his sudden return, and her expression soured. Yet she remained indifferent to his inquiry. Did you not hear? She is the daughter of the man I love. And what about my father? Ning Wang, suppressing tears that threatened to spill, stared intently at his mother, desperate for an answer. In the past, his father was seldom home, and while this had puzzled Ning Wang, he refrained from asking further questions to avoid upsetting his mother. But today, he sought clarity. Was his father absent because he chose to be, or was it his mother who did not want him back? Your father is merely your father. In response to Ning Wang's evident distress, his mother coldly offered an almost heartless reply. Even as she observed the pain etched on his face, she smiled and added, Do not worry about your father. He has his own family out there. Her demeanor and words struck Ning Wang like a thunderclap. His hand, which clutched the basketball, trembled as he questioned with a voice choked with emotion. And what of her? Is she also a product of your other family? Family? His mother shook her head and, with a tone of regret, replied, I wish it were so, but alas, it is not. Fong Li's father is a principled man. Otherwise, we would not have parted ways, nor would he have fathered a child with another woman. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze grew colder. She approached Ning Wang, affectionately patting his head as she had in the past. Good boy. I know you are understanding, so please get along well with your sister. Sister? Get along well? To hell with the sister. At the moment he caught a glimpse of Fong Li's anxious eyes, Ning Wang slammed the basketball onto the ground, and as it rebounded, he hurled it towards Fong Li's direction. Fong Li did not evade. The basketball did not hit her, but soared past her head. Yet, Ning Wang observed the terror-stricken dilation of Fong Li's pupils, mirroring his own realization of the truth mere moments ago. An inexplicable sense of perverse exhilaration surged within Ning Wang. If he were to be a child of the Ning family, he should embody the same essence. He struggled to tug at the corners of his mouth, managing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Ali, dear sister, I shall endeavor to coexist with you harmoniously. He articulated the word harmoniously with exaggerated clarity, and Fong Li seemed to grasp his implication. From that moment forth, Her gaze towards him was devoid of any softness. Only fear and loathing remained. Just as she despised Madame Ning for bringing her into the Ning household, she too loathed this brother of hers. How could one's attitude towards another shift so abruptly? Just that morning, she had reluctantly seen him off, her eyes filled with affection and trust. How could it be that a mere outburst of anger could transform that affection into aversion? Chapter 57. The unexpected revelation. Ning Wang gazed sorrowfully at Fong Li, who staggered to her feet, limping away with her knees bruised and purple. It seemed that all the reliance and trust she had once placed in him were merely illusions. He yearned to apologize, yet the stubbornness of her retreating figure rendered him incapable of shedding his pride to speak. After all, it was she, the outsider, who had intruded upon his home, disrupting his tranquil life. Was it not natural for him to harbor disdain for her? Why then should he apologize? From this moment onward, the seemingly docile Fong Li would mask her true self with sharp retorts directed solely at him. To others, she could speak with gentle tones, but to him, every word was laced with cold indifference. No matter how well he treated her subsequently, he could not elicit even a semblance of warmth from her. How could such a Fong Li ever heed his words? Ning Wang closed his eyes and turned away from Qi Qin, muttering, "If you don't wish to help, then so be it. It's not that I don't want to help." Qi Qin's heart softened upon witnessing Ning Wang's gesture of wiping away tears. He spoke gently. "You should respect Fong Li's wishes. Do you understand what I mean?" Ning Wang remained silent. After waiting for a moment with no response from him, Qi Qin sighed and walked away. In matters of the heart, the opinions of outsiders are futile. Only when individuals find themselves at the brink of despair, bruised and battered, do they recognize the necessity of turning back. As the sun hung high in the sky, the yacht docked, and the group began to disembark. With a sense of grounding beneath her feet, Wen Jiu stomped lightly, satisfied as she glanced back at the yacht, thinking to herself that she would return again. "Let us go. I'll take you home to rest," Jiang Yanci said. Wen Jiu nodded, just as her phone rang. Upon seeing that the caller was Shun Qi, she answered while following Jiang Yanci towards the car. "Jiu, are you back?" Shun Qi's brow furrowed tightly as she spoke, sensing the concern in her voice. Wen Jiu felt a flicker of confusion. "We just got off the boat. Qi, is there something wrong?" During her time in the harbor city, Shun Qi would occasionally check in on Wen Jiu's life, but those inquiries were typically limited to text messages. A sudden phone call was uncharacteristic for Shun Qi unless there was urgency. Indeed, the next moment, Shun Qi's tone shifted to a more serious note. This morning, Wen Jiu, the eldest son of the Wen family from Jing City, suddenly arrived in the harbor city. After a brief pause, she continued gravely, Jiu, I suspect he has come for you." Wen Jiu's steps gradually halted as her gaze fell upon several approaching figures, her expression growing increasingly cold. There was no need for suspicion. He was indeed here for her. "Have they already come to find you?" Shun Qi inquired. Upon hearing Wen Jiu's confirmation, Shun Qi stood abruptly in her office, her anxiety propelling her towards the exit. She had received the news and immediately called Wen Jiu, only to realize she was a step too late. Wen Xingyu handed the wine to herself. If she were to be bullied on her own territory, Shun Qi would be a loss as to how to explain it to Wen Xingyu. Hearing the commotion on her side, Wen Jiu quickly interjected, "Sister Qi, you needn't come over. Jiang Yanci and the others are here. I shall be fine." It wouldn't be prudent to owe so many favors to General Jiang. Having navigated the complexities of the business world, Shun Qi understood that the most burdensome debt is that of human favors. Aware that Wen Jiu spoke from genuine concern for her well-being, a flicker of warmth appeared in Wen Jiu's icy gaze as she softened her tone and teased, "Rest assured, I have everything under control." Her relationship with Jiang Yanci was not one of indebtedness. These matters were merely trifles. If it ever came to a reckoning, she was confident in her ability to settle it. Yet, inexplicably, Wen Jiu felt deep down that she and Jiang Yanci would never reach the point of a definitive severance. Then Shun Qi hesitated. "If there's ever a need, make sure to call me first." "All right," Wen Jiu readily agreed. "Now, Sister Qi, please attend to your matters. There's one more thing." Shun Qi did not end the call immediately, but added, "Shun Qi's friend from Jing City knows Jian Yu. I believe it's necessary to inform you. Luo Qi, Wen Jiu's expression remained largely unchanged. I am aware of this matter. According to my sources, Shunqi has indeed met with Jiang Yu privately through Luo Qi. However, I cannot provide precise details of their conversation or actions. Is that so? Wen Jiu's gaze fell upon the group, merely a few steps away, her tone revealing no discernible emotion. She replied to Shunqi, Sister Qi, I will message you later. Understood. Wen Jiu's statement indicated that the current environment was unsuitable for further discussion, prompting Shunqi to end the call. Contemplating the connection between Shunqi and Jiang Yu, Shunqi ultimately found herself unable to remain in the office. She exited, instructing her secretary, investigate Shunqi's whereabouts over the past few days and keep me informed. The secretary nodded and immediately arranged for the task, allowing Shunqi's furrowed brow to gradually relax. At the port, after ending the call, Wen Jiu turned her phone in her hand, finally adopting an impassive expression as she regarded the man who had approached her. Jiang Yanci stood half a step behind her, observing the uninvited guests with keen interest. Wen Jiu's ex-boyfriend was present for their second encounter. The last time, he had appeared rather ordinary. This time, however, he seemed even more so. Is there anything you require of me? He leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Wen Jiu's ear, intimate and alluring. Yet, his piercing gaze, clear as crystal, bypassed Wen Jiu to fixate on Jiang Yu, filled with provocation, seemingly communicating that his relationship with Wen Jiu was as ambiguous as it appeared. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu involuntarily stepped forward, but as his rationality kicked in and he recognized whose territory he was on, he was compelled to halt. Unable to bear the sight of Wen Jiu and another person in such intimate proximity, Jiang Yu was the first to interject, disrupting the flirtatious atmosphere between the two. Chongqing, I heard you've made quite a few acquaintances in Harbor City, so I came to keep an eye on you. After 2 days apart, Jiang Yu appeared significantly more vibrant today. Although he still seemed somewhat gaunt compared to his former self, at least he no longer exuded an air of despondency. Wen Jiu cast a faint glance in his direction before pushing away Jiang Yanci's head, which was resting against her ear. It tickles. As she spoke, she raised her hand to touch her tingling earlobe. What was this person suddenly going on about? Jiang Yanci, responding to the force of Wen Jiu's gesture, sat up and looked at her with an expression filled with indulgence. I'll be more mindful next time. Wen Jiu did not take Jiang Yanci's words to heart. Instead, she turned her attention to Wen Chongqing. What brings you here? Her question indicated she had completely dismissed Jiang Yu's earlier explanation. Wen Chongqing, who had long heard rumors of Wen Jiu's breakup, yet found them hard to believe, felt a heavy weight in his heart as he observed her being so affectionate with another man. Although he knew that this man beside Wen Jiu was someone he could not afford to offend, he still maintained a stern demeanor and commanded, Come here. We're going back to the capital. Chapter 58. And you are just a bastard with a disdainful glance. Wen Jiu raised her eyes. However, it was this very demeanor of hers, filled with indifference, that incensed Wen Chongqing to no end. He could not fathom why this illegitimate daughter dared to disregard him. The genuine heir of the Wen family. Surely, he was aware of Wen Jiu's true identity, even if others were oblivious. Did she truly believe that the Wen family's public declaration of her as their esteemed daughter rendered her a legitimate member of the clan? Such thoughts fueled Wen Chongqing's ire. Previously, he had turned a blind eye to her arrogance, partly because she did not reside with the Wen family and had developed a close rapport with Jiang Yu. But now, Wen Chongqing scoffed, asserting from his elevated position, I am your brother, the eldest son of the Wen family, while you are merely an illegitimate child. Before Wen Jiu could retort, he insisted once more, return with me to the capital. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. You have no right to dictate my actions. Wen Jiu recognized Wen Chongqing's foolishness, which was why even those within the Wen family refrained from revealing her true lineage to him. Yet, she was taken aback by his sheer ignorance. Fortunately, the toxic elements within the family had been dealt with, and there was no longer a need for her to conceal her identity. Otherwise, the thought of being provoked by this self-righteous fool would have been infuriating. With a cold snort, she ignored the ashen face of Wen Chongqing. Did you not think to inquire with Wen Su before troubling me? Whether I am someone you can provoke? Wen Su, Wen Jiu's father and the current chairman of the Wen Corporation, was also Wen Jiu's nominal father. However, since her return to the country, she had never lived with the Wen family, and their relationship was purely transactional, devoid of any emotional connection. Wen Su? Wen Su. She always called him by both name and surname, while he could not bear to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. Wen Jiu, are you even human? As the eldest son, held to strict standards by Wen Su, the favoritism shown towards Wen Jiu incited extreme jealousy within him. Yet, Wen Jiu did not even afford him the respect of calling him father. Why did she have to be deemed the Wen family's esteemed daughter? Wen Jiu sighed wearily, her head throbbing with exasperation. Perhaps you should return and reflect on your intellect. She had been straightforward in her expression, yet when Jing seemed incapable of considering any perspective beyond his own, reluctant to waste any more breath on such a dimwit. She donned her sunglasses and attempted to walk past him. However, as she brushed by, Wen Jing suddenly raised his hand, seemingly in a fit of madness, aiming to strike her face. In that instant, Jiang Yanci swiftly grasped Wen Jiu's shoulder, pulling her protectively to the side. Simultaneously, Jiang Yan, having noticed Wen Jing's movement, seized his descending hand. Wen Jiang Yan gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on Wen Jing's wrist, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare he lay a hand on Wen Jiu? Mu Ling and the others were caught off guard by Wen Jing's abrupt aggression, their shock evident. Once they regained their composure, Mu Ling hurried to Wen Jiu's side, shielded by Jiang Yanci. Are you hurt? I am fine. Wen Jiu shook her head, glancing back at Jiang Yanci, whose face was etched with concern, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She had never anticipated that Jiang Yanci's first instinct would be to protect her. Clearly, with his skills, he could have easily intercepted Wen Jing. In that moment, Wen Jiu was caught between mocking Jiang Yanci for his flustered concern and, ultimately, she distinctly felt the chaotic thrum of her heartbeat resonating within her chest. Once it was confirmed that Wen Jiu was unharmed, Mu Ling, brimming with agitation, rolled up her sleeves and leapt toward Wen Jing's face. Dare to lay a hand on my Jiu before me? Do you think I, Mu Ling, am some kind of pushover? As Mu Ling charged forward, Jiang Yan subtly loosened his grip on Wen Jing's hand and stepped back. The very next moment, Mu Ling's palm struck Wen Jing's face with a resounding impact. You wretch! Wen Jing exclaimed, covering his face, his eyes a mixture of astonishment, shock, and humiliation, clearly taken aback by being struck by a woman. He inhaled sharply, cursing as he raised his hand to retaliate. However, a foot suddenly collided with his knee, causing him to howl in pain and collapse like a frog. Chi Su retracted his foot and stood beside Mu Ling, inquiring with a smirk at the irate little princess. Do you wish to continue? Mu Ling shot him a glance, momentarily setting aside any grievances to respond through gritted teeth. Hold him down. I want him to understand who holds the power in Gangcheng. How dare he confront her sister right in front of her? If she didn't beat him to the point where his parents wouldn't recognize him, she wouldn't bear the surname Mu. As Mu Ling unleashed her fists and feet, Wen Jing, sprawled on the ground, emitted a series of pitiful wails. Wen Jiu peered out from Jiang Yanci's embrace, observing the thrashing of Wen Jing, and quietly gave Mu Ling a thumbs up. After a while, noticing Mu Ling showed no signs of relenting, Wen Jiu was about to call for a halt when Jiang Yanci softly explained, "There's no need to worry. Mu Ling has been accustomed to brawling with people from the circle since childhood. She knows precisely where to hit for maximum pain without endangering a life." Wen Jiu, I never realized Mu Ling possessed such skills. After enduring a considerable amount of punishment, Wen Jing finally grasped who might save him in this predicament. He struggled to escape Mu Ling's relentless fists, pointing at Wen Jiu. You must make her stop. Otherwise, I will definitely tell my father everything when I get home. I will not let you off the hook. Before Wen Jiu could respond, Jiang Yanci stepped in front of her, his eyes glinting with a sinister light as he gazed down at the prostrate Wen Jing. If you don't want that hand of yours, I can ensure it remains permanently in Gangcheng. Had it not been for Wen Jiu's presence, Jiang Yanci's cold gaze bore into Wen Jing like a wolf, his hands at his sides trembling ever so slightly, but gradually calming. He vowed to make this bastard bleed for daring to lay hands on Wen Jiu. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult of rage within him. Leave Gangcheng immediately. Or else. What followed was left unspoken. Yet the chilling menace in his reddened eyes sent a shiver down Wen Jiu's spine. He felt as if he had been submerged in frigid winter waters, his entire being instantly soaked in icy dread. He swallowed hard, retracting the hand that had pointed towards the warmed wine, rendered speechless by fear. Is this truly the contemporary head of the Jiang family in Hong Kong? Jiang Yanci. At that moment, the name was indelibly etched in Wen Jiu's heart, far more terrifying than Mu Ling, who had opportunistically delivered 2 kicks to her. Yet, as if sensing that such expulsion was insufficient, Jiang Yanci prepared to have Qin, who was merely watching the spectacle, present another token to the Wen family when his arm was abruptly tapped by Wen Jiu from behind. He turned to meet her gaze, which bore a faint smile. She spoke softly, "I am fine, let it be," considering that Wen Su had maintained his silence over the years. And given that Mu Ling had already dealt a blow to Wen Jiu, this matter could be set aside. Although Jiang Yanci felt a lingering dissatisfaction, he ultimately refrained from causing Wen Jiu any embarrassment. Noticing Jiang Yanci's nod, Wen Jiu's attention shifted to Jian, who stood to the side. "Jiu, I did not foresee that he would resort to violence against you." Meeting Wen Jiu's eyes, Jian already reddened gaze became clouded with confusion and guilt. He murmured an apology. "I'm sorry." Chapter 59. Do good people receive good rewards? He intended for Wen Jiu to assist him in bringing Wen Jiu back to the capital, yet he never contemplated causing her harm. With that foolish commotion from Wen Jiu, Wen Jiu might be even more upset with herself. At this moment, Jian felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Wen Jiu. Taken back, Wen Jiu spoke. Her first and last words to Jian that day. Even though Jian attempted to intervene with Wen Jiu felt no gratitude or softness towards him. Since he had brought the man, he must bear all unforeseen consequences. After speaking, Wen Jiu cast a disdainful glare at the bruised Wen Jiu. "No wonder the Wen family refuses to disclose my identity to you. Wen Jiu, your level of foolishness is indeed beyond redemption. So, what exactly is Wen Jiu's identity?" Wen Jiu's lips moved, his eyes, now a shade of confusion, followed Wen Jiu as she was escorted away by Jiang Yanci. Mu Ling shook her tired hand, having exerted too much force. "You dog. Do not let me see you in Port City again, or I shall strike you once more." With that, she fiercely waved her fist before reluctantly letting Wen Jiu go. It had been a long time since she had been in a physical altercation, and it felt exhilarating. She hopped joyfully into the car with Qin, completely forgetting about Qi Su, who had just collaborated with her so harmoniously. Observing this, Qi Su felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Mu Ling, but his voice was caught in his throat, leaving him unable to utter the words of retention before she boarded the vehicle. That day, he had not intentionally missed the appointment. However, Mu Ling did not look back and could not see his unspoken sentiments. "Can I let go now?" Upon noticing that Mu Ling had walked far away, Fong Li moved her hand, which was held by Ning Wang, and coldly reminded him. She had intended to intervene when she saw Wen Jiu act against Wen Jiu, but she was uncertain why Ning Wang had stopped her. Ning Wang remained still, gazing at her with tenderness, yet the stubbornness in his eyes made one want to retreat. He said to Fong Li, "Come home with me. That is your home, not mine." Fong Li struggled to withdraw her hand from Ning Wang's grasp. Her fair skin turned red from the strain, but she seemed indifferent as she coldly turned away. Just as Ning Wang was about to pursue her, Wen Jiu, who had already distanced herself with Jiang Yanci, suddenly halted and reached out her hand towards Fong Li. Meeting the warning in Wen Jiu's gaze, Ning Wang unwillingly stopped in his tracks. After ensuring Fong Li was in the car, Wen Jiu quietly asked Jiang Yanci beside her, "If I were to bring Fong Li from Port City to the capital, would Ning Wang go mad?" Jiang Yanci paused, and upon understanding the implication of Wen Jiu's words, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "On which day? When do you think it would be appropriate?" Wen Jiu raised her eyebrows, playfully flattering. "Ning Wang is your friend. You should know him better than I do." "So," her sentence trailed off, but Jiang Yanci had already grasped her meaning. With a subtle glance at Ning Wang, who had boarded Chi Su's vehicle, Jiang Yanci silently averted his gaze, suppressing the flicker of guilt within him as he voiced his opinion. Tonight. Tonight? Wen Jiu echoed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Jiang Yanci casually elaborated. Firstly, everyone is quite fatigued from today's activities. Generally, no one wishes to continue the revelry. Secondly, there are still a few days until your departure. Thus, Wang's guard is not yet at its peak. Seemingly satisfied with Jiang Yanci's analysis, Wen Jiu complimented him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, Mr. Jiang is truly a good person. May good fortune accompany you always. A hint of amusement escaped Jiang Yanci as he pondered the irony of Wen Jiu's words, glancing at him with a curious expression. So, do good people receive good rewards? At this, Wen Jiu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. What kind of reward are you seeking? Jiang Yanci contemplated his request, but before he could articulate it, Jian Yu approached, interrupting their conversation. Jiang Yanci's words faltered as he regarded the man standing before them, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Mr. Jian is still here. Ignoring Jiang Yanci's provocation, Jian Yu's attention was solely on Wen Jiu. Jiu, may we have a proper conversation? Certainly. Jian Yu, prepared for a refusal from Wen Jiu, was taken aback by her acquiescence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanci, standing beside Wen Jiu, felt a slight shift in his expression. Wen Jiu blinked, her voice calm as she replied. The largest alley CAF in Port City is quite easy to find. Let us meet there in an hour. Why not now? Jian Yu anxiously pressed as Wen Jiu began to turn away. Wen Jiu offered no response, merely waving her hand before stepping into the vehicle. As their cars departed, Jian Yu remained, lost in thought about why they would meet in an hour. Was it to change a tire? Or perhaps to rest? Yet, an hour seemed insufficient for either task. For reasons unknown, Jian Yu's unease deepened. Young Master Jian, a bruised and battered when Cheng Jing stumbled towards him, realizing a thick, viscous liquid was seeping from his nose. He hurriedly pressed his hand against it. Shouldn't you take me to the hospital? Not possible. He toyed with the car keys in his hand, coldly replying with 3 words. When Cheng Jing paused in surprise. Why not? Because I wish to slap you myself. Jian Yu forced a smile, suppressing his anger as he demanded. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on her? I was just so infuriated. Wen Jiu had mocked his intelligence, calling him a fool. From childhood, when Cheng Jing could not bear such insults. Thus, when Wen Jiu mentioned it, he lost his composure. His voice dwindled as he noticed the growing chill in Jian Yu's gaze. Realizing that uttering another word could provoke another blow, Wen Cheng Jing wisely fell silent. Fool! Jian Yu muttered in frustration before adding, I will arrange for someone to take you back to the capital promptly. Huh? Wen Cheng Jing covered his nose and exclaimed, Can we not go to the hospital first? Do you wish to perish? Jian Yu's patience had been exhausted. Then let us return to Beijing. Wen Cheng Jing wiped the blood from his hands onto his clothing, feeling aggrieved as he followed Jian Yu out. Had he known that Jian Yu had brought him to the harbor city merely to endure such suffering, he would have refrained from coming. Chapter 60. The taste of conscience in this chapter. Wen Jiu sits in the passenger seat, savoring the snacks prepared by Jiang Yanci, humming along to the car's music, clearly in high spirits. Jiang Yanci maintains a calm demeanor, yet his gaze frequently drifts towards Wen Jiu, as if he is probing her thoughts. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, when Wen Jiu enthusiastically opens a new bag of chips, he inquires, Are you so pleased to be meeting him? The car, which originally exuded a subtle scent of cedar, suddenly seems to be permeated by an overwhelming acidity. Wen Jiu deliberately sniffs the air and feigns surprise, asking Jiang Yanci, Is it a strong vinegar smell? Can you smell it? I can't, he replies, abruptly stopping the car to snatch the freshly opened bag of chips from her hand. He crunches a couple of pieces fiercely before darkly stating, All I smell is the scent of a lack of conscience. Excuse me? Wen Jiu grins, eyeing the chips in Jiang Yanci's grasp, ready to seize the opportunity to reclaim them. She queries, What does a lack of conscience smell like? Jiang Yanci is amused by her pretentious demeanor, instructing, Lift your hand. With an arched eyebrow, she complies. He then smirks triumphantly, saying, Bend down and take a whiff. You'll discover what a lack of conscience smells like. The mischievous expression on his face starkly contrasts with his usual solemnity, making him resemble a brash heir rather than a dignified figure of authority. Wen Jiu retorts, Jiang Yanci. Frustrated by his trickery, she maintains a smile, adding, I actually find it quite fragrant. If you don't believe me, take a sniff. With that, she extends her hand towards him. In the sunlight, her arm appears delicate and fair, resembling a soft, fragrant cake. Jiang Yanci feels a twinge of discomfort and, with 2 fingers, gently pushes her wrist away, firmly rejecting. No sniffing. Wen Jiu's hand, so pale it dazzles him, prompts her to question, why not? Just not. He replies with a scoff. Seizing the moment while Wen Jiu is distracted by her hand, Jiang Yanci finishes the chips and elegantly wipes his hands, reminding her, sit tight, I need to drive. Wen Jiu, speechless, clutches the empty chip bag tightly, her fists cracking with frustration. Jiang Yanci, are you a dog? As the car resumes its journey, Jiang Yanci glances at her indignant expression and chuckles softly. Not a dog. I'm yours. Wen Jiu mutters to herself, damn cheesy lines. How many have they ensnared? She struggles to suppress a smile that threatens to break through as she turns to gaze out the window, resolving that if she responds to Jiang Yanci today, she might as well be a dog. Silence envelopes the ride, and Jiang Yanci attempts to catch glimpses of Wen Jiu, only to see her elegant profile, which keeps a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Upon arriving at Shengshi Jiajing, as soon as the car comes to a halt, Wen Jiu fiercely attempts to open the door, only to find it unyielding. As she was about to turn and reprimand Jiang Yanci for locking the door, she heard a click, the car lock disengaged. The words she had intended to say were lodged in her throat. Meeting Jiang Yanci's gaze, which radiated indignation, his hand momentarily ceased its rhythmic drumming on the steering wheel, and he innocently gestured, we have arrived, Miss Wen. Please disembark. Huh. Wen Jiu shot him a glance, convinced that Jiang Yanci had acted with intention. Stifling her irritation, she exited the vehicle only to find Fong Li, who had arrived some time earlier, stepping out of the house. Upon seeing her, Fong Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Jiu, you finally made it. Yangu had hot pot delivered, and we couldn't eat without you. I was nearly driven to distraction. Indeed. Mu Ling's head peeked out from the entrance. I had planned to head home and pack, but upon hearing that Yangu arranged for hot pot, I rushed right over. Jiu, come quickly. I'm famished. She beckoned to Wen Jiu, her face betraying her eagerness. Listening to their banter, Wen Jiu turned back to Jiang Yanci, raising an eyebrow, expectant of an explanation. I was worried you might indulge in too many chips and spoil your appetite for the hot pot, he replied, feigning innocence. Wen Jiu shot him a sidelong glance. Why didn't you mention it sooner? What was the purpose of my vexation during the journey? Realizing he had displeased this little sovereign, Jiang Yanci, unfazed by the curious expressions of the onlookers, approached her and lowered his voice. As the saying goes, there is no problem that cannot be solved with a hot pot. Might I ask you to refrain from being upset for now? Wen Jiu huffed imperiously, striding towards the villa. After taking a few steps, she noticed Jiang Yanci lingering behind and turned to fix him with a pointed stare. Understanding her unspoken command, Jiang Yanci quickly followed, and with that, she was satisfied enough to enter the house. Upon reaching the living room, Wen Jiu was surprised to find Qi present as well. Upon spotting her, Qi beamed broadly, displaying his bright white teeth. I hope our esteemed Miss Wen isn't upset about my uninvited arrival. Observing the current dynamics, it appeared that Mu Ling and Fong Li had already formed a camaraderie with Wen Jiu. Meanwhile, the relationship between Jiang Yanci and Wen Jiu was undeniably ambiguous, leaving him as the one most unfamiliar to her. Yet, for the sake of the hot pot, Qi had no choice but to muster the courage to join them. Not at all, Wen Jiu replied, shaking her head. She gestured for everyone to take their seats before adding, You're the first friend I made in Harbor City. Your presence brings me joy. Oh, Qi anxious heart was instantly at ease with her words. He promptly shifted from guest to host, encouraging the more reserved Fong Li to sit down, and began to chatter animatedly. I have a great rapport with Wen Jiu. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a man and Yangu is protective, you two would hardly stand a chance at sisterhood. Mu Ling shot him a disapproving look. Go get a sex change then. After that, I'll be your sister. Little sovereign, can you refrain from such ludicrous suggestions? What is ludicrous about it? Didn't you want to be sisters with Jiu? Even if I'm a man, it wouldn't hinder our sisterly bond. Nonsense. Mu Ling slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, we girls are all fragrant and delicate, while you are nothing but a foul stone. A stinky stone is unworthy of us. Qin feigned a desire to strike the table as well, but upon noticing Jiang Yanci's ambiguous smile, his hand softened. He gently picked up a crab leg from the table and placed it into the hot pot, muttering, a true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Throughout the gathering, Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he observed the charming banter between the two. Come now, let us eat. The meat is nearly ready, he urged. Previously, he had found it difficult to believe Qin's assertion that he regarded Mu Ling merely as a sister, but witnessing their spirited exchange now left no room for doubt. As the hot pot meal progressed, much of the time was consumed by their playful repartee. Naturally, during the intervals of their banter, Wen Jiu and the others deftly enjoyed a considerable portion of the delectable fare. By the time the two finally came to their senses, Wen Jiu and his companions had nearly finished their meal. Taking the initiative, Wen Jiu stood up first, declaring, let us prioritize eating over washing dishes. I leave that task to you all. Chapter 61. The intention of the drunken man lies not in wine upon witnessing the gesture of warming the wine. The previously raucous duo fell silent simultaneously. Mu Ling then inquired, Jiu, are you heading out? Her tone was laced with subtlety. Wen Jiu discreetly glanced at the immovable Jiang Yanci, her heart comprehending the underlying tension. She mused aloud about the sudden influx of guests to partake in hot pot, realizing that the drunken man's intentions lay beyond mere wine. Nodding, she replied, I have matters to attend to and will step out for a moment. What? Mu Ling abruptly stood, sensing the chilling gaze behind her, and quickly composed herself, forcing a strained smile at Wen Jiu. With so many guests here, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to leave, right? Not a problem. Wen Jiu waved her hand dismissively. They're all friends. Feel free to enjoy. Mu Ling felt a sudden reluctance to befriend Wen Jiu. Ignoring her pleading glance, Wen Jiu pinched her cheek and stated, you all continue eating. I'll just change upstairs. With that, she ascended the stairs without a backward glance. The living room, bereft of Wen Jiu, felt as though it had been suddenly besieged by an ancient chill, leaving everyone shivering. Qin cautiously stole a glance at the source of the coldness, stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth, and after swallowing, remarked, Yan. It seems Wen Jiu is determined to meet her ex. What should we do? Though Jiang Yanci's expression revealed no overt emotion, his eyes darkened ominously. What use are you all besides eating? This remark, though lacking in severity, was sharply insulting, causing Fong Li to hesitate, her chopsticks poised but unmoving, as she began to contemplate her own worth. Yan Yi. After a brief silence, Fong Li spoke softly, if you don't want Wen Jiu to go, why not just say so? What good would that do? Qin, savoring the flavor of the beef, interjected before Jiang Yanci could respond. Wen Jiu and her ex were merely pursuer and pursued. Even you, Yan, cannot intrude on their private matters before establishing a position where you would be criticized. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Jiang Yanci kicked Qin's shin, his already dark expression darkening further. Witnessing this exchange, Mu Ling and Fong Li exchanged discreet glances, both acknowledging the truth of the saying that every creature has its match, a reality they were witnessing today. Given Jiang Yanci's evident regard for Wen Jiu, it seemed he was even reluctant to utter harsh words. However, they could not merely spectate as Wen Jiu approached her ex. Should she inadvertently be swayed back into a grand reconciliation, it would spell disaster for Jiang Yanci and for their band of strategists. Contemplating this, Mu Ling struck a thoughtful pose, suddenly struck by inspiration. Yan Yi, why not confess your feelings now? Jiang Yanci's heart jolted, intrigued by this suggestion. If he declared his feelings first, Wen Jiu might lose the desire to meet her ex, wouldn't she? Yet, what if Wen Jiu rejected him? The mere thought of her refusal followed by her meeting Jian Yu pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows. Moreover, he was woefully unprepared. Jiang Yanci swiftly dismissed the proposal. No, it's far too casual. He could not. merely to prevent Wen Jiu from meeting a former flame. Confess his feelings to her unpreparedly. Such an act would only serve to belittle his emotions for Wen Jiu. Well then, if a confession was out of the question, Mu Ling pondered deeply, her eyes suddenly sparkling with inspiration as she turned to Jiang Yanci with a smile. I do have another idea, but it requires you to be quite daring. Mu Ling's mischievous expression led Jiang Yanci to instinctively believe she had concocted nothing of worth. Yet, finding himself devoid of alternatives, he contemplated for a moment before nodding. Speak. Hee. Mu Ling chuckled foolishly for a couple of beats before confidentially whispering 2 words. Seduction. Clatter. The chopsticks in Qi-Qin's hands fell to the ground at the utterance of those words. Observing Jiang Yanci's tense demeanor, Qi-Qin hastily restrained his hand. Yanci. Mu Ling is only looking out for your best interests. Do refrain from acting rashly. The idea of the esteemed Jiang family's heir engaging in seduction was one only Mu Ling, with her audacious spirit, could voice. Release me. Jiang Yanci shot a glance at Qi-Qin's hand clinging to him, straightened his crumpled attire, and inquired of Mu Ling. How should I proceed? Qi-Qin gaped, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Mu Ling echoed with surprise, her doe-like eyes widening in disbelief, and once she confirmed her sanity, she managed a strained smile. Yanci, are you serious? She acknowledged that her earlier suggestion had been made without much thought. But why had the least likely idea been embraced by Jiang Yanci? Mu Ling wished she could turn back time and slap herself. Jiang Yanci was well aware that Mu Ling's suggestion had been impulsive, yet recalling Wen Jiu's past gazes filled with desire, he found the notion of seduction not entirely without merit. With this in mind, he pressed Mu Ling. Now, tell me exactly what I must do. The situation had escalated beyond redemption, and feigning reluctance, Mu Ling sighed before stating. First, you should unbutton 2 more buttons on your shirt. Jiang Yanci was no longer clad in the flamboyant floral shirt from the previous night, but rather a simple black short-sleeved shirt, the embroidered red plum blossom lending an air of both restraint and allure. However, he had only undone 1 button at the collar, and while his looks were undeniably captivating, it seemed insufficient for the purpose of seduction. At her suggestion, Jiang Yanci's hand instinctively moved to the collar, while Qi-Qin dramatically shielded his eyes. What a scandalous act, he exclaimed. Ignoring him, Jiang Yanci, contemplating something, lowered his hand from the collar and signaled to Mu Ling. What else? Anything else? Mu Ling hesitated, then shook her head. That's it. Observing Jiang Yanci's furrowed brow, she hastily clarified. Yanci, doing too much would seem overly conspicuous. Besides, your face alone is a potent aphrodisiac. As long as Jiu isn't blind, a mere hint from you would be utterly devastating. Jiang Yanci's looks were one matter. Mu Ling's desire for self-preservation was quite another. She feared that Jiang Yanci might one day reflect upon today's events and seek retribution. Thus she dare not act too recklessly. When Qi-Qin heard Mu Ling's description, he could not help but chuckle. By heavens, a walking aphrodisiac. Mu Ling, you truly are a remarkable talent. To this, Mu Ling accepted without a blush or a flutter of her heart. She gestured to Jiang Yanci. Yanci, I reckon it's about time for Jiu to change into her attire. Would you care to ascend upstairs? I assure you, the moment Jiu opens the door, she will be utterly captivated by your beauty. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall credit you accordingly. Jiang Yanci rose and leisurely made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the door of Wen Jiu's room, his hand finally rested upon the buttons of his clothing. After unfastening one, he glanced down, seemingly feeling it insufficient, and proceeded to unbutton another. Observing the subtle outline of his muscles, the tips of his ears involuntarily flushed with warmth. Would this be too conspicuous? Chapter 62. She would not meet Jiang Yanci pondered in his heart, suddenly feeling that he must have been out of his mind to listen to Mu Ling's absurd suggestion. He smiled wryly and turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, the door behind him unexpectedly swung open. Jiang Yanci instinctively glanced back. Their eyes met, and Wen Jiu, who had just changed in her sleepwear, let her gaze drift downwards as if encountering an extraordinary sight, her red lips gradually curling into a smile, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Wen Jiu leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed, her legs lazily crossed at the ankles, her eyes shimmering with playful mockery. Jiang Yanci, you look rather disheveled. She deliberately elongated her voice, as if comprehending something, and knowingly remarked, a beauty trap? You've misunderstood. Jiang Yanci, expressionless, buttoned up his shirt, claiming it was merely the heat from having hot pot. Heat? Just that? Wen Jiu completely dismissed his explanation. Just as Jiang Yanci was about to fasten the last button, she reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Watching him exhale in relief after securing the button, Wen Jiu could not help but laugh. Not hot anymore? Jiang Yanci mumbled a response, a faint blush gracing the corners of his eyes, reminiscent of a demonic beauty just awakening, both wicked and enchanting. He lifted his eyelids to gaze at the giggling Wen Jiu, unwilling to be outdone by her jest, and suddenly remarked, heat is secondary. Primarily, it's to ward off rogues. Wen Jiu's smile vanished. As she watched Jiang Yanci reach the staircase, her retort was abruptly stifled. Once he disappeared from sight, she shook her fist, gritting her teeth in frustration. You're the rogue. Your entire family are rogues. Hearing the muffled curses from behind, a smile bloomed in Jiang Yanci's eyes. She had already donned her sleepwear. How could she possibly venture out? Thus, she would not meet Jiang Yan. With this thought, Jiang Yanci found herself more tolerant of the few who had suggested such absurdities downstairs. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a faint knock echoed through Wen Jiu's home, startling Fong Li awake from her nap. Listening to the sound, so close at hand, she reached for the lamp switch beside her bed, but then heard Wen Jiu's voice filter in. Fong Li, it's me. Upon hearing Wen Jiu's voice, Fong Li's anxious heart settled. Just as her hand was about to touch the switch, Wen Jiu's voice sounded again. Don't turn on the light. Fong Li's hand, poised to activate the switch, halted. Although she was unsure why Wen Jiu forbade her from turning on the light, she obediently descended from her bed using the faint glow of her phone to guide her and approached the door. Xiao Jiu, I'm opening the door. She confirmed one last time, ensuring the person at the door was indeed Wen Jiu. Just a little more quietly. Wen Jiu's tone was cautious. Sensing the seriousness in Wen Jiu's voice, Fong Li's previously relaxed heart tightened again. She carefully opened the door a crack, and upon confirming that it was truly Wen Jiu outside, she exhaled in relief. Xiao Jiu, what happened? She mimicked Wen Jiu, lowering her voice to a whisper. Wen Jiu gently patted her hand and said, I will send a private jet to take you back to Beijing. Upon your arrival at the airport, someone will be there to greet you. You may stay at my home for the time being, and we shall discuss subsequent matters once I arrive in the city. Now, Fong Li exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. However, Wen Jiu did not afford her the luxury of hesitation. Put on your shoes. We shall leave at once. Fong Li glanced down at her nightgown, hesitating for just a moment before trailing behind Wen Jiu as they departed. The only light illuminating the villa was from Wen Jiu's room. The two navigated through the darkness until they reached the garden wall, where Wen Jiu crouched down and unearthed a small dog door hidden beneath a rose bush, secured by a small iron gate. Wen Jiu brandished a key before Fong Li. If it weren't for Jiang Yanci's reminder, I would have never known about this place. It seemed the other residents of the villa had long since sealed off the location of the dog door, but this particular villa remained untouched. As Fong Li observed the typically resplendent Wen Jiu squatting to unlock the dog door, she felt a sense of disillusionment, though even greater disillusionment awaited. After unlocking the door, Wen Jiu cautiously poked her head out to ensure the coast was clear before crawling through on all fours. Fong Li Yachit had a feignant movements, instinctively sensing that this was not Wen Jiu's first endeavor of this nature. Fong Li. Wen Jiu beckoned with a hand reaching through the dog door. Fong Li, without further thought, imitated her and crawled out as well. Let us go. Like a thief, Wen Jiu scanned the surroundings before guiding Fong Li along the wall until they circled to the back of the villa. Now, Wen Jiu urged seriously, head towards the main entrance of the neighborhood. You will see a black sports car parked by the roadside with the license plate HK. Once you spot the car, get in immediately and call me once you are inside. With that, Wen Jiu produced a new phone from her pocket and handed it to Fong Li. Use this phone. Give me your old one. If there are any important messages or documents, I will send them to you later. It was evident that Wen Jiu had anticipated everything. Fong Li diligently memorized Wen Jiu's instructions and, without looking back, made her way toward the neighborhood exit, carefully avoiding crowded areas until she finally spotted the car Wen Jiu had mentioned. As she approached, the driver's window slid down to reveal a poised and elegant young woman, someone Fong Li recognized. Climbing into the back seat, she greeted the driver. "Thank you, Miss Shun." Shun Shi, accustomed to maintaining a stoic demeanor at work, noticed Fong Li's anxiety and offered a reassuring smile. "There is no need to worry. Jill will manage everything from here." "Ukai, Fong Li nudda," verbally affirming while her heart raced uncontrollably. The scenery along the streets blurred into the distance as Fong Li fixated on the dim yellow streetlights, a wave of bittersweet emotion swelling in her eyes. After graduation, she had been trapped in this city for 2 long years, 2 years that felt like a lifetime. Silently, Fong Li wiped away the tears forming at the corners of her eyes, suppressing the tumult of trepidation and exhilaration within her. She was exhilarated at the prospect of freedom, yet fearful that Ning Wang might sense the disruption of it all, until the very moment the plane took off. As she watched the brightly lit port city recede into the distance, Fong Li could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely at last. No one disturbed her. She indulged in a cathartic bout of weeping, unrestrained and fearless, before drifting into an unbidden slumber, awaiting the moment she would awaken to embrace her newfound liberty. After bidding farewell to Fong Li as her flight ascended, Shunqi finally returned Wen Jiu's call. The plane had safely taken off. "Good," replied Wen Jiu. "Thank you for your trouble, Qi." "Not all. Just seeing someone off." Shunqi hesitated before adding, "However, I just received news that Jiang Yan has been lingering in the CAF since noon, seemingly waiting for someone." Since learning of Jiang Yan's connection with Shunqi had instructed someone to monitor Jiang Yan's movements, now taking the opportunity to update Wen Jiu. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu fell into an unusual silence for a moment before responding, "No need to concern yourself with him." Shunqi refrained from probing into the nature of the relationship between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yan. Yet she could discern from their previous encounters and Wen Jiu's reactions that their connection was far from simple. Thus, she remained attentive to matters concerning Jiang Yan. Even though Wen Jiu had requested to disregard him, Shunqi did not withdraw the surveillance on Jiang Yan after hanging up the phone. Chapter 63. Fong Li's own choice. Meanwhile, at the street CF, Jiang Yan sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the deserted street outside, devoid of any surprise in his eyes. A waiter approached him, stating, "Sir, our establishment will be closing in 5 minutes. We welcome you to visit us again." Since arriving at noon, this gentleman had been waiting for someone, yet no one had come to find him. In response to the waiter's insistence, Jiang Yan slid a card across the table. "Inform your boss that as long as the CAF remains open tonight, I am willing to pay any amount." The waiter glanced at the black gold card on the table, hesitated momentarily, then went to consult the manager. Such displays of wealth were not commonplace in this extravagant city. Soon, with the closing orders given, the CAF staff gradually departed, leaving only Jiang Yan, who had reserved the entire CF, seated under a single bright lamp that would illuminate the night until dawn. The next morning, the CAF staff entered to find the man still seated by the window, startling them. "Sir, you haven't left yet? Is there anything you need assistance with?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan glanced in their direction before returning his gaze to the outside world. "I am fine. You may attend to your duties. Shall I prepare a cup of coffee for you?" One of the waiters suggested, but Jiang Yan seemed oblivious, continuing to stare out the window. The coffee on the table grew cold, yet Jiang Yan remained steadfast in his vigil. From the very beginning, he had suspected that Wen Jiu would not arrive. Her vengeful spirit was formidable, and he would never allow her a moment of ease. Yet still, Jiang Yan, feeling the stiffness of his body from prolonged sitting, slowly rose to leave. As his solitary figure faded into the distance, a sigh was carried away by the wind. Deep down, he still harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, Wen Jiu would not want him to wait in vain. At 3 in the afternoon, Wen Jiu, drowsily clutching a pillow in the living room, was jolted awake by the sound of Mu Ling knocking at the door. She yawned and opened it, momentarily stunned by the sight of 6 suitcases beside Mu Ling. Realizing these were Mu Ling's belongings for her trip to the capital, she exclaimed, "Are you planning not to return after going to the capital?" "Of course not." Mu Ling pouted. "This isn't my first time traveling alone, so I need to prepare adequately. You're coming to my territory. How could I let you suffer?" Wen Jiu playfully pinched her smooth cheek, withdrawing her hand only upon encountering Mu Ling's reproachful gaze. The soft, plump texture of Mu Ling's face was quite addictive. Wen Jiu found herself unable to resist pinching it a few more times, stepping aside to allow Mu Ling's bodyguard to carry the luggage into the room. Wen Jiu then turned her attention to another person who had accompanied Mu Ling, Ning Wang. Observing him, Wen Jiu politely inquired, "Would you care to come in for a moment?" Ning Wang, with one hand tucked in his pocket, smiled elegantly in response. "No need." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since Miss Wen is preparing to return to the capital, it would be inappropriate for Li to continue staying here." Ning Wang observed the tranquil expression of Wen Jiu, momentarily unable to discern her intentions. Nevertheless, he resolutely laid bare his purpose for being there. "I have come to take Li home today. I kindly ask Miss Wen to summon her." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu's mouth slightly parted, her expression perfectly portraying astonishment. Witnessing her reaction, Ning Wang's heart plummeted. The furrow of his brow deepened as an unbearable possibility took root in his mind. He immediately pressed, "Miss Wen, do not tell me that Ali is not with you." "She is not," Wen Jiu responded honestly, shaking her head. She did not shy away from the intense scrutiny of Ning Wang's gaze, offering a calm smile as she replied, "Last night, I sent her to the capital." This revelation was not something Ning Wang could overlook, and Wen Jiu had no intention of concealing it. "Wen Jiu, Ning Wang belovet." His earlier suspicions confirmed by her words, igniting a fury that clenched his fists. "Ali is mine. How dare you take it upon yourself to send her away? I did not act unilaterally. It was Fong Li's own choice." Wen Jiu's expression shifted slightly, but not due to Ning Wang. Rather, it was a reflection of her thoughts on Fong Li. She regarded Ning Wang's fury with composure, stating, "This morning, Ali sent me a message." "What message?" Ning Wang inquired, an undercurrent of hope stirring within him, wishing the message pertained to him. Yet, this was merely a figment of his imagination. Wen Jiu replied lightly. She said she finally had a good night's sleep. As she spoke, her tone dripped with a sense of wistfulness. For Fong Li, a peaceful slumber seemed of utmost significance. Upon hearing this, Ning Wang's eyes flickered imperceptibly, his heart tightening as if gripped by an unseen force. Wen Jiu, seemingly oblivious to the pain reflected in his gaze, shifted the conversation. "Do you know why, despite having only recently met Fong Li, I am willing to assist her so readily?" "Why?" Ning Wang managed to utter, struggling with the weight of Wen Jiu's previous statement. Wen Jiu fixed her gaze upon his eyes, responding, "Because I do not wish for such a beautiful soul to vanish from this world." In that moment, Ning Wang was besieged by an uncontrollable vision of Fong Li standing on the rooftop, captured by surveillance. Had it not been for Qi Qin's timely arrival, fervently pleading that he could not bear to witness a life extinguished before him, he would have lived forever in guilt. Perhaps Fong Li would have already leapt. However, since that incident, Fong Li had behaved exceedingly well, and he had assumed her actions were merely a fleeting impulse. But why would Wen Jiu utter such a statement? Wen Jiu perceived the confusion in Ning Wang's eyes, instantly realizing he was entirely unaware of Fong Li's affliction. She found his notion of love somewhat amusing, yet pitied Fong Li profoundly. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Are you aware of the somatic symptoms of depression?" "Depression?" Ning Wang's lips moved, parting and closing repeatedly without a sound, his unease intensifying with every heartbeat. Wen Jiu sighed. "Have you not noticed how often Li seems lost in thought? Furthermore, when she carries things, her hands tremble involuntarily, and she suffers from sleepless nights, waking abruptly even when she manages to doze off. I initially believed her trembling was a result of her fear of me." Ning Wang finally regained her voice. Thus, when she first observed Fong Li's trembling hands, Ning Wang had despaired and questioned Fong Li about her fear of him. Could it be that Ali is unwell? As for her insomnia, Ning Wang had thought that was merely a manifestation of Fong Li's wariness towards him. How could it be an ailment? Ning Wang. Wen Jiu sighed again, unabashedly expressing her disdain. You are exceedingly self-righteous and profoundly selfish. Chapter 64. No one can keep her on that day. Fong Li mistakenly found her way to my door. Though I had no intention of meddling, I understood that if I did not intervene, she would inevitably choose to end her life. Those beautiful eyes, when we met, were filled with an emptiness that spoke of despair. The gaze of one who wishes to die is distinct from that of a typical person, and Wen Jiu could discern it instantly. Wen Jiu remarked that she had come to Jiang Yanci, clinging to the last vestiges of hope for salvation, only to miss him entirely. In failing to grasp that final lifeline, death became Fong Li's only option. No, Ning Wang Sutendis hoped that, as if this outburst could alleviate his guilt and fear. He stumbled back, declaring, I never wanted her to die, but you have relentlessly pushed her toward that abyss. Wen Jiu retorted without hesitation. Her voice, though softer than Ning Wang's, bore a weight far greater. Her chest rose and fell slowly, visibly agitated by Ning Wang's words. Do not bind a free spirit with your feigned affection. No, you do not understand at all, Ning Wang said. His hand clenched at his side until his knuckles turned white. I love Ali. I love her deeply. I would give her everything. What you offer may mean little to her, but what you forcibly take away is what she values most. Wen Jiu longed to slap Ning Wang awake, to shatter his selfish illusions. Taking a deep breath, she continued, I do not care how profound you believe your love to be, nor how painful your separation from Fong Li may feel. Today, I, Wen Jiu, am here to tell you one thing. Fong Li intends to leave Gangcheng, and no one can keep her here. Wen Jiu, do not assume that being the daughter of the Vincent family makes you untouchable. The Ning family can certainly deal with you, Ning Wang replied, gradually regaining his composure. His tone turned icy as he added, if I truly wanted to confront you, the members of the Vincent family would be unable to protect you. Oh, Wen Jiu shrugged, maintaining her composure. You may certainly try. Ning Wang, undeterred, raised his hand, and the Ning family's bodyguards, who had been waiting outside the villa, surged in like a tide. He looked at Wen Jiu, overtly threatening, either bring Ali back, or I shall have to invite Miss One to the Ning family for a visit. Invite me? You think you're worthy? Wen Jiu straightened her posture slightly as another group of trained bodyguards entered the villa, bypassing Ning Wang to stand in front of her, effectively blocking the Ning family's guards. The two factions stood poised against each other, an undercurrent of tension palpable in the air. Mu Ling, who had been carrying items into the house with a few bodyguards, heard the commotion and rushed out, only to shrink back upon witnessing the scene. Wanga, what are you trying to do? She questioned, positioning herself protectively in front of Wen Jiu with her arms outstretched. If you dare to harm Jiu, Yingge will be angry. At the mention of Jiang Yanci, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ning Wang's eyes, though it quickly vanished. He scoffed, if I can keep Wen Jiu in Gangcheng, it is Jiang Yanci who should be grateful. Keeping me here requires more than just your will, she countered. Wen Jiu grasped Mu Ling by the nape of her neck, pulling her behind him. This is a matter between him and me. You need not interfere. Despite their prior acquaintance, Wen Jiu did not wish for Mu Ling and Ning Wang to fall out over her. Mu Ling, on the verge of tears, implored, can't we discuss this civilly? Wen Jiu scoffed softly, her icy gaze settling on Ning Wang. No, we cannot. A man as self-righteous as Ning Wang would never heed the counsel of others. Otherwise, the situation would not have deteriorated to its current state. Jiang Yanci and the others shared an emotional bond with Ning Wang, and while Wen Jiu understood the necessity of restraint, she was resolute in her protection of those she cared for. No one was permitted to touch them. Since Miss Wen is unwilling to drink respectfully, I shall not hold back, Ning Wang declared, his brow furrowed in cold intensity as he focused on Wen Jiu. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, he slowly raised his hand. Act. As his command echoed, Ning Wang's entourage surged toward the bodyguards protecting Wen Jiu. The sound of fists meeting flesh reverberated, only to be abruptly halted by the shrill ring of a phone. Ning Wang took the phone handed to him by a nearby bodyguard, and upon seeing the caller's information, his expression shifted. Just as he was about to end the call, the bodyguard standing beside him, like a statue, reminded him, "Young master, it's a call for madam," though the bodyguard's tone was not authoritative. The mere utterance of those words caused Ning Wang's men to cease their assault in unison. Ning Wang tightened his grip on the phone, meeting Wen Jiu's mocking gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Bring your people back." The moment the call connected, Madame Ning's stern voice reverberated through the phone. Ning Wang's liebstichtenet, remaining silent. However, Madame Ning was evidently aware of her son's stubborn nature and promptly instructed Ning Wang's personal bodyguard, "Luda, take Ning Wang away." "Yes, madam," Luda replied loudly, immediately gesturing towards the pallid-faced Ning Wang. "Young master." Luda said no more, but his intent was unmistakable. Recognizing that he could accomplish nothing against Wen Jiu today, Ning Wang, in a fit of rage, hurled the phone to the ground, watching as it shattered into pieces. As if that were not enough to quell his fury, he kicked a flower pot in Wen Jiu's courtyard, with the half-height flower pot crashing to the ground. Ning Wang finally restrained his anger and questioned Wen Jiu. "How did you manage this?" Wen Jiu met his gaze, stating, "The entire Vincent family is relentlessly assaulting your Ning family's enterprises at any cost. The moment I am forced to vacate this villa, your family will be rendered a hollow shell." Thus, it was no wonder that Madame Ning was in such a frenzy upon receiving this news. Well, well. Ning Wang repeated the word thrice before managing to squeeze out, "Wen Jiu, you are truly ruthless." "Thank you for the compliment," Wen Jiu replied humbly, watching as Ning Wang stormed away, her eyes devoid of amusement. Once Wen Jiu's bodyguards departed, Mu Ling exhaled deeply. For the first time, I grasped the true power of the Vincent family. While the world knew of the Vincent family's formidable strength, the sensation of experiencing it firsthand was entirely different from mere hearsay. In the harbor city, and even within the domestic realm, the Ning family is considered a prominent aristocracy. However, in the presence of the Vincent family, they can only shy away from their brilliance. It is truly daunting. Mu Ling swallowed hard and decisively grasped Wen Jiu's hand, declaring her desire for support. Wen Jiu gently pushed Mu Ling's head aside and turned to enter the house. "Wen Jiu, won't you inform Yan Gu about this matter?" Mu Ling inquired, catching up to Wen Jiu, who had already collapsed onto the sofa. Wen Jiu stared at the ceiling, her mind drifting. "There is no need." "Why not?" Mu Ling asked, somewhat perplexed, as she had assumed that Wen Jiu held a unique sentiment toward Jiang Yanci. Generally speaking, when one encounters a challenging situation or peril, they instinctively seek assistance from someone they trust. Yet today, Wen Jiu opted to reach out to her family abroad rather than the nearby Jiang Yanci. Mu Ling pondered whether Wen Jiu had grown accustomed to independence or if it suggested that Jiang Yanci was not yet someone she could fully trust and rely upon. Did this mean that Wen Jiu's recent closeness to Jiang Yanci was merely superficial? An inexplicable trepidation washed over Mu Ling, leaving her reluctant to delve deeper into her thoughts. Chapter 65. Lack of Ambition. First read Chapter 64 before proceeding to Chapter 65. For those who have not seen Chapter 64, please refresh as the system seems to have swallowed it momentarily. Thank you for your patience. She inhaled deeply, about to inquire further, but was met with Wen Jiu's penetrating gaze, rendering her words unspoken. Wen Jiu clearly had no intention of providing an explanation, rising to ascend the stairs instead. "I shall take a brief rest." After seeing Fong Li off the previous night, she had been anxiously waiting for Ning Wang to confront her once the truth came to light, resulting in her sleeplessness. Now that the matter had been resolved, she needed to recuperate. Mu Ling nodded in understanding, responding, "You go ahead." Watching Wen Jiu ascend the staircase, Mu Ling turned towards the courtyard, intending to send the bodyguard who had accompanied her back to the Mu residence, for there was no lack of protection here. As she stepped through the entrance, she caught sight of Jiang Yanci standing at the door. A pang of anxiety gripped Mu Ling's heart, causing her to stutter, Yan Gu, when did you arrive?" Oh no, had Jiang Yanci overheard her conversation with Wen Jiu? Wen Jiu's remark about it being unnecessary, if not taken too seriously, could indeed be harmless. But if considered deeply, it could be quite hurtful. Jiang Yanci offered no answer to Mu Ling's query, instead fixating on the empty staircase. After a prolonged silence, Mu Ling, feeling increasingly anxious, called out again, Yinge. When Jiang Yanci's gaze finally fell upon her, she cautiously suggested, "Shall I call Wen Jiu down?" Wen Jiu had just gone upstairs. She surely wouldn't have fallen asleep so quickly. No need to disturb her. Jiang Yanci averted his eyes, turning to leave. And a light admonition drifted into Mu Ling's ears. "You need not inform her of my visit." For some inexplicable reason, Mu Ling felt a pang of sadness as she observed Jiang Yanci's retreating figure. Had he, perhaps, heard those few words exchanged moments ago? If he had, it must have been quite distressing for him. Yet, Mu Ling was at a loss as to how to console Jiang Yanci. From Wen Jiu's perspective, her ability to resolve the issue independently rendered it unnecessary to burden others. However, from Jiang Yanci's viewpoint, he surely did not wish to be regarded as merely others. Did he? The atmosphere had inexplicably grown heavy. As Jiang Yanci entered his car, his mind was consumed by Wen Jiu's nonchalant "no need." Upon receiving the news, he had rushed over from the company, only to discover that she had no intention of informing him of the situation. Not necessary. He recalled the indifferent tone in which Wen Jiu had uttered those words, and a pang of heartache coursed through him. Did he not even qualify as a friend in her eyes? Was that why she deemed it unnecessary to share what was transpiring in her life? Realizing this truth, Jiang Yanci felt a sharp ache in his heart. He gazed at the villa before him, almost compelled to storm inside and confront Wen Jiu. Yet the weariness in her voice when she mentioned needing rest made him hesitate. What a lack of ambition. Jiang Yanci fiercely struck the horn, then pressed the accelerator to exit the community, his destination decidedly set on finding Ning Wang, who had not returned home, but instead had gone to the boxing gym. Upon entering the gym, Jiang found Ning already engaged in sparring, having completed 2 rounds with his training partner. The staff at the boxing gym regarded him as a savior upon his arrival. He discarded his suit onto the sofa and loosened the collar of his shirt before donning the gloves provided by the staff, striding purposefully toward the ring. Without waiting for the staff to open the soft barriers for him, he leveraged himself against a nearby pillar, and, by the time the staff turned to look again, Jiang was already atop the ring. "Let us get started," Ning Wang initiated, offering no explanation for his actions earlier that day. Even if given the chance to repeat the scenario, he would still make the same choice. Jiang shook his hands, his emotions inscrutable, akin to a tempestuous sea, and fixed his gaze upon Ning, the waves of turmoil evident in his eyes. "Come." With that command, the 2 men instantly engaged in a fierce struggle. The gym staff gradually gathered around, watching the uncoordinated yet fervent punches being thrown, their blood surging with excitement. As time wore on, it was Ning Wang who first succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. The surrounding onlookers retreated entirely at a mere glance from Jiang Yanci. Observing Ning lying on the floor, Jiang removed his boxing gloves and, despite the bruising at the corner of his mouth, knelt beside him. "The lights are so glaring." Ning raised a hand to shield his eyes, his voice trembling as he began to speak. Wen Jiu said, it seemed he was about to broach a matter that caused him profound distress. His chest heaved, and after several attempts to form a coherent thought, he managed to utter, "Wen Jiu said, Ali has depression." Depression. Tears cascaded from the corners of Ning's eyes. "I immediately consulted a doctor after I left, and all of Ali's symptoms aligned perfectly." Wen Jiu was not lying. "I thought she trembled out of fear, but it turns out she is ill. I caused her illness." At this juncture, Ning's emotions erupted. "It's my fault. I'm the bastard Ali." "Ali." He murmured her name repeatedly, as if that could alleviate the torment within his heart, yet it did not. The thoughts of the doctor's words regarding depression filled him with self-loathing. Most patients require lifelong medication after an initial treatment, as the chances of relapse are substantial upon discontinuation. The side effects of psychiatric medications are severe: muscle tremors, facial distortions, dizziness, headaches. The myriad of side effects overwhelmed his mind, yet if Fong wished to recover, she would have to endure them indefinitely. Ni surpresa da sobi. And Jiang Yanci observed his desolation without offering comfort. The one suffering was Fong Li. Ning's plight did not warrant consolation. Nevertheless, as a brother, Jiang did not abandon Ning Wang. instead sitting quietly beside him until Ning had sufficiently vented, at which point he lazily remarked, "I'll take a picture of you in this state to send to Ali. It should bring her some joy." Ning Wang, bruised and battered, was primarily distressed by his tear-stained, reddened eyes. The strands of hair on either side of his face clung to his skin, dampened by his tears, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. With a sullen expression, Ning Wang declared, "There is no need." As his gaze swept across Jiang Yanci's grim visage, he casually inquired, "Did you not fare well with Wen Jiu? Otherwise, you would be by her side at this moment, rather than here with me, engaged in this bout." Jiang Yanci remained silent, wiping the sting from the corner of his lip, and refrained from responding to Ning Wang's query. Instead, he rose and pulled Ning Wang to his feet. "If you're not on the brink of death, return and tend to your injuries properly. As for Fong Li," Jiang Yanci added, "should I acquire any news, I shall inform you of her current situation." "Very well," Ning Wang replied, expressing his gratitude with a pat on Jiang Yanci's shoulder. However, the moment a smile graced his lips, the pain from his injury contorted his features grotesquely. Gasping in discomfort, Ning Wang lamented, "What exactly did Miss Wen do to you? She seems to have dealt a rather harsh blow." Ning Wang wagered he had undoubtedly marred his appearance. Chapter 66. Yengu awaits you nothing at all. Jiang Yanci's seemingly casual response belied the unmistakable disappointment reflected in his gaze, which Ning Wang perceived with clarity. He gently patted Jiang Yanci's shoulder, infusing his words with a hint of consolation. "I find it difficult to decipher Wen Jiu." Yet, it was not only Ning Wang who struggled to understand Wen Jiu. Jiang Yanci recalled how Wen Jiu instinctively guarded herself whenever he approached, along with the heart-wrenching dismissal of "there's no need," leaving his heart chilled to the core. That enigmatic being always evoked a sense of both accessibility and unreachability. "Heartless," Jiang Yanci muttered softly, though his eyes betrayed a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Observing this scene, Ning Wang couldn't help but smirk. Who scolds someone with such fondness? Jiang Yanci was indeed a lost cause. Wen Jiu is about to return to the capital. Are you truly going to let her go like this? Ning Wang couldn't resist reminding him. Wen Jiu is not Fong Li. She is backed by the Vincente family, which has a global presence. If she leaves, no one can compel her to return. "Should I emulate you?" Jiang Yanci replied coolly, engaging in a fleeting thrill of tormenting one's wife, only to face the funeral pyre of pursuing her. Jiang Yanci had never considered leveraging his emotions to keep Wen Jiu, even if she were not the heiress of the Vincente family. Ning Wang's expression darkened as he watched Jiang Yanci strut off the stage with a self-deprecating smile. "Well, I suppose I am being overly sentimental." He realized he should have remained silent. However, Fong Li was unlike Wen Jiu. Fong Li would only retreat from her affections. If he did not forcibly keep her by his side, Ning Wang was at a loss as to how he might ever reach out to her again. Ning Wang had regretted more than once the constraints he had imposed on Fong Li's freedom, yet he understood he had no other choice. Granting Fong Li freedom and allowing her to pursue her desires meant that one day she could fall for someone else, and that someone would undoubtedly not be him. Hence, Ning Wang found himself unable to act. As for Wen Jiu, although her feelings for Jiang Yanci remained uncertain, at least, there was potential between them. Ning Wang picked up the garments strewn on the ground, making his way out of the boxing gym while dialing a number, informed Dr. Zhou that I'm on my way. Dr. Zhou Xiui is among the most esteemed psychiatrists both domestically and internationally, and Ning Wang had numerous pressing inquiries regarding Fong Li's situation. On June 1st, at 11 in the morning, Wen Jiu's flight was scheduled to depart from the port city. At exactly 9:30, Shengshi Jiajing. Mu Ling watched as her suitcase was loaded onto the vehicle, and with a perplexed expression, she removed her sunglasses to question Wen Jiu. "So, you arranged for Sister Fong Li to take your private jet, yet you brought me along on a commercial flight?" Without a hint of embarrassment, Wen Jiu placed the sunglasses back on Mu Ling's face and replied, "Applying for a flight route is quite cumbersome, and one must maintain a low profile." Mu Ling conceded with a reluctant nod, observing Wen Jiu's gaze fixed on Jiang Yanci's vehicle parked at a distance. She couldn't resist teasingly poking her slender waist. "Yengu is waiting for you." As if to corroborate Mu Ling's words, the car window descended, and Jiang Yanci's gaze fell squarely upon Wen Jiu. The leaves atop the trees rustled softly, casting dappled shadows that danced gracefully upon the ground. Despite the short distance separating them, Wen Jiu found it somewhat challenging to discern Jiang Yanci's features hidden amidst the interplay of light and shadow. She pinched a gold coin between her thumb and middle finger, her index finger gently coaxing it to spin upon her fingertips. Had anyone from the Wen family been present, they would have understood that this small gesture indicated Wen Jiu's internal conflict. After observing Jiang Yanci for an extended moment, she finally approached him. Upon reaching the car, Jiang Yanci had already exited and opened the passenger door for her. With an air of nonchalance, Wen Jiu entered the vehicle, and only after fastening her seatbelt did Jiang Yanci assume the driver's seat. The man's well-defined hands gripped the steering wheel, and after a few tentative taps, he resolutely inquired, "You'll message me once you arrive in the capital, won't you?" Wen Jiu's gaze flickered slightly, of course. Her response was crisp and decisive. Yet Jiang Yanci remained skeptical of her words. Nevertheless, even if only to soothe himself, Jiang Yanci's mood visibly lifted. The car pulled away from the Shengshe Jiajing, and in the vehicle trailing behind, Qin cast a glance at the exuberant Mu Ling. "You really want to inform Qi Su about your departure?" Qin held a neutral stance towards his younger brother, neither particularly fond nor disdainful of him. To him, Qi Su was merely a rival lacking in competitiveness. When mentioning someone he hadn't seen in a while, Mu Ling momentarily displayed a palpable sense of loss, but it was fleeting. She laughed with carefree abandon. "Qin, go back and tell Qi Su that I'm off to explore the outside world and meet handsome men. He need not worry. After I return, I shan't be interested in him anymore." What was it that Mu Ling found appealing about Qi Su? Perhaps it stemmed from that day when, after quarreling with the Mu family, she had braved the rain to seek out Qin for comfort. It was then, a few kilometers away from the Qi residence, that she twisted her ankle, and without hesitation, Qi Su had disembarked from his vehicle to shield her from the downpour with an umbrella. Mu Ling had a notoriously fiery temper, especially toward someone like Qi Su, a child born out of wedlock. Thus, when Qi Su held the umbrella over her, she had promptly shoved it away. The raindrops fell mercilessly upon Qi Su's pristine white t-shirt, blooming like transparent flowers until his clothing was thoroughly soaked. Noticing Mu Ling's disdain, Qi Su typically shunned contact with her. Yet this time, even with the umbrella knocked to the ground, he did not walk away. Instead, he bent down to retrieve the fallen umbrella and placed it over Mu Ling's head. The rain ceased to torment her, but continued to drench the youthful visage of the boy. Mu Ling brushed the wet strands of hair from her face and looked up at the towering figure before her, her reddened eyes brimming with indignation. "Are you finding amusement in my plight?" she challenged. "Not all," Qi Su replied, his expression devoid of emotion. From a moment Mu Ling had formed an impression of Qi Su, he had always worn a cold countenance, as if someone had wronged him. Yet his current icy demeanor seemed to affirm that he was indeed speaking the truth. Mu Ling blinked in surprise, her expression morphing into one of deeper grievance. She began to cry inconsolably, exclaiming, "Why isn't it funny? Am I not a sufficient spectacle in my disarray?" Caught off guard by Mu Ling's unexpected display, Qi Su exhibited a rare moment of helplessness. After a pause, when Mu Ling believed he would not offer her any comfort, Qi Su surprisingly remarked, "It is amusing, so please stop crying." This only made Mu Ling wail even louder. Qi Su appeared momentarily speechless at her antics, rolling his eyes in a barely noticeable manner. Upon noticing this, Mu Ling found it exceedingly amusing. She sniffled, realizing that discovering a multitude of expressions on Qi Su's face was a delightful endeavor, and thus she decided to tease him further. She insisted that he carry her to the Qi residence, threatening to report him to the elders of the Qi family if he refused. Given the considerable distance, Mu Ling assumed Qi Su would decline her request. However, he silently acquiesced, carrying her without a word, while Mu Ling, wishing to avoid embarrassment, felt a twinge of guilt as she was borne along. Upon arriving at the Qi household and witnessing the flush on the boy's cheeks, Mu Ling experienced the sensation of a fluttering heart for the very first time. Chapter 67. Are you enjoying playing with me? How bothersome was rebellious Mu Ling during her tumultuous years. Perhaps even Qi Qin, who had doted on her since childhood, found her insufferable. Yet ever since that fateful day, Qi Su had repeatedly indulged her every unreasonable demand, leading Mu Ling to believe that he too harbored affections for her. This illusion persisted until the day she mustered the courage to confess her feelings. Mu Ling meticulously prepared everything that Qi Su adored, feeling a wave of anxiety for several days. Finally, adorned in her most exquisite attire, she stood before him. At the very moment Qi Su discerned her intentions, his expression shifted to one of panic as he turned to flee. However, Mu Ling was resolute, refusing to grant him an escape. Yet, even in the grandeur of their secluded confession, Qi Su unhesitatingly uttered the words of rejection. "I do not like you." Such brevity and directness stung painfully. Mu Ling nearly succumbed to tears, but the maturity she had gained over the years steeled her resolve. She began to dissect all the potential reasons for Qi Su's lack of affection. Perhaps her previous antics had left a poor impression, or perhaps she was not worthy enough in the present. It could even be attributed to the blemishes marring her complexion. Mu Ling voiced all her uncertainties, hoping for a glimmer of hope from Qi Su. Yet there was none. For the first time, Qi Su regarded her with an expression of exasperation, as if to say, "How can you be so unreasonable?" He coldly reiterated, "I simply do not like you." This reason, or lack thereof, was more disheartening than any other. A person might change to rectify a flaw that repulses another, but what could Mu Ling do in the absence of a rationale? Convinced that Qi Su was sparing her feelings by withholding his true reasons, she chose to disregard his indifference and steadfastly followed him. She believed that if she could uncover the elusive reason for his rejection and amend her shortcomings, he would eventually come to like her. She truly believed this. However, as time passed, trailing behind Qi Su became a habit, and her affection for him morphed into a routine, so habitual that Mu Ling began to lose herself. So entrenched was she in this pattern that Qi Su's irritation reached a point where he no longer bestowed her with kindness, yet she shamelessly persisted in her pursuit. Reflecting on the fervor she had expended over the years, Mu Ling felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. She languidly leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and desired silence. Qi Qin tenderly ruffled her hair, expressing his concern for her well-being during her time in the capital, offering his support should she need anything. "Thank you," Mu Ling replied, her eyes still shut, yet her tone was earnest. As if to convey her sincerity, she added a term of endearment, "Qi Qin Ge." The rarity of hearing her address him in such a manner caused Qi Qin to smile, reflecting that his affection for this little girl had not been in vain over the years. At the airport, with less than 10 minutes until boarding, Wen Jiu glanced at Jiang Yanci, who had been silently observing her since they entered the lounge, and reminded him, "We need to leave." "All right," Jiang Yanci replied as he rose. His demeanor was so composed that it left Wen Jiu feeling a twinge of unease. Not only was Wen Jiu apprehensive, but Mu Ling could feel a chill creeping down her spine. She glanced at Jiang Yanci, then turned to Qi Qin and said, "Qi Qin, I desire some snacks. Let us procure a few." Having uttered these words, Mu Ling unceremoniously seized Qi Qin's hand and dragged him away, disregarding his reaction. In an instant, only two figures remained standing in the lounge. The previously harmonious atmosphere had become subtly tense. Wen Jiu pressed her lips together, observing Jiang Yanci, who was already approaching the exit, and initiated the conversation. "Perhaps I should go alone." Jiang Yanci lifted his eyelids to regard her, his inky pupils reflecting a shadowed hue. After a moment, a light, yet nonchalant laugh escaped his lips. "We haven't even departed from the port city, Miss Wen. Is it not a tad premature to dismiss me?" "What do you mean?" Wen Jiu furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. However, Jiang Yanci offered no further elucidation, merely gesturing gallantly for her to proceed. "Since you prefer not to have my company, I shall not intrude." The smile upon his lips bore a disquieting undertone. "Please, Miss Wen." Wen Jiu gathered the gold coin she had been idly toying with into her palm, feigning composure as she began to step towards the door. As she passed safely before Jiang Yanci, a discreet sigh of relief escaped her. She had anticipated that he might become incensed upon realizing the complexities of their recent interactions, yet he remained composed. With this thought, her steps lightened considerably. However, just as she was on the verge of exiting the lounge, a sudden gust of wind brushed past her, and instinctively, she sought to evade. Yet, it was apparent that he had anticipated her move. As she turned, her left wrist was firmly grasped within his palm, and before she could react further, his other hand pressed against her collarbone, ruthlessly cornering her against the wall. Behind her, the cold surface of the wall loomed, while in front, the fervent heat of the man's breath enveloped her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "Jiang Yanci," she called out, her voice strained. When she met his gaze, she saw a languid smile juxtaposed with eyes brimming with suppressed anger and indignation. A nervous swallow passed her throat as she stammered. "What do you intend to do?" "I intend to do nothing," Jiang Yanci replied, his movements swift as he seized her hand poised to strike at his neck, then leisurely confined both of her wrists together within his broad grasp. His grip was firm yet careful, as if reluctant to genuinely hurt her. Observing her hands trapped, Wen Jiu unhesitatingly bent her knees, targeting a particular area of Jiang Yanci, but he was no less quick. The moment she lifted her leg, his knee surged forward, directly nullifying her attack. A sharp pain radiated from her knee, igniting a flicker of irritation in her eyes. "Jiang Yanci," she exclaimed, anger lacing her tone. The man grinned wider, his mischievous demeanor increasingly apparent. "Yes, Miss Wen, do you have any commands for me?" His tone dripped with indulgence, yet he maintained his unyielding grip on her hands. Wen Jiu inhaled deeply, suppressing her temper as she pressed him again. "What madness is this?" "I am not mad," he replied. Jiang Yanci earnestly responded, pausing for a moment before interjecting just as Wen Jiu was about to speak again. "I merely wish to inquire, Miss Wen." At this juncture, Jiang Yanci's tone turned somewhat gritted. "Are you enjoying this little game at my expense?" Wen Jiu replied. "So, when exactly did Jiang Yanci become aware?" She countered, "If I assert that I'm not involved, would you believe me?" She gestured to herself. "Do I appear credible in this regard?" Jiang Yanci tightened his grip on Wen Jiu's hand, the implication unmistakable. He did not believe her. Chapter 68. "I request a modicum of compensation. What do you wish to do?" Wen Jiu conceded defeat with a sense of resignation. Upon returning to her homeland, she had not engaged in any further training. Her skills had evidently waned compared to Jiang Yanci, a fact she could not deny. Moreover, the situation was ultimately one where Wen Jiu had erred, and Jiang Yanci had already concluded that her intentions were not pure. Denying it now would be futile. Embarking on a new romantic endeavor and immersing oneself in the joys it brings serves as a remarkably effective method of forgetting the sorrows of a previous relationship. Wen Jiu was able to swiftly choose to relinquish Jiang Yan, yet the heartache and sadness brought forth by that previous attachment remained palpably real. Thus, her initial foray into the dice game at the bar was driven by a desire to alleviate her boredom, while also seeking to discover if it was truly so effortless to be captivated by another. Alas, after much play, no one captured her interest until Jiang Yanci made his entrance. The moment Qi invited Wen Jiu to join Jiang Yanci for a game of dice, she recognized the stirrings of her heart. Even though Jiang Yanci's demeanor and appearance did not align with her prior aesthetic preferences, in that instant, Wen Jiu was certain she had cultivated a newfound appreciation. Yet, she hesitated, sensing that Jiang Yanci's identity was anything but ordinary. Coupled with a fear of becoming ensnared in this affection, unable to extricate herself. Consequently, upon realizing that Jiang Yanci was disinterested in playing dice with her, she promptly abandoned her intentions and turned to leave. However, Jiang Yanci called her back. Thus, after engaging with Jiang Yanci, Wen Jiu found herself, as she had anticipated, enamored with him, successfully allowing herself to forget the unpleasantness of her past. Everything transpired within the realm of Wen Jiu's design. She believed her descent into infatuation was flawless. Why, then, did Jiang Yanci seem to perceive it? Surely, it could not be merely due to those 3 words? Wen Jiu's thoughts swirled, and as she was yet to respond to Jiang Yanci's inquiry, he clicked his tongue in impatience. regarding her with a displeased intensity. Do not lose focus. I'm not. Wen Jiu retorted defiantly, her argument lacking in substance but filled with fervor. Jiang Yanci chuckled. Were you not just asking me what I desired? Indeed. Wen Jiu nodded, her expression resolute, prepared for any challenges ahead. Speak. Jiang Yanci fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes harboring a danger he himself was unaware of. First, upon returning to the capital, you are not to sever contact with me. Understood. Wen Jiu nodded, confident in her ability to navigate her own course upon her return. Secondly, you're not to associate with other men. Wen Jiu fell silent. Gu Xiao had mentioned hosting a welcoming party for her, reportedly at a newly opened establishment in the capital, featuring male models of exceptional quality in demeanor, physique, and looks. She had already agreed to attend. Noticing her silence and diverted gaze, Jiang Yanci grasped Wen Jiu's chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. His brow furrowed. Is this difficult? Sensing the weight of his latent grievances, Wen Jiu felt a smile tugging at her lips, though she feigned innocence. Blinking sweetly, not at all, I promise. Very well, Jiang Yanci replied gruffly. Despite receiving the response he sought, an unease lingered in his heart. Yet, he found himself at an impasse with Wen Jiu. Observing his distraction, she fidgeted with the hand he held, realizing her inability to break free, and thus promptly surrendered to the moment. Upon noticing Jiang Yanci's vigilant gaze, Wen Jiu swiftly diverted his attention by inquiring, "Is there a third?" Gazing upon the charming and agreeable smile before him, Jiang Yanci realized with clarity how easily she had him ensnared. Originally, there was no third, but now perhaps. He raised his hand, his palm gradually moving to the back of Wen Jiu's head. Wen Jiu asked what? Jiang Yanci's voice was low and somewhat husky, yet she heard him distinctly. As a victim of Miss Wen's emotional manipulation, I request a form of compensation. Compensation? Wen Jiu questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Tentatively, she probed, what kind of compensation do you seek? The words she nearly uttered were abruptly silenced by the sight of Jiang Yanci's amplified features. Realizing what he might do, a jolt of alarm coursed through her as she attempted to turn away, only to find Jiang Yanci's hand firmly restraining her head. His grip was unyielding, denying her any chance to escape. Wen Jiu felt a surge of anxiety, striving to maintain her composure as she chastised this audacious rogue before her. However, Jiang Yanci offered no opportunity for retort. It was as if he were savoring an exquisite dessert for the first time, cautiously tasting the corners of Wen Jiu's lips. Stunned by his tender, inexperienced touch, Wen Jiu momentarily froze. Yet, as Jiang Yanci discerned the sweetness exceeded his expectations, he became greedier for more. His movements transitioned from clumsy to progressively adept, and Wen Jiu felt the palpable shift. Struggling against his grasp, she attempted to push away the increasingly fervent assailant. Yet, Jiang Yanci's strength was unexpectedly formidable. With each diminishing breath, her cheeks flushed and her limbs grew weak. After several futile attempts to resist, Wen Jiu reluctantly surrendered. Jiang Yanci's kiss contrasted starkly with his usual composed demeanor. He was domineering and voracious, drawing in every breath that belonged to Wen Jiu. And as he grasped the essence of their exchange, his actions became even more audacious. Jiang Yanci, in a fleeting moment of respite, Wen Jiu seized the chance to voice her protest, but as she barely uttered his name, he lowered his head once more to silence her. Aware that he could not refuse Wen Jiu's desires, he disregarded any logic, rendering her unable to utter a rejection. His gaze remained fixed on her gradually clouding eyes. Understanding she did not truly repulse him, and a glimmer of triumph flickered in his elongated pupils. Sensing her yielding form, he gradually loosened his grip on her hands. Yet his fingers remained anchored at her soft waist. Just as he prepared to deepen the kiss, clarity returned to Wen Jiu's eyes. Perceiving the imminent risk, Jiang Yanci instinctively withdrew, yet the momentary reluctance resulted in a fierce bite from her, akin to an angry kitten. The metallic taste of blood mingled between their lips. Although Jiang Yanci felt the sting, he laughed lightly and pressed another fervent kiss upon Wen Jiu before stepping back. In his eyes, suffused with a hazy allure, Her vexed expression reflected back at him, and with a hint of guilt, he reassured her, "Do not be upset." After a man's kiss, his voice carries a seductive huskiness, making it all the more difficult for others to resist his charm. Noticing that Wen Jiu was staring at him in silence, Jiang Yanci's gaze inadvertently fell upon her already vibrant lips, his eyes darkening as he fixated on the additional touch of alluring red. He restrained himself and gently wiped the blood from Wen Jiu's lips, remarking, "It's about time. I shall escort you." What a scoundrel! Upon hearing him casually utter such a phrase after kissing her, Wen Jiu unhesitatingly lifted her foot and kicked him in the calf. She did not exert much strength, and Jiang Yanci made no attempt to evade her. Observing her furious expression post-kick, he looked down and proposed, "Shall I give you a slap instead?" This time, he had indeed overstepped, and when Jiu felt that however she chose to retaliate, Jiang Yanci would endure it all. Yet, she remained motionless. Watching the satisfaction in his eyes, she feared he might kiss her hand. The sudden, repulsive thought disturbed her. Yet she was unwilling to let Jiang Yanci off so easily. With a fierce determination, she kicked his calf once more and then tossed her bag into his arms before striding towards the boarding gate. Jiang Yanci, having caught her bag just before it hit the ground, smiled silently as he watched Wen Jiu's indignant figure walk away. Resignedly, he followed, carrying the young lady's bag. Chapter 69. A remedy. Having waited at the boarding gate for a while, Mu Ling spotted Wen Jiu approaching and waved eagerly. Noticing her, Wen Jiu walked over directly. "Jiu, would you like a snack?" Mu Ling offered the treats she had genuinely purchased to enhance the authenticity of her act. "I'm not hungry at the moment," Wen Jiu replied, shaking her head. The flush on her cheeks had faded, and her demeanor was composed, revealing no signs of distress. However, when Jiang Yanci arrived, the glances exchanged between Mu Ling and Qi Qin toward Wen Jiu became charged with ambiguity. Qi Qin could not resist teasing, "Yan Ge, has your mouth run dry after just a short while?" At Qi Qin's remark, Jiang Yanci instinctively glanced at Wen Jiu. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his presence, calmly engrossed in her phone, not even lifting her eyelids. Realizing he had genuinely irritated her, Jiang Yanci awkwardly touched his nose, refraining from responding to Qi Qin, fearful that another comment would earn him a couple of kicks from Miss Wen. "Miss Mu, you may board now," an airport staff member announced, gesturing for them to proceed. Wen Jiu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yanci, who promptly handed her bag to her. "You'll call me when you arrive, right?" she inquired with a hint of sarcasm. With a cold smile, Wen Jiu took her bag and turned to leave. Jiang Yanci, acutely aware of her displeasure, felt a headache coming on. When she was affectionate, he had no fears, but now, seeing her walk away without a backward glance, he began to panic. Unable to contain himself, Qi Qin quipped, "Did you manage to anger her?" Jiang Yanci shifted his gaze, lifting a hand to touch the injury at the corner of his lips, wincing at the pain. Noticing Qi Qin's gleeful expression, he retorted, "You wouldn't understand. This is a badge of love." "Right, I don't understand." Qi Qin shrugged nonchalantly. "If I did, I would be the one getting bitten." The wound on Jiang Yanci's lip wasn't particularly deep, but it certainly stung. Indeed, even a dog wouldn't bite you. No one would be interested in a fool. He scoffed, turning away, contemplating how to placate someone who was now giving him the cold shoulder. "Yan Yi." Qi Qin, feeling wounded, hurried after Jiang Yanci. How can you resort to personal attacks? However, no matter how much Qi Qin tried to salvage his pride, Jiang Yanci paid him no mind. On the plane, sensing Mu Ling's gaze lingering on his lips and her hesitance to speak, Wen Jiu closed the financial magazine she had been holding and conceded with a sigh, "If you have questions, just ask." Unlike Qi Qin's innocent gossip, Mu Ling was evidently more concerned about why Jiang Yanci had suddenly kissed Wen Jiu. Hadn't he been able to restrain himself before? With that thought in mind, Mu Ling inquired, "What did you do to provoke Yan Ge like this?" Mu Ling had observed the respect and affection Jiang Yanci had for Wen Jiu, which only fueled her curiosity about what had transpired. "I don't know," Wen Jiu replied, furrowing her brow once more. "You don't know?" Mu Ling was taken aback. "Indeed," Wen Jiu confirmed, sharing her own confusion over the matter. Although Jiang Yanci heard the conversation with Mu Ling that day, his temperament prevented him from reacting impulsively, allowing the matter to pass. However, why did he suddenly seek to settle accounts today? What transpired during this interval that could have caused such a breach? Wen Jiu pondered, but could not arrive at an answer. Meanwhile, Qin, having departed from the airport, was also inquiring about Jiang Yanci. After all, as someone familiar with Jiang Yanci, they understood that he was not the type to act on impulse. Had he truly been so during Wen Jiu's time in the port city, even the fact that she was the heiress of the Vincent family would not have spared her from consequences. The strong do not easily suppress the local tyrants, especially considering the Jiang family is a formidable entity. Upon hearing Qin's question, Jiang Yanci's demeanor in the back seat cooled instantly. Recalling the person who had come to assert dominance over him yesterday, he toyed with a coin in his palm, his index finger flicking it so that it spun rapidly on the tip. Just as Qin was about to press further, Jiang Yanci replied nonchalantly, "Jian Yu visited me yesterday." "Who?" Qin in the front passenger seat turned sharply to face Jiang Yanci. "Jian Yu? Your ex?" "Yes," Jiang Yanci nodded. Slowly recounting Jian Yu's visit, he said Wen Jiu is willing to engage with me to forget him. "What?" Qin erupted, realizing the gravity of the statement, akin to stabbing Jiang Yanci in the heart. Reflecting on Jiang Yanci's behavior today, Qin was puzzled. "Did you really believe such blatant provocation?" "I did not," Jiang Yanci replied. "It would be rather suspicious if you were unable to see through such clumsy tactics." "Then why are you still at odds with Wen Jiu?" Qin pressed. Jiang Yanci grasped the fallen coin, stating, "Even if Wen Jiu is not trying to forget Jian Yu, her intent in approaching me is not so innocent. Am I merely a balm for her wounds?" As he spoke, Jiang Yanci's tone was laden with resignation, yet tinged with a bittersweet sense of fortune. At the very least, Wen Jiu chose him over others. "Huh?" Qin was taken aback. "Wen Jiu certainly knows how to play the game." Indeed, Jiang Yanci thought back to the scene at the bar, where individuals with a hint of charm and allure were queuing up before Wen Jiu. He felt a pang of jealousy. Had he not made his move that day, he might not have even been considered as a remedy. "But Yanci," Qin leaned closer from the back seat. "How did you figure out?" "Figure what out?" Jiang Yanci recalled the details of his interactions with Wen Jiu. It seemed he had developed a certain rapport with her. Yet, being immersed in the situation, he could not ignore the subtle boundaries she maintained. Moreover, aside from seeking him out for outings or meals, it often felt as though she forgot his existence entirely. Initially, Jiang Yanci had assumed Wen Jiu simply did not care for him enough. But after hearing her dismissive words, "There's no need," and Jian Yu's subtle insinuations, he began to vaguely grasp the game Wen Jiu was playing. At the outset, Jiang Yanci was filled with anger. However, upon reflection, I realized that if I could bring her joy, how could that not be considered love? Nonetheless, it is crucial to settle accounts with Wen Jiu. Otherwise, given Wen Jiu's recent hesitance to reach out, I can only guarantee that once she returns to Beijing, she will undoubtedly reward herself by unfriending and blocking me altogether. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Therefore, before Wen Jiu departs, I must do something unforgettable, so that when a young lady thinks of me with displeasure, she will have a means to vent her frustrations, thus preventing a complete severance of our connection. Chapter 70. Perhaps not disregarding the curious glances of Qin, Jiang Yanci gently pushed his head away. "Did you not previously acquire a diamond bracelet? Please have someone deliver it to me, considering it an early congratulatory gift." Jiang Yanci recalled that the diamond bracelet Qin had acquired was adorned with cashmere sapphires, which, given Wen Jiu's aesthetic sensibilities, she would undoubtedly appreciate. Qin, feeling a pang of regret, hugged himself. "That piece is an antique-level bracelet," he emphasized. "It features 8 exquisite cashmere sapphires. Are you suggesting I should sell myself to you too as a flower boy instead?" The bracelet Qin possessed not only showcased the cashmere sapphires in a linear arrangement, but was also embellished with over 60 top-quality colorless diamonds as accents. Upon seeing this bracelet at an auction abroad, Qin recognized its future value. Thus, he spent $670,000 to acquire it. A significant portion of that sum was borrowed from Jiang Yanci and others, and just as he finished repaying the debt, Jiang Yanci set his sights on the bracelet. You cannot be a flower boy. You are far too old, Jiang Yanci remarked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Qi. After a moment's thought, he produced a key card and tossed it to Qi. You may choose any vehicle from my garage. Beyond that, I will pay you the market's highest price. Although it was termed a congratulatory gift, both were well aware it was merely jest. Upon hearing the word garage, any lingering reluctance in Qi dissipated, and with a sycophantic smile, he pinched the congratulatory card in his hand, squinting with delight. Truly, I can choose anything? The monetary aspect was secondary. What truly excited him was that the cars in Jiang Yanci's garage, whether custom-made or collectible, were rare to find elsewhere in the country. He had long coveted a particular vehicle that Jiang Yanci had previously denied him access to, and now he was granted free rein? Qi felt himself soaring. Jiang Yanci, clearly aware of Qi passion for cars, nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Brother, you are truly my own brother, Qi exclaimed, planting a kiss on the key card in his hand. Forget selling the bracelet. I would gladly gift it to you. Oh, Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. You would truly give it away? Reflecting on his meager savings, Qi quickly amended. Haha, just kidding. Beijing. The moment she stepped out of the airport, the sweltering heat enveloped her. Wen Jiu instinctively frowned. She had never been fond of summer, as even the slightest movement left her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. However, Mu Ling was exhilarated, her eyes darting around in eager anticipation of the new world before her. Wen Jiu, where's our ride? While filled with yearning, Mu Ling had no intention of being foolishly exposed to the sun, basking in the heat while admiring the scenery. They have arrived. Wen Jiu tilted her chin, gesturing for Mu Ling to look to the left. As Mu Ling turned, she spotted a Cullinan approaching them. With an exaggerated expression, she removed her sunglasses, exclaiming, I think I see a stunning beauty. Wen Jiu replied, the driver is Gu Xiao, my best friend and university roommate. Of course, she is also the belle of the foreign language department at Beijing University, destined to become the most beautiful diplomat. My goodness. Mu Ling, who had never been fond of studying, was taken aback upon hearing the name of Kyoto University. However, she quickly regained her composure and fixed her wide eyes on Wen Jiu. Wait, roommate? So, Jiu, you're also from Kyoto University? Wen Jiu nodded. I have received numerous awards and accolades. Ah, Mu Ling exclaimed, clutching Wen Jiu's hand and looking skyward. With your prestigious background, beauty, figure, and intelligence. What window did God close on you? Wen Jiu, tell me, is there anything you cannot do? Her gaze towards men was lacking. A Cullinan smoothly parked beside them, and laughter echoed from the lowered window. Turning around, Mu Ling met Gu Xiao's warm and friendly smile, which made her feel uncharacteristically shy. She quickly straightened up. Hello, I am Mu Ling. As for the remark Gu Xiao had made earlier, Mu Ling pretended not to hear it. Gu Xiao nodded. I am Gu Xiao. Just call me Xiao Xiao. Mu Ling replied, all right. A Ling. The rear window rolled down, revealing Fong Li's head. I can pick you up too. Li. You are here as well. Mu Ling's excitement surged upon seeing a familiar face, and she immediately approached to pinch Fong Li's noticeably rounder cheeks. As they engaged in lively conversation, Gu Xiao had already exited the car and embraced Wen Jiu warmly. She instinctively gestured towards Wen Jiu's waist, relieved to confirm that she had not lost weight. Fortunately, she hadn't tea. However, Gu Xiao's furrowed brow remained as she raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Have you gained weight? Gu Xiao knew that Wen Jiu had a physique that struggled to gain weight, making her discovery of Wen Jiu's slight weight gain particularly surprising. Wen Jiu retorted, you certainly know how to speak. To mention my weight right after meeting. Yet, given that Wen Jiu spent her days in Port City eating and sleeping, with regular meals provided, it was hardly surprising that she had gained a little weight. Gu Xiao quickly backtracked, my apologies. Our Miss Wen would never gain weight. Thank you. Wen Jiu forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, then climbed into the passenger seat, reminding Mu Ling, who was engrossed in conversation with Fong Li. Once everyone had fastened their seat belts, Gu Xiao spoke, your luggage will be sent to Wen Jiu's place. Shall we head out for a meal first? Wen Jiu turned to Mu Ling, what do you think? As the only temporary guest in the car, she naturally deferred to Muling's preference. I want to eat. Muling, not one to shy away, had her eyes gleaming with a desire for delicious food. Hearing this, Gu Shao smiled, then let set off. With a roar of the engine, the car they were in disappeared down the airport road. In a certain club in Jing City, the usually empty private room number 1, which rarely saw guests before dusk, was already filled to capacity. Jian Yu, the future heir of the Jian family, sat in the center of the sofa, while the scions of other families in Jing City casually occupied the remaining seats. The champagne tower on the table had been drained significantly, yet the attendees still appeared relatively sober, except for Jian Yu, who had reclined on the sofa and seemed to have fallen asleep. As Lu Ming scrolled through his social media feed, he was taken aback, raising an eyebrow at a post shared just a minute ago by Wen Jiu. She has returned to the capital. The moment those words escaped his lips, the previously boisterous private room fell into an abrupt silence. Jing Yu, seated at the center, opened his eyes, loosening his bow tie considerably before extending his hand towards Lu Ming. Let me see. Lu Ming handed over his phone, cautioning, look all you want, but refrain from making reckless comments under my account. He had no desire to find himself on Wen Jiu's blacklist. Recently, Jing Yu had pursued her all the way to Hong Kong, yet he had failed to secure even the simplest of escapes from her blacklist, revealing the extent of Wen Jiu's temper. He truly wished to avoid incurring her wrath. In response, Jing Yu merely hummed in acknowledgement. Upon opening Wen Jiu's post, his gaze lingered on the architectural marvel visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her. Indeed, it was the capital. Jing Yu's expression softened instantly, and a sense of urgency filled him. Let us wrap this up for today. Tossing the phone back to Lu Ming, he exited the private room without hesitation. As he made his departure, the others attempted to persuade him to stay, but Lu Ming intervened. Wen Jiu had returned, and he was preoccupied with the task of calming her down. Is she truly back? Yes, I just saw her post. Wen Jiu had been away for a month. Could it be that she had finally cooled down? I told you. With Jing Yu's status, who would dare let go? It was indeed unfortunate. They had wagered that they wouldn't reconcile, and it seemed they were about to lose. With Jing Yu's exit, the private room buzzed back to life, yet the conversation predominantly revolved around Wen Jiu. However, noticing that they weren't uttering anything too outrageous, Lu Ming refrained from intervening. But as for reconciliation, that remained uncertain. Chapter 71. All is well in the bustling city of Beijing. They found themselves at Yun's private dining. The four friends raised their teacups in unison, their glasses clinking melodiously. Mu Ling, rubbing her satisfied belly, savored the last sip of her tea, reclining in her chair with a look of contentment. Fong Li observed her and remarked, "Didn't we just say not to overindulge?" "Not to worry." Mu Ling waved her hand dismissively. "The bliss of indulgence is comparable to possessing the entire world." Upon hearing her words, Fong Li chuckled and chose not to press further. Gu Shao, typically mindful of her figure, found herself unwittingly eating more under the influence of the food-loving Mu Ling and Wen Jiu. She fastened her unbuttoned jeans and glanced at Wen Jiu, who had wandered to the window for some fresh air. "Are we heading back to rest soon, or shall we work off some of this meal?" Gu Shao loved to have fun, so her notion of working off a meal certainly did not involve a simple stroll. Wen Jiu yawned, gazing at the eager expressions of her companions with a hint of resignation. "You three go ahead. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded and would prefer to lie down." Gu Shao raised an eyebrow, looking at Mu Ling and Fong Li. "Let us go." Mu Ling nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Fong Li, who also relished lively company, decided to join them. Understanding Wen Jiu's aversion to movement, Gu Shao didn't press her further, escorting Wen Jiu home before embarking on their adventure. As soon as Wen Jiu stepped inside, the doorbell chimed. Aunt Zhao, who had returned early to look after Wen Jiu, noticed her and quickly urged, "Aren't you tired? Go rest upstairs." As she spoke, she was already heading towards the front door. Upon checking the surveillance, seeing who was outside, Aunt Zhao discreetly shut off the monitor. Not hearing any sounds of the door opening, Wen Jiu glanced back. Aunt Zhao promptly stated, "It's someone unfamiliar. They must have the wrong address." "Very well." Wen Jiu yawned and thought little of it as she headed upstairs to rest, reclining in her cozy chair. She took a moment to recuperate before finally deciding to take a shower. However, as she rose, a familiar figure caught her eye through the floor-to-ceiling window. The individual had evidently been waiting there for some time, their demeanor hinting at impatience. Remembering Aunt Zhao's words about unfamiliar people, Wen Jiu understood. Though she could see Jiang Yan, it did not mean he could see her. With a measured composure, she withdrew her gaze and proceeded to the bathroom. After freshening up, she peeked outside again and noted Jiang Yan still lingering, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Finding his presence at her doorstep rather bothersome, she contacted security to have him escorted away. A few minutes later, witnessing Jiang Yan being forcibly removed, a sense of relief washed over her. Flopping onto her bed with her phone, she intended to scroll through some short videos when a message from Jiang Yanci caught her attention. The plane has been flying for quite a while. Miss Wen, hasn't he arrived in Beijing yet? Just reading his words made Wen Jiu envision Jiang Yanci's sarcastic expression. Recalling the kiss from earlier in the day, she furiously tapped on Jiang Yanci's profile, and without hesitation, she blocked him as soon as the prompt appeared. Upon receiving the notification, Jiang Yanci, who had just sent a message, gazed at the red exclamation mark that had popped up, a large question mark materializing above his head. He then chuckled, realizing he had indeed been blocked. Huh? Qi leaned closer, curious about who had the audacity. Upon seeing the name Wen Jiu at the top of Jiang Yanci's chat box, Qi settled back down, reassured that it was of no consequence. After all, if someone dared to provoke Jiang Yanci, being blocked was hardly a significant issue. Are you particularly idle? Jiang Yanci shot a glance at Qi, who was shamelessly trailing behind him, feeling his eyes ache from the annoyance. He had indeed been quite unoccupied. Qi uncrossed his legs and stood up, but now, my foolish younger brother has had too much to drink, and I must go retrieve him. Who? Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow. Qi? Indeed, Qi affirmed, having felt as if he had lost his soul since discovering that Mu Ling had gone to the capital city that afternoon. In my opinion, men should never be so stubborn. Jiang Yanci found this sentiment quite reasonable. Thus, after Qi exited, he promptly dialed Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu had saved Jiang Yanci's number in her phone, yet she had not anticipated that after blocking him, he would still have the audacity to call. After a brief hesitation, she finally answered. There's some gossip. Would Miss Wen care to hear it? To avoid the tedious situation of Miss Wen hanging up out of impatience, Jiang Yanci wasted no time in launching into his revelation. It must be said, his approach had Wen Jiu completely captivated. As she hesitated with her finger hovering over the hang-up button, she withdrew it and cleared her throat. Go on. A faint chuckle wafted through the phone, brushing against Wen Jiu's heart like a feather. She bit her lip, pondering why this person's laughter was so enticing. She was certainly not one to easily succumb. Jiang Yanci, oblivious to Wen Jiu's current thoughts, would have likely laughed even more provocatively had he known, hoping to ensnare her further. After piecing together the scant information from Qi, Jiang Yanci finally spoke softly. Qi is drunk. Oh, Wen Jiu's interest was piqued. Do elaboraci. Jiang Yanci recounted the incident of Qi inebriation and then firmly concluded, when Xiaojiao, let us not emulate Qi. When one fails to cherish what is nearby, they only realize their reluctance once it is gone. Why do I feel as though you are alluding to me? Wen Jiu narrowed her eyes dangerously. Realizing the implication, Jiang Yanci quickly defended himself. I would never dare. You'd better not. Wen Jiu feigned a fierce threat before yawning. Are you tired? Jiang Yanci inquired. Indeed, had it not been for your gossip, I would have already drifted off to sleep. Though she spoke thus, the prospect of sleep was far from her mind. Wen Jiu would never close her eyes without at least half an hour of phone time. Then you should rest, Jiang Yanci suggested. She glanced at the phone connecting the two of them. Shall I hang up? Jiang Yanci jolted. Wait. What is it? Wen Jiu, in a state of perplexity, suddenly heard Jiang Yanci's voice, tinged with a hint of tentative inquiry. Is it permissible to not hang up? Before Wen Jiu could respond, Jiang Yanci continued, I could regale you with tales to lull you into slumber. As he spoke, his voice gradually diminished, clearly aware of the absurdity of his suggestion. However, Wen Jiu did not find it particularly awkward. It was simply that, apart from her parents, no one had ever stayed on the line through the night to soothe her to sleep. Nevertheless, she replied, I have outgrown the age for bedtime stories. Now, I only delight in gossip. Chapter 72. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment. A moment later, Jiang Yanci gazed at the phone that Wen Jiu had abruptly disconnected, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, before he could devise a solution, a notification appeared on his screen. Wen Jiu was calling again. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder why she had suddenly removed him from her blacklist, Jiang Yanci answered the call. On the other end, Wen Jiu remained silent, leaving Jiang Yanci in a state of nervous uncertainty, unsure of what to say. Just as he was racking his brain for a suitable topic, he faintly heard Wen Jiu's steady breathing through the phone. In that instant, Jiang Yanci found himself at a loss for words to articulate the sensation swelling within him, akin to being enveloped in a soft, comforting cloud of cotton. It was a feeling of unparalleled satisfaction. Good night, Wen Xiaojiao, Jiang Yanci murmured softly into the phone. Although he did not hear a response from Wen Jiu, the glimmer of contentment in his eyes betrayed his true emotions. After ending the call, he adjusted the speaker volume to its maximum and returned to the tasks at hand. The following morning, upon awakening, Wen Jiu noticed the call had not yet been disconnected, and a smile graced her features. After sending a message to Jiang Yanci, she finally hung up the phone. As she emerged from the bathroom, she saw Jiang Yanci's response. Good morning. Wen Jiu, holding her phone while descending the stairs, inquired, Is President Jiang busy? The swift reply made her question whether he was indeed the president of the world's leading corporation. Responding to your message is not contingent on my busyness, Jiang Yanci retorted, before passing the recently signed documents to Chen Xiao. Please arrange the important matters within the next couple of days. Aware of Jiang Yanci's plans to visit the capital, Chen Xiao was unsurprised by the arrangement and promptly set about preparing a new itinerary, as per his request. Indeed, Wen Jiu replied, recalling the saying that if one is willing, one can always find time to reply to a message. Seated at the dining table, Wen Jiu snapped a photo of her breakfast and sent it to Jiang Yanci. Having breakfast, Jiang Yanci responded simply, Okay. Having concluded her discussion with Jiang Yanci, Wen Jiu dialed Gu Xiao's number and set the phone on speaker as she began to eat. Once the call connected, the groggy voice on the other end caused Wen Jiu a slight headache. Please don't tell me you've been up all night. Just fell asleep not long ago, Gu Xiao mumbled, shifting in bed. They're both here with me. We'll call you once we wake up. With that, silence enveloped the line, and it was evident that Gu Xiao had drifted back to sleep. Aunt Zhao approached, observing Wen Jiu's exasperated expression, and chuckled. It's only natural for young people to enjoy themselves. I think you should also go out and have some fun. Look at you. Since your return from the harbor city, you seem much more spirited and even gained a bit of weight. It brings me joy to see you like this. Aunt Zhao's lifelong aspiration was to nurture Wen Jiu into a plump and radiant figure, though this dream often clashed with Wen Jiu's constitution. Finally witnessing her gain a little weight, Aunt Zhao felt a glimmer of hope. Wen Jiu swallowed the wonton in her mouth and replied, No, I intend to shed this newfound weight as quickly as possible. Aunt Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Are you planning to start exercising? Wen Jiu, acutely aware of Aunt Zhao's lack of enthusiasm for exercise, was taken aback by her recent remarks. Contemplating Jiang Yan's physique, Wen Jiu resolutely nodded. She must train, without a doubt. Once she developed formidable muscles, she would even boldly kiss that rascal. With this thought, she felt invigorated. As evening approached, after a day of procrastination, she finally dedicated an hour to the gym, emerging with weary feet. Aunt Zhao, having prepared electrolyte water for her, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Wen Jiu slumped over the railing in a state of existential despair. If she truly loathed exercising, she ought not to torment herself so. No, Wen Jiu shook her head, slowly making her way down the stairs before collapsing onto the sofa. After sipping the electrolyte water handed to her by Aunt Zhao, she declared, I am not someone devoid of willpower. Very well. Aunt Zhao affectionately patted Wen Jiu on the head, then give it your all. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu's previously confident demeanor wilted instantly. She genuinely did not wish to exert herself. As she begrudgingly replenished her energy, Gu Xiao arrived with Mu Ling and Fong Li. Upon entering, they were intrigued to see Wen Jiu's desolate expression. "What is the matter?" Gu Xiao inquired, casually sitting beside her. Wen Jiu sighed, "Em exhausted." Gu Xiao, puzzled, found it hard to fathom why Wen Jiu would willingly engage in anything physically taxing. But in the next moment, Wen Jiu confessed, "I just worked out for an entire hour. An hour. It nearly took my life." At this admission, Gu Xiao and Mu Ling, who typically spent no less than 3 hours at the gym, fell silent, choosing to ignore Wen Jiu. "Xiao Jiu, there is something I want to discuss with you." Fong Li began. Once Wen Jiu's gaze landed on her, she continued, "Last night, I conferred with a Ling, and we decided to find an apartment nearby instead of living with you." "Why?" Wen Jiu pondered. "I have plenty of spare rooms here." "I understand," Fong Li replied, "but each person has different lifestyles and schedules. We're concerned that moving in might disrupt your routine." Seeing Wen Jiu's intent to persuade further, Fong Li quickly added, "We've already made our decision. Since they intended to stay in the city for an extended period, ensuring everyone's comfort was paramount." "That's fine," Wen Jiu conceded, recognizing their resolution, but then she smiled and said, "I have a spacious flat in the city center. I seldom stay there because it's too lively, but all the amenities are complete, and you too could stay there, free of charge." Wen Jiu emphasized the last part, as she was not in need of the rent money. Exchanging glances, Mu Ling and Fong Li promptly approached to massage Wen Jiu's legs and shoulders. "Thank you, my lady," they chorused. "All right, you may cease," she replied, clearly not accustomed to being treated like a servant, as their pressure left her muscles sore. After enjoying dinner at Wen Jiu's place, Gu Xiao departed early, citing her need to translate some documents. After she departed, Wen Jiu drove Mu Ling and Fong Li to their accommodation in the city center. Once she had provided them with the door code, she felt at ease to leave. Just as she exited the elevator from the parking garage, her gaze fell upon the last person she wished to encounter. "What do you want?" Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The impatience reflected in the other's eyes caused Jiang Yan, who had finally managed to see her after much effort, to feel a sudden sense of disappointment. "Jiu, can't we have a proper conversation?" "Ha!" Wen Jiu retorted with a cold smirk. "Do I look like I want to talk to you?" Jiang Yan remained silent. Wen Jiu had no intention of exchanging another glance with Jiang Yan. She simply walked past him toward her car. Sensing Wen Jiu's intent, Jiang Yan instinctively reached out to stop her, but before his hand could even make contact, he received a sharp slap across the face. Wen Jiu calmly shook her slightly tingling hand and smiled at the astonished Jiang Yan. "Does it hurt?" Jiang Yan's lips moved as he prepared to respond, but she interjected, "Remember this slap. If you dare to have someone follow me again, I assure you the next slap will be far more painful." Chapter 73. Too late. Jiang Yan initially believed that Wen Jiu's concerns were rooted in affection and worry. At the very least, he expected a hint of regret for striking himself. However, he was taken aback when her first words were a warning. He casually brushed his hand against the wound on his cheek, observing the disdain flickering in Wen Jiu's eyes, and with a reckless spirit, he forced a smile. "Has that slap relieved your anger? If not, feel free to give me another." Wen Jiu regarded the faint glimmer of tears in his eyes and scoffed, turning away without hesitation. Another slap? She considered it a waste of energy. Yet, Jiang Yan, having finally encountered her, was unwilling to let her depart so easily. He hurriedly stepped in front of Wen Jiu. "I stood you up that day, and you retaliated. You've been enjoying your time in the harbor city for so long, subjecting me to your silent treatment and even flirting with other men, yet I never complained. Today you've slapped me again. Surely, you must have exhausted your anger by now. Are you genuinely unable to comprehend human speech, or are you merely pretending?" Wen Jiu felt compelled to question Jiang Yan's intelligence. With deft movements, she accessed her social media. "We have broken up. Do I need to elucidate what that means to you? I did not consent." The mere mention of their breakup tightened Jiang Yan's heart in pain. He hurriedly explained, "That day, Lin Anlin dashed out into the torrential rain, and the project team couldn't locate her. She was a living person. I couldn't just stand by and watch her come to harm. Jiu, you have always been kind. Why are you being so heartless in this matter?" Despite her lack of affection for him, Wen Jiu found his words repugnant. Her brows furrowed tightly, as if she could crush a mosquito. "So, you're more concerned about your colleagues in the studio than you are about me, your girlfriend?" who was waiting outside in the rain for hours. If you had merely returned my call and explained the situation, I would have had my family come to fetch me, rather than waiting like a fool. Jiang Yu, recalling the circumstances, pressed his lips together, pondering how to explain. Yet, Wen Jiu continued. You cannot claim ignorance of my attempts to contact you or of my worry for your safety. You simply fear that answering my call would force you to confront the disparity between your choices and your true feelings. Having grown up together, Jiang Yu not only understood Wen Jiu, but she also comprehended him deeply. Thus, after she spoke, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Wen Jiu gazed at the man before her, who was too ashamed to meet her eyes, and slowly disentangled him from the vivid memory of the spirited youth he once was. She shrugged. Jiang Yu, now that you have made your choice, do not regret it. Nor look back. But I already regret it. Tears brimmed at the corners of Jiang Yu's eyes, cascading down to the ground. He implored her with his gaze. Jiu, can we start anew? Jiang Yu never genuinely intended to pursue anything with Lin Anlin. He had merely grown accustomed to the favoritism and care from her during their time spent in the meeting room. It was simply a fleeting distraction. No, Wen Jiu replied firmly. Wen Jiu shook her head lightly, smiling as she replied to Jiang Yu's puzzled gaze. There's no time. What does no time mean? Jiang Yu stared intently as Wen Jiu confidently entered the car and smoothly drove out of the garage, a new question swirling in his mind. When did Wen Jiu learn to drive? As Jiang Yu pondered this, a figure flashed across his thoughts. Jiang Yanci. Could it be he who taught Wen Jiu? Remembering the intimacy they once shared, a wave of bitterness surged in Jiang Yu's heart. He could roughly discern the meaning behind Wen Jiu's words of no time. Yet simultaneously, countless feelings of resentment arose within him. Why? Why could Wen Jiu move on so swiftly, so readily captivated by someone else? Only he remained ensnared in memories, drowning in regret, self-reproach, and anguish. After the college entrance examination, the young masters and misses of the capital flocked to the city's premier entertainment venues. Luxury cars crowding the streets to a standstill. Inside the bustling Sheng-Yi Club on the East Second Ring, the atmosphere was electric. The expansive first-floor hall resonated with deafening music that made hearts vibrate in unison. On several small stages of the center, alluring dancers performed fervently for guests in close proximity. Influenced by their energy, many playful patrons joined in, swaying their graceful forms. Sitting on a sofa, Wen Jiu observed Mu Ling, whose eyes sparkled with delight as the club staff flirted with her, and asked Gu Xiao they. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xiao interjected, "Don't worry, everyone here is respectable." Although nothing untoward was expected to occur that night, Gu Xiao would never allow unsavory characters to approach them. Hearing this, Wen Jiu nodded, delicately swirling her wine glass before tilting her head back to take a sip. As she lifted her gaze, her elegant neck was fully revealed. However, what captivated attention even more were the gold chains dangling from the rimless glasses perched on her prominent nose, swaying gently with her movements. The golden chains shimmered under the lights, exuding an enchanting allure, while her slightly tipsy gaze invited one to lose themselves in its depths. Upon entering Sheng-Yi, Jiang Yu initially intended to head to a private room, but halted his steps, drawn by the mesmerizing presence that captivated the eyes of countless onlookers in the hall's center. Was that Wen Jiu? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, astonished. After some time apart, Wen Jiu seemed to have shed her previous air of aloofness, radiating a vibrant allure that was even more captivating than before. The others followed their gaze, confirming with surprise that the focal point of attention truly was Wen Jiu. She had never been one to seek the limelight in such settings. What prompted her to take center stage today? Moreover, could the Wen family truly afford such extravagance? If Wen Qingjing knew his sister was indulging so lavishly, he would likely be beside himself with fury. Due to the connection between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yu, Wen Qingjing had inadvertently entered their circle, though merely as a fleeting impression. In the identity of Wen Qingjing, it is utterly impossible to penetrate their circle. Could it be that this is merely to provoke Yu? Unbeknownst to whom, a remark was made. Yet Jiang Yu comprehended that Wen Jiu's actions bore no relation to him whatsoever. However, witnessing her surrounded by other men ignited a suffocating sensation within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu altered his course from ascending the stairs and strode directly towards the center of the hall. As the pinnacle of the Beijing social scene, his movement prompted the gazes that had previously been fixated upon him to shift as well. Upon realizing his trajectory was directed towards Wen Jiu, they retracted their attention with understanding. Although rumors of their breakup had circulated, who could withstand Jiang Yu's determination if he truly wished to hold on to the daughter of a third-rate wealthy family? Perhaps today would unveil a dramatic spectacle of pursuit and reconciliation? The fervent gazes were intensely fixed on Jiang Yu, reaching their zenith the moment he stood before Wen Jiu. Chapter 74. There is but one person I wish to please. The light above was momentarily obscured by someone, prompting Gu Xiao to instinctively glance up, followed by a sardonic smile. What advice might Jian Xiao have? With the Gu family entrenched in politics, Gu Xiao held little reverence for the young masters of the capital. Of course, given the Gu family's connections, no one wished to offend her. Thus, even when questioned by Gu Xiao, Jiang Yu displayed no signs of anger. He ignored her, his gaze fixating on Wen Jiu, who was still captivated by the male model's performance. It was then that he discerned the clever design of Wen Jiu's black dress. What appeared to be an off-the-shoulder design in the front revealed a substantial cutout at the back, showcasing her exquisite and delicate shoulder blades. Below, the waist was cinched, accentuating her slender figure, which gracefully flared out to envelop her rounded hips, ultimately forming a mermaid tail that cascaded elegantly. This dress accentuated every advantage of Wen Jiu's figure, with each design element serving to captivate the eye. Jiang Yu's gaze deepened as he removed his jacket and extended it towards Wen Jiu. Shall we go to the private room? Wen Jiu, seemingly imbued with a fair amount of alcohol, exhibited a faint blush at the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing this bothersome suggestion, she impatiently shoved the offered garment away. Get lost. The crispness of her words struck Jiang Yu like a slap to the face. Lu Ming observed in surprise. After all, Wen Jiu rarely raised her voice at Jiang Yu. Yet Jiang Yu had anticipated this reaction. Wen Jiu, when disinterested, regarded every breath of the other as a misstep. He suppressed his sorrow. There are many people here. You wouldn't wish to become the subject of gossip, would you? His demeanor was unexpected, as no one anticipated that after Wen Jiu's brusque dismissal, he would respond with such patience and kindness. How accustomed he must be to her whims. However, Wen Jiu showed no intention of granting Jiang Yu any face. Rising from her seat, she pinched the jacket he had offered with 2 fingers and flung it to the ground, her strikingly beautiful eyes brimming with disdain. I find it dirty. Wen Jiu, in the past, no one regarded you as a topic of gossip out of respect for Brother Yu. Do not burn bridges. Those nearby, perhaps unable to tolerate Wen Jiu's arrogant demeanor, feigned good intentions to offer their counsel. Yet upon hearing this, Mu Ling, who had drawn closer, widened her eyes in astonishment. She glanced between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yu, pondering for a moment before asking Wen Jiu, "Do you still require the favor of others?" Wen Jiu scoffed, her brow arching slightly. "I should not need to. The Wen family, after all, did not command much respect." "Wen Jiu, your bravado is quite misplaced," someone remarked. "Oh," Mu Ling exclaimed, understanding dawning upon her. "So is the Wen family." It appeared that these individuals were unaware of Wen Jiu's status as the heiress of the Vincent family, which only heightened Mu Ling's interest. Thus, she opted not to join the festivities immediately, instead positioning herself beside Wen Jiu to revel in the unfolding drama. Not the Wen family? Then who could they be? The speaker pondered, casting a perplexed glance at the unfamiliar Mu Ling. Yet Mu Ling was not foolish enough to overshadow the main event. She languidly stifled a yawn, leaning against Wen Jiu as if devoid of bones. Guess what? Upon hearing Mu Ling's words, Jiang Yu's gaze flickered. Since returning from Port City, he had dispatched someone to investigate Wen Jiu's other identity, yet his inquiries had yielded naught. Hearing Mu Ling's insinuation today made it evident that she was aware of Wen Jiu's concealed identity. Thus, it was merely his own failure to uncover it. The thought that the Jian family could not find something weighed heavily on Jiang Yu's heart. Ignoring the bothersome crowd, Wen Jiu resumed her seat and gestured for the halted performers to continue. However, they had barely moved when Jiang Yu's mere glance brought them to a standstill. "Ajiu, if you wish to avoid my intervention, It would be prudent to accompany me to the private room. Jiang Yu felt his patience waning. While Wen Jiu had the liberty to be angry with him, even to be swayed by others, he could not bear to witness her debasing herself. As the nauseating sounds enveloped her, Wen Jiu could no longer endure it. She seized the wine glass from the table, standing abruptly to splash the contents onto Jiang Yu's face. The staff, momentarily taken aback by her actions, froze. The deafening music came to an abrupt halt, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Just then, a faint laugh resonated in the ears of the onlookers. At the unexpected sound, Mu Ling's casual demeanor vanished, her entire being visibly trembling. I must have misheard. Fong Li nervously supported her. It should not be so. As the words left her lips, the two clasped hands tightly, their faces paling in an instant. Gu Xiao glanced quizzically at the whispering duo, then turned her gaze to Wen Jiu, only to find her expression equally unsteady. The once fearless figure now resembled a quail caught by the throat, her unease palpable. Sensing this, Gu Xiao looked with interest toward the source of the laughter. Similarly, Jiang Yu turned to regard the person who had appeared behind him, an unrecognized wariness and jealousy flickering in his eyes. He forced a smile. Mr. Jiang has traveled quite a distance. You should have informed me beforehand, so that Jiu and I could properly host you. Oh, Jiang Yanci seemed to disregard the Jiang Yu had uttered, bypassing him to approach Wen Jiu directly. Leaning slightly forward with both hands resting on the sofa, he regarded Wen Jiu, who was fixated on him, with a half-smile. In an ambiguous tone, he inquired, Miss Wen, how do you intend to entertain me? Although the title was one she was accustomed to, when it fell from Jiang Yanci's lips, it always bore an inexplicable teasing quality, igniting a blush in her cheeks and quickening her heartbeat. The irritation and disdain that once filled Wen Jiu's eyes began to soften, a delicate light gradually spreading across her features. Her lips curled into a gentle smile. Her previously interrupted good mood swiftly restored. The current venue, Mr. Jiang Yanci, find it lacking, will you? Certainly not. Jiang Yanci replied with a smile, stepping beside Wen Jiu to take the empty glass from her hand and place it on the table. Then, casually retrieving a damp tissue from the table, he took her hand and meticulously wiped away the red wine that had stained her fingertips. The earnestness reflected in his eyes leads one to believe that he is polishing something akin to a rare and precious treasure. Bystanders, rendered momentarily speechless, hold their breath, fearful of disturbing the exquisite harmony of the scene before them. It is only when Jiang Yu speaks that this enchanting moment is shattered. I never imagined that President Jiang would resort to such ostentation. His words are laden with a palpable tension. Yet, Jiang Yanci merely offers a gentlemanly smile, discarding the tissue into the wastebasket. He then raises his gaze to meet Jiang Yu's flustered expression, replying with a nonchalant tone. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Jian. There is only one person I seek to please. Chapter 75. Congratulations. To whom does this 75 refer? And he not be overly conspicuous. As their gazes met, Jiang Yanci captured the simmering fury within Jiang Yu's eyes, yet wore an air of indifference with a faint smile. The next moment, Wen Jiu's voice, laced with surprise, interrupted the palpable tension between the two men. She grasped Jiang Yanci's wrist and pulled him closer, completely disregarding Jiang Yu's presence, signaling for him to sit. Very well, she said in a tone that exuded indulgence, and Jiang Yanci complied, settling beside her under the gentle pressure of her palm. Once they were seated, the venue's manager received a phone call and cast a startled glance in their direction. Following his command, the previously silenced music resumed, and even the staff, who had been frozen in place out of fear of Jiang Yu, began to move again. Jiang Yanci observed the dancers before him, who were fervently showcasing their physiques, a shadow of inscrutable emotions flickering in his gaze. As Wen Jiu prepared to speak with him, she turned around and was momentarily taken aback by the profound darkness reflected in his eyes, recalling the promise she made to him at the airport. The warmth that had momentarily clouded her heart now surged back, revealing her unease. Indeed, before she could articulate a defense, Jiang Yanci leaned closer to her ear and reminded her, Wen Jiu, did you not promise me you would refrain from seeking out wild men? Wen Jiu hesitated, After a moment of silence, she forced herself to explain. They are merely the staff of the establishment. They hardly qualify as wild men, do they? Is this not wild enough? Jiang Yanci raised his chin, gesturing for Wen Jiu to observe the suggestive movements of the individuals around them. However, when Wen Jiu genuinely looked, he raised his hand to obscure her view, his voice tinged with barely concealed annoyance. Are you truly watching? Did you not instruct me to look? Wen Jiu murmured, feeling wronged, yet her eyes remained fixed on the stage. Jiang Yanci, exasperated, grasped her hand and stood up. I do not wish to be entertained by you in this place. Who knows what cheapness awaits here? Huh? As Wen Jiu followed Jiang Yanci's lead towards the exit, she continued to protest playfully, but look how beautifully they dance. Their faces, their waists. Wen Jiu. Her unfinished sentence was abruptly cut off by Jiang Yanci's irritated tone. Turning her head, she met his gaze, her smile radiant and enchanting, with dimples that silently conveyed her good spirits. In that moment, Jiang Yanci realized that her playful remarks were merely intended to tease him. Yet, the jealousy simmering within him showed no signs of abating. Look at me, not at them, he uttered, surprising even himself with his earnestness. Wen Jiu stared at him, unblinking. Before inquiring, shall we go for a walk? Let us go, Jiang Yanci replied without hesitation, as long as it meant avoiding the male models. He was amenable to any destination. Wen Jiu chuckled softly and glanced at Gu Shao. With just one exchanged glance, Gu Shao understood Wen Jiu's unspoken intentions. She smiled gently, her expression brimming with indulgence. I will take good care of them both. Go have fun. Regarding Jiang Yanci, Gu Shao is unfamiliar and thus unable to form a judgment. However, this visage is at least somewhat deserving of Wen Jiu. Observing as Wen Jiu, with a lively gait, pulls Jiang Yanci out through the resplendent entrance of the club, Gu Shao glances towards Jian Yu and the others, who have been standing motionless nearby. Is Jian Shao not leaving yet? Jian Yu's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxes as he withdraws his gaze from Wen Jiu's departing figure and ascends the stairs. Yet, at the moment he lifts his foot, his step falters involuntarily. Swiftly, Lu Ming is at his side, steadying him. Are you all right? Although Jian Yu deserves it, Lu Ming cannot help but feel a twinge of compassion. I want to die, Jian Yu responds, yet only he knows the profound discomfort that arises upon witnessing the affectionate rapport between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yanci. Especially when Wen Jiu took Jiang Yanci's hand to leave the hall, it felt as though his heart had been hollowed out. This sensation, perhaps, is more excruciating than death itself. Once outside the club, their pace slows. Wen Jiu calmly releases Jiang Yanci's hand. When did you arrive in the capital? Have you eaten? The warmth from her wrist dissipates instantly as Jiang Yanci gazes down at his empty wrist, refraining from answering her question. Instead, he queries with a hint of resignation. Wen Xiaojiu, am I to be discarded once used? Huh? Wen Jiu raises an eyebrow. You don't think I was just using you, do you? To provoke Jian Yu? Is there even a need for that with an ex? Jiang Yanci hopes not. Yet he is aware that in the past, Wen Jiu would not have displayed such intimacy in the presence of others. A subtle hint of disappointment flickers in his eyes. I hope not. Then congratulations. Suddenly, Wen Jiu cups his slightly lowered head with both hands, unable to bear the sight of his dejected expression. When Jiang Yanci's gaze meets hers, she locks her eyes onto his, articulating each word with emphasis. Your wish has come true. She smiles like a beguiling fox, uttering the very words Jiang Yanci longs to hear. Today, your presence has brought me unexpected joy. Jiang Yanci, just as I was thinking of you, you appeared. The delicate joy in her eyes seems to threaten to envelop him entirely. I am very happy, indescribably happy. Thus, disregarding everything around them, she yearns to draw nearer and nearer to him. Her palms are soft and warm, the continuous warmth emanating from her cradled face spreading to his heart, enveloping it in a cozy embrace without leaving a single gap. Jiang Yanci, captivated by her gaze, feels his half-lowered eyelashes tremble slightly, revealing the unrest within. He revels in this moment of warmth, greedily desiring more, yet fears that wanting too much might displease her. A tumult of complex emotions intertwines within him, and ultimately, Jiang Yanci can only suppress the surging desires within his heart, leaning in to embrace the person before him. Wen Jiu, who had been cradling Jiang Yanci's face, lets her hands fall to his chest, and in that instant of being enveloped in his embrace, she begins to distinctly feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. Each accelerated beat resounds because of her. Realizing this, the curve of Wen Jiu's lips deepens even further. In the ebb and flow of people, countless gazes fell upon them. Yet Wen Jiu did not shy away. It was only when Jiang Yanci reluctantly released her that Wen Jiu smiled and inquired, returning to the original topic. When did you arrive in the capital? Have you eaten? The plane has just landed. Knowing you were here, I came straight over. He replied with measured calmness as they walked side by side. I saved room to join you for dinner, so I haven't eaten yet. Pondering this, Wen Jiu paused and asked, shall I take you to a place I find delightful? Jiang Yanci nodded. With Miss Wen's discerning taste, it would undoubtedly be splendid. Observing the affection that brimmed in his eyes, Wen Jiu could not suppress a smile. Yet sensing its worthlessness, she turned away to avoid his gaze. With each step she took, the flared hem of her fishtail dress swayed with an enchanting allure, drawing the attention of those around her. Jiang Yanci, however, remained a step behind, allowing her to bask in the admiration all to herself. In that moment, it was as if two hearts, in perfect harmony, were beating as one. Chapter 76. His character is utterly unsatisfactory. The following morning, to prepare for the graduation ceremony, Wen Jiu rose early to ready herself. Before she could finish her preparations, Gu Xiao, donned in a gray waistcoat suit, had already appeared outside her home. After Aunt Zhao opened the door to welcome him in, Gu Xiao ascended the stairs with a clear purpose, seeking out Wen Jiu's room. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing Wen Jiu, who had just completed her eye makeup, gesturing dramatically as if setting off fireworks. Ding, 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 ding. The stunning beauty has arrived. Startled, Gu Xiao stammered, what? Their gazes locked, and with a quizzical raise of her brow, Wen Jiu asked, not beautiful? Give me a kiss. Gu Xiao, who had feigned indifference just moments before, suddenly shouted and lunged toward Wen Jiu. Quick on her feet, Wen Jiu deftly turned aside, evading the embrace, prompting Gu Xiao to pivot and chase after her. The two frolicked in the room, their laughter echoing through the house, causing Aunt Zhao downstairs to shake her head in resignation. It seemed as though these two would never grow up. Upstairs, Gu Xiao lay on Wen Jiu's bed, catching her breath. She turned her head to glance at Wen Jiu, who was seated at the makeup table. Last night, when Jiang Yanci visited, I noticed you seemed quite happy. Wen Jiu paused mid-application of her lipstick, then confessed. I was indeed quite happy. I didn't expect him to show up unexpectedly, so I was pleasantly surprised. She continued. Gu Xiao's tone turned slightly envious. It's because you secretly harbored expectations, which is why you were surprised. Wen Jiu, you have developed feelings for him. The moment those words left her lips, Gu Xiao felt a surge of resentment that could fuel an evil sword immortal. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu turned to look at her, not denying the sentiment. I knew from the very first moment I laid eyes on him that I would come to like him. Do you believe that? Is this person truly to your taste? Gu Xiao sat up, her surprise evident. Wen Jiu set down her lipstick, checked her makeup for perfection, and then donned a simple white t-shirt that hung nearby. It's just a magnetic attraction, you understand? She remarked, then picked up a powder pink pleated skirt that reached her thighs, tucking the t-shirt into it. She turned to Gu Xiao, asking, how do I look? Gu Xiao's gaze swept over her enviably slender waist and those long, graceful legs, devoid of any excess flesh, and she gave a thumbs up. Absolutely stunning. While I understand, I still feel it's a bit unfair to Jiang Yanci. Gu Xiao approached Wen Jiu, taking the opportunity to touch her waist, then questioned, with such intricate makeup. Dressing so simply seems a bit of a waste, doesn't it? With a playful grin, Wen Jiu lifted her right leg, dramatically posing, and added a wink for good measure before asking, doesn't this exude the essence of an invincible youthful beauty? Therefore, Gu Xiao seemed to grasp something. Is Jiang Yanci coming to see you today? Correct, Wen Jiu replied with a smile. Standing tall and performing a twirl in front of Gu Xiao, then extending one foot forward, her heel touching the ground as she wiggled her toes. Tell me, who could possibly escape the grasp of this young lady? And so the conversation continued. Gu Xiao pulled her downstairs, exclaiming, Jiang Yanci is far too cheap. And what do you think of Jiang Yanci's visage? No speaking on behalf of other men. Gu Xiao admonished, asserting that even if Jiang Yanci were astonishingly handsome, it was unacceptable. Wen Jiu immediately fell silent, aware that praising anyone in front of a toxic fan was a grave offense. After descending, the two enjoyed breakfast prepared by Aunt Zhao before heading to school. By the time they arrived, the school square was already thronged with people, including returning graduates and numerous eager underclassmen. Upon spotting Wen Jiu, who had been absent for a long time, enthusiastic underclassmen waved at her from a distance. Seeing them, Wen Jiu reciprocated with friendly waves. Gu Xiao inquired with a smile, what does it feel like to be the top figure at Jing University? It's exhilarating. Wen Jiu earnestly waved at a passing junior, her delight evident in her sparkling eyes hidden behind sunglasses. Gu Xiao, recognizing her friend's smugness, prepared to tease her, but halted upon noticing someone approaching them. Ugh, what a buzzkill! Gu Xiao muttered, unconcerned about her image. The playful smile on Wen Jiu's face faded, particularly once the newcomer stood directly before her, her expression turning as frigid as ice. Sensing the hostility directed at her, Lin Amlin's eyes filled with tears before she even spoke. Senior one, she said, her voice trembling as she looked down. Could you please ask you not to expel me from the project team? Gu Xiao, witnessing Lin Amlin's pitiful demeanor, felt the urge to intervene, but was halted by Wen Jiu's hand as she raised her foot. With cameras all around and Gu Xiao's sensitive family background, Wen Jiu preferred to keep her out of the situation. You should head to your department's meeting point, she instructed in an authoritative tone. Although Gu Xiao was displeased, she recognized that Wen Jiu had her best interests at heart. Hesitating only briefly before departing, Gu Xiao's clenched jaw suggested she was headed to confront someone rather than merely attending a meeting. Once Gu Xiao left, Wen Jiu removed her sunglasses and lowered her gaze to Lin Amlin, who stood a half-head shorter, appearing delicate and petite. Why did Jiang Yu expel you from the project team? She asked, her voice calm, as if addressing an interloper threatening her relationship. Lin Amlin, taken aback by the question, struggled to discern its implications, but instinctively knew to respond in a manner most advantageous to herself. Because I offended you, senior. As the words left her lips, those nearby frowned in disbelief. The relationship between Wen Jiu and Jiang Yu was well known at Jing University, and everyone recognized Jiang Yu's fondness for Wen Jiu. Thus, it seemed unsurprising that Lin Amlin had been dismissed from the project team for offending Wen Jiu. However, was such favoritism not excessively outrageous? Those who had overheard her words instinctively wished to speak up for Lin Amlin, but were restrained by those around them. Do not act impulsively. You have been away from the campus for an extended period and do not frequent it. Thus you are unaware of the unfolding events. For students whose determination surpasses their familial circumstances, it is indeed easy to be incited by those who can empathize with similar experiences. However, this does not imply that they are foolish. What does this mean? Those around, eager to defend Lin Amlin, swiftly calmed down upon hearing these words. Hush, I will tell you shortly. The one who restrained him made a gesture for silence, evidently more inclined to observe the spectacle quietly, and the others, witnessing this, ceased their movements as well. The focal point of attention shifted when Jiu could not help but chuckle after Lin Amlin uttered those words. Then pray tell, why have you caused me displeasure? Lin Amlin bit her lip and replied, because I inadvertently answered a call from a senior sister intended for senior Jiang Yu. Is that truly all? Wen Jiu retorted, your senior Jiang Yu is indeed a man of poor demeanor. Given his abysmal character, you should consider yourself fortunate to have distanced yourself from his project group. Otherwise, who knows what revolting actions he might undertake in the future. Chapter 77. Senior sister suggests you rebuild yourself. Doesn't Wen Jiu hold a fondness for Jiang Yu? Consequently, Lin Amlin never considered that Wen Jiu would directly place the blame on Jiang Yu. Hastily, she interjected in defense of Jiang Yu. It's not like that. It's not Jiang Yu's fault. He merely fears that you might misunderstand our relationship. What other interpretation could there be? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, not allowing Lin Amlin the opportunity to finish her statement. If Jiang Yu is not at fault in this matter, then it must fall upon you, Junior. Her smile was bright and generous, her voice sweet and patient as though she were guiding a wayward junior back onto the right path. If you were dismissed from the project team due to incompetence, you should strive to improve yourself rather than concocting baseless excuses to absolve your shortcomings. And if it were due to your character, Wen Jiu's smile abruptly vanished, leaving a chilling sense of foreboding, then I would advise you to rebuild yourself to avoid tarnishing the reputation of Peking University. Ha ha, well said. What Senior Wen said is absolutely correct. A voice exuberantly cheered, igniting a chorus of laughter. Lin Anlin, already feigning a pitiful demeanor, appeared even more hunched. She stammered, eager to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Confusion enveloped Lin Anlin's mind. Why did the situation not unfold as she had envisioned, ensnaring her in a trap of self-justification? All she needed to do was utter a single phrase to absolve herself of having caused Jiang Yan to remove her from the project team, or something akin to that. And she could have stirred the matter into a predicament from which she could not escape. Yet, from the outset, Wen Jiu had directed the blame towards Jiang Yan, which ultimately transformed into a fault of her own. Wen Jiu had completely extricated herself from the situation. The naked gazes around her once again fell upon Lin Anlin, who had already borne the weight of too many accusatory stares due to the leaked photos with Jiang Yan. Initially, a few had stood by her side, but as the criticism mounted, they too ceased to defend her. Today, her encounter with Wen Jiu was a desperate gamble. If she could ensnare Wen Jiu in her narrative, she could report Jiang Yan for personal gain and reclaim her opportunity in the project team. However, Wen Jiu's words were impeccably crafted, leaving her no chance to maneuver. As Wen Jiu appeared ready to bypass her and depart, Lin Anlin summoned her resolve and called out to Wen Jiu's retreating figure. It's because I caused you and Jiang Yan to part ways that Jiang Yan expelled me from the project team. Senior One, I implore you to persuade Jiang Yan to reinstate me. I truly cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Wen Jiu halted momentarily. Lin Anlin burst into tears, bowing repeatedly. I'm so sorry, Senior One, truly sorry. I did not intend for this to happen. I never anticipated that Jiang Yan would seek me out that day, causing you to be stood up and ultimately leading to your breakup. Her pleas echoed with desperation. Please help me. I never intended to disrupt your relationship. Does Lin Anlin possess such charm that, Jian, you would forsake me? And now she seeks my assistance as a mere game? Wen Jiu sidestepped Lin Anlin's bowing gesture, contemplating that if Jian, you could act in a manner that compromised his integrity for you, then with a little more effort, regaining entry into the project team would surely not be an insurmountable challenge. Her voice carried a rare hint of helplessness. Why must you flaunt before me? With a single utterance, she positioned herself firmly as the victim. Lin Anlin's earlier pitiful pleas instantly transformed into a display of arrogance, as she found herself utterly silenced by Wen Jiu's unassailable logic. All that was good and bad was recounted by Wen Jiu, rendering even her meticulously crafted plight laughable in the face of those words. Watching Wen Jiu walk away amidst the crowd's gaze, Lin Anlin, unwilling to concede, hurried after her. Let us assume for a moment that without a you would have attained your current stature. Upon seeing Wen Jiu halt once more, Lin Anlin's voice pierced through the air, filled with anguish. Are you not also relying on the connections of the Jian family to reach such heights? Wen Jiu, on what grounds do you look down upon me from your lofty perch? In essence, you and I are not so different. It is merely that Jian Yu favors you more. Thus the one who has lost is myself. Her voice rang sharp and grating, a stark contrast to her usual delicate demeanor. However, Wen Jiu paused only for a moment before calmly resuming her path to her department. As time passed, students trickled in one after another. Jiang Yan, arriving late from a meeting, spotted Wen Jiu surrounded by students from the finance department. He intended to approach her, but was halted by someone beside him. Young Master Jian, Lin Anlin just want to find Wen Jiu. That brief statement abruptly quashed Jiang Yu's intention to seek Wen Jiu. He inquired about Lin Anlin's whereabouts, and the computer science student gestured nearby. Yes, over there. Lin Anlin had indeed enjoyed a princess-like treatment in the computer science department, primarily due to her commendable abilities and striking appearance. However, her subsequent actions had increasingly become irksome to others. Following the direction indicated, Jiang Yu soon spotted Lin Anlin, her face alight with hopeful anticipation as she gazed at him. Frowning, he commanded, "Have someone escort her back. She is a nuisance here." "Understood," the person replied, just as the stage before them began to bustle with activity. Noticing that the graduation ceremony's host had taken the stage, Jiang Yu called out to those about to leave, "There's no need to go. We could discuss this later." At this juncture, dismissing Lin Anlin could potentially disrupt the graduation ceremony, making his own reputation all the more tarnished. The recent scandal involving leaked photographs had already etched an indelible mark on Jiang Yu's life. If it could be avoided, he wished to keep as far from Lin Anlin as possible. As time progressed, the proceedings on stage approached their conclusion. The host, glancing at the script, announced, "Let us now move to the final segment of today's graduation ceremony. Please join me in welcoming the outstanding graduate, Wen Jiu, to the stage to represent the students." Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Wen Jiu, senior, senior, senior. Wen Jiu, we love you." The enthusiastic applause and screams of the young men and women reverberated through the venue as Wen Jiu ascended the stage, her smile radiant. She methodically adjusted the microphone's height before gesturing for silence among the fervent crowd below. As her fingertips lightly brushed against her lips, the audience below instinctively ceased their cries. I couldn't help but exclaim, "The thought of not seeing Wen Jiu's face after graduation renders life rather dull." Adding 1+1, "Today I wish to indulge fully. It would be splendid if Wen Jiu could stand up there and speak all day long." Esteemed leaders, dear fellow students, and all the younger attendees of our graduation ceremony, good morning. Wen Jiu's clear and measured voice resonated, silencing those who had been whispering. They turned their attention to the radiant figure on stage, their eyes reflecting an admiration for beauty. "Wen Jiu, it is a great honor to stand here as a representative of the students. Yet the time spent in school is fleeting. To avoid squandering the final moments with your classmates, I shall be brief. I hope that, as you step into society, you will look back on this day and still remember the joyful spirit you carried upon entering university." Wen Jiu's pacing was impeccably timed, and combined with the tenderness in her gaze, it effortlessly stirred the emotions of those present. At last, Chapter 78, the regional head of Rongxing Group in an instant. The two phrases spoken transported the audience back to the beautiful memories of their university days. Wen Jiu surveyed the dense crowd of classmates below and declared with clarity, "With the approval of the school's leadership, I would like to share an important announcement." After a brief pause to heighten everyone's anticipation, she resonantly continued, "As the regional head of Rongxing Group, I, Wen Jiu, extend a warm welcome to all students and younger classmates participating in this recruitment fair. Thank you." With a slight bow, she turned and descended the stage, leaving the audience enveloped in silence. Finally, someone broke the stillness. Did she just say she represents whom? Rongxing Group? Or the regional head? Oh my goodness. Did I hear that correctly? How is senior Wen Jiu connected to Rongxing Group? Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Wen family? No. Everyone quickly check the official Rongxing Group website. Oh my heavens. Not only the official website, but also Atlas's website had just released a congratulatory message. A wave of individuals had already crowded into the Atlas website, and they immediately spotted the pinned announcement. "Dear Ms. Wen Jiu, we are thrilled to hear that you have officially accepted the position of regional head of Rongxing Group. The members of the Vincent family, along with all employees of Atlas Group, extend their heartfelt congratulations to you, esteemed lady, wishing you success in your new role as you lead Rongxing Group to new heights. Sincerely, Atlas Group Limited." Surprisingly, the congratulatory message was in Chinese. The moment a student opened the external website and laid eyes on the announcement, they turned in astonishment to those nearby. Confusion swept across their faces, as it was evident that everyone shared the same bewilderment. The message, though brief and succinct, signified the importance they placed on Wen Jiu and her new appointment. Moreover, the mention of the Vincent family further solidified her status. Upon reading the name of this illustrious family and the unmistakable reference to esteemed lady, Wen Jiu's identity became abundantly clear. How could she possibly be associated with the Vincent family? In the crowd, Lin Anlin, too, pulled out their phone amidst the collective gasps. As the congratulatory message appeared on the screen, Lin Amlin felt their hand tremble around the device. Now, feeling the tension? Just moments ago, they had mocked others for relying on men, only to discover that she was connected to a world-class elite family. Why, with such a prominent lady, would one choose to associate with someone so insipid? Did Senior Jian really have a lapse in judgment? Who knows? Yet, I wonder which window has fate closed for our senior. Amidst a cacophony of sarcasm and derision, various voices reached Lin Amlin's ears. As she savored the warmth of the wine, a wave of terror washed over her as she realized that the support and connections of Wen Jiu were far from being simply Jiang Yan. The doubts she had just entertained now seemed utterly ludicrous. To her astonishment, Wen Jiu was none other than the young lady of the Vincent family. The students from the computer science department were equally taken aback, their gazes instinctively darting toward Jiang Yan in the front row. Yet, to their surprise, the astonishment reflected in Jiang Yan's expression was no less than their own, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of anger. In stark contrast, amidst the collective astonishment, Wen Jiu remained remarkably composed. It was only after the graduation ceremony concluded that she finally rose to depart. Witnessing this, her classmates waved goodbye to Wen Jiu as they usually did, but upon recalling her true identity, the gesture suddenly became somewhat awkward, frozen midair. However, before he could retract his hand, Wen Jiu, with a beaming smile, gently patted his palm, her demeanor unchanged from the past. Happy graduation. The moment those words reached the ears of her classmates, the fleeting sense of distance evaporated, and she returned the sentiment with a smile. Happy graduation. As she bid farewell to classmates along the way, her pace quickened upon receiving news that Jiang Yanci had already arrived at the school gate. Passing by the fountain in front of the entrance, she overheard a few classmates discussing something animatedly. Classmate A exclaimed, "You won't believe what I saw at the school gate. An incredibly handsome guy. I thought he was a celebrity, but I couldn't find anyone in the entertainment industry who matched his looks." Classmate B, intrigued, asked, "How handsome?" Classmate A, feigning mystery, replied, "You know our school's heartthrob, right? Jiang Yan? A scoundrel. Yes, but undeniably handsome." Classmate B chimed in, "That's true." Classmate A shook their finger, "But the guy outside? I dare say he is at least twice as handsome as Jiang Yan. Though he was holding flowers, I wonder which lucky girl is receiving them." Wen Jiu, suspecting she might be that lucky girl, thought to herself, "Oh dear, even passing by is a cause for gossip." She stifled a laugh, her anticipation for meeting the man outside growing, and her steps quickened slightly. At last, she caught sight of a tall figure standing at the entrance. Yet, as she approached, her steps involuntarily slowed. She glanced down at her tightly clenched hands, puzzled by her sudden nerves. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanci, who had rehearsed numerous times in his mind how to present the flowers to Wen Jiu, noticed her silhouette emerging from within the gates. His previously relaxed stance transformed as he fixated on the youthful figure clad in a simple dress that radiated vitality, his eyes unwilling to blink. He had seen Wen Jiu in her bold, radiant, and even sultry forms, but he had never encountered her like this, exuding the pure essence of youthful exuberance. Before he could collect his thoughts, she had already jogged up to him, her pleated skirt swaying with her movements, and with a playful tilt of her head, she asked, "Are you mesmerized by my beauty?" In that instant, Jiang Yanci's gaze softened. He bent slightly to meet her eyes, nodding earnestly. Indeed, I nearly lost my composure. The earnestness reflected in his eyes caused Wen Jiu, who was deliberately jesting, to feel an involuntary warmth rise to her cheeks. Upon noticing the faint trace of shyness hidden within her gaze, Jiang Yanci found her particularly endearing today. He presented her with a bouquet of yellow roses, softly uttering, "Congratulations on your graduation." Each rose radiated a fresh vitality. However, as Wen Jiu examined the packaging, a puzzled expression crossed her face as she looked at Jiang Yanci. "Did someone take advantage of you?" she inquired. While the wrapping was not unattractive, it could hardly be described as sophisticated, certainly not the work of a seasoned florist. Who could have crafted it? That remained a perplexing question. Chapter 79. I like it too. Jiang Yanci gazed at Wen Jiu, who was grinning broadly, and remarked, "Did you have to malign me after guessing?" Wen Xiaojiu, do you have no conscience? Wen Jiu's smile faded slightly as she replied, I do, but it's rather scarce. She then playfully poked at the dewdrops on a rose, adding, however, the choice of flowers is commendable. I truly like them. The fleeting moment of gloom that had nestled in Jiang Yanci's heart was effortlessly soothed by her light-hearted compliment. Having made a flower reservation the previous day, but still feeling uneasy, Jiang Yanci visited the flower shop early that morning to select the flowers himself. Caught up in the excitement, he even attempted to wrap them himself. However, the esteemed President Jiang found himself utterly inept with the delicate wrapping paper. After destroying countless sheets under the watchful eyes of the disgruntled staff, he had no choice but to arrive with the flowers, which were not quite perfect, to pick up Wen Jiu. Little did he know, upon realizing that he had personally wrapped the flowers, she would tease him mercilessly. Not willing to be mocked by Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci suddenly lowered his head, and she quickly raised her gaze, noticing the unmistakable smile in his eyes drawing nearer. Wen Jiu's pupils constricted slightly, and she felt an unprecedented flurry of emotions. Jiang Yanci, you mustn't, she cautioned, not wishing to be a spectacle at the bustling school gate. As her words fell, Jiang Yanci's breath brushed against her cheek and whispered in her ear, mustn't do what? His deep, steady voice resonated with an alluring mischief. He continued unhurriedly, I merely wish to express that, Miss Wen, I find your attire today quite delightful. Realizing she had been flirted with, Wen Jiu was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yanci, she exclaimed, stepping back to create distance between them, as if it could disguise the tumult of her heart. With a mix of irritation and disbelief, she reproached him, you've gone astray. Indeed, Jiang Yanci conceded, his eyes brimming with a captivating tenderness. One who associates closely with the red will inevitably turn crimson. I can only say, you, Miss Wen, have been an excellent teacher. Wen Jiu was left speechless, unable to muster a retort. Feeling a pang of unease, she averted her gaze from Jiang Yanci, only to regret wearing flat shoes as she noticed he towered over her significantly. Wen Jiu, a loud female voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Following the sound, she turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered at the school gate. Observing her and Jiang Yanci, the realization hit both of them, flushing their ears a deep crimson. The girl who had called out to Wen Jiu, witnessing their simultaneous embarrassment, felt a spark of delight. She smiled and inquired, Wen Jiu, is this young man beside you your boyfriend? At this question, it was Jiang Yanci who felt the most tension as he lowered his gaze to Wen Jiu, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Wen Jiu smiled, responding openly in front of the curious onlookers, he's the person I currently like, but we are not yet together. With a hint of distress, she added, he confessed yet, and I must wait for him to do so before I can claim him. Upon hearing Wen Jiu's response, the inquisitive junior immediately cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Yanci. Brother, do not tell us that with such a visage, you lack the courage to confess? Jiang Yanci, who had never anticipated Wen Jiu's candid admission of affection, was momentarily speechless. Before he could voice his irritation towards this meddlesome comrade who entangled him in her troubles, he turned to the classmate, questioning him, his expression laden with frustration. Perhaps you are unaware of how difficult it is to pursue your senior. He sighed, the opportunity to escort your senior home today was, after all, a sacrifice of my own allure. Thus, everything remained unspoken. Jiang Yanci remained indifferent to the implications of his words. The junior, who had previously scolded him for his lack of initiative, now turned to Wen Jiu, whose smile was gradually stiffening. Senior, may we hear the details? The details of your sacrifice. The junior emphasized the key point. Wen Jiu was instantly amused and exasperated by Jiang Yanci's shamelessness. In a fit of playful indignation, she shoved the bouquet of flowers into his arms. You tell them the details. After stating this, seemingly unsatisfied, she kicked his calf before turning to leave. As laughter echoed behind her, Wen Jiu hastened her steps, eager to escape the embarrassment of the moment. Jiang Yanci caught the yellow rose that had fallen back into his hands and waved it playfully at the students from Peking University before him. I am off to pursue your senior, and as for the details. As he turned, his melodious voice, tinged with mirth, reached the ears of the nearby classmates. It's a secret. Your senior might become shy. All right, we understand. The junior and senior students chorused, their laughter warmly bidding farewell to Jiang Yanci as he chased after Wen Jiu. Someone among them exclaimed, "What a match!" Immediately, another voice rang out, wishing senior Wen Jiu a swift embrace of her beloved. The cheerful banter continued, and Wen Jiu had never felt her face flush so vividly. It felt as if she were ablaze. After hearing the persistent footsteps behind her, Wen Jiu turned once they were out of the crowd, crossing her arms defiantly, ready to confront the pursuer with a fierce glare. Sacrifice of allure? When did you ever do that? Jiang Yanci raised an eyebrow, presuming Wen Jiu's ire stemmed from his inappropriate remarks. To his surprise, it was not about what he had said, but rather what he had yet to do. He stifled a laugh. Now seemed the perfect moment. Wen Jiu retorted, "Wow, Jiang Yanci, can you not be so overt?" Previously, his flirtations had been subtle. Now, he was unabashedly forthright. "I feared that being more subtle might lead you to complain to your juniors." Jiang Yanci defended himself innocently. Sensing Wen Jiu's impending change in demeanor, he quickly added, "I was wrong." Wen Jiu, her frustration festering, inquired what exactly was wrong. She lifted her chin defiantly, clearly unyielding in her intent to not let Jiang Yanci off easily for causing her to lose face before her juniors. In the depths of Jiang Yanci's gaze, a playful smile blossomed. "If only we had invited Miss Wen earlier to the seaside for a holiday." "A holiday? By the sea?" Wen Jiu's eyes sparkled with an unforeseen excitement. "Ah, the allure of sculpted abs and a mermaid's silhouette," Jiang Yanci teased, his laughter laced with an ambiguous seduction. Noticing Wen Jiu's arms dropping to her sides, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "Is Miss Wen satisfied with my contrition?" Ahem. Wen Jiu was not genuinely upset. The presence of so many onlookers merely rendered her a touch bashful. Yet, with such enticing rewards within reach, satisfaction was inevitable. "It's acceptable, I suppose," Wen Jiu nodded, beckoning Jiang Yanci with her fingers. "Return the flowers to me." "Very well," Jiang Yanci obliged, handing her the flowers and affectionately tousling her hair. "I shall fetch the car. Will you wait for me here?" Indeed. Her attention shifted back to the roses wrapping, finding it hard to fathom that someone like Jiang Yanci, who seemed nearly flawless, had a weakness for the handmaid. He did not keep her waiting long, soon arriving beside her in a deep green Bugatti. Wen Jiu observed that Jiang Yanci appeared to favor cooler tones, and recalling the auction catalog she had delivered to him just days prior, she began to formulate a plan in her mind. Chapter 80. Your Mr. Jiang is quite flirtatious. The vehicle exited the vicinity of Jingda, but it was evident that Jiang Yanci's destination was not his residence. Nevertheless, Wen Jiu refrained from inquiring further. After all, she could not afford to sell herself out. After approximately 10 minutes of driving, Wen Jiu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she recognized it was Gu Xiao and promptly answered the call. "Your Mr. Jiang is quite flirtatious." Gu Xiao's voice boomed even before Wen Jiu could bring the phone to her ear. The spectacle outside the school gate had captivated everyone's attention, and now the campus network's trending topics were dominated by discussions about these two individuals. Startled by the word flirtatious, Wen Jiu nearly dropped her phone. She quickly cleared her throat, reminding, "Jiang Yanci is beside me." Gu Xiao retorted, "Could it be that he is even more flirtatious now?" Intended as a warning for Gu Xiao to be cautious with her words, Wen Jiu found herself at a loss for words today. Beside her, Jiang Yanci seemed to relish the commotion, adding, "Please extend my gratitude to your friend for the compliment." With a slight smirk, Wen Jiu activated the speakerphone to relay Jiang Yanci's thanks. Gu Xiao, holding her phone, fell into an unusual silence before finally articulating, "I've discovered that the most compatible trait between Jiang Yanci and you is not his looks." Wen Jiu was puzzled, yet a sense of foreboding lingered. "What is it?" she inquired. Suppressing a laugh, Gu Xiao replied, "Shamelessness." Wen Jiu, Jiang Yanci. Jiang Yanci clenched his jaw and remarked, "Wen Xiaojiu, I believe the signal here is rather poor. What do you think?" Wen Jiu agreed, "I think so too." With that, she abruptly ended the call with Gu Xiao. However, before 3 seconds had passed, Gu Xiao called back. Upon answering, Gu Xiao quickly pleaded, "I was wrong. I want to be mischievous again." Wen Jiu scoffed, "Speak, what do you need?" It was evident that Gu Xiao was aware of her relationship with Jiang Yanci, and her call at this moment surely carried a weightier purpose than mere gossip. Indeed, after Wen Jiu posed her question, Gu Xiao's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. Jiu, regarding your identity. Wen Jiu was taken aback and hastily interjected, previously, the situation with my family was uncertain. Knowing my identity would not be beneficial for you. If anything were to happen to me, your awareness of my identity would place you in jeopardy as well. Xiao, my concealment was truly a reluctant measure. A hint of panic tinged her voice, clearly worried that Gu Xiao would be upset. I'm not angry. Why are you so anxious? Though Gu Xiao was not upset, she felt a wave of happiness upon hearing Wen Jiu's explanation. With a smile, she recounted the earlier incident to Wen Jiu. I called you because Jiang Yan came to ask me about your identity. Ha. I lied and told him you had already informed me, and that rascal's face turned pale on the spot. Gu Xiao grew increasingly animated. Jiu, after battling him both overtly and covertly for so long, this is the most gratifying victory I've ever achieved. Exercise caution and be mindful not to let anything slip. Originally, Gu Xiao had no intention of mentioning that scoundrel, Jiang Yan, in front of Wen Jiu, but to ensure that Jiang Yan's days ahead would be even more miserable, she felt compelled to confide in Wen Jiu. Upon realizing that Gu Xiao was genuinely not angry with him, Wen Jiu's anxious heart finally settled. Surely, he would no longer pursue me. After all, Wen Jiu's true identity had become widely known. The shareholders of the Jian family would not allow Jiang Yan to establish a formidable adversary, and would naturally keep him in check. However, that might not be the case. Gu Xiao muttered softly, recognizing from Jiang Yan's wounded expression when he confronted her today that he was utterly unable to let go of Wen Jiu. Moreover, after the campus network exposed the video of Wen Jiu confessing her affection for Jiang Yanci, Jiang Yan had openly wept while fixating on the image of Wen Jiu in the video. Even Gu Xiao, who harbored a profound disdain for him, felt a twinge of pity upon witnessing his despondent demeanor. Nevertheless, as the old adage goes, those who are pitiable must possess some detestable qualities. She could only conclude that Jiang Yan had brought his misfortunes upon himself. After a brief chat over the phone, their conversation came to an end. Wen Jiu set her phone down, only then noticing that the car had slowed its pace. She turned to Jiang Yanci, pondering the reason for their arrival here. Before her stood a quaint courtyard, replete with historical charm, with stone lions guarding the entrance, and a plaque bearing the surname Zhou that hinted at its storied past. More importantly, Wen Jiu was not unfamiliar with the Zhou family name. Once one of the prominent clans in the capital over a decade ago, the Zhou family had gradually faded into obscurity, unable to keep pace with the rapid evolution of the times. Wen Jiu's knowledge of the Zhou family stemmed from a previous conversation with her mother, who had mentioned them. Subsequently, to glean lessons from the decline of the Zhou family, Wen Jiu had commissioned research on their history, which had left a deep impression on her. After Jiang Yanci exited the vehicle and opened the door for her, he noticed Wen Jiu's puzzled gaze lingering on him and softly remarked, I have come to retrieve something. With that, he leaned in to unbuckle the seatbelt beside her and extended his hand, saying, I kindly ask for Miss Wen's cooperation. Observing the breadth of his outstretched hand, she placed her own within it. Once she alighted from the car, a middle-aged man clad in a suit emerged from the Zhou residence. His demeanor calm as he regarded Jiang Yanci and Wen Jiu, clearly having anticipated their arrival, or rather, Jiang Yanci's visit. Wen Jiu pondered internally, maintaining a composed smile as Jiang Yanci guided her step by step into the once glorious Zhou residence. Passing through the long pavilion adorned with dragon motifs, they arrived at the main courtyard. The middle-aged man who had come to escort them inclined slightly, saying, Please wait a moment. In such an illustrious family, the adherence to tradition remained paramount, and even though the Zhou family had diminished to the point where few recalled their name, the ingrained customs had not been significantly simplified over the years. It should not take long. Jiang Yanci squeezed Wen Jiu's hand, his expression bearing an unusual hint of sadness that Wen Jiu could not quite decipher. As she gazed at his melancholic brow and eyes, she remained oblivious to the reasons behind his sorrow. However, it was evidently not an appropriate moment for inquiries. Wen Jiu suppressed the doubts that lingered in her heart and took hold of Jiang Yanci's hand, which had inexplicably grown cold. It was all right, they had come this far. The simplicity of the phrase was the most effective balm for the anxieties and frustrations within one's soul. Jiang Yanci silently curved the corners of his lips and tightened his grip on her delicate hand. Yet, after more than 10 minutes had elapsed, the door before them remained firmly shut, and even the middle-aged man who had previously led them had not reappeared. A chill flickered in Jiang Yanci's gaze as he surmised that their adversary was likely to employ the same tactics once more. He turned to Wen Jiu, whose expression was inscrutable. Let us depart. Chapter 81. No one is qualified to make Wen Jiu suffer. Why? Wen Jiu grasped his arm. Aren't you here to collect something? If you haven't obtained it yet, why leave? I can return another day. Jiang Yanci gazed at Wen Jiu, gently coaxing her. You are quite exhausted today. Allow me to escort you home to rest. Prior to their arrival, he had already communicated with the Zhou family, who had assured him that they would hand over the items upon his visit. It was precisely for this reason that he was eager to bring Wen Jiu along. He wished to present his mother's gifts for his future daughter-in-law to Wen Jiu at the earliest opportunity. However, he never anticipated that the Zhou family, having played such games for many years, would still not tire of them. As his mother belonged to the Zhou family, he too was a junior in that lineage. Out of respect for his mother, he could endure their intimidation and repeated breaches of promise. Yet, no one had the right to make Wen Jiu suffer. Jiang Yanci clasped Wen Jiu's wrist and reiterated, "Let us go." With that, he turned to leave, but Wen Jiu remained still. Her gaze fell upon the hand that encircled her wrist. During the past 10 minutes of waiting, he had repeatedly clenched and then anxiously released her hand. Wen Jiu was uncertain what had caused this usually composed individual to be so unsettled, but she understood that the items Jiang Yanci sought were of utmost importance. Today, they must be acquired. She gently extricated herself from his grasp and turned to face him, who had taken a step forward. Now, allow me to ask you a few questions. Jiang Yanci's lips quivered slightly, as if he had already surmised her inquiries. Indeed, the next moment she asked, "Are the items you seek significant to you?" Jiang Yanci's hands instinctively curled, and he nodded, "Very significant." That is, before he could finish, a faint blush crept into the corners of his eyes. His voice, tinged with an unrecognized catch, revealed, "Yes, they're my mother's belongings." The phrase belongings escaped his lips so softly that Wen Jiu almost failed to catch it. Years ago, a young Jiang Yanci returned to the country with his parents' ashes. Yet before they could exit the airport, the Zhou family had ruthlessly barged in and confiscated all of Zhou Zai's ashes and belongings. The Jiang family, then in power, will have wished for Jiang Yanci to perish abroad. How could they possibly assist him in retaining any possessions? Subsequently, in his attempts to reclaim Zhou Zai's ashes, Jiang Yanci had not hesitated to support the declining Zhou family, for without his aid, the Grand Zhou estate would not have remained in their possession. However, aside from the ashes, there were certain items Zhou Zai she had intended to leave for Jiang Yanci. Thus, Jiang Yanci had continually paved the way for the Zhou family, yet they had consistently hesitated to fully grant him the items he desired. One of Jiang Yanci's purposes for visiting the capital was precisely this. Wen Jiu did not offer him comfort. Instead, she stepped closer to him, turned, and raised her gaze to the reception room, posing her second question. "Is the current head of the Zhou family your grandfather?" Jiang Yanci remained silent. The term grandfather was not unfamiliar to him before his mother's passing. During vacations, his mother often brought him to this residence to accompany Zhou Huan, who had even arranged for a space to be cleared in the backyard solely for Jiang Yanci's enjoyment. It was precisely for this reason that Zhou Zaishi could confidently leave what he had prepared for Jiang Yanci at the Zhou household. After all, compared to the Jiang family, which was embroiled in turmoil at that time, the more stable Zhou family was far more trustworthy. However, after Zhou Zaishi's death, the term grandfather became quite alien to Jiang Yanci. Zhou Huan had not seen his grandson since then, and even the heirlooms exchanged from Zhou Zaishi were delivered directly to Jiang Yanci. Reflecting on this, despite his emotional numbness, Jiang Yanci could not help but feel a pang of sadness. He nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Jiu's family loved her dearly, Yet there were those who did not, even wishing for her demise. Thus, the surprisingly close relationship between the Zhou family and Jiang Yanci did not astonish Wen Jiu overly much. However, she found the tightly shut door before her somewhat bothersome. Wen Jiu patted Jiang Yanci's hand and remarked, "Jiang Yanci, have they stood you up numerous times?" Observing Jiang Yanci's swift turn to leave, Wen Jiu could surmise that he was not unfamiliar with such experiences. Indeed, he nodded again, impressed by Wen Jiu's keen insight. "Well then, I shall not stand on ceremony." With that, Wen Jiu advanced briskly. Upon reaching the closed door of the parlor, she unhesitatingly raised her foot and kicked it. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and Wen Jiu grimaced in pain, clutching her ankle, which had been jolted by the recoil. Yet, the door remained steadfastly shut. Jiang Yanci watched as Wen Jiu hopped about dramatically, a smile breaking through the clouds of his heart. "What are you dawdling for?" Wen Jiu shot him a fierce glance, signaling, "Kick it again." At your command, Jiang Yanci stepped forward, raising his foot under Wen Jiu's watchful gaze, and struck with force. A resonating hum followed as the door crashed to the ground. At the side entrance, Jiang Yanci's gaze met a group of individuals rushing over in a flurry upon hearing the commotion. He raised an eyebrow and smirked, "Apologies, I couldn't quite control my strength." Feigning, Wen Jiu muttered under her breath, crossing her arms as she stepped over the threshold and entered. "Jiang Yanci, who allowed you to enter? How audacious!" The leader of the group at the side entrance called out directly. "I did." Wen Jiu had already reached the main seat and turned around, elegantly settling in her chair while suppressing her gown as Zhou Zhiling looked her way. Not bothering with what Wen Jiu had said, Zhou Zhiling hastily shouted, "Do not sit. Get up." Unfortunately, by the time Zhou Zhiling uttered those words, Wen Jiu was already comfortably seated. The young woman lifted her fair, slender right leg and rested it upon her left knee, her hand lightly rising and falling on the armrest, leisurely surveying the room's layout as if oblivious to the furious Zhou Zhiling before her. Overlooked to such an extent, the flames of indignation within Zhou Zhiling could no longer be contained. He gestured towards the person beside him, inviting the young lady to rise. Did his uncle believe that, in his presence, he would once again bow his head? Jiang Yanci stood resolutely in front of the individual Zhou Zhiling had summoned, the coldness in his eyes akin to the chill of ice. To be honest, although Zhou Zhiling had heard of his nephew's fearsome reputation, he had always perceived Jiang Yanci as someone who retreated in their presence, thus failing to cultivate any sense of dread. However, today, witnessing the ferocity in Jiang Yanci's gaze, Zhou Zhiling found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. He could not help but emphasize, "This is the Zhou family, and I am your uncle." Indeed, a voice from behind Jiang Yanci interjected, "You are his uncle, but not mine. Jiang Yanci, come here." With that call, the man's frosty demeanor softened as he disregarded Zhou Zhiling's grim countenance and moved to stand beside Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu gestured towards another seat across the tea table and added, "Sit." Amused by her nonchalant tone, Jiang Yanci chuckled, a smile gracing his lips as he took a seat beside her. Chapter 82. Unwaveringly standing on one side observing this scene, Zhou Zhiling's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that this girl was not merely ignorant of propriety. Was Jiang Yanci's assumption of the main seat an act of defiance? "Jiang Yanci," he scolded. But before he could continue, Wen Jiu seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at Zhou Zhiling. Perhaps Wen Jiu had deliberately aimed well, or perhaps Zhou Zhiling was fortunate. The teacup soared past his head and crashed heavily to the ground. As the sound of shattering glass faded, the reception room fell into a profound silence. With a bemused smile, Wen Jiu picked up another teacup, casually toying with it. "Let's speak civilly. I do not appreciate others making a ruckus before me." You. Zhou Zhiling stammered, pointing at Wen Jiu, his heart racing from the earlier shock, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, amused by his comical demeanor. With a polite nod, she leisurely introduced herself. "Wen Jiu, pleased to make your acquaintance." "Who?" Zhou Zhiling faltered, his finger hovering uncertainly, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name. A moment later, someone beside him quietly reminded him. "Zhou Zong, she is the one from the trending topic we just saw." The mention of the trending topic instantly jogged Zhou Zhiling's memory regarding the significance of the name Wen Jiu. The Rongxin group, the Vincent family. He abruptly withdrew his hand, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even without a photo accompanying the trending topic, Zhou Zhiling had not confirmed the identity of the person before him. The proud posture he had maintained moments ago crumbled as he bowed his head. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, Ms. Wan. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Zhou family? A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Jiu's eyes. Truthfully, Zhou Zhiling's reaction was beyond her expectations, as it starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogance. However, observing Jiang Yanci's calm demeanor indicated that the current head of the Zhou family was adept at gauging situations. Relying on his status as Jiang Yanci's uncle, the brother of Jiang Yanci's deceased mother, he had dismissed her importance, which was utterly contemptible. Wen Jiu sat down her teacup and leaned back against her chair. I am here today to accompany General Jiang. She deliberately emphasized the title General Jiang, and upon noticing Zhou Zhiling's change of expression, she continued, to retrieve the belongings left to him by his mother. With her speculation confirmed, Zhou Zhiling nervously bit his lip. Ms. Wan, the matter between Jiang Yanci and me is a private affair. It may not be appropriate for you to intervene. I find it quite appropriate, Wen Jiu replied. Inquiring of Jiang Yanci, what do you think, General Jiang? I concur. I too find it quite appropriate. Jiang Yanci nodded in agreement, his peripheral vision catching Wen Jiu's imposing demeanor, which filled him with an inexplicable warmth. She was standing up for him, resolutely and unhesitatingly aligning herself with his side. 2-1. Zhou Zong, your opinion holds little weight. Wen Jiu flashed an innocent smile at Zhou Zhiling. Yet the coldness in her eyes made it impossible to perceive her as merely a harmless girl. Zhou Zhiling remained reluctant to relinquish Jiang Yanci's belongings. Not wishing to offend Wen Jiu, he immediately resorted to casting frantic glances at Jiang Yanci, pleading for assistance. Again, this matter is a private affair of our family. Shall we discuss it further at a later time? However, this time, Jiang Yanci did not yield as he had in the past, even when Zhou Zhilin addressed him with the most endearing of terms. Uncle, I wish to avoid any further embarrassment. I kindly ask that you return what belongs to me. Jiang Yanci's tone remained relatively calm, yet his demeanor was resolute. Zhou Zhilin gritted his teeth, fully aware that there could be no resolution today unless he relinquished the items. However, Zhou Zhilin took a deep breath, summoning his courage to say, the items may be given, but they must be exchanged for resources. Jiang Yanci frowned, about to refuse, when he heard Wen Jiu's derisive laughter nearby. Mr. Zhou, I have a keen interest in your family's assets. She resumed, playing with the teacup on the table, causing Zhou Zhilin to feel a chill run down his spine. The next moment, he heard Wen Jiu say, how about you exchange something for it? Otherwise, your Zhou family shall belong to me. Zhou Zhilin. He was expected to trade his family's possessions? Why didn't Wen Jiu simply take them? Zhou Zhilin could not contain himself. Ms. Wan, you jest. Wen Jiu responded indifferently. I too believe Mr. Zhou is jesting. Hence, do we still need to barter with you? If it must come to that. A cold smile graced Wen Jiu's face as she forcefully slammed the teacup onto the table. I find your Zhou family's estate quite appealing. If I truly desired it, I trust Mr. Zhou would be willing to part with it. This statement was a blatant threat. If the young woman before him was indeed the one trending on social media, acquiring the Zhou family's estate would be merely a matter of will. She wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Merely hinting at her desire would prompt others to dismantle the Zhou family and deliver the possessions to her. If Zhou Zhilin had not realized that Wen Jiu had circled around merely to bolster Jiang Yanci's position, then he had wasted many years reading people's expressions. Yet, this young lady appeared to be quite young. How could her methods be so ruthless? Zhou Zhilin sighed, fully aware that he would gain no favor from Wen Jiu today. He weakly gestured, I will have someone prepare the items for you. Thank you, Wen Jiu nodded, maintaining all due decorum. Zhou Zhilin forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, just as the two awaited Zhou Zhilin to produce the items. Another figure emerged from the side door. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yanci's expression noticeably shifted. Wen Jiu, curious about the newcomer's identity, watched as the individual bowed to Jiang Yanci. "Young master, the master wishes to see you." Upon encountering the elderly man with gray hair before him, Jiang Yanci immediately rose. He softly called out, "Uncle Zhou." Noticing his demeanor soften, Wen Jiu understood that this elder likely held a different significance for Jiang Yanci, prompting her to stand as well. "It has been a long time. How have you been, young master?" Uncle Zhou inquired with a smile, his face etched with the kindness that time had bestowed upon him. Jiang Yanci nodded. "I am well. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhou." "That is good to hear." Uncle Zhou smiled, his gaze shifting to Wen Jiu. "Ms. Wen, if possible, my master would also like to meet you." The elderly gentleman, who appeared to be around 70 or 80 years of age, addressed himself with honorifics. Wen Jiu, bowing slightly, humbly replied, "You need not be so formal. Simply calling me by my name will suffice." The elder, with a kind and amiable demeanor, would naturally not be discourteous. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement brightened the visitor's eyes. "Very well then, young master, Miss Wen Jiu, please." Chapter 83. A hidden agenda. "Do you wish to go?" Jiang Yanci inquired softly, lowering his head to Wen Jiu. Upon receiving her nod, he felt reassured and followed Zhou Bo deeper into the courtyard. As they walked, he explained to Wen Jiu, "My mother was raised by Zhou Bo, and even during my childhood, he took care of me with great dedication." Jiang Yanci was elucidating his reasons for wanting to meet his grandfather. While he could disregard the opinions of others, he felt compelled to respond to Zhou Bo's personal invitation. Wen Jiu understood, recognizing that amidst the facade of insincerity, genuine sentiments were exceedingly rare and thus more precious. One could only conclude that Jiang Yanci's grandfather possessed a profound understanding of his grandson. Having pondered the underlying reasons, Wen Jiu gently patted the back of his hand, reassuringly stating, "As I've said before, since we are here, it is of little consequence to meet him." Furthermore, she sensed that Jiang Yanci harbored feelings for his grandfather. Otherwise, he would not have been hindered by someone as petty as Zhou Jilin for so many years. As they conversed, Zhou Bo halted before a room located at the southern end of the courtyard. The lingering scent of medicinal herbs in the air, along with the faint, oppressive sounds emanating from within the room, prompted Wen Jiu to glance at the furrowed brow of Jiang Yanci. Perhaps it was her malice, yet at that moment, as an observer, she did not perceive that the ailing elderess' desire to see Jiang Yanci stemmed from longing for his grandson. Zhou Bo approached and opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. "Young master, Miss Wen, please." Jiang Yanci nodded, expressing his gratitude, although Wen Jiu felt a sense of revulsion at her own assumptions. She concealed it well. After reciprocating her thanks to Zhou Bo, she stepped into the room alongside Jiang Yanci. In the dim light beneath the window, on an ancient, dark brown couch, sat an elderly man, resembling withered wood, his pallid complexion and frail figure betraying his dire state. His yellowed eyes fixed intently upon them. The frail body shifted slightly, leaning against the wall for support, sitting up straighter than before. "Little Yan, you have grown," came the weak, raspy voice from the old man, evoking a pang of sorrow. Jiang Yanci released Wen Jiu's hand and approached, draping the fallen blanket back over the elder's frail frame. "Grandfather has aged," Jiang Yanci remarked, his gaze resting on the old man's emaciated hands, which bore countless needle marks and residual bruises. In that moment, Jiang Yanci found himself at a loss for words, grappling with a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware that the elder's intentions were far from innocent, yet he could not suppress the overwhelming discomfort that washed over him. Years ago, this very man had been able to guide him through the courtyard, and now he could only struggle to sit upright on the bed. Lowering his eyes, Jiang Yanci asked, "Did you call for me? Is there something you need?" The ashes of Zhou Zai she had been forcibly taken from him by this man, who had denied him the opportunity to honor and commemorate his mother, alongside the years of exploitation. Did Jiang Yanci harbor resentment? Yes. Yet, witnessing Zhou Huan in such a pitiful state, he felt an uncontrollable surge of sorrow. Human emotions have never been simply black or white. As Jiang Yanci scrutinized Zhou Huan, the latter was also observing him. This individual, once his greatest pride, his grandson, his features appeared as if they had been proportionately magnified, retaining the exquisite charm of his childhood, strikingly similar to his mother. However, in contrast to his younger days, his demeanor was markedly different. The person before him exuded maturity, composure, and even a hint of the arrogance characteristic of one who has long occupied a position of power. Indeed, he had grown up. Zhou Huan covered his mouth and coughed softly, and after recovering his breath with the warm water poured by Jiang Yanci, he spoke, "On the table lies that which you have long desired." As his words fell, Jiang Yanci turned his gaze towards the wooden box on the adjacent table. "This most significant item has always remained by my side. The rest are with your uncle, which you may take with you shortly." Although the long-sought treasure lay before him, Jiang Yanci remained still. "What does grandfather want me to do?" he inquired. A shadow of sorrow flickered across Zhou Huan's gaze, and after a moment's pause, he shook his head, his expression laden with sadness. "You need not do anything. Simply take the items and leave." Jiang Yanci tightened his grip on the box at his side, wishing to ask further, but the quiet Wen Jiu, who had remained silent since entering the room, suddenly spoke. "Jiang Yanci." Her voice interrupted the unvoiced questions of Jiang Yanci, prompting an irritated glance from Zhou Huan, who had been preparing to voice his own demands. Unperturbed by the old man's displeasure, Wen Jiu offered a charming smile before stepping forward to lift the wooden box from the table, turning to present it to Jiang Yanci, gently saying, "I left the gift I prepared for your grandfather in the car. Could you please retrieve it for me?" Jiang Yanci held the wooden box firmly, his eyes fixed intently on the smile adorning Wen Jiu's face. He found her intentions inscrutable, but refrained from retorting. "All right." With a voice so soft it seemed it could be carried away by the wind, Jiang Yanci turned and exited the room, cradling the box. Once his figure vanished beyond the courtyard gate, Wen Jiu approached and pushed open another closed door. A torrent of blinding sunlight streamed into the room, causing Zhou Huan, accustomed to the dim interior, to squint uncomfortably. Once he adjusted, Wen Jiu had already reappeared before him. Zhou Huan scrutinized the exceedingly beautiful girl before him and weakly inquired, "Why did you send Yan away? What is your intention?" Upon hearing his question, Wen Jiu's smile deepened. "Of course. It is to prevent you from morally coercing our Yan." Wen Jiu was certain that had she not intervened, once Jiang Yanci voiced his inquiries, Zhou Huan's ensuing conditions would have left him with no choice but to comply. As she spoke, the light in her eyes was gentle. Yet the undertones of her words bore a sharpness that transformed Zhou Huan's gaze multiple times. After a prolonged silence, he covered his mouth and coughed again. Wen Jiu, unfazed, poured a glass of warm water, offering it to him, yet Zhou Huan did not accept. Raising an eyebrow, Wen Jiu asked, "Are you afraid I might poison you? This is a society governed by law." Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps that statement struck a nerve with the individual before him, for Zhou Huan's coughing grew more pronounced. Wen Jiu nonchalantly curled his lips, "Your health." Though he did not finish his thought, both men understood the implications. Given Zhou Huan's ailing condition, there was little that could be done by Wen Jiu. Once Zhou Huan had regained his composure, Wen Jiu continued, "Let's speak candidly. I presume that you, old Master Zhou, do not wish for my prolonged presence, do you?" "Why do you say that?" Zhou Huan, ever cautious, refrained from directly answering Wen Jiu's inquiry. At this, the gentleness in Wen Jiu's gaze diminished somewhat. "The truth is, if the old master truly wished to bequeath something to Jiang Yanci, or genuinely desired to meet him, he had ample opportunity over the years, yet he chose not to. The sudden desire to see him now raises my suspicions of ulterior motives. Could it not be that my old man has but a short time left and wishes to see his grandson before he departs?" Zhou Huan squinted, his murky eyes concealing an inscrutable darkness. Wen Jiu shook his head. "That is implausible." He firmly believed that extraordinary circumstances often conceal hidden agendas. Chapter 84. A deep sorrow. If Zhou Huan truly felt a sense of compassion for Jiang Yanci, he would not have allowed him to be so cruelly mocked by Zhou Zhilin. Moreover, over the many years, did he lack the time or opportunity to see Jiang Yanci? Certainly not. He had refrained from seeing him in the past, and even yesterday, yet on this very day, the day when Jiang Yanci had a falling out with Zhou Zhilin, to claim he had no ulterior motives would be utterly unbelievable. Seeing her respond with such certainty, Zhou Huan found himself somewhat admiring her perceptiveness. Yet, he sighed. Little girl, you will not obtain the answers you seek from me. You may leave. In light of this, I can assure you that the old man will also not acquire what you desire from Jiang Yanci, Wen Jiu replied lightly. Meeting Zhou Huan's increasingly piercing gaze, Wen Jiu smiled nonchalantly. I believe the old man is aware of my identity and understands that I possess the ability to back my words with action. Are you not afraid of falling out with the yen over this matter? Zhou Huan pressed sharply, for his standing in Jiang Yanci's heart was unlike that of others. However, upon hearing this, Wen Jiu merely chuckled dismissively. If Jiang Yanci cannot discern right from wrong, then why should I be afraid? After a moment of silence, Zhou Huan helplessly remarked, You, my dear girl, possess such clear insight. Wen Jiu humbly expressed her gratitude in response. Observing this, Zhou Huan let out a resigned sigh, gazing out at the blinding sunlight. Zai Shi, who is a Yan's mother, is my youngest child. Having been blessed with a daughter in my old age, I cherished her dearly, holding her close to my heart. Yet that girl chose to marry into the port city without a second thought. If she must go far away, I can accept it, as long as she finds happiness and joy. I even adore her children immensely. I once thought my Zai Shi could live a blissful life. Yet 10 years ago, Zhou Huan's voice, once filled with nostalgia, turned sharp. He clutched the blanket tightly, his face flushing crimson. 10 years ago, my Zai Shi died. She perished due to the infighting within the Jiang family. I did not wish for her to marry into the port city, but I could not stop her. Why must she wed someone from the chaotic Jiang family? Upon learning of Zai Shi's tragic fate, I regretted letting her go to the port city. As he recalled the past, Zhou Huan's frail hand pounded against his chest. Tears welled in his eyes. Yet she is gone. I can only return her ashes home. For here is her true home. In this place, she will forever remain the carefree sole daughter of the Zhou family. Zhou Huan's profound affection for his daughter was indeed moving. Yet Wen Jiu needed to grasp more than their deep father-daughter bond. She quietly observed the emotional turmoil of Zhou Huan, waiting for him to regain his composure before continuing her inquiry. If you love your daughter so dearly, why must you be so cruel to the bloodline she left behind in this world? Why did he not perish alongside her? What? Wen Jiu was taken aback by Zhou Huan's furious outburst. Zhou Huan seemed utterly astonished to find himself voicing his innermost thoughts. As realization dawned upon him, he slid down, feeling a profound weakness enveloping him. He gazed at the pale, gray ceiling, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. Each time he contemplated that Ayin was still alive, he was compelled to ponder. Why? Because of him, because of his father, my Zai Shi perished, yet he continues to exist. At times, I even wonder if Zai Shi sacrificed himself to protect him. Whenever this thought crosses my mind, I wish fervently for his demise, for him to perish. Zai Shi loved his son dearly. Why did he not follow him into death? The words tumbled from his lips almost as a whisper. Yet when Jiu rebuked him sharply, absurd, she fixed her gaze upon Zhou Huan, whose face was awash with tears. By your logic, should you not also seek death? She loved her child, and surely she loves you as his father? Upon hearing this, Zhou Huan's hand trembled ever so slightly. It was as if Wen Jiu had pierced through his cowardice, and he raised his hand to shield his face, muffled sobs seeping through. Yet, Wen Jiu felt no sympathy for him. If you despise him so thoroughly, then even if your contempt is utterly ridiculous, I would have no words to offer. But you, while harboring disdain for him, simultaneously exploit his admiration for you as his grandfather and his reverence for his mother's relics to compel him to serve the Zhou family like a beast of burden. You are utterly repugnant. Never had Wen Jiu felt such rage as in this moment. Even when she had been delivered into the hands of kidnappers by her own family, facing unimaginable peril, her fury had never reached this pinnacle. She clenched her teeth, her voice trembling with pain. Even now, you continue to exploit him. When Jiang Yanci visited his grandfather, the flicker of hope in his heart was reduced to a cruel jest. When Jiu raised her head, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. In this world, there exist those who unceasingly impose their own cowardice and hypocrisy upon others, blaming them for their failings. Wen Jiu articulated each word with precision. You are fully aware of who was responsible for your daughter's demise, yet you have not sought vengeance. For even amidst the turmoil within the Jiang family, the once mighty Zhou family, now in decline, pales in comparison. Thus, you dare not act. This cowardice, this guilt, you project onto Jiang Yanci, who shares the bloodline of the Jiang family. Even though he is your daughter's sole heir, pursuing what you yearn to achieve, you lack the courage to assist him. When Jiang Yanci avenges his parents and ascends to become the envy of all as the new patriarch of the Jiang family, juxtaposed against the nearly forgotten Zhou family, your greedy hearts will stir once more. When Zhou's voice gradually regained its steadiness, each word resonating with strength, it is your hypocrisy, your selfishness, your insatiable greed. The thoughts she had concealed for years were laid bare by this young girl, exposing the festering worms beneath the seemingly pristine surface. Zhou Huan suddenly opened his mouth wide and wept in agony. Yet, Wen Jiu merely overturned the teacup in her hand, the clear water spilling onto the dry floor. Soaking it, she placed the teacup back on the table and, without a backward glance, departed with a heavy heart. The very thought of lingering here for another moment felt suffocating. As she stepped outside, the emptiness behind the door was palpable. Yet when Jiu felt an unexpected relief that Jiang Yanci had not grasped her subtle hints. Deleting the recordings from her phone, she feigned nonchalance as she exited. However, upon reaching the gates of the Zhou residence and catching sight of Jiang Yanci standing beside his car, the sorrow in his eyes, despite his efforts to conceal it, was unmistakable, and tears welled up uncontrollably in Wen Jiu's eyes. "Did you hear?" she inquired, her tone betraying a statement rather than a question. Tears began to cascade from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Yanci lifted his chin, attempting to feign that nothing had transpired. Yet the redness in his gaze betrayed him entirely, especially when he noticed the profound concern reflected in Wen Jiu's eyes. He strode forward, enveloping the silent figure before him in his embrace, holding her tightly as if trying to merge her essence with his own. "It hurts so much," he murmured, his hand gently caressing the back of Wen Jiu's head as he sought to comfort her. "Let's not allow Jiu to discover my sorrow." Initially, he had feared she would blame herself and had hurriedly sought escape. Little did he expect that his Jiu was so astute, perceptive enough to see through his facade of despair. Chapter 85. Sorry, bebe. Please don't cry. When Jiu rested her tear-streaked face against Jiang Yanci's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist as if her embrace could bestow upon him boundless strength. She softly murmured, "They're all bad people. You are not at fault." Her muffled voice repeatedly emphasized, "It is they who are to blame. Do not be trapped within. Do not be unhappy. Do not be sad." Jiang Yanci was acutely aware of this truth. Yet how could one not feel sorrow when hearing hurtful words from once beloved kin? However, the sight of Wen Jiu, lifting her head to stifle her tears and fervently defending him word by word, moved him even more profoundly. He lowered his gaze, tenderly wiping the endless stream of tears from her eyes with his fingertip, saying, "Didn't we agree not to be sad? Why are you still crying?" Wen Jiu pouted, wanting to convey that her tears were for his sorrow, but the words remained unspoken, resulting in even more tears cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing her distress, Jiang Yanci felt as though his heart was being tightly squeezed. When Jiu he gazed at her, at a loss, his fingers persistently wiping away her tears. Yet they seemed to multiply, as if never-ending. With his head bowed, his already reddened eyes glistened with fresh moisture. "I'm sorry," he apologized, hurriedly cradling her once more in his arms, not wishing for her to witness his own tears. "I'm sorry, BB, please don't cry." Was BB a term of endearment akin to baby? Suddenly, a muffled sound emerged from Wen Jiu, and upon hearing her manage to articulate a complete sentence. "Jiang Yan," she nodded. "Yes." Wen Jiu clutched the hem of his shirt, haphazardly wiping away her tears, only to remember her makeup, causing her expression to droop. "Woo, is my makeup ruined? Are my eyes dark? Do I look terribly abstract?" "It's not ruined. You don't look bad. You look wonderful." Jiang Yanci gently wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes, bending slightly to earnestly emphasize, "If you're so concerned about this, how can others live?" It's quite normal for a girl to care about her appearance, after all. With her emotions settling, Wen Jiu retrieved her phone and handed it to Jiang Yanci. Activating the front camera, please hold this for me. Jiang Yanci obediently served as a human phone stand, his gaze intently fixed on Wen Jiu. Observing her tilt her head, glancing left and right, and then leaning in closer to confirm her eye makeup was indeed intact, she let out a sigh of relief, leaving him with a soft heart. What are you smiling at? As Wen Jiu shifted her gaze from the phone, she met the twinkling laughter in Jiang Yanci's eyes and immediately asked in a mock-serious tone. I simply think our Miss Wen is exceptionally beautiful, he replied, returning her phone before turning to open the passenger door. Shall I take you home? I'm hungry, Wen Jiu said, getting into the car. I want to eat something. Very well, then let us dine first. Jiang Yanci bent down to fasten her seatbelt before closing the door and returning to the driver's seat. As she was about to leave, Wen Jiu cast a glance at the tightly shut door of the Zhou residence, a chill in her eyes like a fleeting breeze. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Jiang Yanci, who had already started the vehicle, suddenly remarked, I'll handle it myself. I wouldn't want to dirty your hands. Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow. Truly worthy of our ruthless Jiang. Her tone was playfully exaggerated, and Jiang Yanci couldn't help but chuckle, his heavy heart always lightened by her casual demeanor. He nodded. Only in this way can we successfully form a team. Huh? Wen Jiu furrowed her brows, her subconscious hinting that Jiang Yanci was being awkward. Just a second later, Jiang Yanci continued. Isn't the Scorpion Beauty a fixed duo? So you must be the Scorpion? Wen Jiu's brows knitted together, but Jiang Yanci, with a grave and earnest expression, promptly denied it. I am the beauty. How absurd. Wen Jiu averted her gaze in disdain. She had underestimated Jiang Yanci. He was not merely being awkward, but rather engaging in abstract humor. Unable to match Wen Jiu's sage-like contemplation, she arched her finger against her brow, stating with 3 parts affection and 7 parts exasperation, I truly lack the time to jest with you. Jiang Yanci. In the evening, the dark green Bugatti glided into the most prestigious villa district of the city. After a satisfying meal, Wen Jiu directed Jiang Yanci to park at her doorstep before opening the car door and stepping out. Jiang Yanci leaned against the car window, observing her. Shouldn't you wait for me to exit and display a gentlemanly demeanor? Aren't you the beauty? Wen Jiu tilted her head with a smile. Yet her words could choke one with their sharpness. Jiang Yanci beckoned her with a finger. Come here. What for? Wen Jiu's eyes brimmed with suspicion. But Jiang Yanci unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, then opened the trunk. Upon seeing this, Wen Jiu curiously approached. However, as she drew near, Jiang Yanci concealed what he had taken out behind his back. Wen Jiu, her view obstructed, asked, Let me see. Jiang Yanci gestured subtly, his vigilant demeanor suggesting he was guarding against thieves rather than presenting a gift. Yet, ultimately, curiosity triumphed over her underlying dissatisfaction. Wen Jiu extended her left hand to Jiang Yanci, her haughty air reminiscent of a princess awaiting assistance from her servant. Jiang Yanci gently grasped her hand with his left and finally revealed what he had hidden behind him. The cold sensation touched Wen Jiu's wrist. Jiang Yanci, in that moment, retracted his hand that had been holding hers and leaned down to earnestly fasten the clasp of the bracelet. This simple act was performed with bated breath, his hand quivering ever so slightly. When he finished, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Wen Jiu raised her hand, earnestly examining the bracelet that now adorned her wrist. With her discerning eye, she immediately recognized that the bracelet was embedded with cashmere blue sapphires. She gently shook her wrist, watching the dancing light, and looked up with delight. Is this for me? Yes, it's an apology gift for the last time at the airport when I upset you, Jiang Yanci replied, nodding, seeing the smile in her eyes. He then asked, Do you like it? Is it a bracelet or something else? Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, posing a rhetorical question. Their gazes locked, and Jiang Yanci's lips twitched slightly. Can I ask both? Wen Jiu nodded. Of course. If it's a bracelet, I would very much like it. Pausing momentarily, she suddenly lifted her hand. The delicate, fair arm of the girl rested around Jiang Yanci's neck, and before he could react, she was already on tiptoe. If it's from you, then I absolutely adore it. With each utterance of absolutely, she gently bobbed her head, as if to emphasize her sincerity. At that moment, the space between them was so minimal that Jiang Yanci could feel the warmth radiating from her, more intense than the scorching summer sun. He lowered his gaze, fixated on the earnestness reflected in her eyes, witnessing his own smile mirrored within them. A wave of exhilaration surged through his heart, almost overwhelming his self-control. Yet this time, there was no need to wrestle with the beast confined within. Wen Jiu's hand around his neck pulled him down slightly. In the next heartbeat, their breaths, already so close, intertwined seamlessly. Chapter 86. This place is dangerous in the widening pupils of Jiang Yanci. The slightly tilted face of Wen Jiu was reflected. He wished to capture every nuance of her expression as he had done previously, yet her warm palm obstructed his gaze. Jiang Yanci, close your eyes. Wen Jiu was unsettled by the intensity of his stare. It felt perilously intimate, as though he desired to consume her entirely. Listening to her voice, thick with a sweet allure, Jiang Yanci obediently shut his eyes. As his lashes brushed against her palm, a delightful shiver coursed through her, igniting a yearning deep within her heart. Thus, Wen Jiu's movements grew bolder. Her right hand, which covered his eyes, glided down along his brow and cheek, finally resting at his neck. The pulse of his carotid artery throbbed vigorously beneath her fingertips. Jiang Yanci, she gently tapped, this is dangerous. No one else may touch here but me. Understood. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had found its way to the small of Wen Jiu's back, providing her with the leverage she needed to rise on her toes without fatigue. His gaze, filled with a blend of indulgence and dissatisfaction at the abrupt end of their kiss, bore a sultry allure. Jiu, he murmured, enticingly. That wasn't enough. I concur. Wen Jiu replied with a playful smile. Just as Jiang Yanci anticipated the answer he desired, she only bestowed upon him a fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Then, stepping back, she stabilized herself, teasingly declaring, but I am tired. Jiang Yanci was too tall. While the act of kissing him on tiptoe satisfied Wen Jiu's modest desire for control, it left her feeling quite fatigued. She felt her neck ache from the effort. Little did she expect that Jiang Yanci, taken aback by her contradictory actions, would be astonished. Could it truly be done this way? With an innocent blink, Wen Jiu replied, of course. Very well. Jiang Yanci acquiesced with a resigned sigh. Wen Jiu waved her hand. Then I shall head home. Goodbye. Seeing her intent to leave without hesitation, Jiang Yanci gently sighed and grasped her wrist, pulling her back into his embrace. Meeting her inquisitive gaze, he said, there is still one more gift. You are too generous, President Jiang. Upon hearing there was another gift, Wen Jiu immediately stood attentively, awaiting Jiang Yanci's second offering. However, when she beheld the wooden box he presented, obtained from the esteemed old master Zhou earlier that day, surprise flickered in her eyes. Wen Jiu parted her lips to speak, but Jiang Yanci, who had been gazing at the box for a while, slowly began, my mother was an avid collector, primarily gathering items suited for my father and me. This collection comprises treasures she gathered from across the nation, intended as gifts for my future daughter-in-law. With that, Jiang Yanci carefully placed the wooden box in the car, opening it to reveal a small, intricately carved box adorned with unknown vine-like flowers. As he unveiled the complete jade ring within, Jiang Yanci's calm exterior belied the tumultuous knot that had formed in his heart. He endured the discomfort within his heart as he retrieved the red jade ring, carefully hanging it on the red thread he had prepared earlier before extending the ring towards Wen Jiu. This ring was personally selected by my mother from the finest stone and intricately carved by a designer. It is a pair with the one I possess. Jiu, this is a gift from my mother to you. Today, I present this token on her behalf, and I hope you'll cherish it. As Jiang Yanci's words faded, the ring, suspended on the red thread, swayed gently in the breeze. With each motion, Wen Jiu imagined the tender expression on Jiang Yanci's mother's face as she meticulously chose the stone and anticipated its transformation. It was easy to envision her demeanor as gentle and nurturing. Wen Jiu extended her hand, cautiously accepting the jade ring as if it were a precious treasure. As she examined the shape of the ring, her mind drifted back to her visit to the Jiang family residence, recalling the broken ring that Jiang Yanci had held. Judging by its texture and style, it must have been the other half of her own. However, Jiang Yanci's ring appeared to be slightly wider. But why had his ring shattered? Pondering this, Wen Jiu couldn't help but furrow her brow. The last time she had seen his broken ring had left a lasting impression. She initially thought it was merely the ring's unique defect that had captured her attention. Yet today, she sensed something deeper at play. What is wrong? Do you not like it? Noticing her unusual expression, Jiang Yanci inquired with concern. Wen Jiu snapped back to reality, shaking her head as she adjusted the red thread around her neck. I like it very much. I was just lost in thought about your broken ring. As if casually, she asked, how did yours break? At this, Jiang Yanci's gaze shifted subtly, though his countenance remained largely unchanged. He explained softly, it was accidentally broken during the incident involving my parents. Though Jiang Yanci spoke the truth, Wen Jiu sensed he was concealing something. She had felt this way before. Yet, she refrained from pressing further. Some matters did not necessitate relentless inquiry. She tucked the ring into her collar and said, please convey my gratitude to Annie. One day, I would love to visit her and uncle with you. Upon hearing this, a gentle glimmer filled Jiang Yanci's eyes. All right, he nodded. Wen Jiu waved her hand, preparing to send Jiang Yanci on his way, when suddenly the courtyard door swung open from within. Hearing the noise, Wen Jiu turned to see Aunt Zhao's smiling eyes meeting hers. Biting her lip, Wen Jiu asked, Aunt Zhao, why have you come out? Aunt Zhao glanced at her, but did not respond. Instead, she turned her head to Jiang Yanci, standing behind Wen Jiu, and inquired with a smile. And who might this be? Wen Jiu contemplated labeling him as her boyfriend, but hesitated, remembering that Jiang Yanci had yet to confess his feelings. Thus, the words lingered unspoken on her lips. Young man, you introduce yourself. This was the first boy, aside from her ex, Wen Jiu, whom she had brought home alone, prompting Aunt Zhao to take a keen interest. However, observing Wen Jiu's conflicted demeanor, Jiang Yanci mistakenly believed that Wen Jiu wished to keep her family unaware of his identity. A wave of disappointment surged within him, and with a mischievous glint, Jiang Yanci averted his gaze from Wen Jiu and obediently replied to Aunt Zhao, Miss Wen is my benefactor. Aunt Zhao exclaimed in surprise. As realization dawned upon Wen Jiu regarding Jiang Yanci's words, she was left utterly speechless, exclaiming inwardly, the sky is falling. Chapter 87. A refreshing encounter, she observed the sudden change in Aunt Zhao's expression and hastily clarified, it's not what you think, Aunt Zhao. Allow me to explain. Miss, I shall relay the truth of this matter to the master and mistress. Aunt Zhao retorted fiercely, casting a scornful glare at Jiang Yanci. You scoundrel. With that, she took Wen Jiu's hand and led her into the courtyard. As the door to the courtyard closed, Jiang Yanci, realizing belatedly that he might have overstepped, awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Concerned that his actions may have inadvertently caused trouble for Wen Jiu, he approached the courtyard door, intending to offer an explanation to Aunt Zhao. However, before he could knock, a raucous laughter erupted from within. Huh, Aunt Zhao, you played your part splendidly. Aunt Zhao's tone was no longer as severe as before. Who could blame that young rascal? I know my own miss all too well. Her voice brimmed with pride. Our Jiu would never engage in such irresponsible behavior. Indeed, Wen Jiu nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains, and, catching sight of Jiang Yanci outside, she triumphantly shook her head at him before re-entering the house. Realizing he had been outwitted, Jiang Yanci let out a resigned sigh. Clearly, he needed to refine his skills further. In Port City, Shanxi stood at the entrance of the Shun family mansion with two companions. Gazing at a place she hadn't returned to in years, her eyes devoid of nostalgia. Break the door. With that command, her followers surged forward. The Shun residence was swiftly filled with Shanxi's entourage. Yet amidst the chaos, she entered the living room with unwavering composure. Upon witnessing Shun Huaixing and an unfamiliar woman being forcibly ejected from the master bedroom, her expression remained largely unchanged. It was evident that she had long been aware of that. In addition to Shanxi's mother, Shun Huaixing had taken other women as well. Seated regally on the central sofa, she addressed Shun Huaixing, who struggled to lunge towards her. Shun, she is not here. Where is she gone? What do you intend to do to your sister? Is assisting outsiders in bullying her not enough? Shen Huaixing spat on the floor. Moreover, Shen Qi, the Shen family is not yours to command. Do you intend to rebel by barging in here with so many people? The Shen family is not a throne awaiting an heir. What rebellion could I possibly instigate? Shen Qi smiled elegantly at Shen Huaixing, her eyes gleaming with sarcasm. However, I do relish a good drama. With that, she began sending photographs taken on her phone to Wang Shuan, Shen Qi's mother. Observing Shen Huaixing's countenance darken in response to her actions, Shen Qi feigned an innocent smile. Encountering this disgusting affair with father today was merely a coincidence. My primary purpose for being here is the foolishness surrounding Shen Qi. She accepted the documents handed to her by her secretary, opened them, and tossed them in front of Shen Huaixing. These are the materials intercepted by Mr. Zhang's associates. That imbecile Shen, she actually dared to allow those unscrupulous media outlets to slander Miss Wen. If I hadn't intervened in time, she let out a cold laugh. The one standing here conversing with you is not me, but Jiang Yanci, or perhaps the young lady of the Vincent family. These unscrupulous media outlets will do anything for money, even if it means offending Jiang Yanci. Only Shen Qi, with her lack of sense, would dare collaborate with them. Upon hearing Shen Qi mention the two individuals, Shen Huaixing's struggling movements momentarily ceased. Shen Qi waved her hand, and the two individuals restraining Shen Huaixing immediately released him. Father, I presume you haven't yet followed the financial news today? I think you should take a look. Shen Huaixing's hands trembled with anger as he rifled through the papers on the ground. But upon Shen Qi's prompt, he hurriedly retrieved his phone and opened it. However, there was no need for him to search. News regarding the Asia-Pacific head of Rongxing Group promptly appeared. The instant he saw the name, Shen Huaixing's already pale face turned ashen. Shen Qi observed the change in his expression with a leisurely demeanor. Now, can you tell me where Shen Qi is? As long as Shen Qi pays the price, Miss Wen will not lead the Shen family to ruin. What do you think, father? Her repeated use of father, seemingly as innocent and harmless as before, sounded like a death knell to Shen Huaixing. His grip on the documents trembled as he said, previously, I believed your willingness to allow the collaboration between Rongxing Group and the Shen family stemmed from a lingering affection for me as your father. Thus you consented to my requests. But after the last incident, I realized that partnering with a colossal enterprise like Rongxing was inherently unfair to the Shen family. Moreover, the contracts are not identical. Your copy and mine differ fundamentally. Not only that, but the signatures and seals on my copy are forgeries. Qi, you have long desired to ruin the Shen family, haven't you? Shen Huaixing, like a betrayed father by a beloved daughter, was filled with a sense of helplessness that elicited sighs. Yet, Shen Qi merely smiled disdainfully at his plight. Father, is it not too late for you to realize this? She had once wished to preserve everything of her mother, but eventually came to understand. If she could not possess it herself, why should it remain in the hands of others? It was better to destroy it all at once. No, it is not too late. Shen Huaixing shook his head. Speaking urgently, Father will leave everything of the Shen family to you, all for you, all right? As long as we sign the contract anew, no one from Rongxing Group will ever know. He gazed at Shen Qi with hopeful eyes, yearning for the answer he desired from her. However, Shen Qi slowly shook her head. All of this was acquired through your coercion and temptation. How could you possibly regret it? Hearing the sound of vehicles screeching outside, Shen Qi stood up to look outside. Upon seeing a woman rushing into the living room, the smile in her eyes deepened. Without needing her to instigate, when the woman clad only in a light, airy camisole dress trembled behind Shen Huaixing, Wang Shuan shrieked, "Wretched woman, how dare you sleep with my husband in my house?" Wretched woman. Wang Shuan no longer exuded the usual grace and poise of a refined lady. She discarded her high heels and lunged towards Shen Huaixing's mistress. Unfortunately for her, Shen Huaixing, who had always shielded her in the past, unhesitatingly protected his lover this time. He grasped Wang Shuan's hand, which was raised high with the shoe, and forcefully pushed her back, admonishing, "Look at what you've become. Mr. Shen, your wife is terrifying." The mistress lamented, feigning distress while snuggling closer to Shen Huaixing. It seemed as though the multitude before her were her audience. However, Shunqi was quite pleased with her performance. In stark contrast, Wang Shuan was far from satisfied. She screamed in agony, tears streaming down her face, and once again charged forward, exclaiming, "Let go of my husband, you wretch! Let go!" Witnessing the transformation of someone who once endeavored to maintain an image of grace and gentility into such a state filled Shunqi with a sense of vindication. Chapter 88. The little canary invites me to climb the mountain in a reversal of roles. The position once occupied by Wang Shuan has now been assumed by Shun Huaixing's young lover. Meanwhile, her own mother stands where the envious and furious Wang Shuan currently resides. Unlike Wang Shuan, who creates a ruckus, her mother, upon realizing the utter depravity of the man for whom she bore children, chose to conclude her life in despair. Shunqi, unable to bear the harsh dispute before her, lifted her gaze to the bewildered Shun, she standing at the door, and exchanged a knowing glance with those beside her. As they approached, Shunqi instinctively sought to flee. Yet, her speed was no match for those seasoned by rigorous training. Before she could escape the courtyard, she was apprehended by Shunqi's accomplices. Once captured, Shunqi yearned to cry out for help from Shun Huaixing and Wang Shuan within the house, but their fierce altercation rendered her invisible to them. Stepping outside, Shunqi lightly curled her lips. "Shunqi, if you haven't learned from our last encounter, perhaps you should return and reflect upon your choices." Clearly aware of Shunqi's intentions, Shunqi hastily retorted, "Those revelations came directly from Jiang Yan. I even witnessed their photographs together." With indignation, she accused, "Wen Jiu is nothing but a duplicitous wretch. The moment Jiang Yanci uncovers her true nature, she will no longer support her." "Shunqi, are you not concerned that protecting her will provoke Jiang Yanci's wrath?" Shunqi, taken aback by Shunqi's astonishing claims, found herself questioning whether she was truly Shun Huaixing's progeny, for she lacked the same foolish confidence that both Shunqi and Shun Huaixing exhibited. She felt a wave of disdain for their stupidity rising within her. Rubbing her aching temples, Shunqi commanded, "Take her away." "Take me away?" Shunqi panicked at the words. "Where are you taking me?" "Shunqi, you little wretch, what are you planning?" As the vehicle's engine roared to life, Shunqi's tirade faded into the night. The commotion within the villa continued unabated. Glancing at the time, Shunqi stated, "Back to the company." Her visit today was solely to capture Shunqi. The revelation of Shun Huaixing bringing his mistress home was an unexpected turn of events. Having already achieved an unforeseen outcome, she felt satisfied. However, Shunqi did not anticipate that an even more astonishing development awaited her. Before she had even arrived at the company, she received a call from her informant stationed at the Shun residence. "Mr. Shun, Mrs. Shun has pushed old Mr. Shun down the stairs." When the servants noticed the commotion and entered, it appeared old Mr. Shun had already lost consciousness. "The Shun household is in chaos. Should we intervene?" To her surprise, Shunqi remained remarkably composed upon hearing the news of Shun Huaixing's predicament. Gazing out at the dark night through the car window, she replied, "No need to intervene. Simply assist the Shun family in contacting the authorities." "Understood," came the response before the call ended. A notification chimed on her phone, and Shunqi tossed it aside, closing her eyes in an attempt to banish the thought. Yet, the haunting image of her mother's lifeless body in the bathtub replayed relentlessly in her mind. Did Shunqi wish for Shun Huaixing's demise? Not at all. However, she yearned for him to suffer profoundly, as that would somehow compensate for the maternal love she had lost. Nevertheless, upon learning the next day that Shun Huaixing had not survived and had been declared brain dead, a low laugh escaped her lips involuntarily. The sunlight filtering through the window enveloped her. As she laughed, Shunqi suddenly crumpled to the ground, curling into a corner and clutching herself tightly, allowing tears to soak her clothes. Finally, it was over. In the room, Shunqi wept openly, as if purging years of grievances, resentment, and helplessness. When Wen Jiu heard of Shun Huaixing's unexpected death, she struggled to recall who he was. Once she remembered, she immediately called Shunqi. "Hello, Qi Jia," she asked with concern. "Are you all right?" At that moment, Shunqi was already attending to Shun Huaixing's funeral arrangements. She stepped aside to answer, "I'm fine, just suddenly feel a bit empty." It was entirely natural to feel disoriented when such a long-standing emotional reliance vanished. Hatred, too, is a form of emotion. Shenqi instantly grasped the implication in Wen Jiu's words, exhaling gently. "But I feel quite liberated now. It's as if I can finally live for myself." With this newfound perspective, she resolved to embrace life with grace and beauty. From now on, she would be the mistress of the Shun family. In light of Shun Huaixing's abrupt passing, it was nearly impossible for Shun Shi and Wang Shuwan to claim any inheritance from Shenqi. At best, they might receive a trivial amount, merely a pittance to appease them. Yet both women were currently entangled in their own troubles, making the likelihood of utilizing any funds they might acquire another matter entirely. Wen Jiu was undeniably a source of comfort. Contemplating the challenges that awaited Wang Shuwan and her daughter, Shun Qi's previously hollow heart brimmed with anticipation. Peering out the window, Wen Jiu spotted Jiang Yanci arriving and waved at him as he stepped out of the car. When he looked her way, she gestured with her phone for him to wait. Noticing Jiang Yanci give her an okay sign, she playfully blew him a kiss. Amused by her antics, he leaned against the car, opened his camera, and zoomed in to capture her expression, seemingly unable to get enough of her visage. Once the image of Wen Jiu vanished from the balcony, Jiang Yanci leisurely tucked away his phone. In the living room, Aunt Zhao, engrossed in a family drama, noticed Wen Jiu sprinting down the stairs and asked, "Has your little canary arrived?" Unable to suppress a smile, Wen Jiu replied, "My little canary invited me for a hike." "You're still willing to go hiking?" Aunt Zhao was genuinely astonished, then chuckled, "It seems your little canary is quite favored." Wen Jiu, who harbors a disdain for physical exertion, especially activities that demand prolonged stamina, such as mountain climbing, shrugged as she reached the doorway. The little canary possesses rather adept methods. Her newfound interest in ascending the mountains had sparked after watching a video the previous night, prompting her to propose the idea to Jiang Yanci. However, she had not anticipated that Jiang Yanci would hastily schedule the outing for today, as if fearing that Wen Jiu might change her mind. "All right, it's evident that you hold an affection for him," Aunt Zhao remarked, gesturing dismissively as she observed Wen Jiu on the verge of departure. Suddenly recalling something, she cautioned, "President Wen, you mentioned that the cufflinks you requested Jiang to photograph have already been delivered. They should arrive this evening." "Very well," Wen Jiu replied. And just as Aunt Zhao was about to mention another matter, Wen Jiu had already vanished from sight. Shaking her head, Aunt Zhao's eyes sparkled with fondness. "Are you spying on me?" Wen Jiu exclaimed, bursting through the gate to confront Jiang Yanci, who stood by the car. Observing her feigned anger, Jiang Yanci's gaze softened, as if he could drown in her charm. "I was capturing it quite openly," he retorted, maintaining a composed demeanor. Chapter 89. In our profession, we sell our skills, not our bodies. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Yanci opened his phone's album and handed it to Wen Jiu. Earlier, he had captured only one photograph of her. In the image, Wen Jiu's eyes were half closed, her striking features exquisitely defined by the interplay of light and shadow. Even her hair shimmered with a radiant glow, while the gentle smile gracing her lips was breathtakingly beautiful. "Quite the skill," Wen Jiu remarked as she examined the photograph, returning the phone to Jiang Yanci with satisfaction. Her gaze then wandering to his attire for the day. "Are you a dashing young man today?" she teased with a playful glint in her eyes. Jiang Yanci wore a stylish cream short-sleeve shirt with a deep V-neck that artfully highlighted his handsome collarbones. A silver necklace hung around his neck, exuding an aura of aloofness that rendered him both alluring and distant. His lower half was clad in a pair of distinctly styled black cargo pants, accentuating his already enviable physique. Wen Jiu scrutinized him thoroughly before concluding, "With a face and figure like yours, Jiang, if you were to enter the entertainment industry, I would be your most ardent supporter. Miss Wen is my benefactor. If I don't support you, who will?" Jiang Yanci leaned in closer, teasingly asking, "Is my face not satisfactory to you, Miss Wen?" With a playful grip on his chin, Wen Jiu gently maneuvered his head from side to side, studying him intently. After a moment of contemplation, she found no faults. "Perhaps it's because you are too perfect?" She pondered aloud. "Is that even a valid reason?" Jiang Yanci replied, astonishment evident in his elongated, deep-set eyes. Wen Jiu found his expression endearing and, without hesitation, leaned down to plant a light kiss on the corner of his lips. Smiling as she replied, "Not at all. I am quite satisfied." Their eyes locked, but Jiang Yanci coldly pushed her hand away from his chin. "Miss Wen, in our profession, we sell our skills, not our bodies." Wen Jiu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "So, I'm the fool in this scenario?" 2 hours later, Jiang Yanci parked his SUV at the foot of a mountain outside the city. Wen Jiu, now donned in hiking shoes, hopped out of the car, inhaling the earthy aroma mingled with the heat of the day, feeling instantly deflated. She looked at Jiang Yanci with a pitiful expression. "Must we climb this mountain?" Jiang Yanci retrieved the prepared backpack from the trunk, walked over to her, placed a sun hat on her head, and took her hand as they headed towards the hiking trail. "At this time, we can enjoy a panoramic view of the city's nightscape," he enthused. Wen Jiu wanted to express her lack of interest, but seeing his enthusiasm, she held her tongue. Taking a deep breath, she began to match his pace. As they ascended the path, she was astonished to discover the number of people climbing that day. Many appeared to be recent graduates, their faces alight with youthful exuberance. Noticing Wen Jiu's slow progress akin to a tortoise, passers-by spontaneously offered encouragement. "Keep going, miss. We'll be waiting for you at the summit. You can do it. Beautiful sister. Beautiful sister. Shall we take a photo? You look stunning." The vibrant voices resonated in Wen Jiu's ears, causing her to overlook the weariness that weighed down her feet as they neared the journey's end. Gazing up at the lush canopy of trees above, Wen Jiu gently pinched Jiang Yanci's hand, teasing, "These delightful beings aren't your doing, are they? Their enthusiasm is akin to little sons walking among us." Jiang Yanci, with a resigned smile, replied, "Where would I find so many extras for you? It's simply my natural charm that attracts people." Wen Jiu mused narcissistically, muttering, "But I feel rather fine today, not too fatigued. Perhaps it's because our esteemed President Jiang is holding my hand, making it less strenuous." Wen Jiu had initially believed that having Jiang Yanci by her side would surely lead them to the summit. Yet mere minutes after her proclamation, she found herself seated on the steps, unwilling to ascend further. Jiang Yanci looked down at her, who was playfully clinging to his calf, and inquired, "Are you truly not going to continue?" "No." Wen Jiu decisively nodded, tilting her head and pouting at Jiang Yanci. "I genuinely cannot go on, President Jiang." She was exhausted. Her feet, body, and willpower had all abandoned her. "Very well," Jiang Yanci conceded graciously, "then we shall descend." He promptly lifted the seated Wen Jiu to her feet, brushing off the dust from her trousers before saying, "Let us go." However, after he had taken a couple of steps down, he noticed she had not followed. Turning around, he observed Wen Jiu, arms crossed and puffing with indignation, marching back towards the summit. A soft laugh escaped his lips. He knew she would not retreat. He swiftly caught up with her, offering the prepared electrolyte water, coaxing gently, "Take a sip to replenish your strength." Wen Jiu accepted it and took a hearty gulp, then complained, "You clearly knew I wouldn't give up halfway and intentionally provoked me." "I was merely concerned for your well-being," he replied, thinking to give you a way out. "What if you truly wish to stop? Your feelings are far more important than reaching the peak." The steps seemed endless. Staring at the seemingly infinite staircase ahead, Wen Jiu suddenly shouted, "To the summit! Watch me conquer every step." With that, she began striding forward, her pace so swift that Jiang Yanci, who rarely exercised, struggled to keep up. At last, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the two stood triumphantly atop the mountain. As the sunset bathed the sky in hues of crimson, Wen Jiu set aside her fatigue. Rushing to the railing to gaze intently at the clouds painted in various shades of red by the dying light, Jiang Yanci approached her. But before he could steady himself, she struck a pose. "Quick, take my picture." This was her first summit experience since returning home, and she felt it imperative to share her triumph with the world. Watching her tilt her head and flash a peace sign, Jiang Yanci resigned himself to capturing the moment, bathed in the amber light of dusk. The countenance of Wen Jiu exudes a tender beauty that captivates the gaze at first glance. Her radiant smile before the camera is imbued with confidence and grace, while the dimples at the corners of her lips playfully deepen and fade with her laughter. With each shutter click from Jiang Yanci, he can distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. After an indeterminate number of photographs, Wen Jiu waved at a passing girl. "Hello, could you take a picture of us?" Responding to Wen Jiu's gesture, the girl hurried over. Of course. Taking the camera from Jiang Yanci, she directed him to stand closer to Wen Jiu. "Please move a bit nearer to her." Jiang Yanci lowered his head to find Wen Jiu gazing up at him, prompting him to step closer to her. Wen Jiu's shoulder brushed against his arm, and the breeze stirred her hair, caressing his cheek. The intensity in Jiang Yanci's eyes deepened as the girl behind the camera clicked away, the sound echoing like bursts of enthusiasm. Earlier, she had remarked on their perfect match, seemingly tireless as she joyfully posed them in various stances, capturing one photograph after another, until the sun had entirely vanished from the sky, surrendering to the encroaching night. Jiang Yanci suddenly called out when Xiaojiu. As she looked up at him, puzzled, Jiang Yanci wrapped his arms around her shoulders and turned back. Chapter 90. Hello, boyfriend. As Wen Jiu turned around, a multitude of fireworks erupted simultaneously in the direction of Jing City. Pink, yellow, white, blue. An array of colors adorned the city as if draping it in a beautiful veil. Magnificent blossoms of fireworks cascaded from the night sky, and the delicate willow-like displays mesmerized all those who paused to witness in Jing City, especially those standing atop the mountain, surveying the entire scene. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone gravitated to the prime viewing spots for the fireworks, leaving the area where the two stood momentarily deserted. Wen Jiu gazed intently into Jiang Yanci's eyes, aware that the dazzling spectacle behind her was his doing. She had known the moment he nudged her to look back. Jiang Yanci took a deep breath, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind Wen Jiu's ear before softly confessing, "Initially, I did not intend to rush this. I wanted to wait until you liked me a little more, until I was certain you would not reject my feelings before confessing. However, I find myself unable to wait any longer to take this risk." The nervousness in his eyes was palpable, shrouded in a faint mist. While Wen Jiu's figure became increasingly vivid, he fixed his gaze on her, asserting a desire, a title, one that can be openly acknowledged by you, a designation you will steadfastly uphold, a name that will unite us in the minds of others whenever they think of you. Jiu, he solemnly articulated, "allow me to be your boyfriend, the singular choice with which you shall share your future. Is that agreeable?" The anxiety in his eyes was unmistakable, even as his hands hung nervously by his sides. Wen Jiu believed her affection for him had been sufficiently clear. After all, how could she allow herself to fall so deeply if it were not love? Yet, it seemed her expression of this sentiment still lacked clarity. With determination, she stepped forward, and in response to Jiang Yanci's surprise, she grasped his collar and pulled him down, kissing him without hesitation. "Hello, boyfriend," she murmured playfully during a breath, her voice laced with laughter. No longer suppressing his emotions, Jiang Yanci enveloped her waist with his large hand, holding her tightly against him. Feeling that this was not enough, he leaned down to deepen the kiss, gradually absorbing her breath, as though this was the only way to truly feel her presence. Wow! Someone in the throng watching the fireworks turned first, gasping in astonishment at the breathtaking scene behind them. The commotion drew the attention of those who had been engrossed in the display, prompting them to look back. Realizing the situation, Wen Jiu quickly buried her head in Jiang Yanci's embrace, unaware that his face was now much redder than hers. Feigning composure while holding her close, Jiang Yanci offered an apologetic smile to the onlookers. "I apologize for the disturbance." "Not all. We love watching this." More kisses, teased the girl who had just taken their photo, prompting others to join in the playful banter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yanci felt his ears burning with embarrassment. He lowered his head and asked the shy woman in his arms, "My dear, I feel a bit bashful. Shall we take our leave?" To his surprise, Wen Jiu suddenly lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Yanci's crimson face, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I too feel shy." Upon uttering these words, her amusement intensified. In comparison to Jiang Yanci's evident embarrassment, her own was trivial. Yet, Wen Jiu was not inclined to depart just yet. She shook her head. I have yet to finish watching the fireworks. Shall I continue to show them to you at home? Jiang Yanci wrapped his arm around her waist. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, everyone is watching us. He refrained from indulging in public displays of affection with the one he cherished. And Wen Jiu's bashful expression was a sight he wished to keep solely for himself. Turning around, Wen Jiu indeed spotted a group of onlookers fixated on them, causing her previously quelled embarrassment to surge anew. Without hesitation, she gathered her belongings and took Jiang Yanci's hand, hurrying down the mountain. While their ascent had been bustling with people, the descent was a solitary stroll bathed in moonlight and the glow of street lamps, just the two of them. Wen Jiu playfully shook Jiang Yanci's hand, and their shadows danced in unison behind them. Her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Let me take a picture. You stand still and behave. With that, she stepped to the left, ensuring their joined hands were more pronounced in the shadows before capturing the moment. One more. Contentedly, Wen Jiu scrolled through the album, her happiness leading her to stand on a step 2 levels higher than Jiang Yanci, then bending down to whisper in his ear. Noticing Jiang Yanci's gaze fixated on her, she pinched his face and nudged him aside. Look at the camera, not at me. All right, he replied, yet his eyes betrayed his intention, lingering on her. Growing exasperated, Wen Jiu resorted to playful threats. Focus on the camera. If I can't take a beautiful picture, you'll be in trouble. She concluded her statement with a mock display of ferocity. Despite the lack of genuine menace, Jiang Yanci chuckled indulgently, redirecting his gaze to the phone in his hand, where Wen Jiu's radiant smile shone brightly, his own eyes twinkling with joy. The photograph captured that exquisite moment. After retrieving his phone, Wen Jiu perused the album with satisfaction, her thoughts far removed from the fatigue of their descent. It wasn't until she returned home that she belatedly recognized the toll on her feet. After soaking them, she collapsed on her bed and called Jiang Yanci. I feel as though my feet are no longer mine, she lamented dramatically. Jiang Yanci, donning headphones while changing clothes, replied, If they're not yours, send them my way. What? Wen Jiu exclaimed, her tone turning frosty. Jiang Yanci quickly clarified, Send them over. I'll give them a massage and send them back. Even the mightiest of rulers must yield to the whims of miss when in moments like this. Satisfied with his response, Wen Jiu rolled over in her blankets and continued. Now that's more like it. Reflecting on the evening's dazzling fireworks display, she inquired, Did you never consider that if I hadn't persevered today, all your efforts would have been in vain? After all, when one is unable to lift their feet, even the thought of rolling down the stairs to reach home becomes more appealing than the prospect of persevering to the summit. Chapter 91. The Buddha said, I should refrain from desire persisting in such a resolution, or faltering in it, is of little consequence. Jiang Yanci tossed his discarded clothing into the laundry basket, reflecting that there remains ample time for us to become acquainted and understand one another better. During this interval, countless opportunities will arise for me to express my sentiments to you. Moreover, in this matter, the feelings of Wen Jiu are of paramount importance. Jiang Yanci was not unprepared to confess his feelings, nor was he unready for the possibility of failure. Though he did not voice these thoughts, Wen Jiu could sense the concern emanating from the person on the other end of the line. As she lay beneath the covers, the corners of her lips curved into a deeper smile. Wen Jiu found it immensely difficult not to succumb to romantic notions when it came to someone like Jiang Yanci. Jiu, Jiang Yanci called, and upon receiving her response, he added, I am about to prepare for a shower. The drowsy Wen Jiu, upon hearing this, suddenly jolted awake, as if struck by a flash of light. She cleared her throat and asked, What? Are you going to video call me? Isn't that inappropriate? Jiang Yanci, already with his hand on the bathroom door, paused momentarily, struggling to comprehend Wen Jiu's words. His ears flushed crimson at the realization. Wen Jiu, are you teasing me? He inquired, somewhat exasperated. I am not. I simply do not wish for our IN's fine physique to be obscured, she retorted playfully. At her address, Jiang Yanci momentarily lost his composure. What did you call me? Say it again, he insisted, decisively abandoning his imminent shower and turning back to the room. However, Wen Jiu was not inclined to relent. Unless you video call me, I won't agree. Do you dare to watch if I dare to call? Though Jiang Yanci's ears burned and his heart raced, he was determined not to concede. Wen Jiu, equalistaborn, responded instantly. Idare. In the next moment, after the call ended, a video call invitation appeared on her phone. Wen Jiu sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "No way, are you serious?" She hesitated for a long while, then timidly pressed decline. Jiang Yanci? Question mark. The timid Wen Jiu replied with conviction. The Buddha said I should refrain from desire today. Jiang Yanci. Before he could send a teasing message back, he received a voice message from Wen Jiu. He opened it. Ayan. It was a soft utterance, imbued with evident shyness. Jiang Yanci could easily envision the flustered expression on her face as she spoke those two syllables, torn between embarrassment and the desire to avoid disappointment. Silently, he saved the voice message and typed a response. Thank you for your consideration, Mississippi. Did you not receive even the slightest hint regarding Wen Jiu being a member of the Vincent family? Luo Qi hurriedly approached the gathering, confronting Lu Ming, who sat within. Ever since discovering Wen Jiu's true identity, she had been plagued by unease. The thought of her previous actions made her fear that Wen Jiu might seek retribution. Yet, upon witnessing the panic in Luo Qi's eyes, Lu Ming merely smiled wryly. What's wrong? Are you frightened now? Though such words were spoken, not to mention Luo Qi, even he was taken aback upon learning of Wen Jiu's true identity. Yet, reflecting on Wen Jiu's calm demeanor in the presence of their group, this reaction found a reasonable explanation. It was clear that Wen Jiu was not merely relying on Jian Yu's influence. She genuinely regarded their identities with indifference. When Lu Ming made a pointed remark, Luo Qi did not respond with the fury she once would have. With a pallid face, she thought, after all these years of camaraderie, I refuse to believe that Wen Jiu is entirely unconcerned. Camaraderie? Lu Ming chuckled lightly, as if recalling something amusing, then coldly retorted, You should be the most aware of whether any bond exists between you two. Pretending to befriend someone while harboring intentions toward their partner. It was no wonder Wen Jiu had consistently treated Luo Qi with disdain. Previously, she had thought Wen Jiu simply disliked Luo Qi. But after observing the latter's deliberate flirtation with Jian Yu, all her prior confusion found clarity. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, We grew up together. If you genuinely like someone, you should pursue them openly. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, don't you feel it diminishes your worth? He had once felt pity for Luo Qi's failed attempts at friendship with Wen Jiu, but now, it was clear that the true object of pity was himself for sympathizing with such a hypocritical wretch. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Luo Qi's heart sank. Yet she quickly replied with righteous indignation. If it weren't for Wen Jiu saving a Yu, who could have claimed the title of a Yu's girlfriend? It's uncertain. Then why didn't you save him? Lu Ming scoffed. If you had been there, you would have probably fled. The fire that consumed the Jian family's estate had been ferocious, leaving nothing but a hollow shell. If not for Wen Jiu rescuing him, Jian Yu would have likely been reduced to ashes. Perhaps Lu Ming's comment struck a nerve, as Luo Qi hastily retorted, If I had been there, I would have certainly saved you. I trust you, he replied sarcastically. You can easily say anything without consequence. Luo Qi's character was well known, and Lu Ming was no fool. You. Luo Qi was infuriated by Lu Ming's words, her anger palpable, yet she struggled to formulate a retort. After a moment, she suddenly sneered, Lu Ming, your unwavering support for Wen Jiu suggests you might harbor feelings for her as well. Lu Ming was unfazed. Do you think I am like you, consumed by thoughts of nothing but men? My admiration for Wen Jiu is purely platonic. What makes you think you are any better? Your feelings for Wen Jiu stem from your own insecurities, knowing she wouldn't look your way. I possess self-awareness. Unlike you, unable to even recognize your own shortcomings. Lu Ming, how revolting you are. Enough. Luo Qi was repulsed by Lu Ming's description, emitting a sharp cry. However, before she could utter another word, a commanding voice interrupted her. Hearing that familiar tone, Luo Qi stiffened and turned to see Jian Yu slowly rising from the corner, her complexion instantly paling. You, brother Yu, what are you doing here? As her words fell, she cast a fierce glare at the gloating Lu Ming, convinced that this scoundrel was deliberately provoking her. Jian Yu rubbed his throbbing temples, disregarding Luo Qi entirely as he picked up his discarded coat and made to leave. Observing his unsteady gait, Luo Qi immediately hurried after him, declaring, "Let me help you." Yet, as soon as her hand brushed against Jiang Yan, he forcefully shook her off, causing Luo Qi to stumble twice before barely regaining her balance. "Awe," she called, her eyes reddened and filled with hurt as she gazed at him. However, Jiang Yan did not spare her a glance. He vigorously patted the spot where she had touched him, as if she were some sort of contaminant. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qi felt as though she might pierce her palm with her own nails, while Lu Ming, seemingly relishing the spectacle, erupted into loud laughter. His mirth was jarringly discordant at that moment. Luo Qi clenched her teeth, fighting back tears. "Jiang Yan." She whispered his name in her heart, struggling to comprehend why Wen Jiu had already moved on from Jiang Yan, yet he remained so fixated on her. Was it true that men only cherished what they could not possess? Ignoring the harsh laughter behind her, Luo Qi lifted her foot and departed from the scene. One day, Jiang Yan would come to realize the depth of her affection for him, a devotion so profound that she would forsake everything for his sake. Chapter 92. Since you've discovered it on the following morning, Wen Jiu awoke from her slumber, feeling refreshed. After attending to her morning rituals, she descended the stairs and encountered Aunt Zhao returning from outside, carrying a basket of fruit. She approached Aunt Zhao and inquired, "Did you go to the market today?" Aunt Zhao, who often relished the early hours to procure fresh fruits and vegetables, shook her head with a smile. "This is a delivery from your little canary." Wen Jiu raised an eyebrow, realizing it was a gift from Jiang Yanci. Aunt Zhao continued, "They mentioned these lychees were just picked. They appear quite fresh. Would you like to try them now?" "Certainly." Wen Jiu nodded, then added curiously, "What about the person who delivered them?" "They have already departed," Aunt Zhao replied as she walked towards the kitchen. After peeling the lychees into a plate, she turned to Wen Jiu, who was seated on the sofa. "Is this little canary the one you met in Harbor City? His surname is Jiang, correct?" "Yes," Wen Jiu affirmed. "His full name is Jiang Yanci, the current head of the Jingshi group." Upon hearing the name Jingshi, Aunt Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Initially, when she heard Jiang, she thought it was merely a coincidence. Now, it appeared to be him, the very boy who had once escaped alongside their young mistress. Noticing Aunt Zhao's change in demeanor, Wen Jiu inquired, "What is the matter?" "Oh, nothing," Aunt Zhao replied, shaking her head as she handed the plate over to Wen Jiu. "Do you hold strong feelings for him?" "Indeed," Wen Jiu nodded, feigning ignorance of Aunt Zhao's unease as she accepted the fruit platter and leaned back against the sofa. "We confirmed our romantic relationship last night." "So soon?" Aunt Zhao was genuinely surprised. Given Wen Jiu's usual approach to relationships, she typically would not rush into confirming a new bond. This indicated that she must truly have feelings for Jiang Yanci. Reflecting on this, Aunt Zhao suggested, "Perhaps you could invite him over to our home someday?" "Absolutely," Wen Jiu readily agreed, then, almost casually, asked, "Do you think we are well matched?" "Your looks are beyond reproach," Aunt Zhao said with a smile, sitting beside Wen Jiu and gently arranging her hair that cascaded over her shoulders into a neat bun. "But ultimately, it is about your feelings. As long as you are happy, that suffices." "That reassures me," Wen Jiu said with a smile, taking a large bite of the lychee. The juicy sweetness filled her mouth, enveloping her senses in a delightful aroma. Earlier, she had perceived Aunt Zhao's reaction and wondered if Jiang Yanci harbored some deep-seated animosity toward her. However, it now seemed that while he played a role in past events, he was not a malevolent presence in her life. In light of this, she felt entirely at ease. Quickly finishing the lychees, Wen Jiu washed her hands and dashed back upstairs. Observing her haste, Aunt Zhao called out, "Shall I prepare something for you to eat?" "What would you like?" "I'm not hungry. I'm off to find Jiang Yanci," she replied, her words barely finished before she vanished up the staircase. Aunt Zhao shook her head, contemplating for a moment before turning back to her room to call the one couple. After informing them about Wen Jiu's romantic involvement and the identity of her partner, Aunt Zhao, feeling somewhat uneasy, inquired, "With the young lady being with him?" She wouldn't fully recall the details of that incident from years ago, would she? On the other end of the line, Wan Sheng and Mu Wan exchanged glances. After a brief silence, Mu Wan spoke. Now, we can only hope that Jiu does not remember. If she does, after a moment of silence, Mu Wan continued, even if she does remember, it's all right. Jiu has grown up, and I believe she will manage. The mention of this matter dampened everyone's spirits, leading to a few casual remarks before the call ended. Wen Sheng, while assuring Mu Wan that everything was fine, held her tightly, though he was deeply concerned. The plane tickets had already been booked. When the time came, they would return to be with Jiu, so there was no need for worry. Mu Wan nodded, but wished fervently to return home immediately to stay by Wen Jiu's side. At that moment, Wen Jiu had already changed her clothes and left the house. Upon arriving at Jiang Yanci's residence, she initially intended to call him for pickup, but decided instead to surprise him by going upstairs directly. When the elevator doors opened, she eagerly approached Jiang Yanci's door and knocked. After waiting for a while with no response, she was about to call him when the door suddenly swung open. Contrary to her imagination of a woman clad in a seductive silk robe, a handsome young man dressed in a light blue shirt and black trousers, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, dazzled Wen Jiu's eyes. With her arms crossed, she scrutinized Jiang Yanci, remarking, "After such a long wait, I had begun to envision you hiding a beautiful mistress." Jiang Yanci, gazing down at the girl he hadn't seen for a night, was captivated by the lively expression on her face. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, then explained, "I was in a meeting with my headphones on and didn't pay much attention to the surrounding sounds. If it weren't for Wen Jiu's call, he would have dismissed the doorbell as a mere figment of his imagination and would not be standing there." He embraced the feigning angry Wen Jiu, saying, "It was my fault. Please don't be upset. How can I make it up to you?" With her arms draped around his neck, her eyes clearly communicated a plea for reassurance. Jiang Yanci bent down, and in the midst of Wen Jiu's surprised gaze, he effortlessly lifted her by her knees and carried her into the room. As the door shut behind them, Wen Jiu's expression shifted to one of caution. "What are you planning to do? There are cameras in the hallway." Jiang Yanci set her down on the table, then knelt to remove her delicate high-heeled shoes, replacing them with the hotel's disposable slippers before continuing. "Moreover, I do not wish for anyone to witness Jiu acting spoiled with me." Wen Jiu wiggled her liberated feet, retorting, "Was I acting spoiled just now? I was merely confronting you, was I not?" Jiang Yanci, with a rare look of confusion, replied, "With such a cute tone, you weren't acting spoiled?" Wen Jiu let out a cold hum as she leaped from the table. "Were you just now?" she inquired. "In the study," Jiang Yanci replied. No sooner had he spoken than Wen Jiu dashed towards the study. Jiang Yanci, realizing her intent too late, hurried after her. Upon entering the study, he found Wen Jiu awkwardly standing there, greeting Qin and several senior executives on the video call. "Hi," she said, her smile stiff as she waved. "Wen Jiu, how did you end up at Yen Ji's place?" Qin's head was nearly pressed against the camera, his inquisitive gaze unmistakable. Wen Jiu bit her lip, the earlier embarrassment vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Would you believe me if I said I just arrived?" Qin chuckled, "I would." Wen Jiu retorted, "Does that expression of yours look like someone who believes?" Internally, she screamed and reluctantly lifted the small bag in her hand. "I have evidence. I truly came to deliver something. I must see what it is." Qin winked at her suggestively, his expression growing more lascivious. Realizing reason was futile, Wen Jiu sighed and began to ramble. "All right, since you've uncovered my secret, I shan't hide it from you any longer." "Hide? What on earth are you concealing from me?" Qin was clearly hooked, eager to fly to the capital for a taste of the intrigue. The next moment, Wen Jiu flashed him a mischievous smile. "Vouch for me 100 times, and you shall hear the rest." Chapter 93. "Someone wants to steal your thunder." A burst of laughter erupted from the computer, as the employees of Gangcheng, who had previously maintained solemn expressions, doubled over with mirth upon witnessing Qin's suddenly elongated face. Wen Jiu shrugged in exasperation. "This was your own curiosity." Qin flicked his red bangs, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "I was merely teasing you." Wen Jiu pouted. Had she been more sensitive, Qin's intentions would have succeeded in rendering her red-faced. Turning to the other employees who were awaiting Jiang Yanci to continue the meeting, Wen Jiu smiled apologetically. "Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Jiang." With that, she swiftly exited the study. Jiang Yanci, who had been ready to conclude the meeting, looked at Wen Jiu standing by the door, signaling him to proceed with a gentle smile. "I'll be quick," he assured. Wen Jiu gave an okay sign and hurried to the living room, donning her headphones and launching the game. "Boss, are you really just going to leave her there? Aren't you worried she'll be upset?" Chen Xiao inquired. Jiang Yanci, seated at his office chair, grinned ominously. "So keep your chatter to a minimum, or I'll have your bonuses for wasting the future Madam Boss S and my daytime." Huh? Chen Xiao mentally cursed himself for speaking too much. In the study, Jiang Yanci and the Gangcheng employees resumed their meeting, occasionally casting glances at Wen Jiu, who was earnestly engrossed in her game on the sofa. It was a delightful sensation to be in love. Even the rhythm of her breath in the same space filled him with a sense of completeness and joy. Half an hour later, the meeting concluded. Jiang Yanci shut down his computer and walked to the living room. Noticing his presence, Wen Jiu looked up. "Are there any other work arrangements?" Before she could finish, she was already absorbed in another team battle. Jiang Yanci sat beside her, leaning closer to observe her gameplay, replying, "I can accompany Miss One for the next few hours, but there's a multinational meeting at 7 this evening, after which you'll have to play solo." Perhaps accustomed to Jiang Yanci's occasionally playful tone, Wen Jiu felt no discomfort in his words. She responded, "I was planning to invite you for karaoke tonight. Since that's the case, shall we just enjoy ourselves instead?" I'll pick you up after I finish." "All right." After winning the team battle, Wen Jiu showcased her impressive stats to Jiang Yanci. "This match surely deserves an MVP. Doesn't it? Am I impressive?" Her performance was 21-9, and the entire team had only 31 kills, meaning she had contributed significantly to the match. Seeing this, Jiang Yanci generously praised her. "Very strong. You could compete professionally." "Indeed," Wen Jiu lamented, continuing to focus on her gameplay. "If only I were a bit younger. I would undoubtedly make my mark in the esports arena." If you were to venture into the esports world, I would certainly be your financial backing, ensuring you secure the position of the leading lady in esports." This sounds rather enticing, doesn't it? After completing the opponent's base and exiting the match, as Wen Jiu was about to quit the game, she noticed an invitation from her teammate from the earlier match. Just as she intended to decline, the pop-up appeared once more, causing her to inadvertently accept. At this moment, her hand hovered over the option to exit the team, but before she could press it, her teammate eagerly opened his microphone and said, "Miss, shall we form a duo? I have all the skins." Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu immediately handed her phone to Jiang Yanci. "President Jiang," she affected a playful tone, saying, "Someone is attempting to steal you away." Although Jiang Yanci was well aware that Wen Jiu held no interest in the person on the other end of the phone, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. He took the phone from Wen Jiu and, with his long fingers, activated the microphone. Sure. Upon hearing the melodious voice, infinitely more pleasant than his own, the boy on the other end, who had previously been speaking with a strained voice, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "A man!" Jiang Yanci replied nonchalantly, "Yes. Why are you, a man, using a girl-esque silhouette as your avatar? I suspected something was off when you played so exceptionally well. I didn't expect you to actually be a guy. Well, a guy's fine too. Shall we team up?" Jiang Yanci responded with a puzzled expression. This time, it was Wen Jiu who became flustered. She leaned in closer to Jiang Yanci and declared, "No way, this is my boyfriend, mine. Do you understand?" "Oh dear, all right, yours," the boy quickly acquiesced, hearing Wen Jiu's possessive declaration. "If you don't want to team up, that's fine. Just call me when you're playing. I'm here to join you, not to break you apart." Upon hearing this, Wen Jiu burst into laughter, completely unaware that she had leaned into Jiang Yanci's embrace. "Buddy, you truly understand how to rank up, right? A person like me not ranking up would be an affront to my skills. So, shall we play a match?" The other party was evidently eager to join, but just as Wen Jiu was about to respond, Jiang Yanci snatched the phone from her. Confused, Wen Jiu looked at him as Jiang Yanci turned off the microphone and said, somewhat aggrieved, "Are you planning to play games with him all day? A date in the canyon is still a date, after all." Wen Jiu tilted her head and planted a kiss on the corner of Jiang Yanci's lips, playfully batting her eyelashes. "Shall we go online?" Given that it was rare to encounter such an ambitious teammate, Wen Jiu found the situation quite amusing. Moreover, with the temperature soaring outside, she genuinely wished to avoid wandering about in the heat. All right, Jiang Yanci was quickly appeased. Fortunately, having seen Wen Jiu showcasing her achievements on her social media, he had familiarized himself with the game she played and downloaded it. Though he lacked ample time to climb the ranks, he had managed to reach a level where he could match with Wen Jiu, thanks to assistance from Qin. Otherwise, their planned date in the canyon would have been jeopardized. Once Jiang Yanci logged in, Wen Jiu promptly invited him into her team, and thus commenced their adventure in the canyon. However, just 5 minutes into the game, Wen Jiu began to sense that something was amiss. She cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yanci, who had taken the jungle role but merely lingered in the wilderness after clearing the area, awaiting the respawn of the wild monsters. Should you not assist on the dual lanes? Jiang Yanci blinked innocently, his gaze clear. Support while jungling. Wen Jiu sighed in exasperation, pondering how to convey that jungling encompassed more than merely vanquishing wild creatures. After a moment of deep contemplation, she finally let out a soft sigh. Then after you finish in the jungle, come and follow me to set the rhythm. All right. Although Jiang Yanci did not comprehend what Wen Jiu meant by setting the rhythm, his greatest virtue lay in his obedience. Meanwhile, the male player on the other end of the phone, fully adorned with skins, was utterly taken aback by their exchange. Dude, I thought you were the gaming prodigy, but it turns out you're just like me, living off the kindness of others? Never in his wildest dreams did Jiang Yanci imagine being accused of riding on someone else's coattails. He glanced at Wen Jiu, who was doubled over in laughter, yet still skillfully executing a pentakill, and replied with calmness, "My darling possesses the prowess to support me." Chapter 94. Hello, Fierce One. The overly affectionate dog food. The fully attired young man suddenly found himself yearning for romance. A woman would be preferable, though a man would suffice. Anything that elevates his status would do. The humble singleton makes no demands. Wen Jiu had not engaged in a single day of gaming with Jiang Yanci. She merely played a couple of rounds, noticing Jiang Yanci's lack of enthusiasm, prompting her to withdraw. Observing this, Jiang Yanci expressed mild surprise. "Why did you stop?" "I lost interest. There are more pressing matters at hand." With that, Wen Jiu retrieved a gift bag she had brought, turning to Jiang Yanci with a hint of mystery. "Extend your hand." Jiang Yanci regarded her curiously, speculating, "Are you proposing to me?" Wen Jiu shook her head, dismissing the notion. Instead, she produced a pair of sapphire cufflinks and a matching tie clip from the bag. Skillfully, she adorned Jiang Yanci's cuffs, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she inquired, "Do you like them?" Jiang Yanci's demeanor naturally exuded an aristocratic charm, and with the cufflinks, his air of aloof elegance intensified. Wen Jiu gazed at his hands, now even more exquisite under the gem's gleam. Noticing her intent gaze, Jiang Yanci placed his hand before her and paused, replying, "I like them very much." Wen Jiu lifted her eyes, puzzled by Jiang Yanci's gesture, and in the next moment, she heard him say, "Isn't this what you wanted? You can play with them." Wen Jiu's eyes brightened visibly, and she stared at Jiang Yanci with eagerness. "Really?" "Indeed." Jiang Yanci, unable to resist, playfully poked her dimple. "A special privilege for my girlfriend." As their gazes locked, instead of toying with the hand before her, Wen Jiu straightened her posture and leaned closer to Jiang Yanci. Fixated on his lustrous, rosy lips, she felt an involuntary swallow. Jiang Yanci noticed her reaction, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, before he wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her onto his lap. He then leaned down, presenting himself as a tempting offering. "No need to be shy. You can kiss me." Wen Jiu's expression momentarily turned bewildered. By the time she comprehended Jiang Yanci's words, he had already grasped the nape of her neck and lowered his head to kiss her. Jiang Yanci's kissing skills had visibly improved. From a gentle caress at the start to effortlessly mastering Wen Jiu's every breath in a remarkably short span. She couldn't help but wonder if this was a matter of innate talent. Wen Jiu, sensing her distraction, Jiang Yanci, controlling his ragged breath, murmured softly, "Don't lose focus." As she licked her slightly tingling lips, Wen Jiu was about to retort, only to find her breath captured once more by Jiang Yanci. Just as she felt on the verge of oxygen deprivation, she pressed her palm against his chest, intending to push him away. but her restless hand was caught firmly in his grasp. "Don't push me away," he coaxed gently, his lowered brows conveying a sense of vulnerability and longing. As the hand that had just withdrawn from around Wen Jiu's waist once again encircled her, it firmly gripped her waist, preventing any attempt to evade his hold. The expression and demeanor he exhibited were akin to two entirely different individuals. Wen Jiu fixated on the fervent possessiveness gleaming in his eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. "How fierce!" she complained, her eyes glistening with emotion. Yet, as she beheld Wen Jiu's flushed cheeks and misty eyes, Jiang Yanci's gaze darkened further. "I will be gentler," he mused, resembling a hunter patiently awaiting his prey, luring it into a trap brimming with temptation. Wen Jiu contemplated shaking her head, but the sight of Jiang Yanci's refined yet depraved demeanor left her somewhat entranced. After a moment's hesitation, she assertively declared, "I wish to take the initiative." Despite Jiang Yanci's somewhat fierce kisses, his attention remained steadfastly on Wen Jiu's feelings, and his tender care ensured she was not truly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the earlier shadowy, menacing look in his eyes still lingered in Wen Jiu's mind. "All right," Jiang Yanci replied with a smile, indulging all of Wen Jiu's demands. Gently, he wiped away the sheen at the corner of her lips with his fingertip, then pointed to his own lips. "It's up to you now." The atmosphere felt remarkably serious, as if they were discussing matters of great importance rather than a mere kiss. Suppressing a laugh, Wen Jiu leaned in to graze her lips against Jiang Yanci's. The soft contact felt akin to two bouncy jelly pieces gently colliding. Wen Jiu believed that such a light kiss would suffice for Jiang Yanci and would also suit her, unaware that this was the most tantalizing approach. Before she could deepen the kiss, Jiang Yanci, with a hint of impatience, cautioned Wen Jiu, playing like this could lead to complications. As an adult, Wen Jiu instantly grasped the profound implication behind Jiang Yanci's words. Consequently, the changes she had previously overlooked became all too clear. She slowly widened her beautiful eyes, her curled lashes fluttering. Just as Jiang Yanci was about to clarify that he would not engage in any excessive behavior, Wen Jiu nimbly escaped from his embrace. Standing at a distance, her gaze discreetly avoided what should not be seen, yet her face was etched with genuine concern as she inquired, "Do you need to take a shower?" Jiang Yan, she replied. "No need, I just need to calm down." After stating this, he took several deep breaths. Observing his gradually returning composure, Wen Jiu was taken aback. So soon? Jiang Yanci's self-control once again left her in awe. "I'm not a beast. Surely I possess basic self-discipline," he retorted, glancing at her, still standing at a distance, with a hint of frustration. "I want to harm you. There is no need to be so wary of me." "It's not you I'm wary of. It's myself," Wen Jiu countered, shaking her head. "I may underestimate your self-control, but you cannot overestimate mine." Jiang Yanci remained silent, pondering her peculiar logic, which was both baffling and irrefutable. Just then, the delivery of the meal he had ordered arrived, prompting Jiang Yanci to rise and open the door. Once the food was set on the table, he called Wen Jiu over to join him. After they had eaten their fill, Wen Jiu began to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Jiang Yanci inquired, "Would you like to rest here, or shall I escort you home?" "Let us go home," she replied. Wen Jiu stifled a yawn, lazily leaning against Jiang Yanci's embrace. "All right, I shall sleep here. Perhaps in the guest room." Jiang Yanci playfully pinched her cheek. "Is that acceptable?" "MHM." Wen Jiu felt that with her eyes closed, slumber would seize her instantly, regardless of the place. Once they entered the guest room, she promptly headed for the bathroom. "I would just wash my feet." "Very well." Jiang Yanci opened the cupboard overhead, retrieving a disposable towel. After Wen Jiu emerged, her feet clad in damp slippers, and took a seat, he knelt down before her. Observing his actions, Wen Jiu instinctively recoiled her feet. "What are you doing?" "I wish to dry your feet." Jiang Yanci, puzzled by her reaction, contemplated for a moment before clarifying, "I assumed it is quite natural to care for someone you cherish in such a manner." Chapter 95. The essence of love at first sight in the recesses of Jiang Yanci's childhood memories. He recalls how his father tenderly cared for his mother. "No, I can't. I'm ticklish," Wen Jiu protested as she shrank her feet. Such acts of washing and tending to the feet of a beloved were not uncommon for his parents. However, Wen Jiu had always harbored a fear of anyone touching her feet, particularly the soles. Consequently, in their youth, to assist Wen Jiu in cleaning her feet, Wen Sheng would often resort to pinning her under his arm, compelling Mu Wan to intervene. If Jiang Yanci were to wash her feet today, Wen Jiu could not be certain she would not squirm before him. To preserve her dignity, she swiftly snatched the towel from Jiang Yanci's hands, performing the task with a flourish before raising an eyebrow at him, triumphant. All done. Jiang Yanci nodded appreciatively. Impressive. Wen Jiu responded with a nonchalant expression akin to that of an elderly person on the subway engrossed in their phone. Thanks, but at my age, I no longer require such compliments. With that, she abruptly flung the covers aside and rolled into the bed, declaring, I'm going to sleep now. You may leave. Jiang Yanci stood by the bedside, unmoving. As Wen Jiu lifted her gaze to him, he bent down. A soft sensation graced her forehead, and her beautiful eyes sparkled as he drew near. Captivated by the mirth reflected in her eyes, Jiang Yanci could not resist placing a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye. Good afternoon. His voice, imbued with tenderness, filled the space as Wen Jiu lay on her side, watching him depart her room. In that moment, she suddenly grasped the sense of security her parents had often described, an understanding that as long as this person existed, the happiness she had imagined felt tangible. As Wen Jiu drifted into slumber, the gentle rhythm of her breathing intertwined harmoniously with Jiang Yanci's sounds of organizing documents and the occasional phone call, creating a serene atmosphere that enveloped the afternoon. At precisely 5:30, the alarm clock on Jiang Yanci's desk chimed. He removed the glasses he had worn throughout the afternoon and left the study. After knocking on Wen Jiu's door and receiving her consent, he entered her room, only to find her cocooned beneath the quilt, with a hand and a foot peeking out. It's time to get up, he announced, placing a cup of water on the bedside table. He naturally sat by her side, taking her hand in his. Pull me up, she replied playfully, tightening her grip on his hand. I want to lie here a bit longer. Very well, Jiang Yanci acquiesced, refraining from rushing her, adjusting the lighting to a softer hue as she slowly acclimated. When he noticed her drifting back to sleep, he gently shook her hand,